Chapter 1, System Heavenly Descent. On a certain bar street in Suwei, Magic City, the lights were still dimmed at 2 a.m. Chenlon was sitting alone on a curb corner, silently accompanying his lone shadow. Alas! With a swinging sigh, he changed his position and leaned his upper body against the wall. Then he took out a pack of wazi from his pocket and shook out one to light it. After a deep inhale, he tilted his head and slowly spit out. Curls of smoke scattered with the wind. In the night and smoke, his despondent face is hidden. What he was smoking was not a cigarette, it was loneliness. After a long moment of silence, he perked up again. Better go home and get cleaned up. Tomorrow is another beautiful day. Chenlon was medium-sized, 1.75 meters, barely not pulling back on the average height of China. He was a little bit handsome with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Only his slightly chubby face was a little vicissitude, and his melancholic eyes made people think that this was a man with a story. However, he does not have much of a story. He was just one of the countless social animals in the cosmopolitan city of Magic City, enjoying the blessings of 996 but not feeling any happiness. In 2013, 23-year-old Chenlon stayed in Magic City after graduating from a second-rate institution in Magic City. Now it's 2021, and past his prime, he is still alone and renting a small one-room apartment. He has dated 2 girlfriends over the years in Mordor, thanks to his good looks and eloquence. But in the end, in the woman's family to house and car conditions, can only part ways. Stimulated Chenlon did not shout out that 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river in the middle of the slogan. He put more energy on the work. The heart to make a girlfriend faded, because a girlfriend would affect the speed at which he drew his sword. In China, the need for a house to get married has almost become a standard, and the wedding house has become a keyword. What could he get for a house in Magic City? So he can only work hard. After all, the house price in Mordor is the first in China. Do not work hard that you earn money speed. Never keep up with the speed of the house price increase. But the ideal is very beautiful. The reality is very cruel. Chenlon is a small network company of a program ape. He is very desperate 996, occasionally also 997. Every month down the salary is only 17,800, and the consumption in Magic City is still high. He has been very frugal life. A few years down the line only have nearly 300,000 deposits. But want to buy a house? Can only think about it? And think about it, he is more desperate. Because the Magic City's housing prices have doubled in the past few years, he was desperately working hard. House prices are also desperately rising. The end result is that he lost. He did not win the speed of the Magic City house prices. Tonight he received a call from his mother, saying that she had identified several girls of the right age for him and asked him to take time off work and go back for a blind date. I think he was also a proper school grass, and now he will finally be reduced to go on a blind date? He was so depressed that he went to the bar alone to get drunk. He smoked a huazi, stood up, ready to call a car back to Xinzhuang Rental. His company is near the bar street. It is the commercial prosperity of Suwei area. A small room with a single bathroom. The rent is more than 4,000. In order to save on rent, he lives in Minhang, Xinzhuang. To get to and from work by subway line 1, spend an extra hour a day, but can save about 2,000 rent. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It's already past 2 a.m.? Forget it. It's better to find an express hotel nearby to open a clock room, and sleep for a few hours to get up just in time to go to work. Chenlon didn't drink much tonight though, but with a heavy heart, he was already slightly drunk and staggered along the sidewalk in the direction of the company. I'm standing on this street looking back the way I came. When a strong person laughs at the wasted time, when a wasted heart longs deeply, the years are passing by. What can you do to me? As he walked, he hummed Wolf headline song. The years, what can you do about it? His voice was slightly hoarse, with a hint of magnetism. Perhaps it was the emotional investment. The singing was really quite good. Only in this situation, it sounds a bit miserable and sad. Chenlon walked with his head down, but did not find in his head. Do not know how high up in the sky. There is a little light like lightning quickly rushed to him. In a flash, it reached the top of Chenlon's head, and then disappeared into his ceiling. Chenlon suddenly felt a coldness on the top of his head, and he woke up with a cold shiver all of a sudden. He reached out and touched his hair. Fresh and clean. No water spilled on his head. But where did that cold feeling come from? He was sure it wasn't an illusion, because now his head is still cool. After washing his head with cold water on a cold day, that icy feeling still lingers. What's the situation? It couldn't be that he ran into something bad, right? Midnight Bell? Or Sadako? But this scene is not right, right? He is now on the main road. Chenlon was suddenly a bit soft on his feet, but after 9 years of compulsory education and 7 years of non-compulsory education, he was a firm materialist. Ever since he was a child, his teachers had told him that we should believe in science. Teachers, who preach and teach, should not lie to me, right? Thinking of this, Shenlong couldn't help but hold his head high and reveal a sunny smile, looking very handsome, however handsome but not 3 seconds. A vague voice came in Shenlan's mind. The system is tied to the host, and the excitement is in the middle. Who is it? Who is talking? You come out ah! The voice came suddenly. The frightened Shenlong clenched his hands into fists to protect his chest, and after looking around left and right but not finding anyone, he called out. His shouts received no response. Shenlong winced. So where did this voice come from? How did it appear in his mind out of the cold? It couldn't be that he really ran into something unclean, right? Didn't he say that after the founding of New China, animals were not allowed to become fertilized? I usually don't do anything wrong, right? Occasionally, he would even help old grannies cross the street. Just as Shenlong looked east and west when his second leg was trembling, that vague voice sounded in his head again. Energy. Sufficient. Please stay. On foot. Shenlong this time heard clearly. The voices in his mind came. This is really bumped into a piao? He was so scared that he pulled his legs and ran. This is a wrong place. It is not appropriate to stay for a long time. Tomorrow must go to find a temple to burn incense to exorcise the evil spirits. Namo Amitofu. Chapter 2 System Activation. Shenlong ran out a few hundred meters without daring to go back, and only when he could no longer hear the sudden sound did he stop and look back. However, he couldn't see anything. He didn't dare to stay longer. In the middle of the night, there was a voice in his head that suddenly rang out. Wasn't that scary enough? There happened to be a brightly lit star hotel not far ahead. He hurriedly ran over and rushed into the hotel's lobby after a pause at the entrance. What's going on? Running so fast? Is this being chased by a dog? The two female cashiers at the front desk felt a gust of wind blowing by and there was one more person in the hotel lobby. They couldn't help but look at each other. Shenlong propped his hands on his knees and panted heavily, and only after a while did he paralyze on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Nima's almost scared my father to death. In the middle of the night will not really hit a ghost, right? Fortunately, I ran fast and escaped. As a senior program ape, years of knocking code and being single, in addition to the hand speed is not bad, the physical quality is lackluster. Tonight was another late night plus drinking. The already exhausted body fought to run a few hundred meters without getting down. This is already a great outbreak of character. After several minutes, he was able to catch his breath. Just what the hell did I run into? Shenlong whispered to himself. Almighty system bound to host. Activation in progress. System energy is insufficient. Host please walk to replenish energy as soon as possible. Unexpectedly that voice suddenly rang in the mind again, but this time unlike before is vaguely a bit ethereal. The voice is much clearer. Shenlong finally confirmed that the voice was indeed coming from his own mind. But what did it mean? The system he certainly knew. There were numerous various operating systems in reality. However, the thing in his mind that called itself an all-powerful system was clearly not the same concept as the systems he recognized. He just wanted to ask Don Yang if this was scientific or not. The first time he encountered this kind of thing he was also panicked. Fortunately, the hotel he entered is a 4-star hotel. The lobby is brightly lit, and there are 2 cashier ladies on duty at the front desk. He gathered his courage and asked in a low voice, "What kind of system are you? How come you're talking in my head?" The host doesn't need to make a sound. Intentional communication is fine. Shenlong asked the same question he had just asked in his mind again. "Hello host, I'm a universal system. Because I'm bound to the host's soul, I can communicate in my mind through my thoughts." Universal system? Could it be the kind of system in novels? One's time has come and gone, and one has been blessed by the legendary system? He really knew too much about the systems that these dog authors brainstormed and created out of nothing. Why? Normally, in order to save more money, he could only go to high-spending entertainment places occasionally. Novels then became one of his few hobbies. He had read a lot of novels of various genres, and the protagonists in them wouldn't have survived more than 3 chapters without a system. Could it be that he also had the life of a protagonist? He still couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was even more mysterious than hitting a ghost. What powers do you have? What can you bring me? Shenlong was now confused. He had too many questions he wanted to know, and for a moment he didn't know where to start, so he opened his mouth and asked what he wanted to know the most. The systems in the system novels all had all kinds of explosive abilities, so he didn't know what was the situation with the system that bound him. Can give you everything? Only you cannot think of nothing cannot be done. Shenlong was immediately energized. Yoho, so big mouth? Then give me a small goal first. No. Shenlong was powerless to spit. Didn't you just say there is nothing you can't do? How come a small goal is so simple that it's hard for you? Shenlong looked at the system, did not say anything, and then asked weakly with his mind. Is there a house? No need to be too big. 100 to flat on the line. System? No. Shenlong's head is a little square now. He did not get a fake system? Other people's systems are very powerful. To the sports car, to the villa, to the building, and to the spaceship, and even to a world. How come one's own system was a weakling? There's nothing here and there, but there's always a newbie gift package, right? No. Shenlong couldn't help but gnash his teeth for a while. He had thought that with the system, he would be able to walk to the peak of his life from now on, enjoying luxury houses and cars, clubs and young models. However, the facts proved that pie would not fall from the sky. The dream he had just set up hadn't lasted long before it was mercilessly shattered by reality, so he unfortunately became a beggar without dreams again. System energy is insufficient. Please host to walk or run as soon as possible to replenish energy. Currently the system is level 1. Every step of the host will be rewarded with 0.1 yuan. Just when Shenlong was in a dejected mood, the system's voice sounded in his head again. Ha, a reward for walking? That's pretty good. However, Shenlong thought about it and felt that something was wrong. How did it feel like he was working for the system? The system was low on energy right now and needed itself to walk to recharge it, and each step of $0.1 was like a paycheck from the system. System, how do I feel like I'm working for you? Who exactly are we the main? Who is the auxiliary? System, everything is based on the host as the main. The system as the auxiliary. The host walking process. It is possible to trigger the storm reward doubled 1 to 10 times. May also trigger other rewards. Please host as soon as possible to walk. Okay, it's already bound to cause effect, so it can only be taken one step at a time. Not to mention that there is income, although each step can only earn 0.1 yuan, but the accumulation of less into more. The base's large amount is also very considerable. Normal walking an hour can walk a 5 kilometers or so, about 10,000 steps. A step of 0.1 yuan, that 10,000 steps is 1,000 yuan. A day to walk for 5 hours on 5,000. A month is 150,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Shenlong mood stirring. The corners of his mouth are almost grinning to the root of his ears. He said to himself with a smile on his face, this income can be it's 7 or 8 times more than the current salary, and it's straight out of poverty. In the future, one's life would be considered open, right? But still need to keep a low profile to be good. Low profile is the king's way. Low profile earning money, low profile enjoyment. Doesn't he smell good? Shenlong picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was now 3 in the morning. Don't want to. So sleepy, sleep and wake up. So he took out his ID card, intending to go to the front desk to open a guest room to sleep. This kind of hotel that looked like a high-star hotel. Normally he couldn't afford to spend money on it, but now it was different. He was about to meet a different life, then start from changing the beggar's consumption habits. In the past, when there is no money, stingy still have feelings, but now walking can earn money. Afraid of what? Thousands of gold scattered also come back. However, he had not yet walked to the front desk. The system's voice sounded in his head again. The system is about to shut down due to insufficient energy. Please walk or run to replenish energy as soon as possible. Shenlong helplessly rubbed his temples and asked in his head, what happens when the system shuts down? System shutdown will automatically destroy. He silently put the ID card in his hand back into his pocket again. The chance to change his life depends on this system that fell from the sky, and he hasn't even enjoyed the benefits yet. How could he let it be destroyed? Then what else could he say? One could only walk up. Shenlong walked out of the hotel lobby in silence and found a direction to walk with small broken steps. Every step was a small amount of money, the same amount of time, the same distance. Of course, to use the smallest pace to walk a few more steps, and his mouth sang softly. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step like claws and teeth. It's the devil's pace. When Shenlong walked a dozen steps, but hadn't yet stepped out of the 2-meter distance, the system's voice sounded in his head again. Host's pace is too small to replenish energy and generate rewards. Shenlong was walking happily in small broken steps when he was suddenly interrupted. He instantly didn't know which leg to take and stumbled in place, barely missing falling face down on the ground. The hope of earning more money is dashed again. It's too hard for me. Shenlong's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Dog system, then how do you think I'm going to walk? The host can just walk at the usual normal walking pace. Shenlong resigned himself to his fate, and with tears in his eyes, he took heavy steps toward the front in big strides. Chapter 3 Resignation. At 8:50 in the morning, a night of sleeplessness was forced to business. Half of the night Shenlong, a face of haggard footsteps, hobbled to the company. Just walked to the seat, has not yet sat down. The company's colleagues are talking a lot. Shenlong was like 10 times the miserable look caused by the colleagues' curiosity. The next seat of the semi-bald youth is to come to his front. Open 1,000 watts of gossip, dog eyes up and down to look up and down the Shenlong. Only after a long time did he say, a small L is good for love. A big L hurts the body. A strong L goes up in smoke. Brother, you have to moderate. Shenlong's head was full of black lines. ILMMP. Am I someone who needs L? You think too much. You jerk yourself less. I heard that you will lose your hair. Look at you, it should be true. half-bald youth Lu Dong. I don't know whether it's a family genetic inheritance or a programate's occupational common disease. Less than 30 years old is shamefully bald. Hitting people without hitting their faces. Cursing people without revealing their shortcomings. Lu Dong, who was poked to the pain by Chen Lan's words, jumped up, choked Chen Lan's neck and furiously said, "I'm smart as a whip. Nothing to do with L. If you dare to slander me, I'll fight you." Lu Dong did not really get angry. As the saying goes, teasing youths have a lot of joy. He is cheerful and his looks come with a sense of joy. He is the happy fruit of the group and has a good relationship with his colleagues in the company. Chen Lan stopped his hand. "Stop it. It's time to go to work. You want to be taught a political lesson by old Huang again, don't you?" Lu Dong saw that the time was already 9 o'clock, and could only return to his seat with a face full of unwillingness. Chen Lan did not even bother to open the computer, stretched his head and asked, "Have you seen old Huang come to the company?" Lu Dong did not look back and said, "Came. In the office. You find him something?" Chen Lan nodded and did not say anything. He had not recovered from the shock of joyfully mentioning the system one. "It seems like I'd never seen you take the initiative to find him to communicate. Ah, what? This is to open up? Ready to go through the back door to ease the relationship? Waiting for a promotion and salary increase to walk on the peak of life?" Lu Dong asked in a double entendre. In response to his tiger and wolf words, Chen Lan squinted at him and reached back with a straight middle finger. Old Huang was the manager of Chen Lan's department. He was fair and impartial in his dealings, and the employees under his leadership were relatively respectful of him. Today Chen Lan was looking for him because he was planning to resign. He also wanted to get to the top of his life without working hard. But he got the system. I do not know what he experienced. When he bound Chen Lan, it was already empty of energy and close to downtime, and he needed to walk to replenish his energy to maintain its operation. The good thing was that walking was earning money. Thinking about last night's miserable experience, Chen Lan was also unable to get over it. It was already past 2 in the morning when Chen Lan was bound by the system, the most sleepy time of the day. He was already exhausted after walking for an hour last night. But from the system, he learned that the power generation from the hour he walked was only enough to last for 12 hours. He rose to the occasion and, dragging his heavy feet, walked for another 4 hours. Because he couldn't keep up mentally and physically, his pace had slowed down in the back, so he just charged the system with enough power to last 24 hours. At this point he was tired and sleepy, but he didn't rush to find old Huang to resign. The place where Chen Lan worked was a small to medium-sized company, with several departments adding up to less than 100 people. Usually rely on from the big network company to receive some small single and do network system maintenance for some enterprises. Small life is still relatively nourishing. A few years together, with the feelings of colleagues are not bad, and now he wants to leave. The heart is still a little difficult to part with, but there is no way. No matter from that point of view, leaving is inevitable. Working here was obviously in conflict with the system Chen Lan had gotten. After all, it wasn't by sitting around every day that one could replenish the system and earn money. Chen Lan was momentarily lost in thought. After fuming for a while, he lifted his spirit to open the system page in his mind. This was after he had been gone for almost 5 hours last night before he was notified by the system that he was unable to open it before with insufficient energy. System, Level 1. Host, Chen Lan. Age, 31. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8, average 10. Physical strength, 7, average 10. Mental, 10, average 10. Skills, intermediate software programming. Intermediate English. Beginner driving. System energy, 0. 1%, 36-hour countdown to system shutdown. Income, 4,000. Just looking at the income item then Chen Lan's heart was happy. This was the reward for him walking for 5 hours last night. The income of 4,000 per day directly can let him from a beggar elevated into a golden single nobleman. Not to mention the daily club model. With this level of income and their own good looks, if he wants to find a girlfriend, it is not a handful, but seeing that 0. 1% quantization bar of system energy, Chen Lan's mood immediately dropped to the freezing point again. Last night, he had walked desperately for more than 5 hours before replenishing that much energy. Calculated at an average of 5 hours a day, it would take 100 days to replenish to 1%, and to replenish the system energy to full blood, it would take 10,000 days, which worked out to be more than 27 years. And the operation of the system requires energy consumption every day. He was already 31 years old this year. He himself didn't know whether he could replenish the system energy to full blood by the day he died. The 3 items of physical quality he only had mental strength up to standard. His physical quality and physical strength were below average. Wouldn't this prove that he was a weakling? No way. How could a hangdog be so weak? So Chen Lan asked the system in his mind. System, my physical quality is so poor. Is there anything that can improve my physical quality? Yes, if the host walks more, There will be a chance to trigger random rewards that can improve all aspects of ability. How do I trigger it? I walked tens of thousands of steps last night, and nothing but money? Host, please feel your way. Self-touch? Isn't that short for self-touching? This dog system is unorthodox. Chen-lan, who had no choice but to dismiss the idea, stood up and walked towards the manager's office. Chapter 4, Leaving. Come in. Chen-lan knocked on the door 3 times without lightly or heavily. An old Huang's voice came from inside. Chen-lan opened the door and entered the manager's office. Seeing that old Huang was busy in front of the computer, Chen-lan directly opened the door and said, Manager Huang, I want to resign. Chen-lan originally did not want to come to the company in the morning. More than 1 billion people in the country of China. I was blessed by the legendary system, and I was about to walk on the peak of life. Work? It was impossible to work in this life. He dragged his exhausted body over to the company, mainly because he wanted to say goodbye to his colleagues who got along well, and also say goodbye to his 996 happy life. Old Huang was surprised to raise his head and saw Chen-lan's eyes were red and his spirit was depressed. He couldn't help but ask with concern, Are you experiencing any difficulties? Is there anything the company needs to help? Old Huang was a few years older than Chen-lan, came from software programming work, was the direct line of the boss Yang Feng, and was also the patriarch of the business together. The company was able to develop to its current size. He had a lot to do with it, because the work is mainly administrative. So there is no program ape's early baldness nightmare, a thick head of hair neatly arranged, usually well maintained. It looks rather younger than Lu Dong, who is 7 or 8 years younger than him. It's mainly a personal aspect. I can fix it myself. Upon hearing this, old Huang knew that Chen-lan was already determined to leave, so he did not persuade him any further. An iron camp is a flowing army. He had seen this kind of thing many times. He thought for a moment and asked, Is it to develop in other companies? If there is any business in the future, we can link up. No, do not want to work for the time being, want to take a break to look around, but also plan for the future, and will not engage in the ad industry. I'm afraid of baldness. Old Huang couldn't help but lose his smile when he heard the last sentence. Baldness has almost become the symbol of programmers in the ad industry. Well then, since you have decided, I won't say anything more. You rest well. If you still want to come back to the company is always welcome. Chen-lan does not say that the ability to work has more top-notch, at least these years with a very smooth. Assigned work can also be completed on time and in accordance with the quantity and quality. Re-recruit a person to come in but also to re-grind. Cost-effective is not as high as Chen-lan. Okay, I hope I won't be turned away at that time. In all conscience, if Chen-lan hadn't gotten a system, he really wouldn't necessarily have left the company. After all, his was just a second-rate college graduate, and his professional skills didn't even hang in the industry. If still engaged in the ad industry, re-find a job, although not difficult, but may not be able to have any better development space. Start your own business. No skills, no connections, no capital. Relying on the card that 200,000 or 300,000 can do what? Want to not try to eat by face it. Has missed the best years. Now the rich ants are more like a little puppy little wolf dog. So from that aspect, stay in the company is the best choice. Chen-lan left 3 years ago to come to this company, and now has been the company's senior staff, and then try hard to mix up a small leader. Promotion and salary increase is to be expected. If Chen-lan is willing to get closer to the side of the leader, may have been promoted, and Chen-lan obviously does not have that kind of awareness. Old Huang dialed a phone number, and after a while, his secretary brought a separation letter over for Chen-lan to fill out. Chen-lan picked up and looked at the above, signed his name, and then placed on the old Huang's desk. Old Huang stood up and shook Chen-lan's hand and said, Thank you for your support of my work all along. The salary is counted until yesterday. It will be paid on the day of payroll to your card. Thank you, leader. Do you have time tonight? I'll invite my colleagues in the ministry for dinner tonight. I wonder if I can honor you with my presence. Old Huang hesitated for a moment and said, Forget about tonight. I've been working overtime a lot lately, and my wife is starting to get upset. Besides, you won't be able to let go if I go. Next time, I'll treat you. Chen-lan saw that old Huang said so and didn't force himself. That's fine. I'll go with them first tonight. Next time, or I'll treat you. As for when the next time would be, people didn't know. Chen-lan had been in Magic City for nearly 10 years and had gotten used to the living environment here. He was only leaving the company. He wasn't going to leave the city that the poor hated and the rich loved. There would be another opportunity in the future. Good. Get in touch more often when you have time. Then I'll leave first. I'll go out and do the handover with the team leader. Then I'll say goodbye to them and leave. Lao Huan, bye. Chen-lan, bye. After coming out of the manager's office, he went back to his seat to turn his computer on. After a while, team leader Old Fong came over and asked, Old Chen, why did you leave your job? For a good reason. The company does not know when to start. A little seniority with the old man last name. Almost chopping the head of the chicken to drink hot blood as brothers with the same name. Nothing, just want to rest for a while. Although the two of them did not speak loudly, everyone around them heard them. Then all the people in the ministry followed and knew about it. And those who usually had a closer relationship came over to express their feelings of reluctance. Lu Dong even put his arm around Chen Lan's shoulder and asked, "Brother Chen, are you being adopted by a rich woman? How about introducing one to your brother? I can also be a junior if I really can't. Asterisk 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 off. I rely on strength to eat and not rely on the face. Need to find a rich woman to adopt? What's the use of a rich woman looking for you? Use your bald head to put home as a light bulb?" Chen Lan's face turned green and he hurriedly clarified in a sharp voice. As soon as his words left his mouth, everyone around him burst out laughing. Only Lu Dong stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He said grudgingly, "Brother Chen, we can still be friends happily if we don't see through it." Chen Lan felt that one eyelid was already starting to fight. Ignoring Lu Dong's grumbling like a whining woman, he said to everyone, "Get together for dinner tonight. At the restaurant we usually go to often. I didn't sleep all night last night. I have to go back to make up for it. Old Lu you will call and book a big box later." Everyone saw that Chen Lan was full of fatigue, and it was now working hours, so they did not stay. They are all old farts who have been working for many years, and have long been accustomed to the ushering in and out. The mood of reluctance will be fine after a few days, and busy work is the best medicine for healing. After the handover with the old party, Chen Lan walked out of the company's door, and then silently turned back. 3 years of time, how many memories have been left here? Although there were no sensational stories, but mediocrity is true. For a long time, Chen Lan was dumbfounded after turning back to his senses. Magic City is so big, it's not like it's goodbye forever. One is still too pretentious. The sunlight at 10 in the morning was shining brightly on everything in the world. Chen Lan squinted his reddish eyes and looked at the sun that shed countless light, thinking to himself, from today onwards, he will also be like this rising sun, and will surely become the guiding light for countless social animals and beggars in the darkness, accepting their worship and admiration. Chapter 5 Shopping. Because he still had a break-up dinner with his company colleagues in the evening, Chen Lan didn't go back to his rented room in Minhang Xinzhuang, so he came back to the hotel that he didn't manage to check in last night, and the cashier at the front desk had already changed to 2 people, both of whom were quite pretty. But at this moment Chen Lan is comparable to the time of the Magi. Beautiful women and everything else is a floating cloud for him, not as important as a bed for him. His eyes seem to be open and closed, one hand on the front platform to support his body. His voice hoarse he said, "Beauty, is there a vacant room? Give me a room." "Yes, what kind of room are you looking for?" "Sir, our hotel has a standard single room of 388, a standard double room of 588, and a luxurious suite of 1288. A clear and pleasant voice wordily introduced Chen Lan. After hearing the cashier's introduction, he said with a wave of his hand, "Let's have a deluxe suite." A 388 standard room? It was too cheap and no longer matched his status. Just got in the system Chen Lan, which was a bit floating. After he took the door card from the cashier, he took the elevator up to the 17th floor. After finding the door number and swiping the card to enter the door, he did not even take a bath. To the bed a lie. Not a moment on the huffing and puffing to sleep. He was really tired. Not only stayed up late drinking, but also for the life of power generation non-stop walk for nearly 5 hours. It is 20 years old. Young people will be tired enough? Not to mention that he has been almost to the age of the thermos soaked goji berries. This sleep Chen Lan is sleeping in the dark. To 5 o'clock in the afternoon before being urine woke up, opened the cell phone and looked at the time, although still want to continue to sleep, but thinking of the evening meal, had to climb up with difficulty to the restroom to wash up, and by the way also took a bath, wrapped in a bath towel. Chen Lan dialed the switchboard number at the hotel's front desk. "Hello, how may I help you?" "Hello, is there a clothing specialty store on the first floor of the hotel? I want to buy a set of clothes." "I'm sorry sir, we don't have a clothing store in the hotel. Sorry for the inconvenience." "Fine." Chen Lan helplessly hung up the phone. After all, this was not a 5-star hotel. The supporting services were not that complete. Chen Lan he really didn't want to wear yesterday's clothes again. Not only the smell of alcohol but also the smell of sweat. It is now July. It is the hottest time in Magic City. In the early hours of the morning, although the temperature is not very high, but there is also a 20-something degrees. After walking so much, he was sweating a lot. When he arrived at the hotel in the morning he was so tired that he didn't even have the energy to look at what the pretty girl at the front desk looked like. So how could he think of asking the waiter to take his clothes to be dry cleaned? What to do? You can't go out shopping for clothes in a hotel bathrobe, can you? That would be taken for a psychopath. In the end, he really had no choice but to find a pair of disposable underwear spare in the hotel room and put them on, which was better than hanging in neutral. Disgusted, he looked at the crumpled clothes on the sofa, which still smelled of complexity. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. If he didn't leave it would be too late, so he had to endure the discomfort and put the clothes on. In another hour the company should be off duty. As the main character of the night, it can't really be until the last minute to show up, right? That would be an excuse to get a few more glasses of wine, so it's better not to be a deadbeat. Chenlon footsteps hurriedly out of the hotel, in front of the door to call a car to the nearest store. After casually strolling around the first floor, he entered a clothing specialty store that looked to be of a decent grade. Let's have a plus size for this one, a size 33 for these pants, and a plus size for the underwear as well. After entering the door he scanned a circle of clothes to look good. After pointing twice he walked to the display cabinet of shoes, above which there were a dozen pairs of shoes that looked quite good in style. Several waiters in the clothing store were dumbfounded. This guest entered the door in 3 seconds. No? This is to pick a good clothes? It can't be a joke, right? But the customer first. This customer, although wearing a wrinkled clothes, but look at the thick eyebrows and eyes, does not seem to come in to fool around. Maybe it really is in to buy clothes. One of the waitresses briskly found out the corresponding size of the style Chenlon pointed out, and then enthusiastically handed it to Chenlon. Sir, this is the size you want. Do you need to try it on? Is it a standard size? It's no problem if it is. Buy the bill together with this pair of shoes. I'll wear it away directly in a while. Chenlon casually picked up a pair of casual leather shoes. The size was 42. He could just about wear them. Yes, all the clothes in our store are standard sizes. The fitting room is over here. You change clothes this way, please? The attendant raised her hand to signal the fitting room next to her. Chenlon entered the fitting room and changed from top to bottom and inside out, then walked out of the fitting room wearing slippers and asked the attendant, "Any socks? Come a pair." "Yes, what color would you like?" "Black." Chenlon put his brand new casual leather shoes on after changing into the new socks. "Aha! This is neat." Chenlon turned around in front of the dressing mirror very satisfied. After arriving at the cashier and paying the bill, the full outfit together cost 3,800. Thinking of last night's hard-earned 4,000 yuan, all of a sudden spent, he cannot help but a little heartache. If you counted the room charge, you'd still have to pay $1,000. Chenlon normally wouldn't be so extravagant. In addition to his winter jacket, none of the clothes he wore were at the $1,000 level, and today was a precedent. But expensive is justified. The workmanship and material of this body of clothing than those $100 level to be on a grade. Although there is no Versace, Bulgari and other international brands to wear on the body with a sense of compulsion, but it also made Chenlon look more handsome and confident than usual. He didn't want the old clothes and shoes that he changed out of, and threw them into the store's trash can, then turned around and left in style. As a person who had a system dad to protect him, the quality of life should of course follow suit. Wearing all the ground floor goods every day and pretending to be a pig eating a tiger to beat his face everywhere was brainless behavior. As a pursuing an idealistic social triple youth, he also wanted to save face, right? After coming out of the clothing boutique, he saw that next to it was the Huawei cell phone experience store, so he walked in again. Less than 5 minutes after he left the cell phone experience store, he used nearly 2 years of Apple 10 for Mate 40 Porsche. The cost was another 13,000 plus less on his card balance. Buying is really addictive. Without the pressure of money, Chenlon really couldn't control the feeling of exhilaration in his heart. He walked into another luxurious-looking watch specialty store. Chenlon looked for this store nearby. The grade is not very high-end kind, so there are no international big-brand watch stores. The watch specialty store he entered belonged to the platter type. All kinds of middle and high-end brand watches have some. Of course, like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, those top here is not. Is there? Chenlon also cannot afford to buy. Chenlon raised his hand and recruited a waitress, casually asking, "Are your watches here, Fidelity?" "Hello sir, we are a chain of watch stores. Is a lot of brands of licensed dealers? The watches here are directly from the manufacturer to take goods. 100% Fidelity. If there is a fake we are one to compensate 3 compensation for you." The waitress looked at Chenlon dressed like a man, like a not bad money, came over to him after revealing the standard 8-teeth smile. In addition to wearing an electronic watch when he was a child, Chenlon hadn't worn a watch since he grew up, so he didn't know anything about watches. To say that he really had an impression was the big gold Rolex watch. There's no way. China's former tycoon likes this one. Big enough, yellow enough, earthy enough. Don't understand, it doesn't matter. Chenlon has the knack of buying things. By the long-lasting old brand on the right. Can survive for so long, always have a reason. It is worth his money to pay for it. I see you have Rolex here. What do you recommend for about 100,000 to the present watch? Immediately can bring to go that kind of. The waiter had to be happy to hear Chenlon's words. The turnover rate of customers with clear goals like this was the highest. Sir, around 100,000. The most famous is this Rolex Greenwater Ghost Submariner. The market public price in 85,000. But this price is now on the market is very difficult to buy. Our store also has only one. Or our store manager most repulsive and hard to fight from the headquarters? The selling price is 1,350,000. You look like it? Chenlon looked at the waiter wearing white gloves in the hands of a very high recognition of the watch. Green? This omen is not very good But then it was dumbfounded. Single dogs are fearless. So he took out his bank card from his pocket, buy it, swiped the card. $35,000, as long as you keep walking every day, you can earn it back in a month. It's acceptable. The waiter heard the 2 words Chenlon bought, and was instantly beaming with joy. Taking the card from Chenlon, he thought to himself, this customer is really quick, coming in less than 3 minutes before it's over. Fortunately, Chenlon couldn't hear what was going on in the waitress's mind. Otherwise she would have snatched the card from the waitress's hand and asked her to apologize immediately. Then seriously told her, brother is not that fast, more than 3 minutes, at least double 6 minutes. The waitress took the POS machine and swiped the card. Let Chenlon enter the password, and ticked him to show that the consumption was successful. After typing out a small ticket for Chenlon to sign, she asked, Sir, is this watch for you to wear? Do you need to adjust the watch chain for you? Chenlon tried the watch on his hand, felt it was a bit loose, took it off and brought it back to the waiter. The bracelet is a bit long. The waiter picked up the watch and compared it to Chenlon's hand, skillfully dismantling the bracelet, removing a few frames and reattaching it, then tenderly grabbing Chenlon's hand to help him put it on. Unfortunately, wearing gloves, Chenlon was not able to feel the temperature of the beautiful waiter's small hand, and he felt a little regret. Chenlon raised his hand and looked at it, then walked to the mirror to take a look at the overall look. Who is this big handsome guy? How come he looks so much like me? It's true that money is the hero's guts. More than 100,000 yuan of watches worn on the hand. Feel the whole person refreshed. Temperament is also 3 times higher. Just when Chenlon was there stinking, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his head. Host consumption points full of 100,000. System upgrade conditions reached. Whether to upgrade? The current system level is 1. Chenlon was in a flurry of excitement. The upgrade condition was reached so quickly? He didn't know how to go about upgrading the system. Consulting the system was answered to let him feel his way around on his own. He didn't expect that today's vengeful consumption would inadvertently reach the upgrade conditions, which was considered an unexpected surprise. Chapter 6 System Upgrade. Chenlon opened the system panel, which showed, System, Level 1, Yes, No. Host, Chenlon. Age, 31. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8, average 10. Physical strength, 7, average 10. Mental, 10, average 10. Skills, intermediate software programming, intermediate English, beginner driving. System energy, 0.0083%, 27-hour countdown to system shutdown. Steps, 45,300. Income, 4,530. Spending points, 153088. The system page hasn't changed much. The upgradable node at the system level became 2 red and green buttons labeled, Yes, and No. There was an additional 530 yuan in the income column, which was the reward given by the system for Chenlon's continuous walking today. The biggest change is the number of steps and the status bar of consumption points. These 2 status bars were not there when he looked at them in the morning, and he didn't know when they jumped out. Then it should have been the system that was perfecting the system while he was asleep. The system energy had lowered a bit, which gave him a sense of urgency in his heart. He was already regretting now. Why did he say evening gathering in the morning when his mouth was bald? Couldn't he wait a few more days? What's the point of getting together when you're in a hurry now? But the words have been said, cannot go back on their words, right? People do not have faith is not standing. Their own appointment is kneeling also want to finish it. There might be a second half to the evening gathering, and there is definitely no time or energy to charge the system today. Luckily it would last for 27 hours. As long as one didn't just swing for the fences, it wasn't too late to generate power for life in the morning. The column of consumption points showed 153,088 points. He silently calculated in his heart that the amount he spent on hotel stays and shopping today was just the amount of 153,088. This means that consuming 1 yuan can be converted into 1 consumption point. Then it seems that if you want to upgrade the system, you have to spend money, and it cost $100,000 to upgrade to the second level. How much would it cost for the third level? And where should this money come from? The more Chenlon thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. What he spent today could be his savings. He couldn't help but mumble, it's not right? I'm obviously just here to buy clothes. How come it's like I've gotten a head start all of a sudden with chicken blood? Am I drifting a bit? He raised his hand and looked at the green aqua ghost submariner on his wrist. What's going on? It clearly looked high-end just now. Why does it suddenly feel a little green? At this time, the voice of the system prompting for an upgrade resounded in Chenlon's mind again. The host's consumption points have reached 100,000. The system upgrade conditions have been reached. Is it upgraded? The current system level is 1. Chenlon, what are the benefits of upgrading? How many consumption points do I need to upgrade to the next level? System, upgrading gives additional money. Other than that, please ask the host to figure it out on their own. Add money? That needle doesn't poke, so I don't know how much can be added. It would be best if it could be added 10 times 100 times, and he would directly take off. But how many consumption points does the next level require? He doesn't know. This dog system always lets me figure it out on my own. Can't you give me a system instruction manual? Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Let's just upgrade the system to level 2 first. At least I can earn a little more paycheck to make ends meet. I used half of my bank card today, and I can't live without getting some blood back. Chenlon wiped a tear of sadness. I'm really too young. I'm starting to drift before I'm even developed. Chenlon opened the system page in his mind and manipulated his mind to click the yes button at the upgrade prompt. Then he heard the system's voice ringing in his head. System upgrade in progress, deducting 100,000 consumption points. Upgrade time 1 hour. Then the system page automatically closed. Chenlon wanted to open it again and it was completely unresponsive. Chenlon took out his cell phone and prepared to look at the time. Before he tapped the screen he froze for a moment and put the phone down again. Then elegantly raised his left hand, looked at the time on the watch, and then put his hand down with little satisfaction. This pretentious posture is still a little hard, not smooth and natural, but also need to practice more. This place is not very far from the restaurant where the gathering is held. It is about 10 minutes to walk over, and it is just the right time to go over now. Today's shopping experience is very good. 10 minutes spent more than $10,000 to buy a few things. This is what Chenlon did not dare to think before. Although he had this money in his card, but was he still living his life by spending like this? After realizing the charm of money, Chenlon became a bit addicted. No wonder Ma Baba said all day long that he wasn't interested in money, but he was desperately chasing after wealth. Chenlon's expectations for the upgraded system have increased, hoping that the system will not be so stingy and give him more pay. Suddenly not having to use 996, although Chenlon was a bit uncomfortable, he felt inexplicably relaxed inside. On the way to the restaurant, Chenlon saw a tobacco and liquor store, so he turned on and went in to buy 2 huazi, and then leisurely skipped to the gathering place. He elegantly raised his hand again, looked at the time on the watch, and then satisfactorily put his hand down, this time to be much more fluent and natural. It was now 6:50, and there was still 10 minutes to go before the company got off work, so he entered the restaurant lobby. Hello Mr. Chen. Mr. Lu called at noon and booked one of the biggest box. It's ready for you now. Should I take you there first? A female receptionist wearing a short-sleeved shirt and short skirt went up to Chenlon and asked. Chen had brought the company or group to gather here a few times, and this female receptionist had a good memory and remembered that his surname was Chen. I'll go into the box and wait. A moment my colleagues they arrived you bring in. Okay, this way please. The female receptionist brought Chenlon to the largest box in the restaurant. The box was about 30 square feet. The interior decoration looked a bit old, but all the corners were wiped spotlessly. The middle position placed a diameter of nearly 4 meters of solid wood round table. The table there is a small circle above the automatic turntable. Around the table to sit in a circle of 20 people is no problem at all. Chenlon's closer relations in the company were about 10 people, and he didn't know how many could come tonight, so he booked the largest box, so that no matter how many or how few people can be arranged over. Chenlon casually found a seat and sat down, hesitated for a moment, he took off the watch on his hand and put it into his pocket. He opened the cigarettes on the table and lit one, and comfortably inhaled a few puffs before beckoning the waiter to come over and order food. He did not order too expensive dishes, just a little higher grade than the usual dinner. Tonight's dinner is a farewell dinner. He is not here to open a pretentious conference, and his bank card left more than 100,000 yuan. This money cannot afford to spoil him. Chapter 7, Potluck. Chenlon was bored waiting in the box. Colleagues came to the restaurant from work, and it was estimated that they would still have to wait for a small half hour. This little fragment of time to brush jitterbug and watch sexy ladies dance is the most appropriate. So he picked up the newly purchased Huawei Mate 40 Porsche phone, downloaded Jitterbug. By the way, WeChat, Alipay, Tmall, Jingdong and other commonly used software to download together. The new cell phone system runs really fast, a few seconds to download a software. Not a moment some commonly used apps are downloaded. With the new phone one by one after some verification login, and finally opened the jittery voice. One click of the cell phone number to log in, and then entered the home page of Jitterbug. Nowadays, apps are designed to be very user-friendly, and the operation mode is simple and easy to understand, which is very suitable for playing without brain after a busy day. When I was in the company, during the momentary lunch break after lunch, I often watched the bald guy Lu Dong. holding his cell phone and smiling like a little cutie. Do not need to go to see. Know that he is brushing shake or fast hand small video. Like him, the laugh point is relatively low. A random funny paragraph can contract him a day of laughter. A comical youth with a lot of joy was not something normal people could envy. Chenlon felt much more refined. Like those funny paragraphs for the sake of funny, often read and feel so embarrassed, are quickly brushed away. Slowly Shake Y did not push this aspect of the content to him. Open the first video of Shake Y. It is a wall of photos of a beautiful young lady in a sexy outfit with a pair of large headlights. Photo after photo in various tantalizing poses. Looking at Chenlon blushed. Shake Y mom really understands me after all. Continuously swiping through a dozen or so small videos. All of them were all kinds of beautiful ladies. There were JK outfits, yoga pants, naval outfits, and super short skirts. For a moment Chenlon felt that his blood was boiling and his brain was a little lacking in oxygen. Chenlon felt like he couldn't look any further. Today, he had eaten a few buns in the morning, and his stomach was now empty, and his body was still a bit weak. Single dogs really don't deserve to brush Shaky. No, these contents that Shake Y mom pushed to me. How come they're all videos of sexy beauties? What is the meaning of this? Could it be that Shake Y Big Data has long analyzed that I'm a LSP? Giving bad reviews? The analysis is not accurate at all. Obviously I'm a decent person. Chenlon silently spat out Shaky Mama in his heart, and then excitedly clicked into the live room of a young lady who was dancing. The young lady wearing a set of pink and purple sexy yoga clothes was dancing to a big swing dance song, dazzling people between shakes, especially those flirtatious eyes that sent out various teasing looks from time to time. There weren't many pop-ups in the live broadcast room of over 1,000 people. Only small gifts and likes like little hearts floated up from time to time. Everyone was concentrating on enjoying the dance, leaving only one finger to mindlessly brush the small gifts and non-stop likes. Chenlon had been watching live broadcasts on Shake Yum for a few years, and most of the time was spent white knighting. Occasionally, when she swiped some gifts, they were all cheap stuff like little heart lollipops, so the honor level is only 17. In each live room is a small transparent send pop-ups or no anchor to see the kind. Today's mood is good. Chenlon also recharged 2,000 for 20,000 sound waves. Then continue to appreciate the beauty. Not right, is to appreciate the dance. Chenlon at this moment feels that he is the master of art possessed with the appreciation of art vision to appreciate the dance. Waiting until the young lady finished dancing and sat in front of the screen, Chenlon then clicked on the gift bar, pointed 10,001 sound waves of Jitterbug number 1 to send. The gift special effects at once occupied the entire screen. The gift list directly airborne list 1. The young lady didn't expect that just after dancing, someone would send Jitterbug 1, and couldn't help but be so happy that she almost jumped up. Although with her outstanding looks and moving dance, the number of people who watch in her live room every day is not less than 1,000 people. But it wasn't every day that she received $1,000 level gifts. Especially still a fan is not even a low level number. Chenlon is brushing a Jitterbug no. 1 honor level has only risen to level 24. Wow. Thank you Brother Blue Sky for Jitterbug number 1. Love you yo. Wahahaha. Is Brother Blue Sky coming to Little Sister's live room for the first time today? How about giving Yao Yao a little attention and carding a fanlight tag? I'll dance for you if you have time to come to my Little Sister's live room more often in the future. Chenlon's nickname in Jitterbug was just Brother Blue Sky. In the past, if he wanted a pretty female anchor to call him brother, the only way to do so was to brush some small gifts in a live room with fewer people, and only occasionally did an anchor ever call it. But it was all programmed not to carry a bit of emotion. Listening to the beautiful anchor woman nicknamed Yao Yao, that sugary baby voice super high brother called, Chenlon could not help but feel a burst of inner satisfaction. Money is really a good thing The 10,001 sound waves of Jitterbug 1 is really 1,000 times more lethal than the 9 sound waves of a lollipop. Expensive really does have its reasons for being expensive, and the treatment it enjoys is also 1,000 times different. Chenlon decisively pointed attention and then stuck a light card. Small thousand are spent cannot be wasted. I heard that there are a lot of female anchors, often about the list of Big Brother offline dinner. In the future, come a few more times, sit on the list a few more times, see if you can enjoy this treatment. Chenlon is not trying to make a date, he can swear to the ceiling, he was just trying to prove the gossip, whether it was really something like that. People are curious and inquisitive, do not know we have to go to confirm well, practice to produce true knowledge. As for what Chenlon idea, here will not say too much, is a man understand. The LSP is not divided into author or reader. The beauty anchor woman estimated that she also wants to develop more Big Brother. Especially this is not the company's operating number. So the enthusiasm was incomparable. Brother Blue Sky. Yao Yao is a dance anchor. What dance do you want to see? Little sister will dance for you. Chenlon looked at the time his colleague should be arriving soon, so he quickly typed a line on the public screen. Getting ready for dinner. Don't have that much time. Why don't you do a magic shake? Yao Yao is also very good at playing. Said a sentence, you wait a moment, and then disappeared on the screen. When she reappeared on the screen in less than a minute, she had already changed into a small JK skirt, black strapless small t-shirt, beige lace-edged small short skirt. Skirt is really short. Skirt hem from the knee are almost 30 centimeters. When Yao Yao put on the music and started the magic shake, Chenlon couldn't help but have his eyes glowing. The temperament of the beautiful anchor woman also changed after she changed her clothes. A set of JK suit on her hot body, looking pure and lustful. A pair of 36D headlights and 2 naked long legs. Let Chenlon look at can't help but slightly more to show respect. Waiting for Yao Yao to finish dancing magic shake and resit on the chair, Chenlon to the gift bar 1200 sound wave of the sports car did a burst of fierce point. Until the tip of the balance is insufficient he only stopped. Although it didn't add up to as high as shake one sound wave, the special effects of one sports car after another still made Yao Yao's heart blossom. Thank you brother Blue Sky for the sports cars. Does Yao Yao's magic shake look good? Yao Yao still wanna continue to dance for you but you don't have time. So sorry. The demons and devils in the live broadcast room also launched a variety of pop-ups at this time. Yao Yao, you're the most beautiful. All legs from the neck down. Bet one tone wave. I guess Yao Yao's skirt is empty inside. Yao Yao, don't be fooled. Blue Sky is a liar. He sold a kidney today to get the money for the reward. I guess the Blue Sky just opened the loan chanting today. Next month's salary is enough to pay back the loan chanting? Chenlon read the pop-up screen and couldn't help but be happy. I used to be like this. Watching live broadcasts without posting some pop-ups always feel a little bit worse sense of participation. The difference is that in the past, I was a small transparent, sent the pop-ups or a flash past no one noticed. Now it is the attention of all the people. Not only has the anchor enthusiastic interaction, but also attracted the attention of the audience in the live room. At this time outside the box came bald guy Lu Dong with magic laughter. Chenlon on the public screen to type, down, free time to see you dance. Then also did not wait for the beautiful anchor woman to respond to close the jitterbug. Beautiful women or to be alone to quietly appreciate is interesting. Not a moment later, the door of the box was opened, and it was Lu Dong who opened the door. Lu Dong opened the door and stood by the door, nodding and letting the back of the immediate leader of the team leader and other colleagues to come in first. He finally entered the box. There is no way. Who let him? Seniority is the most shallow and comes with the attribute of a tease. Everyone loves to bully him. He also has a big heart, is never smiling, but don't look at him like this. In the company his interpersonal relationship is the best. If he left the company that day and had a farewell banquet, the people who came would definitely be a lot more than the ones who came to see Chenlon off tonight. Chapter 8 Dinner 2. Chenlon looked at the people who walked into the box. There were people from the same group, and other groups and logistics, adding up to about 17 or 18, while the girls only came in 3. Speaking of which, his face was filled with tears. In fact, it is not that he does not want to find a girlfriend, but their company female employees are really less. Fighting in the front line of the female programmers are just a few. The proportion of low pathetic. Today came 3 female colleagues. In addition to one is Chenlon Group. The other 2 are engaged in logistics. The manager of the old Huan's secretary is one of them. Usually help Lao Huan to convey some documents and tasks. Often in the department of walking, we are relatively familiar with. Chenlon left the company in the morning also invited her. Everyone did not engage in any kind of priority, casually sitting around the table, waiting for the colleagues to be seated before Chenlon let the waiter serve the food and put the menu on the table. I ordered these dishes first, because of the large number of people. I ordered double portions. You guys see if there's anything else you want to eat, let the waiter add it. Since it was Chenlon's treat today, everyone didn't clamor for attention, they just casually looked around. The menu was a long list, plus cold dishes and whatnot. There were a dozen or so, double portions of each dish. That's more than 2 dozen dishes, so they all said it was enough. Only Lu Dong picked up the menu to look carefully. Wow, garlic lobster, green onion explosion sea cucumber, braised abalone, steamed crab. This table to small 10,000 right? Plus the 2 wazi will be more than 10,000. Brother Chen, are you not going to be able to make it in the future? Are you going to spend so much money tonight? Other co-workers are also very surprised. Although usually Chenlon is not a stingy person, but also rarely see the time when he spends a lot of money. More than 10,000 or almost a month's salary. They have said a few expensive change. We are old friends, do not need to be so broke. Chenlon then stood up and said, no need to change. Today listen to me, and not every day please. Just once I can afford. The big deal is that I go back to eat a month of noodles. Colleagues heard Chenlon so said also laughed. No longer persuade. We know Chenlon alone in the Magic City. The pressure of life is not very big. Many of the colleagues present have families to support. With everyone's income level, in Magic City can only live a well-off life of 3 dishes and 1 soup. After all, life is not just 3 meals a day. Transportation, housing, children's education, plus the occasional minor illness or something. Every month's salary in hand have to be carefully calculated in order to maintain life. Like today's high-grade seafood, they can only occasionally open the meat. Qianlan sat down and casually chatted with everyone, and did not say anything too sentimental words. The future days are still long. He did not intend to continue to work. There is plenty of time. When you are bored, you can ask everyone to get together again. Not a moment later, the waiter first served a few cold dishes, then walked to Qianlan's seat and asked, "Mr. Chen, I don't know if you're drinking tonight? Do I need to take the wine list to show you?" Qianlan didn't make a fool of himself, so he asked everyone what kind of wine they drank, and it turned out that some people said they don't drink when driving, some said they drink beer, some said they drink red wine, and some said they drink white wine. So simply let the waiter white wine and red wine and beer are on. Then drink as much as you can. I took some all the same. We all still have to work tomorrow. I won't advise on this wine thing. How much can I drink? Everyone feel free. Because everyone was young. Qianlan didn't say anything about eating seafood and not drinking beer. He knows too well about the alcohol consumption of these people. 1 or 2 are weaklings. At most 2 or 3 bottles of beer. The weather was so hot. 2 trips to the restroom and the alcohol ran out. Even the gout couldn't catch up. Qianlan took special care of a few girls and ordered a few drinks for them. After the waiter moved the drinks, a few hot dishes were also served. "Thank you brothers and sisters for coming to see me off tonight. I won't say anything too melodramatic. I'll still be living in Shanghai in the future. In the future, if any one of you has the time, you can organize everyone to come out and get together. Here I'll toast to everyone first." Qianlan poured himself a glass of beer, stood up and said. After saying that, he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Everyone poured their cups with various wines or drinks and stood up to return the favor. After sitting down, they were all old acquaintances. Everyone did not have the courtesy to build up one after another. A moment of drinking and swords. Slow are not necessarily able to eat. Fortunately Qianlan each kind of food are ordered double. Or turn the table around half a circle, maybe food is gone. Qianlan has been hungry all day. The speed of eating is certainly not slow. When Lu Dong is ready to clip the last piece of lobster in the plate, his chopsticks flickered, and then proudly put the shrimp meat into the mouth. It was only when everyone was half full that they slowed down their speed to eat while chatting. "Brother Chen, the lobster that came to my mouth just disappeared. Are you going to empty the second half of the line after the meal to comfort my broken heart?" Lu Dong was nagging about not being able to eat the last piece of lobster. "This can be had. Do you want to be serious or immodest?" Lu Dong kept winking and said in a proper manner. "What immodest? It doesn't exist. I never go to that kind of place. You can go to visit once in a while. Usually jerk yourself less. Your hair is falling out." Lu Dong blushed. "This dog thing, can't you see that there are still girls at the scene? What kind of truth are you talking about? Can we still have a good time in the future?" Everyone laughed their heads off. Even a few girls also red-faced to follow the fun. Roll. Old Chen, you yourself often go to that kind of place. Don't bring me down. Then do you want to go? Don't want to. Lu Dong is worthy of being extremely smart. Did not fall for the trap. Reaction speed is super fast. If he says he wants to, that is not exposing the truth that he is also a LSP? What does everyone think? How about we continue in the second half? Singing or taking a bath is fine. It's rare that everyone is so happy today. Next time we don't know when we can get together. Qianlan did not continue poking fun at Lu Dong and was asking everyone. After he finished, he also said to the 3 girls sitting together, "A few big beauties can rest assured. In the company you can all be the treasure of our majority of male compatriots. We will protect you well." Everyone is also happy. Male compatriots, whether married or unmarried, have expressed to be the flower protector. There are 2 male colleagues because there are really something cannot go. The others, including the 3 girls, have agreed to arrange the second half, and said that tonight's dinner has already let Qianlan broke the cost. The second half of the AA arrangement by them is also a token of appreciation. With good performance and good working atmosphere, the company's staff mobility is very low. Tonight in the seat are in the company worked for more than a year of old colleagues, so the feelings between colleagues is still very deep. That is, everyone said so. Qianlan did not refuse. Anyway, cannot spend much money. Discussed down to take into account tomorrow to work, and finally decided to go to the bath. After the bath we can also chat in the hall. Do spa. Qianlan at this time also feel a little slightly swollen feet. Just can go to do a full body massage. Tomorrow to start walking again to charge the system. There is time to ask the system if there are any other ways to replenish its energy. It's not a good idea to always be on your toes. Qianlan opened Meituan and searched for a regular sauna club that was about a kilometer away from here. Then he grouped 15 tickets. 198 per bath. Qianlan had been there a few times before occasionally. The environment and service was good in all aspects. Tickets I have bought. A moment of other consumption you solve, I do not care. Although his co-workers said to make up the money to him, Qianlan finally confiscated. After dinner Chenlon went to the front desk to settle the bill. Tonight's consumption of more than 11,000. Just the boss on the front desk side generously erased the change of a few hundred and collected a whole of 11,000. Like this restaurant's profits are still very high, are often patronized by the old customers. Wipe a little change is very normal. A few people did not drink or each go to drive. The other people do not want to take the car. 10 minutes away. Slowly walk over can also eat. Tonight's dinner time everyone is not polite. Are about 30 young adults. Combat effectiveness that is bar. More than 20 dishes not only to clear the plate. In the middle of the Chenlon also added a few. One ate fast to the throat. Chapter 9, Upgrade completed. The group of people staggered and jostled their way to the sauna club. The clubhouse was a 5-story European-style building, covering an area of at least 2,000 square feet or so, and now is the peak time. The entrance can park more than 100 cars and the parking lot has been parked all kinds of brands of cars. Chenlon led a group of people into the lobby of the clubhouse. Immediately there are a few waiters jogging over. Enthusiastically let everyone change into slippers. Each person issued a key tag, before guiding everyone into the male and female guest bathrooms. Chenlon in the bathroom casually rushed, took a small towel into the hot tub. After a while other colleagues have also entered the hot tub. Chenlon felt soaked almost time, called a bath scrubber, rubbed a back, and then changed a bathrobe. Body comfortable on the second floor of the rest hall. The rest hall occupies 2/3 of the second floor, and is divided into several areas according to different functions. Each area was filled with wide single sofas that could be electrically adjusted, and the other 1/3 of the floor was the bar counter and restaurant. Chenlon walked around and didn't find any other co-workers there, so he casually found a place with fewer people and found a sofa to lie down and rest. After drinking a lot of wine tonight, he felt a bit sleepy, but Chenlon didn't intend to sleep. He still had more important things to do. Chenlon opened the system page in his mind. The system had prompted the completion of the upgrade during dinner. Because he was eating hot and heavy at the time, Chenlon had held back until now. System, Level 2. Host, Chenlon. Age, 31 years old. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8, average 10. Physical strength, 7, average 10. Mental, 10, average 10. Skills, intermediate software programming. Intermediate English. Beginner driving. System energy, 0.0080%. 24-hour countdown to system shutdown. Steps, 48. 300. Income, 6030 yuan. Spending points, 13,970 points. When I saw the first column I realized that it had changed. Before it showed level 1, now it had become level 2. And the notes had also changed to the 3 words upgradable. System, how many consumption points are needed for the next upgrade? What is the highest level that can be upgraded to? He asked again without dying. System, data unknown. Please ask the host to figure it out on their own. Well, Chenlon had long known the system's routine, and now he was too lazy to spit it out. Continuing to look down, the top few items did not change at all. Still very weak physical quality and skills. When he reached the item of system energy, he found that there were only 24 hours left in the system shutdown countdown. After the buffer during the day, Chenlon had gotten used to the sense of urgency of being chased by time at all times. Anyway, as long as I go fast the countdown can't catch up with me. When Chenlon saw the column of the number of steps that he was most concerned about, he was instantly enraptured. 0.5 yuan per step. Not bad, really good. The system really still loves me. The salary directly gives 5 times. If you insist on walking for 5 hours every day, wouldn't that be a day's income of 25,000? That way, as long as it stays uninterrupted for a month, it will almost become a millionaire. Clubhouse tender model is just around the corner. Chenlon hurriedly wiped his mouth. This can't be thought of either. What a scandal in public. But when he finally saw the consumption point data, Chenlon almost jumped up. No. Before upgrading, when the consumption point has more than 153,000 points, and then eat with the group purchase bath capital used almost 14,000. Add up the consumption point should have 170,000 points is right. Even after deducting the 100,000 points for the upgrade, there should still be about 70,000 points left. How come it's only 13,970 points? Where did the remaining 50,000 plus points go? System, you come out. What happened to my consumption points? Shouldn't there be 70,000 points? How come it's only 13,970 now? Where did the rest go? Have they been eaten by dogs? The system was indifferent to his complaints. System upgrade, all consumption points zeroed out. Next level recalculated. Chenlon had a sentence of MMP that he didn't know who to send it to. The difficulty of upgrading has increased again. It's really not easy to pull more wool from the dog system. Although I don't know how many consumption points are needed to ascend to the next level, but it is certain that it will not be less. If the salary of the first level up has doubled 5 times, Then the consumption points for another upgrade of the system should at least be doubled 5 times and 10 times. Calculated this way, he has to prepare 500, 000 to 1, 000, 000 to be able to upgrade, and his bank card is now left with more than 100, 000, which is far from enough to spend on system upgrades. Is it possible to just take the salary from the system every day to accumulate consumption points? Even if you maintain a daily income of 25, 000, that would take more than a month. This earning speed is a bit slow. Chen-lan drifted a bit, forgetting that before today he was still a 3-less youth with a daily salary of a few hundred. However, it is no wonder that Chen-lan's mindset will be imbalanced. The bonus given by the system to rise one level has doubled 5 times. If he could rise another level as soon as possible, his income would immediately skyrocket, and the speed of accumulating wealth would undoubtedly be faster that way. Just as Chen-lan was thinking about how to come up with money, and was getting a bit of a headache from thinking about it, he heard that someone was calling him, and the other co-workers had gone up to the second floor lounge one after another, so he simply didn't think about it. The co-workers were ordering drinks or alcohol at the bar, and Chen-lan also walked over and asked for a glass of fresh milk. Then a group of people found a spacious place and posed in various lazy shapes, chatting ramblingly, from time to time letting out a burst of laughter, and Lu Dong's magical laughter was the most prominent among them. After chatting for a while, everyone scattered in groups of 3 or 2, rarely come once, can't take a bath and go back, are ready to go upstairs to do a spa, or play some other programs. Chen-lan also followed everyone up the stairs, into an independent small private room. Chen-lan said to the waiter, "You help me find a skilled technician. I want to do a push oil." "Sir, this is our consumption items. See which one you want." Chen-lan took a look and casually clicked on the 1088 option. The more expensive ones definitely had better service. He was still a bit muscle sore right now, just in time to relax. Not a moment later, the waiter brought in a technician wearing white overalls. This technician looks at the age of 25, 6 years old, height of nearly 170, looks clear, the body is front and back is very attractive. "Mr. Hello, this is our club's No. 66 technician. Is our red card here, Thai Hong Kong style Chinese massage all proficient, and the force is very big. You see can?" The waitress was very enthusiastic and stepped forward to introduce Chen-lan. "Like this kind of consumption place, can mix on 66, 88, 99 and so on. The beautiful number are all have a skill. Like the 66 technician is a martial arts master at a glance. To the door one stop and a calm and steady on a master's temperament. Well, can, technology is good on the line. On her, is not really a lot of strength Chen-lan does not deny, but just for her this body, he is not likely to change people." Chen-lan, under the direction of the technician, took off his shirt and immediately lay down on the massage bed and closed his eyes. After the technician sterilized his hands with alcohol, he put olive oil on Chen-lan's back and then put his hands on his shoulders. The package room then resounded with the sound of continuous bone collision, while also interspersed with Chen-lan's subdued dust screams. I don't know how long it took, but Chen-lan was lying on his back on the massage bed. He gently let out a breath. Is it finally over? After the next bell, Chen-lan's footsteps were light as he walked out of the private room. It felt like the tendons in his body were misplaced and then connected, and his whole body was fluffy like he was floating in the clouds. Expensive really has the reason for being expensive. After the massage is over but not completely finished, the girl looks like a good family, but in fact, she is an expert who can talk. The clever tongue of him said to lay down, only to send him away unfulfilled. Chapter 10, The Son of Heaven's Destiny. The night was dreamless. Chen-lan woke up at 8 o'clock the next morning. He opened the system page and looked at it. The system energy was only 0.0036% left, and there were even only 13 hours left when the system shut down. How could he dare to stay in bed when the fire was almost burning his ass? A carp fight didn't get up. He had no choice but to get up with a salted fish flip. First, he called the front desk and asked the attendant to send the clothes that were sent to the dry cleaner last night back to the room. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he put on the ironed clothes. In high spirits, he went down to the Western restaurant on the first floor, ate a complimentary breakfast from the hotel, and then he came to the front desk of the hotel. "Hello Mr. Chen, how can I help you? Are you checking out?" The one who greeted him was none other than the cashier who helped Chen-lan with his room yesterday. 25 or 26 years old, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a short black skirt. Her legs could be vaguely seen wearing black stockings through the cashier. Looks very pretty, bright eyes and teeth, wearing light makeup, in school at least is a class flower level beauty. Yesterday when Chen-lan opened the room, he was covered with the smell of alcohol, and his eyes were red and very messy. The cashier was also rather impressed with him. Today, although Chen-lan changed his clothes, the cashier still recognized him at once. Chen-lan took out his bank card and handed it to the cashier. "Don't check out of the room. Help me brush 10,000 deposit. I still need to stay for a few days, then more refund less makeup. The cashier was a bit surprised. Did I miss my eyes? Is this actually a rich man? Suddenly seeing a green light on Chenlan's wrist. Ha! Green aqua ghost submariner? It looks like the real thing. This is a real hammer. This is a rich man. Can wear more than 100,000 yuan of watches. Must be a small fortune. Look at looks is not bad. The age of about 30. I do not know is not married? As a 4-star hotel cashier, every day to see the guests coming and going are either rich or noble. For luxury goods still have a certain ability to identify. After the cashier swiped his card, his attitude was even more enthusiastic. When handing back the bank card, she also gave Chenlan a business card and said, Mr. Chen, this is the phone number of the front desk of our hotel. You can call this number at any time. You can also add my WeChat. If you don't want to call, you can also tell me in WeChat. After saying that, the cashier looked at Chenlan with an expectant look, a pair of big eyes pulsing with love and desire. When has Chenlan ever enjoyed this kind of initiative and passion from a beautiful woman? For a moment, he was a bit at a loss. I'm not experienced in this? How to break? Did I become handsome after being bound by the system? I looked in the mirror when I washed my face and didn't realize it? Or the previous face? Although a little handsome, but not so handsome that the beauty to take the initiative to add microblogging. Chenlan reached out and took the business card. And when he saw the watch on his hand, he realized, no wonder all kinds of luxury goods can be very popular, and even created a world's richest man, although did not sit for a long time to step down, but that is also the richest. It is because luxury goods are not only beautiful, trendy, comfortable and other aspects of the advantages, or bring their own money ability. Chenlan fixed his mind. Well, this kind of money ability is really good. Poor people really can't experience the happiness of the rich. Chenlan of course will not refuse the good intentions of the beautiful cashier. Decisively picked up the phone to add the girl's WeChat. Fighting spirit out of the hotel. Early in the morning there is such a beautiful thing. Chenlan is like playing chicken blood. For the future is more full of hope. It is not just walking. Who doesn't know how to do it? System dad. Get ready for the money. I'm going to be rich. I'll walk from south to north. I want to walk from white to black. I want people to see me, but don't know who I am. Chenlan hummed the song in his mouth, feeling that old Chui's song Fake Walking Monk was completely created for him. Although July was the hottest time in Magic City, the temperature at 9 in the morning was only about 30 degrees, and there were a lot of pedestrians on the road. The spirited Chenlan walked on the road like he was carrying the wind with him, giving off an imposing and striking feeling. After walking aimlessly for more than 2 hours, the sweaty Chenlan had to find a convenience store and stop. After taking a bottle of mineral water in the refrigerator and drinking it all in one go before taking the empty bottle to the cashier to settle the bill. Nima, it's just too hot. The sun was blazing at noon, baking the asphalt road with smoke. The temperature was at least 38 to 90 degrees, and Chenlan felt that he would have a heat stroke if he continued to walk. Missed the boat. Doesn't it smell good to blow air conditioning in a hotel at this time of the day? Although he felt that his body still had some energy left, Chenlan still beat a retreat, ready to return to the hotel to rest, and then come out to continue walking when the sun went down in the evening. Although the hotel had a gym, he went to take a look and left. After all, it was just a supporting service. The place was too small, and the small space made it even easier for people to get tired. System, in. The system's answer was as simple and straightforward as ever. Chenlan, how much energy is there now? How long can it keep running? System energy 0.2%, able to maintain operation for 72 hours. Chenlan looked at the time, 12 o'clock sharp. Not right? When I just woke up in the morning, wasn't the energy all the way down to 0.0036%? I left the hotel at 9:15, and I've only been gone for more than 2 hours now. So how did the system's energy go up so much all of a sudden? Chenlan rejoiced inwardly, but still asked, how did it go up so much? Today I've only traveled for more than 2 hours. Yesterday I traveled for almost 5 hours and it didn't go up this much. Triggering the bonus super skin talent. Sun exposure can also replenish energy to the system. Finally triggered a reward? Super skin talent? But this new reward seems to be a little bit unhelpful. The weather is so hot. You can't keep running into the sun, right? It's not like I'm a salted fish in the sun. How can I go out in the future if my handsome face is tanned? Nowadays, the social trend has long changed. Whitening is the king. If my face is tanned, if people think I'm a laborer, it will affect the efficiency of my fish farming. The system's voice sounded in his head again at this time. The new reward has transformed the host's skin. The transformed skin can photosynthesize to produce energy under the sun's irradiation. Without clothes blocking, the effect is better, and will not be tanned. Nice. There's such a good thing? Wouldn't it be great if I could find a beach and wear swim trunks while sunbathing and looking at beautiful women? Do I get paid for sunbathing? System, no. Why? I walk to replenish your energy. Sunbathing is also to replenish your energy. Why don't you give me money? System setting. System setting? Who said it? Can it be changed? Shenlong was also filled with curiosity about the powerful character who had created the system, so he hurriedly pursued the question. System, data unknown. Underlying code settings cannot be changed. Data unknown. For these critical issues the system always drops the ball. Forget it, I don't want to. I can't get an answer anyway. So Shenlong doesn't intend to go after the root of the problem. Taking one step at a time, let's just pretend that he really is the son of heaven's destiny. Shenlong set the title for himself in his mind. Yes, it's the son of heaven's destiny. Shenlong, system. From now on, please call me the son of heavenly fate. System, M. Chapter 11, Returning to the Hotel. System, so after my skin has been remodeled, are there any other functions? Is it possible to be invulnerable to swords and spears? System, yes. Shenlong's heart blossomed and she almost laughed out a pig's squeal. System bull beep. So am I invulnerable to knives and spears now? The host's skin through the sun's irradiation will absorb a portion of the energy to continuously transform the skin. When the host's skin reaches a certain strength, it is possible to reach the degree of invulnerability to knives and spears. The host's skin has just been transformed now. Just slightly improve the toughness and increase the thickness of a little bit. Want to be invulnerable to knives and spears is still far away. Increased thickness? Why do I feel that the system is scolding me for having thick skin? If I get too much sun, will my entire body become a skin one day? And it's still the kind that's invulnerable to swords and spears. I don't think so, right? Well, in the final analysis, I still have to rely on my own efforts to get more sunshine, right? Then if I'm invulnerable to swords and spears in the future, won't I be invincible? The invulnerability of the host is only so that the host is not afraid of cold weapons. If you encounter hot weapons, small caliber pistols are okay. If you encounter large caliber rifles and sniper rifles and so on, the host will have to cool down. That's not bad to China's strict control of hot weapons, as long as they do not die to challenge the dignity of the state institutions. The knife and gun basically can guarantee their own safety in China. Shenlong, then how long do I need to bask in the sun in order to be invulnerable to knives and guns? System, the data is unknown. Please ask the host to figure it out on their own. Shenlong left the convenience store after whoring out the free air conditioning for a while, and with the temptation of being invulnerable to swords and spears, Shenlong felt like he could do it again. Come on, let the sun come harder. I'll go. It's too hot. Shenlong had just stepped out of the cool convenience store and walked down the street when he felt like a fish that had left the water and was being exposed to the sun. All the water on his body was being rapidly evaporated, and the sweat that had just stopped began to huff and puff downward again, and his body also emitted a salty fish smell. Walked not 5 minutes, Shenlong feel that he cannot, and tired and hungry, really just feel okay is an illusion. No matter what, first go back to eat. In the hotel blowing air conditioning he does not smell. Still life is important. Shenlong feels that if he continues to sunbathe, he may not need to wait for the system energy to return to zero. The headlines this afternoon will release new news. What time and what minute today? On a certain street in a certain district of Magic City, Chen collapsed from heatstroke and died after being rescued at the age of 31. Wasn't this skin remodeled? How come it didn't increase the heat resistance a bit? This is not a thorough enough remodeling. Give a bad review. Shenlong used the taxi software to call a car to go directly back to the hotel. When he passed the front desk he didn't see the beautiful cashier from the morning. He couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Into the elevator on the 17th floor of the room. Found that the room has been cleaned. Sweaty Shenlong went straight into the bathroom to take a shower. By the way, the clothes were also washed, and then hung under the air conditioner. Shenlong now had this set of clothes on him, and after walking all morning, he had long been drenched in sweat. He was prepared to rest in the hotel in the afternoon, and only started business in the evening when it was cooler to earn money, and bought a few changes of clothes in the meantime. Shenlong, who changed into a bathrobe, leaned back and paralyzed on the sofa, and let out a long breath. It's so refreshing. This kind of life has flavor. Shenlong opened the system page. This morning the state is good. Business half a day, do not know how much money earned. Aha! Not bad. The number of steps increased by 28. 0.30 steps. The income increased by 14. 0.15 yuan. After dinner should we continue business? This money is really good to earn. A day to earn the past month's income. Shenlong a little unsettled. Cannot wait to transform into a walking machine motor feelings, and then a day to walk 36 hours. Just like a few days is a millionaire. After thinking about it, Shenlong still retreated. Forget it, or in the hotel to sleep comfortable. Now almost 40 degrees of temperature. That is, the skin has been transformed also cannot carry. Waiting for 4 or 5 o'clock to open again is not too late. Then the weather is not so hot. but also can take advantage of the sun did not go down to sunbathe. Shenlong didn't forget that he had triggered a new reward today. If it wasn't for the fact that the conditions didn't allow it now, Shenlong would even want to hang himself under the sun. The kind where he didn't wear any clothes. This way the sun is more uniform. By the time the two brothers are invulnerable to knives and guns, the diamond is not bad. That would be really bullish. Falling into the fantasy of Shenlong for a long time before returning to God, lazily changed a position to continue to paralyze on the sofa. All soft and do not want to move. Should I harass the beautiful cashier? Idle is also idle. Thinking about it, Shenlong picked up his cell phone and found the beautiful woman's avatar that he had just added in the morning, clicked on the dialog box and started typing. Beauty, are you there? Help me order a meal to my room. Want Western food. The beautiful cashier returned in seconds. Mr. Chen, are you back in your room now? I'll have the restaurant waiter go up and order for you. Already back. Is there any set meal or something like that? You can order one for me. Yes, Mr. Chen. Our Western restaurant has 688, 998, and 1688 single set meals. May I ask which one you want? The 1688 one. Let's make the restaurant faster. Okay, Mr. Chen. Is there anything else you need? Yes, I don't know your name. My name is Lu Fei. You can call me Fei Fei. Okay, Fifi. Why didn't I see you when I came back just now? I have to eat at noon as well. I might just happen to go eat when you came back. Shenlong, who was happily chatting with the beautiful woman, didn't feel the passage of time, and only realized that almost 20 minutes had passed when the knocking sound rang out from outside the door. Chapter 12 Jerking Small Loans. Shenlong got up and opened the door. The waiter politely greeted and pushed the dining cart into the room. The design of the dining cart was very user-friendly. The waiter opened the wings and it became a small dining table, convenient and quick. The set meal was simple but sumptuous. A piece of M9 Australia and steak, a salmon sashimi, 2/2 of a palm-sized carbon-grilled Jinadu oysters, 2 slices of garlic bread, a tuna and vegetable salad, a bowl of seafood soup, and a small half of a jug of red wine that has already woken up. Rarely eat high-grade Western food. Shenlong also does not pay attention to what table manners. Anyway, in the room and no one saw, and wait for the waiter to exit the restaurant. Directly pick up the fork to eat. Walked all morning and sweated a lot. Shenlong physical consumption is still very large. Has long been hungry chest to back. After a burst of devouring and clearing the plate, only then poured a cup of red wine and drank it all in one go. Shenlong hiccuped, took a paper towel and wiped his mouth after he couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being a 4-star hotel restaurant. The flavor is really good. Today's hotel dishes, although not up to the top kind, but already let not really rich up Shenlong, eat heartily satisfied. Shenlong, who was full of wine and food, opened the curtains and stared blankly at the bright sunlight outside the window, and couldn't help but recall the fantastic experience of the past 2 days. From being terrified at the beginning to now taking it in stride. But how should one utilize the system to improve one's quality of life? Now that he was finally free, Shenlong also wanted to think about it and have a plan for his future life. Although the current daily income was considerable, it was far from enough to truly enjoy a high quality of life. Shenlong felt that the priority now was to upgrade the system. But to upgrade you need to spend points. How to get enough spending money to upgrade? Yesterday, Shenlong also thought about this problem, but before he could think of a way to do so, he was interrupted. Alas, now facing the same problem, Shenlong cannot help but head big. Really can only slowly put together. System, is it there? Come out and let's talk. System, in. What does the host want to talk about? If I borrow money outside or bank loans to spend counts as consumption points? This was a more feasible approach that Shenlong had just thought of. System, yes. The host can borrow money that is also the ability to consume the same can be converted into consumption points, but later to pay back the money does not count as consumption. Getting the desired answer, Shenlong mood brightened. Borrowed money is also counted as consumption points that is good to operate. Online every day, all kinds of loan platform advertisements everywhere, and the approval and release very quickly. Basically the same day the result. I've got a good credit score. I don't have any overdue loans, and I've been paying for my social security fund for so many years. The amount of platform approval should not be low. More jacking a few platforms should be about the same. However, it is still necessary to plan well. Jerk down the money how to spend in order to maximize the benefits. Finally Shenlong chose to buy a car. Although walking can earn money, but cannot walk all day and night, right? Have a car to go to the more distant places is also convenient. Our people with the system, travel all rely on walking, that how disgraceful. And buy a car is able to loan. Usually 30% down payment can pick up the car. The rest can be loaned. Unfortunately, I don't know how many consumption points are needed to rise to level 3, or the room for maneuvering will be even greater. To be on the safe side, Shenlong decided to position the price of the car at around 1 million. The system used 100,000 consumption points for level 1 to level 2, and now 1 million consumption points for level 2 to level 3 should be enough. The down payment of 30% should be 300,000, plus the purchase tax insurance and whatnot will be about 400,000 will be enough. The license plate but also the numbering can be slowed down first, or else there will be an additional budget of more than 100,000 to do so. There is still 150,000 left in the card. The system account also has 20,000. They just need to find a way to jack it 20 million or so from the platform will be enough. Chenlon opened his cell phone and started searching for loan platforms on Duonyang, from which he sifted through a few platforms with higher visibility and amount and started operating. Aha! This 48,000. Good. I go. This 125,000. This is not ready to live? So generous. But I like it. This is only 9,000. This is looking down on who? It's a bad review. What the hell is this one? 500. Are you insulting me? Chenlon cheerfully replaced the platform while operating the borrowing program, while muttering to himself. In no time, Chenlon operated all the platforms that he had screened out, except for one that was still under review. All the other platforms had successfully borrowed money, the amount of which was either more or less, adding up to more than $300,000. Well, enough. This time the upgraded spending points are stabilized. I'm really smart. After transferring all the money from the platform to his bank card, Chenlon couldn't help but feel a little complacent. Chenlon also didn't plan to borrow for too long. When the upgrade was done, the income from walking for a few days would be enough to pay off the money, and then he would uninstall the app after canceling his account. Chapter 13 Lying. After jacking up a small loan, Chenlon moved a burst of relaxation. The problem of money is solved. The direction of consumption also have ideas. Now it depends on what kind of car to buy. 1 million budget choice space is still very large. Chenlon for the first car in life is still very important, although only a million level of entry-level luxury cars, but also his previous unattainable. Chenlon had also thought of buying a car of more than 100,000 yuan to get around. There is no man who does not like the car, but after some consideration or give up. After all, buying a car is an additional depreciation of consumables. For the careful budgeting of life for Chenlon cost-effective is not high. Chenlon opened the Automobile Home and Car Emperor, browsed the webpage of the major car brands, and finally chose the Porsche Cayenne. Although this car has been out for many years, but so many years since the enduring certainly have its reason. Cayenne with a sports car pedigree. Although it is a city SUV, but its power surging, smooth lines and sports flavor is relatively strong, and it is fashionable and does not appear to be flamboyant temperament. Chenlon is also very like. Chenlon made up his mind to open Baidu Map search Porsche Center in Punan, which is the closest Ford store to the hotel where Chenlon lives. Chenlon also passed by its door quite a few times before. Just then can only look at the inside of the sample car and black silk uniform beauty sales drooling. The Porsche Center service phone number in Punan was answered after 2 rings. A melodious girl's voice rang in Chenlon's ears. Good afternoon. This is Porsche Center Puxi in Mordor. May I ask how I can help you? I would like to inquire about what information is required for a car loan with you. How many % down payment? Chenlon had never bought a car, although he usually knew more or less. He still needed to confirm. What is your name? Sir, I wonder if you have a favorite model. Free your surname Chen. The model looks good. Ready to buy Cayenne. Hello Mr. Chen. Cayenne 2022 model price from 1,018,000. The loan, the down payment of 30%. You need to provide your own ID card and the Magic City's certificate of residence, but also need to provide an income certificate that can cover the monthly repayment amount of your car loan. You also need proof of income? This I don't have but Chenlon thought it could be solved. The big deal is to ask old Huan to help open a proof of income from the original company. I believe that this kind of favor old Huan will not be unhelpful. Okay, I know. Thanks said Chenlon and tried to hang up the phone. The girl who answered the phone heard that Chenlon wanted to hang up the phone. Her tone couldn't help but speed up a few points. Mr. Chen, are you coming to see the car today? Do you know any sales? Tomorrow morning. I don't have time today. I don't know any sales. Just arrange one. I heard that Porsche 4 store will send a beautiful salesperson for every car sold. Can your store send you to me? Chenlon in a good mood. A little mouth-flowery flirting with the girl. Put. The girl couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was obvious that she had also heard this jungle rumor. Mr. Chen, you really can joke. I'm just the store's operator. You're so rich as to give me to you. I guess you can't see. I don't have any money. So poor that I've started taking out loans to live. Chenlon seriously told the truth. LOL. Mr. Chen, you are joking again. You rich people all like to take out loans, it's normal. What time will you arrive tomorrow morning? I'll report it. You don't recognize the sales, you arrive at the store, we will arrange it for you. will definitely make you at home. Tomorrow morning I go over at about 10 o'clock. How much is your microsignal? I'll add you. By the time I go over it will be easy to contact. Chenlon, who had the intention to raise fish, didn't let go of the opportunity to tease the girl. The voice was so nice. The look should also be good, right? Unfortunately, Chenlon had never been to a large-scale call center. Otherwise he would know how wrong his idea was. The operators inside all sounded like angels, and their looks were all over the place. However, this operator with a sweet voice was probably a bit confident in her looks as well. After the two people chatted a few more times, they successfully added WeChat. The operator's WeChat name is Duo, quite a common and ordinary name, but the girl on the photo is very beautiful, can be said to be the national color, but also with a little sense of youth. It seems to be just graduated from college. Sure enough, these luxury brands must have studied the psychology of consumers to do these details in place. Even the operator is so beautiful. I just don't know how the real person looks like. Nowadays the photo scam is more and more untrustworthy. Slimming face, peeling, whitening, big eyes, remove spots, a whole set of down. That is, Sister Furong also became a big beauty. Chenlon hung up the phone after organizing some language, picked up the phone to the old Huang, dialed the past, rang several times before ringing the old Huang's familiar voice. Hello Manager Huang, this is Chenlon. There is something I need to find you to help. I don't know if it's convenient for you, because he had just left yesterday. There was no sense of strangeness, and Chenlon didn't drag his feet in picking it out directly. What is it? Tell me. Old Huang is also a social person. Didn't say help or not help. Ambiguous. It's like this. I'm not working now, want to run around shopping without a car is not convenient. Ready to loan to buy a car, but the loan needs proof of income. So I want to ask you if it's convenient to help me open a proof of income? Yes. I will let the secretary open it in a moment. You come over to the company to get it. Hearing that it was just to help open an income certificate, old Huang didn't reject it as a show of hands. After all, Chenlon has worked hard in the company in the past few years to help the company create a lot of performance. Old Huang's impression of Chenlon is not bad. Proof of income does not mean anything. Even if Chenlon does not repay the overdue, the bank cannot find the company. Besides, Chenlon did work in the company. Strictly speaking, now Chenlon is still an employee of the company. After all, he resigned only yesterday, and now the company system has not cancelled the file. Thank you, leader. Is it okay for you to have the secretary open my income hire? I want to loan about 700,000 yuan. Loan 2 years every month, repayment to more than 30,000. If the income is too low, for fear that the loan is not approved. What kind of car did you buy that you need to borrow so much? Here Chenlon said to loan more than 700,000. The old yellow is a little surprised. Voice raised a few points, but the tone is also indifferent a few points. Fancy a Porsche Cayenne? I'm not leaving my job. Rest for a period of time. The family is ready to give me a large sum of money to let me start my own business. So now simply buy a car on the stage first. Chenlon heard the tone of the old Huang, feel cool. Simply made up a story out of nothing, although a bit unkind. But in order to upgrade the system, Chenlon could only lie with a clear conscience. You kid can no, so long I do not know you originally as a rich second generation. You will come to my office to say, I am in the company in the afternoon. The old yellow attitude and a few points of enthusiasm. Originally heard to open false income certificate, want to refuse. After all, open the real proof and false proof. The nature is not the same. Worried about the future, Chenlon cannot repay the loan, so that the company was implicated. But if Chenlon is a rich second generation, that is different. At least there is investment value. After all, this is a personalized society. Who do not dare to guarantee their own lifetime smooth sailing, is also considered to leave themselves more than one way back. On the other hand, it is also a better understanding of Chenlon. Although usually Chenlon is low-key, people do not say much, but do things steadily and reliably. If there is no certainty, then he will not do it. So the risk of opening this collection certificate is not big. Okay, thank you, leader. I almost 5 o'clock, so to the company. Then we go to eat a meal. I now booked a good box in the company near the seafood restaurant. Chenlon has a request. Can't be too unintelligent. The money that should be spent or to spare. This time Lao Huang did not refuse, immediately agreed. The two men chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Chenlon took a long breath. Nima, how is it that after having the system on the contrary, life has become more difficult? Jerking off loans and lying again. Never did these things before. However, Chenlon also knew that this black pot could not let the system take the blame. After all, the system had never said anything that would allow him to spend more. The reason for all of this was that Chenlon was pressuring himself. If Chenlon was willing to wait, with a daily income of more than $20,000, it would be completely possible for Chenlon to have a very nourishing life. It would only take a month or so to accumulate enough spending points to get the system upgraded, but Shenlong had now experienced the magic of the banknote ability, and he was already a bit impatient. One slow step at a time. If we keep waiting slowly like this, when could one truly live the life of a rich man? Chapter 14, Getting an Income Certificate. Shenlong looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock. It was still early. Shenlong first called the seafood restaurant to book a private room. Then with nothing to do, Shenlong brushed up the jittery. When Shenlong, who was mesmerized, came back to his senses, he looked at the time and almost jumped up. No, just now is not only 3 o'clock? Obviously it didn't feel like a while. How come it's 4:30? Withdraw. Withdraw. Shaking mom is really too horrible. This is mastering the law of time, right? One careless time is gone. Shenlong hurriedly picked up his cell phone and placed an order with the taxi software, then ran into the bathroom to simply wash up, changing into clothes that had already been blown dry. She picked up her cell phone and found that a driver had already taken the order and was already on his way. So Shenlong put on the new watch he bought yesterday and hurried out of the hotel room. Hello Mr. Chen. Are you going out? It's hot outside. Do I need to call a car for you? Going down to the first floor, the front desk beauty cashier Lu Fei greeted warmly. Thank you. Going out to buy something? There is already a car to pick me up. Shenlong responded before turning around and leaving the hotel. After Shenlong sat on the car, he first stopped by the tobacco and liquor store that he had been to yesterday, and bought 2 huazi and a bottle of 53-degree flying mutai. After rushing, Shenlong finally arrived at the company before 5 o'clock. Passing through the work area, those with his good relations with his former colleagues have put down their hands to work over to greet him. Having only not seen each other for a day or two, there was certainly no rustiness. Ha, brother Chen, are you developed? Rolex are on? Lu Dong could not help but ask out loud when he saw the watch that Shenlong was wearing on his wrist. Saying so, he even reached out and grabbed Shenlong's wrist to lift it up, placing the watch in front of his eyes for a closer look. After he puffed a breath into the dial, he pulled up the hem of his own shirt and wiped the water mist off the watch glass. This is the real thing. Brother Chen, this watch costs over $100,000, right? Shenlong's head was full of black lines. The breath coming out of his mouth was carrying saliva, right? Can this watch still be wanted? Moreover, can you identify the authenticity of this watch like this? This appraisal technique was taught by a physical education teacher, right? 35,000. Okay, not very expensive. Shenlong faintly said. Brother Chen, Gofu Gue, do not forget each other. When your girlfriend has her 60th birthday, remember to tell me. Brother, I will definitely go over to accompany the gift. Lu Dong suddenly realized, and patted Shenlong's shoulder as if he was comforting. The moment these words came out, the entire room burst into laughter. Get lost? Your girlfriend has only celebrated her 60th birthday. Your brother, I am looking for a girlfriend. That is also a young girl of 18 years of age. Shenlong laughed and cursed at him, turning his head and exchanging pleasantries with the others again. I'm looking for old Huang for something. Next time we'll make an appointment to have a good chat. After a while, he said to them when he saw that the time was already 5 o'clock. After entering old Huang's office, he saw that old Huang was sitting next to the coffee table leisurely brewing kung fu tea. Leader, you're living a good life. This health-enhancing tea is all you're drinking. Shenlong joked with old Huang in a relaxed tone after placing the cigarettes and wine on the table. Old Huang was also impressed with Shenlong. Although he had only left for a day, the person looked the same. But now Shenlong is not only dressed brightly, wrist wearing a watch, mental outlook is also new. The whole person looks very confident and sunny, giving people a feeling of being transformed. Lao Huang in his heart cannot help but pay more attention to Shenlong. I look at the time to estimate that you are also coming soon. Tea has just been brewed. Sit down, try me how this tea, then you can be difficult for me. I do not have the leisure of the leader. There is no research on tea. Your good tea for me to drink is a cow chewing peonies. Shenlong said and sat down on the opposite side of the old Huang, picked up the tea that the old Huang just poured and took a sip. No surprises. Shenlong very smoothly got a 50,000 income certificate, which was stamped with the official seal. The two people in the office to chat for another half o'clock. Shenlong left the old Huang's office, to the work area, and Lu Dong they greeted, before he took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. After a few minutes, Lao Huang also followed down, and then drove Shenlong to the seafood restaurant. Shenlong wasn't cheap, picking expensive seafood and ordering 7 or 8 dishes. The two men ate and chatted. A few glasses of white wine down, the two men had begun to call brother and brother. When Shenlong and old Huang finished eating, the time has been almost 9 o'clock. He did not continue to toss what to earn money. Directly hit a car back to the hotel. The day will be long. Not hurry this half of a moment. Back to the hotel. Shenlong rushed to cool off and put on the bathrobe. Then called the front desk. Let the waiter come to change down the clothes to take to the dry cleaner. And sent the clothes back to the room at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chen-lan had been wearing these clothes for the past 2 days, and today she had planned to go buy a few sets of change of clothes, but once she hit the streets, she forgot about them. Chen-lan then opened the system page in his mind and looked at it. His income had increased again. Now there's almost 25,000. But how am I going to get this money out and use it? So Chen-lan asked in his head, "System, how do I take out the money on the system account and use it?" The system returned in seconds. The host can add his own bank card, and when he wants to withdraw the money, he can just do it on the page. Only then did Chen-lan realize that behind the income column on the system page, there was an option to add a bank card and withdraw cash. Was this the system improving the page again? But Chen-lan looked at how these two options felt a bit familiar, as if they had been operated there. System, how many bank cards can I add? How long does it take for cash withdrawals to arrive? System, there is no limit to the number of bank cards that the host can add, but it must be my own bank card, and the withdrawal of cash will arrive immediately. Chen-lan, is it safe to withdraw cash? I won't be invited to tea that day, right? No, all the funds into the host's account are safe, legal and reasonable and taxable. The host can rest assured that the use. Not only is it documented, but it's also taxed? This is good. It seems that the system still does things reliably. Thinking of all these details. Awesome, how did you do it? Chen-lan also wanted to understand clearly what was the source of these funds entering his account. In the future, the funds passing through Chen-lan's hands would be more and more. Dealing with relatives and friends, it was hard to avoid people asking about it. Knowing the source of the funds, and it was still legal and reasonable, then there would be no worries afterward. I used the host's identity to open 3 stock accounts in 3 securities companies, and open multiple futures accounts in multiple futures companies. And then, it can still operate like this? It sounded very lofty. Chen-lan was excited to be the comic relief. These 2 days with the money on the host's bank card in the stock market and futures market ultra-short-term trading, earned a startup capital after the principal returned to the host's bank card, and later withdrawals to the host's bank card money will be transferred out of these stock accounts and futures accounts. What? You even took my money to speculate in stocks and futures? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Chen-lan's heart was a bit scared after hearing the system's words. Now the stock market was green, except for various bricklayers and beasts who were clamoring through the media that the stock market was about to bottom out and rebound. But the market is still very low. This time into the field is not afraid of being cut leaks? The system is still a rippling, breezy tone. Host, rest assured that there is no possibility of loss. Now has earned a lot of money. The host's money has returned to your card. Then how did you scratch away the money on my card? How come I didn't receive a message alert? Routine operation. Well, that's a powerful explanation. For the system, this might actually be routine operation. Then isn't it possible to transfer money from the bank to my account without God realizing it? Chen-lan stroked his chin and thought darkly, but after thinking about it, he let it go. Safety first. Chen-lan is also a person with principles. Things that break the law are resolutely not done. However, the more Chen-lan thought, the more wrong. The system used my money to speculate on stocks and futures. Earned money should be considered their own right. The system of this trader how to take for himself? Also take this money to pay me a salary. That is not I help the system work. And then the system should belong to my money to pay me a salary. So that count up I am not in the system to play white labor? Although Chen-lan was very reluctant, there was nothing he could do. After all, can earn money that is also the ability of the system? The beneficiary is ultimately their own. If it is by him to manipulate, Leak Chan will reappear in the Jianghu. Chapter 15 Blitz Reward. The system was so magical that it was able to open so many stock accounts and futures accounts for him out of nothing. It was also able to transfer his money away and back at will from the tightly guarded banking system without anyone noticing, indicating that the system was very powerful on the network. Now watching the system use this ability to make a fortune in the futures market without being able to get a piece of the action. Chen-lan's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe, like he had missed out on several $100 million. System, is there a possibility? I'll invest my money in you, and you'll share it with me when you make money in the futures market? System, no. Chen-lan, this can be a possibility. Why don't we discuss it again? You can also earn commission from it, giving you the highest commission percentage in the industry. The system didn't respond. Looks like there's a door? Chen-lan couldn't help but be filled with anticipation in his heart. Unfortunately, Chen-lan's expectations still fell flat. Not happy for a while, the system's voice rang again in Chen-lan's mind. The system's underlying settings do not allow. The host can only earn money by walking. Here the system paused for a moment. It is possible for the host to trigger a bonus of 1 to 10 times the amount of blasts while walking. When will this reward be triggered? How come it hasn't been triggered until now? Hearing Chen-lan's complaints, the system's voice in Chen-lan's mind faintly said, "Host, please walk more." Chen-lan thought hard about his journey over the past 2 days, and it seemed like he really hadn't walked much. This wouldn't work. would it? Nothing without walking. It seems like we'll have to work hard tomorrow. Chenlan opened the system page in his mind. With his mind, he clicked on Add Bank Card in the income column, entered the account number of the bank card and clicked OK, and then it showed Add Success. This system is still quite humanized. Even the verification code does not need to be added successfully. Not bad. Chenlan used his mind to click on the option of withdrawing cash, and immediately the phone came with a message tone. Chenlan opened his phone to see, and indeed received a text message from the bank, which showed your debit card account, on month online payment income of 25 renminbi, 000, the balance after the transaction of 513,000 yuan. Bank. Chenlan stood up and stretched his back. He didn't walk far today and already felt tired. This body really can't work. It seems that we really need to carry forward the communist spirit of not being afraid of suffering and not being afraid of being tired to walk more. Not only can we earn money but we can also exercise our body. Tomorrow, we must go and buy all the equipment. To do a good job, we must first sharpen our tools. Chenlan raised his hand and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. So Chenlan used his cell phone to set an alarm for 6 o'clock the next day and went to bed. The next day, early in the morning by the alarm clock woke up Chenlan in bed greatly stretched a lazy waist. A long time have not slept so comfortable. It's true that a person's spirit is refreshed when he is happy. After having the system, Chenlan felt that all the stresses of life had disappeared, and even the symptoms of insomnia and dreaminess that he used to suffer from in the past were cured without any medication. Chenlan got out of bed, came to the window and pulled open the curtains. The sky outside the window was already bright. The early morning sunlight was softly shining on the high-rise buildings, and the glass facades of the buildings were glittering with a beautiful light. Chenlan called the front desk and asked the attendant to send last night's dry clean clothes back to the room right now, then went into the restroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Because the hotel's restaurant hadn't started business yet, Chenlan left the hotel without even eating breakfast, and walked on the sidewalk without haste. The early morning sunshine is bright, shining on the body. Warm temperature is just right. If you wait until the temperature rises up the sun cannot be so good. After walking for almost an hour, just when Chenlan felt hungry and wanted to find a place to eat breakfast, suddenly the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! The host has triggered a Blitz reward. The bonus will be doubled 9 times within 3 hours. Ha! Finally triggered the Blitz reward? Why is there a beat this time? Chenlan remembered that the last time he triggered the super skin reward, it was silent. Host, please cherish your time. It's now 7:15 Beijing time. The Blitz reward ends at 10:15, and the bonuses for each step within 3 hours are doubled 9 times. 9 times? Chenlan silently calculated in his heart. The current bonus was 0.5 yuan per step. Doubling 9 times that would be 4.5 yuan per step. 1 hour 10,000 steps is 45,000. 3 hours is 135,000. What a flavor. There is such a good thing that still eat what breakfast. Go up. With the incentive of 9 times the storm, Chenlan is like a chicken blood as energetic. While walking also picked up the cell phone to dial the father's phone. At this time, the 2 old men have long been up. Their habits have always been to go to bed early and get up early. Even if nothing to do during the day, will not be in bed for a minute. The phone just rang once and was connected. Hello, son smash. A father's low voice came from the phone. Hearing this familiar voice, Chenlan's eyes could not help but heat up. After arriving in Magic City half a year later and not having gone back, one could tell from the speed at which the phone was answered. How much did his father miss him? Dad, are you okay? Fine. Why are you calling so early? Don't you usually wake up at 8 o'clock? Father's voice was slightly nervous as he asked. The 2 oldest members of the family knew his lifestyle like the back of their hands, and every time they called, they talked about some trivial matters of life, always worrying that he didn't have enough to eat and sleep well when he was out and about. Today's unusual call at 7 o'clock. His parents would inevitably worry if something had happened. Dad, do I still need to call your old man at different times of the day? I'm getting up to run and exercise. I've been losing weight lately. Before he could finish his words, a loud woman's voice came from the phone. Son of A, when are you coming home? The girl I told you about last time. Mom went to see her for you first. She's very pretty. It seemed that the father's cell phone was on speakerphone, and the mother must have been listening right next to her. Mom, why are you bringing this up again? Your son, I'm so handsome. I can find a girlfriend. Don't worry about it. The voice from the opposite side immediately rose dozens of decibels, shaking Chenlan's ears buzzing. It's just that I didn't worry about this before. I'm almost 60 years old and I still haven't held a grandchild. I'm telling you, you have to come back. I have talked to her family. If you do not come back, how can I explain? Am I shameless? Mom, you're just screwing your son over. You sneak a peek at a girl and then you talk to her family? If you're shameless, am I not? You want me to go on a blind date? This river? Mom, I have to go back to brush my teeth. wash my face and go to the toilet. I have to go to work later. I'm hanging up. Say Lana. After saying that, Chenlon hurriedly snapped the phone and hung up, reaching out and wiping the cold sweat. To his mother an interruption, he dared not say the main thing. He originally wanted to say that he would go home in a few days, but it seems that he can't go home for the time being. Chapter 16 Shopping. After Chenlon finished her phone call, her footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points. After all, she only had 3 hours to spare. As the sun slowly rose, the pedestrians on the road slowly became denser. Chenlon hurried along the streets and alleys, a light-hearted ditty popping out of her mouth from time to time. I have crossed mountains and rivers and seas. I've crossed mountains and seas of people, everything I once owned. In the blink of an eye, it all drifted away like smoke. I was lost and disappointed and lost my way, until I saw that ordinary is the only answer. As time passed, the temperature gradually rose. Chenlan's singing voice became lower and finally disappeared. Just as Chenlon was sweating like a pig, feeling his legs heavy and almost unable to hold on, the system's voice also sounded in his head. Ding! Storm reward time is over. Storm time is 3 hours. The host has walked a total of 200 steps. The reward is doubled 9 times. Each step is 5 yuan. Total reward is 400 yuan. Hearing the system's prompting voice, Chenlan's tightly tensed spirit instantly loosened up. Almost sitting on the ground with his butt, Chenlan walked forward sharply a few more steps, to the roadside under the shade of green trees before stopping. Tired. Really tired. Money is hard to earn, is hard to eat. Seniors really summed up very well. Want to earn a little money is really too difficult. However, it is easy to understand that money is hard to earn, but which god summarized what is hard to eat? So heavy taste? Alas, I'm really still too young. A little bit of small money temptation almost let myself put my life on the line. I don't know which god created this dog system. It's not humanized at all. Shouldn't an open life be able to earn money while lying down? Chenlan rested for a while. After recovering a bit of strength, picked up his cell phone and looked WeChat above several information prompts. In addition to the advertisements, Duo little girl sent 2 messages, are asking Chenlan what time to. Chenlan sent a voice to Duo, said there is now something busy to be late to go over. Go before contacting her. After all, the clothes that were now wet with sweat were clinging to her body and looked very ungainly. Now it's more than 10 o'clock in the morning. The stores are all open. Chenlan is ready to go to buy a few sets of clothes first. Go back to the hotel to take a shower and change before going to see the car. Chenlan put down his cell phone and then strolled down the street again. Chenlan had just been walking with his head buried in his hands and hadn't looked at the directions. It so happens that here is a commercial pedestrian street. The street on both sides of a variety of businesses stand. Chenlan walked for a while to see a Nike store went in. Because the morning shopping people are relatively few, the store also did not have a few guests. Chenlan casually wandered around the store and called a salesman. This one, and this one. Give me 2 sets of each of the larger sizes, and you help me pick the new ones to get a pair of running shoes of 42 yards. Chenlan also did not look at the price. In a variety of sportswear casually pointed to 2 sets of more eye-catching. Let the salesman stock. Each type is also 2 sets. The salesman was also very happy, and rushed to get the clothes and shoes Chenlan needed. Early in the morning, I ran into a quick and generous customers. Do not look at the price does not say. Clothes try without trying to pick a good. Chenlan and the sales clerk to prepare the goods, and then turned around in the store, carrying a bunch of things to the cashier. There are socks, underwear, sun hats, water bottles, backpacks. Anyway, as long as it is Chenlan think it is useful to take. In no time, the sales clerk prepared all the clothes and shoes, and then held a pair of bright orange sports running shoes that looked very flirty, saying, "Sir, do you think this running shoe is okay? This is the latest model for this summer, lightweight and breathable, with a soft and flexible sole." After listening to the salesman's introduction, Chenlan almost couldn't help but reach out and pinch. No, it was to reach out and take a look. Soft and flexible? Is this shoe decent? Fortunately, Chenlan just picked up the shoes and looked at them and put them down, without making any indecent movements. Chenlan feels that the shoes are quite good, holding in the hand light like no weight. If you wear this shoe walking can certainly walk for a long time. Are there any other colors for these shoes? Bring me another pair. Yes, there are black and green ones. Which color do you want? Black. In the end, Chenlan spent more than $7,300 on his credit card, mainly because 2 pairs of shoes are expensive. 1 pair is more than $2,200. Then Chenlan carried big bags and small bags again and strolled on the street. In Chenlan's hands are fast to carry not when it left the pedestrian street. Call the car straight to the hotel and go. Chenlan arrived at the hotel entrance to the receptionist to help take the luggage. Into the hotel lobby to see the beautiful cashier Lu Fei is on duty. So the front desk to go. Lu Fei saw Chenlan into the lobby and came to the front desk. followed by a receptionist with a big bag of luggage. So she stood up and greeted warmly, "Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Are you out shopping? Bought so many things?" I didn't bring a change of clothes, so I went to buy a few sets in the morning when I had nothing else to do. After Chenlan finished speaking, he took out his bank card and handed it to Lu Fei, and said, "Help me brush 20,000 deposit. I'm not finished here. I still have to stay in the hotel for a week or so." The main reason was that Chenlan didn't know how long it would take to pick up the car after buying it. If you buy a car with full payment, it's much easier. Basically you can pick up the car on the same day, but the loan has to wait for the bank to approve it, and then release the money to the car dealership before you can pick up the car. And these days live in the hotel is also quite comfortable. Let Chenlan a bit of joy. Now have money who still want to go back to live in that dozen square feet of small broken house. Chenlan is ready to pick up the car, and then go back to the rental room to pack up things to move. Mainly some documents. The other what clothes and quilts and other daily necessities are not. Lu Fei took over the bank card. Enter the amount of money, swiped the card and returned the card to Chenlan, said, "Has helped you brush good. Thank you Mr. Chen on the recognition of this hotel. I hope that you stay happy." Chenlan took the card and thought about it, then asked Lu Fei, "Can you cash the cash here at the front desk? If you can, cash in $10,000 for me. Nowadays, wherever you spend your money, you can pay through the internet." And Chenlan couldn't remember how long he hadn't put cash on his body, but after staying in the hotel for the past 2 days, she felt that it was inconvenient not to have some cash on her body, and it wasn't easy for the waitresses to run up and down the stairs so enthusiastically. Chapter 17 Untitled. "Mr. Chen, you wait a moment. Cashing out the money requires the consent of our lobby manager. I'll call the manager." Lu Fei finished speaking and used the intercom to call the lobby manager. Generally speaking, many hotels don't provide cash-out services. This will lead to the accounts of the cashier system not matching up, and nowadays, many of the people who come to the hotel to spend money are swiping their cards or paying on the internet, and the cashier at the front desk may not have enough cash reserves. Not a moment later, the lobby manager came over to sign the confirmation. Lu Fei took Chenlan's card to brush 10,000, and then used the money counting machine to point out 10,000 brand new bills to Chenlan, and let Chenlan face to face. Chenlan also did not count randomly into the bag, and Lu Fei chat a few words before leaving the front desk to go upstairs. Just walking, Chenlan felt a little strange. How today Lu Fei look at his eyes like a little grudge? Chenlan was not wrong. Lu Fei did always look at him with a grudging look. At this moment, Lu Fei's mind, there is a small Lu Fei is squatting in the corner inside the circle. Curse Chenlan. What is the meaning of yesterday noon WeChat teased me tease so happy. The old lady off the shift are made up and waiting for you to ask me to eat and watch a movie. The results of waiting for a lonely. Do you also want to take the initiative of the old lady? Unfortunately, Lu Fei is still too simple. Did not see through LSP Chenlan's scum nature. Yesterday noon just WeChat ruffled beautiful cashier Lu Fei. Not long to recognize the voice of the wonderful and beautiful duo. After adding WeChat, he saw that he looked younger and prettier in the photo, and he put his mind on her. Chenlan returned to the room. The receptionist helped to put the luggage, took the 200 tips given by Chenlan, said thank you, and left with cheerful and light steps. Out of the door, also gently closed the door. After all, there are not many guests as generous as Chenlan. Chenlan rinsed the cool and changed into a bathrobe and then looked at the time, already 12:30. So he picked up his cell phone and tapped on Duo's WeChat and sent a WeChat. Duo, I'll be at your store at 2 o'clock. Are you in the store? Before Duo replied, Chenlan exited the dialog box and clicked on the beautiful cashier Lu Fei's WeChat. Fifi, are you busy? Help me order a 1688 set meal and send it to the room. Not a few seconds Lu Fei first replied, now is not busy. Our Hotel Western Restaurant 1688 set meal has AB2 models. Yesterday you order is a set meal. Today is to help you call a meal or be meal? Chenlan, meal be, for a change. Lu Fei, okay, then is there anything else you need? Chenlan, no, thanks. Chenlan thought about it after sending the message, and sent Lu Fei a red envelope of 888 in WeChat. And this can't be given up, so let's raise it first. Lu Fei confiscated it and sent a big question mark. Chenlan smiled and replied back, please eat, then switched to Duo's dialog box again. The action is round and natural. It seems that some things in nature do not need to learn directly without a teacher. Duo has already replied in WeChat, I'm in the store all afternoon, but I can't receive you when there is a professional sales to receive you. It's okay, it's good that you're there. Buying a car is secondary. The main thing is that I want to go and see you. I just want to know if the girl with such a nice voice is also beautiful. Big pervert, don't want to care about you. I am not a bun. Why do you ignore me? Duo didn't say anything, and only after a while did she send a string of knives with blood and a string of hammers hitting her head emojis. Shenlong stopped in moderation. After all, not familiar, and do not know what the real person looks like, ready to wait until the afternoon to see the real person. Shenlong is not really that horny to see a beautiful girl and want to tease a few words, but don't forget what industry he is engaged in. Is the it industry? Especially in the development department. That is simply the monk class. The ratio of men and women is seriously disproportionate. Shenlong usually contact with the circle is relatively small. Long working hours, not to mention, but also often overtime. There is no opportunity to contact the quality of women. This society is very realistic. A family has 100 women seeking. A good and beautiful woman will not lack of licking dog. Of course, will be selected from the merit. How to turn cannot take the turn of Shenlong. Although it is possible to lick the dog to lick to the end of nothing, but the sad thing is that Shenlong even when the lick of the dog have no opportunity, because he simply do not have the opportunity to contact. You couldn't just run over and lick a good-looking one when you saw one on the road, could you? That would be taken for a psychopath. Nowadays, the social class is severely cut off, no matter male or female. The better the person is, the more they squeeze into the higher circles, and the more you're in the lower class the harder it is to find a good match. Now that Shenlong has entered a higher-end circle, it is of course inevitable that he will be moved when he has the opportunity to come into contact with beautiful women. Originally, with Shenlong's current wealth, it is impossible to contact the higher-end circle, but the problem he is a hangman. He has 500,000 on him, he dares to spend 10 million of the momentum, and the more he spends the faster his money will come. Shenlong opened the system page in his mind, looked at the number of steps that line, today walked more than 46, 300 steps, of which 35. 200 steps is the storm reward timer and 158, 400, plus other together with more than 163,000. Shenlong clicked cash. A moment to receive bank information to remind the money to the account. Shenlong picked up the cell phone to look at the balance of the time. The door rang, the sound of knocking on the door. Is the restaurant waiter to send food? Shenlong got up and opened the door, waiting for the waiter to set up and put the lid or uncovered. Gave the service 100 tips, and asked half an hour to clean up. When Shenlong finished eating, the waiter also came in time to push away the food cart. Seeing that the time is almost up, Shenlong changed into a casual outfit that he just bought today, and was ready to leave for the Force store. Because in the clothing store, Shenlong had already let the waiter iron the clothes, so there were no creases on them. Before leaving, Shenlong took out all the clothes he had just bought today and put them on the sofa, ready to let the attendant take them all to the dry cleaner in a while. He went down to the first floor and left the hotel after exchanging a few words with Lu Fei. I go. So hot? Missed a trick. Forgot to call a car in advance. Just after leaving the hotel's front door, he felt like entering a furnace as hot as his body. He couldn't help but mutter. If one stood stupidly under the sun waiting for a cab, there was no telling when one would have to wait. Since there was taxi software, it was really not easy to stop a cab on the road. Either there was a customer in the car or they were on their way to pick up a customer. Chapter 18, Buying a Car. Shenlong simply ran back to the front desk of the hotel and asked Lu Fei, Fei, does your hotel have a special car? Help me arrange one. Lu Fei looked at Shenlong just left and came back and was a little surprised. After hearing Shenlong's words, she said, yes, where are you going? I'll ask if there is a car available for you. To Punan Porsche Center, ready to buy a car. After Shenlong finished speaking, he felt very much like he had run back specifically to show off, so he added another sentence. Just now in the upstairs, forgot to call the car. Out to the outside before remembering. The day is so hot, do not know when to wait for the car, so only came back to find you help. Lu Fei smiled brightly after hearing this, and looked at Shenlong's eyes more warmly for a few minutes. Lu Fei called to the concierge department to say a few words to Shenlong. Mr. Chen, the concierge department immediately arrange a car to send you over. The car is charged. The bill directly hanging on your account, you see how? Shenlong, yes. How long do I have to wait? Lu Fei, immediately. A receptionist will notify you when the car arrives at the door. Okay, thank you. Not a moment later, Shenlong saw a Mercedes-Benz S600 in front of the hotel slowly stopped. Wearing a hotel uniform, driver got out of the car and went around to the right side waiting. So Shenlong greeted Lu Fei and left the front desk. Shenlong walked away, but Lu Fei was staring closely at Shenlong's back behind her thinking, Mr. Chen still seems to be a quality stock. Shouldn't I take the initiative? Shenlong was oblivious to Lu Fei's thoughts. He sat on the car and first sent a tweet to Duo, saying that he was coming over now, and then began to rest his eyes. After walking for more than 4 hours this morning, his physical strength was basically exhausted. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to gather enough consumption points for the system upgrade as soon as possible, he didn't even want to go out right now. And how comfortable it was to lie in bed. Alas, Chen-lan again cannot help but sigh in the heart. It seems that he is not a son of destiny. What son of destiny like him so tired? Are not all directly on the peak of life? Car a follow-up stop and go. 10 minutes later finally stopped in front of the Porsche Center in Punan. In fact, from the hotel over a few kilometers away. But the traffic in the Magic City is really difficult to say. More cars, traffic lights are also more, especially during rush hour. Riding a bicycle are faster than driving. Chen-lan got out of the car and gave 100 tips to the driver to go first. The car did not get before. These days there may be a lot of need to use his place. The Porsche Center is a relatively early showroom in mainland China, located in a busy part of the Magic City, with a unique location. Chen-lan stood outside the showroom for a moment is also full of emotion. Once upon a time they also passed through the door, but also only dare to look at the outside a few eyes, and even the courage to go in to watch inside are not. And now they are standing in the doorway is not shocked. They will also become their honored customers, and this is just a beginning. Hanging their life will be fearless, but also will be more and more wonderful. Chen-lan just walked to the door. The automatic door opened to the left and right sides. A uniformed female sales enthusiastically greeted her with a quick step. Hello sir, welcome to Porsche Center Punan. May I ask if you have made an appointment? The saleswoman was 27 or 18 years old, about 165 years old, with picturesque eyebrows and a voluptuous, sexy figure, with a curvaceous front and a curvaceous back, wearing a beige short-sleeved slimming shirt and a black knee-length one-piece skirt, with flesh-colored stockings on her feet. The whole person was full of mature and sexy intellectual beauty. Made an appointment with Duo from your store. It's Mr. Chen, right? Please come inside. Duo has already reported to us that you are coming over to see the car today. I am the sales manager of the store. Miao Feng, is it okay for me to introduce you? Chen-lan looked at the showroom's wide array of various models, although he had already chosen his target, but since he had come to take a look it wasn't bad. Chen-lan said, yes, you take me to have a look first. So Chen-lan followed the sales manager Miao Feng in the showroom strolling up. Every see a car sales manager Miao Feng side in the side introduced the car's various parameters and prices. After shopping around, the two returned to a Panamera Executive Extended Edition next. Chen-lan today more than $100,000 of income, so the selectivity is a little bigger. Sales manager Miao Feng opened the driver's door and closed it after letting Chen-lan sit on it, then also sat in from the passenger side. While introducing Chen-lan, Panamera initial design concept is a luxury coupe. Maximum power 243 kW/330 PS, 100 km acceleration only 5.7 seconds. So it not only has the sports car's outstanding athletic performance, it also has sedan outstanding comfort. The Panamera also has a unique look. Not only does it have a streamlined dynamic stance, but you can also see the well-defined muscular lines. Panamera Executive Low Plus. Chen-lan sat in the driver's seat and quietly listened to the sales manager Miao Feng's introduction of the parameters of the name species, and then felt the comfort of the seat and asked, price? Sales manager Miao Feng, by observing the words and colors, also saw Chen-lan's strong desire to buy and said in a cheerful tone, the price of this one is from 116,000. It mainly depends on what configuration you need. How about this? I'll take you to the reception room, and I'll give you a good introduction to the price of various configurations. Two people got out of the car to the conference room. Sales manager Miao Feng stood next to a touchscreen hanging on the wall. While scrolling the page of the touchscreen, she explained to Chen-lan, and in the end, Chen-lan didn't choose a configuration that was too high, or else it would have exceeded the budget. During the time the sales manager went to get the contract, Chen-lan took out his cell phone and sent Duo a tweet. I've been to your store. How come I didn't see you? No, you're not hiding, are you? No, I've seen you. You're chatting with a beautiful woman and didn't notice me. Oh, you're not the little transparent one in the legend, are you? How else would I not notice you? Chapter 19, Dodo. A series of grasping emoticons. Another series of hammer to the head emoticons. Chen-lan looked dumbfounded. This Duo was really quite cute. It was just at this time that the sales manager Miao Feng came back with the car purchase contract, so Chen-lan put his cell phone away. Behind her were two young men wearing ties, straight shirts and suit pants. Miao introduced the two youths first. These two are our store's loan specialist and insurance specialist, who will handle your loan and insurance business in a moment. Several people were busy in the reception room. Chen-lan was sent out of the reception room with a few more contracts and a receipt for nearly $500,000. Chen-lan did not hear the system's upgrade beep after he swiped the money, which proved Chen-lan's guess that it would take 1 million consumption points to upgrade was right. If he hadn't been cautious and run for 500,000 consumption points to operate, he would have had to wait a little longer. Now waiting for the bank approval through the release of money down. Consumption points will be enough. Vehicle purchase tax Chen-lan did not pay. Ready to wait for the system upgraded, to pick up the car and then let the force store to pay on behalf of. that consumption points can be counted into the next level. Although the amount is not much, but the mosquito is also meat. Out to the showroom. Chenlan saw the reception desk of a pavilion figure. Cannot help but light up. Shoulder-length hair, fair skin, thin willow leaf eyebrows, charming eyes, high nose, rosy cherry mouth. Height is estimated to be more than 1.7 meters. Wearing a beige blouse, the same color slim jeans, shapely figure. Looking at that figure, Chenlan felt that he had seen color. No, it was love at first sight. Miao Feng saw Chenlan stop and not go, followed Chenlan's line of sight and looked at the eyes and then smiled and said, Mr. Chen, that's Duo who made an appointment for you to look at the car. A school student who just recently arrived at the store for an internship. And I heard that there's no boyfriend yet. Sure there's no boyfriend? Such a pretty girl doesn't have a boyfriend? Chenlan was a bit unconvinced. Are all the men in the world blind? Of course it's true. Her character is rather shy. She came to the company for more than a month, never saw her have too much contact with that guy. If you had such a girlfriend, would you not come to see her for such a long time? Well, indeed I wouldn't. She's too pretty looking. It's really uneasy to put her outside. If Mr. Chen intends to pursue her, then you have to work hard. No matter if it's our company's employees or customers who come to buy cars, there are quite a few who hit on her. Chenlan smiled and didn't say anything. Those were all weaklings. Everything was floating clouds in front of a hangman. Duo may have also found Chenlan is looking at her, raised her head to Chenlan's slightly exposed teeth smile, but also embarrassed to the side of the female colleagues leaned. With that slight smile, Chenlan felt that he had really fallen. Confirming his eyes, this was the woman he wanted. What's her name? Chenlan turned his head to Miao Feng and asked. Surname Flower named Duo. Isn't this name nice and memorable? Miao Feng let out a delicate laugh and said to Chenlan, Surname Flower? This surname was not very common, but this name was a good match for her. Chenlan lifted his steps and slowly walked to Duo, while she smiled and said, I thought you were hiding? Duo slightly puffed out her chest when she heard this, like she was giving herself a pep talk. Red face with shyness with timid with incomparable voice said, Only did not. Who hid? Is your own blind did not see me? Who is to blame? Good. Is this voice? So wonderful and beautiful voice. Really only this national color and beauty can match. But such a beautiful voice. How to express the meaning of so angry? What do you mean you are blind? Is there such a way to treat an honored guest? Chenlan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, I'm blind? My eyes are 5.0++. I can see everything with a few hairs on your body. Rascal. Duo couldn't help but become even more petulant when she heard Chenlan's words, angrily giving him a blank look before muttering and lowering her head to pretend to organize the information at the front desk. Hooligan? Chenlan was puzzled. He was a decent man all right, to be called a hooligan? However, he thought about it for a moment and realized that there was ambiguity in that sentence. He smiled sardonically at Duo and said, Mistake. Just now it was purely a slip of the tongue. I was talking about the sweaty hairs on your face. It was fine if he didn't explain. This explanation was more like deliberately molesting someone. Duo was so ashamed that she blushed, glared at Chenlan in anger, and said in a low voice, I'll ignore you. Chenlan laughed helplessly. The battle is not going well. It's better to fight another day. I'm already busy, so I won't bother you with your work. Chat sometime. Bye. After saying that, without waiting for Duo to speak, she turned around and left. The sales manager Miao Feng kept sending Chenlan to the door. At this time, the hotel's car has been waiting in the vicinity. Chenlan in the reception room is almost finished busy. Let Lu Fei help to arrange a car to pick him back to the hotel. Chenlan sat in the car and leaned towards the back of the seat. The whole person felt a burst of relaxation. Jerking and lying about the loan was finally a happy ending, and now it was just a matter of sitting around waiting for loan approval and system upgrades. Should I rent a suite in the neighborhood now? Proximity is the best way to go. He stroked his chin and thought darkly, whether it was love at first sight or love at sight. Duo he really had his eye on. He had come to Magic City for so many years, and in reality he really hadn't seen a girl prettier than her. But what he was curious about was that after graduating from college and coming out for an internship, she still didn't have a boyfriend? Could this be God's arrangement, specially reserved for him, the hungover guy? Chenlan thought about the matter of renting a room and decided that it was better to not consider it for the time being. After renting a room, he still lives alone. Cold and quiet is not as good as living in a hotel. At least 3 meals a day, laundry and sanitation are served. Living is not too comfortable, and as a man of destiny, how can he devote his time to a woman? Wanderlust is his noble mission. After returning to the hotel, the time was already more than 4 o'clock. After working for more than 2 hours in the 4S store, it was too early to eat. Chenlan, who felt a little tired, simply collapsed and went to sleep. The next few days Chenlan's life is very regular and very nourishing. The hotel room had almost become Chenlan's home. Various toiletries, He went to the supermarket to buy a whole set. The hotel's disposable supplies quality is worrying. The desk in the room was also filled with milk, bread and all kinds of high-grade fruits. He gets up at 5:30 every morning, eats a few pieces of bread and drinks a glass of milk and then goes out for a run. When he got tired, he started walking slowly, and then jogged again after a break. This has been the cycle. By 9:30 the temperature rises back to the hotel. Exercise time is 3 hours. The hotel room window is just facing south. The floor is relatively high without any shade. The morning sunlight can shine into the room, and the sunshine time is quite long. To 1 o'clock in the afternoon the sunlight slowly disappears. Chen-Lan has already observed. The hotel uses a one-way glass. As long as the window is not opened, the outside is not visible inside. So he can rest assured boldly in the room sunbathing, or naked kind. Chen-Lan is still very sentimental. There are good things, how can I forget my own good brother? So the two brothers every day at 9:30 paralyzed in the room on the sofa sunbathing. When the sun disappeared and began to eat lunch, eat and sleep until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon to get up. This time the physical strength of the recovery of almost Chen-Lan and put on a sports equipment out of the stall business. His daily life is so boring but very fulfilling. Chapter 20 System Level 3. Today is already the 4th day. After sunbathing in his room, Chen-Lan got up and put on his clothes, and was about to go downstairs to the restaurant to eat. Suddenly the voice of the system suddenly rang in his head. Host's consumption points are full of 1,000,000 points. The system upgrade conditions have been reached. Is it upgraded? The current system level is 2. After waiting for a long time, finally waited for today. It seems that the bank's loan has been put on the 4 stores account. Finally it is possible to upgrade. Chen-Lan couldn't wait to click on the upgrade option in his mind, and the system's voice in his head followed. System upgrade in progress, deducting 1,000,000 consumption points. Upgrade time 1 hour. Then the system fell silent again. Chen-Lan wasn't worried. The last time level 1 was upgraded to level 2 was the same. Chen-Lan also didn't go down to eat. Picked up his cell phone and tapped on Duo's WeChat and sent a voice. Duo, are you in the store? You help me ask your manager, meow. My car loan is very much like it has been put into your company. When can I go pick up my car? Duo, alas. Old Chen, you are annoying. Every day let me help you ask this and that. I have become your secretary. Chen-Lan, girl, you are not floating. Want to be my secretary? You still need to read 2 more years before you can. You ask, if you can pick up the car today. A moment I go over to see you. Duo, humph. Who wants you to come to see me? You are here to pick up the car. Chen-Lan, mainly look at you. The car does not matter. Anyway, the car put there cannot run. Duo, oh, you believe yourself? Chen-Lan, believe? I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe? After sending this voice, Chen-Lan rushed to put down the cell phone. A few days down the line, although the two did not involve any love and such topics, but the familiarity is rapidly increasing. Chen-Lan emotional intelligence is quite high. Duo is not excluded from chatting with him on WeChat. He found that Duo is easy to be shy in person, but very lively on the network. Yesterday, Chen-Lan mentioned a mouth called Mr. Chen seems too polite. You can call him by name. Duo then Old Chen called open. Chen-Lan stood up and stretched. Soothing. Chen-Lan hadn't experienced this feeling of a body full of power for years. Today is already the 7th day of getting the system. Perhaps because of the temptation of having a small amount of money, Chen-Lan's daily exercise is increasing day by day, and the number of steps taken every day is also increasing. These days eat all good things. Every day what high-grade milk, high-grade steak, high-end seafood, imported fruits and so on without stopping. These days in supplemental nutrition and exercise, Chen-Lan every day can feel the changes in the body, as if back to the 20-something years that will be the state of the body. Chen-Lan came in front of the mirror and looked at the face in the mirror that appeared 1 or 2 years younger. The eyes that used to be dull because of the day-to-day work, now become bright. Round face also thin out the sense of line, giving a person a kind of upward-spirited spirit. Regrettably, although the small belly of the 999 looks a circle smaller, but still meat without any lines. Come on, must continue to adhere to. I believe that can be thinned back to the former big handsome. Chen-Lan, who waited for the system to be upgraded, had nothing to do but brush up Shake Y. It had been many days since he had opened Shake Y. In recent days, Chen-Lan's daily schedule was full. Even if he was occasionally idle, he couldn't muster up the energy to come and see beautiful women, and he was as tired as a dog every day. Of course it was also rewarding. Not only had his physical state recovered quite a bit, but his income was also substantial. 3 days down jogging plus walking is a total of 213,500 steps, which triggered a 3-hour 6 times the storm rewards walked 36,300 steps, plus together earned a small 200,000. This Chen-Lan empty waist bag and slightly bulging a little, but unfortunately did not trigger any skill rewards. Looked at the shake Y did not find eye-catching. This time in the afternoon is the rush hour. Open live, not a few are high value. There are a few that seem to have a pretty good face value, but they all have the same big eyes, high nose, sharp chin, and it's obvious that they are artificial beauties. Chenlon in the Magic City coincidentally met a classmate in college. The impression is an ordinary girl, but once again C is covered with brand name. Face has also changed to very beautiful face, with the previous is completely different. If not, she called out to Chenlon, and she rubbed shoulders, but it is she shouted out Chenlan's name. He is also secretly now bored. Who is this? I haven't seen it before. Ha, how do you know my name? The two of them exchanged half a dozen code words before Chenlon was convinced that she was the woman from her class. Then the two sat in a nearby cafe. From the chat know that she married a rich husband, and now has settled in Magic City. Finally the two left but did not even add the microblogging. Chenlon also just heartfelt emotion. It was hard to wait until the system prompted the completion of the upgrade. Chenlon hurriedly opened the system page in his mind. System, level 3. Host, Chenlon. Age, 31 years old. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8, average 10. Physical strength, 7, average 10. Mental, 10, average 10. Skills, intermediate software programming. Intermediate English. Beginner driving. Talent, super skin beginner, can absorb solar energy for modification. System energy, 0. 2%, 720-hour countdown to system shutdown. Steps, 0 steps, $2. 5 per step. Income, $20. 3002. Consumption points, 0 points. The first thing Chenlon looked at was of course the remarks on the line of steps. That related to his income. Sure enough, it had increased by 5 times, which would also mean that his daily income could be doubled by 5 times again. Chenlon couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's true that it's hard for people who follow the rules to get ahead. If it wasn't for my quick thinking in legal and reasonable crooked ways, I don't know what time I would have been able to upgrade. Chapter 21, Triggering Talent Reward. The income line has not changed, or the previous 203002. Consumption points went to 0 just like the last upgrade. Chenlon looked at the big 0 and felt a little heartache, and was swallowed by the dog system for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chenlon now has a clear understanding of the law of the system upgrade. Each level of consumption points required is 10 times the previous level. Then want to rise to the 4th level of consumption points will be 10 million. But what was very unequal was that the reward Chenlon received for each level up was only 5 times as much. That meant that if Chenlon didn't have any other sources of income, it would be increasingly difficult and time-consuming enough consumption points to upgrade the system. Just like this time, the consumption point for level 2 to level 3 is 1 million, according to 0.5 yuan per step, 10,000 steps per hour. Walking for 5 hours, that's 25,000. It takes 40 days to reach 1 million consumption points. Now 3-level income and 5 times the same amount of work every day income is 125,000. It takes 80 days to get enough 10 million consumption points to rise to level 4. Lift 5 level is 100 million. Calculated is 160 days. Chenlon forget to calculate a little dizzy. Such a geometric increase. His life, there is still hope to raise the system to full level? If it was like this time to take the crooked way, relying on jacking up loans was to jack up the small loan companies baldly and there was no way out. Ugh. Chenlon sighed feebly and began to look from top to bottom again. I've lost 4 pounds. Sure enough, I didn't feel wrong. I did lose weight. Moreover, after nearly a week of exercise, the flesh on his body had firmed up a bit, making the weight loss look even more pronounced. Although the body's data didn't change much, Chenlon believed that as long as he continued to work hard again, it wouldn't take long to improve to the average level of a normal person. And it would be even better if he got lucky that day and triggered something that could improve his physical quality. The biggest surprise is that the system energy has risen to 0.2%, which can maintain the system for 720 hours, which works out to be a month. Every day sunbathing and exercise together to replenish energy. The speed is really much faster. Basically cannot need to worry about the system suddenly cut off the number of electricity. Now the luxury car also has, and every day there are more than 100,000 yuan of income. If just got the system that time beggar mentality, it is estimated that now do not know where to go to wave. But now Chenlon has adjusted the state of mind over. Just want to shut down for a period of time. First to the body to get well again. Want to wave, you first have to have a good body. To the current weak chicken physique simply cannot wave up, okay? Maybe it will be big wave to the bottom of the water to shoot cannot get up. A few days down, Chenlon has become accustomed to the busy life every day, although very tired, but also very full. But this is only physically tired. As long as enough sleep, the next day was another day of high spirits. And more importantly, every day was full of rewards. Looking at the cell phone, Duo has not returned the message. This little ninny is a little unreliable. Should I call Manager Meow's phone to ask? Chenlon felt a little sleepy, opened his mouth and yawned. No matter, sleep up and then say, but also not anxious about this a moment and a half. Even if it is to mention the car for the time being to use the place is not much, Chenlon said to himself. He woke up at 7:30 p.m., opened the cell phone to see a message from Duo said that you can pick up the car. The time of sending the message is more than 4 o'clock. Meow Manager did not call to notify Chenlon. He knew that Chenlon is single. Think Chenlon is also quite reliable. Has been to create opportunities for Chenlon. There are any things let Duo intermediate contact. After giving a message back to Duo, Chenlon washed his face and put on a piece of sports equipment ready to go out, and sent a message to Lu Fei before going downstairs, asking the driver to send him to the Bund. Now Chenlon every morning route is fixed, are in the hotel neighborhood, because the morning exercise will be relatively large. After the end of the big is sweaty, back to the hotel shower is also convenient, but the evening route is different, holding a playful mentality. Every day to change a place in the various busy pedestrian streets sneaking, especially in the summer night. Out of the shopping ladies more than one dressed in sexy and charming. See Chenlon is dazzled. Walking alone for a long time is also quite boring. Always have to find some fun for themselves, right? The Bund is located in the magic city of Huangpu district of Huangpu River, is China's historical and cultural neighborhoods. In 1844, the Bund this area was divided into the British lease, became a real portrayal of the Shanghai 10 miles of Shanghai, but also the starting point of the Shanghai Seed District and the entire modern city of Shanghai. The Bund is 1.5 kilometers long, starting from Yan'an East Road in the south and ending at Waibeidu Bridge on Suzhou Creek in the north. Chenlon got off the bus at the intersection of East Yan'an Road and Zhongshan Dongyi Road, gave the driver 100 tips, and then walked slowly along the riverside. The Bund at night looks particularly charming. Huangpu River lights flashing on both sides of the neon bright, reflected in the river surface presents a sparkling, colorful scene. At this time it is the beginning of the lights. The Bund Square on the crowd weaving, laughter. Chen blew into the crowd slowly drowned in the sea of people. Chenlan's whereabouts are a bit erratic. Where there is a beautiful and sexy young lady will run to that. This LSP has begun to prepare for their own consort. Just as Chenlan's blazing gaze almost burned through the stockings on the long legs of a young lady 3 meters away, the system's voice suddenly rang in Chenlan's mind. Ding! The host triggered the talent bonus plus T Eagle's hands. Currently primary. Upgradable. Chenlan then felt his hands burning and trembling uncontrollably at a high frequency from his shoulders to his 10 fingers, accompanied by a burst of painful, numb and itchy sensations. Just as Chenlan couldn't help but scream out, this complicated feeling suddenly disappeared again without a trace, and his hands returned to normal. Chenlan looked around and realized that no one had noticed his abnormal situation before lifting his hands in front of his eyes to watch them carefully. The 10 fingers on his palms had obviously become more slender and good-looking, and the skin on his hands had also become more delicate, and he did a few finger dance movements with ease and spontaneity. Then he clenched his fists again and swung hard a few times, feeling that his arms were more flexible and powerful. But what was the name of this reward called so and so hands? Chenlan thought he had heard it wrong, so he opened the system's page in his mind and looked at it. Plus T Eagle's hands. After confirming that he was right a few times, Chenlan even whispered it out, a little incredulous as to how he could trigger such a strange reward. What was the use of this? Chapter 22 Trigger Skill Reward. Chenlan felt a burst of confusion in his mind. A bit unsteady. No, I have to slow down. This reward talent is a bit raw now. Walked to a public garbage can. Chenlan took out a cigarette to take a light, deep inhalation of a few mouths to watch the smoke curl away, before a bit of excitement in the brain to the system. System, come out. You come to give me a detailed explanation. What's going on? Is this gift decent? System, decent. Chenlan, say that again. Why do I feel like it's evil? Chenlan was speechless, although he is now a bit of mouth flower heart flower, but he just have a thief heart without a thief courage. He even go out to wave or afraid to wave. How will trigger such an evil talent? Also his hands. Can hands have double the pleasure? As a real man, do you need to rely on your hands to maintain your dignity? Chenlan felt the system's deep malice. There is no such thing as evil or good talent. If the host uses it for good, then it is good. If he uses it for evil, then it is evil. The system explained in Chenlan's mind. God damn it. If you use it for good, it's good. If you use it for evil, ever since this title became widely known, it's already synonymous with evil, right? But, Chenlan but half a day, and do not know what to say. To say that this talent is not much use it, that's certainly not. Just the hands of the magical change has been worth $1,000. Not only become better looking, but also more flexible and more powerful. Once as a senior program ape, He knew how important it was to have a pair of flexible and strong hands. But he didn't rely on his hands to eat now. He relied on his feet. How come he didn't trigger the reward of a pair of flexible and powerful long legs? It's just a title. It's a serious and versatile talent. Versatile? Can't think of any. He can't go to Little Sun and become an actor. Well then, come and say it. Besides his hands becoming a little bit better looking, what other uses does he have? System, does the host feel that his hands are more flexible? Shenlong made a few movements with his hands to his back. It's easy to do whatever you want, and the places you normally can't scratch are now easy to scratch. So he said, that's right. Then does the host feel that his hands are more powerful? That's also true. It seems that there are still some muscles in the arms. With the addition of the +T eagle's hands talent, the host's hands can move with his heart, so he can more easily learn any skill that requires the use of both hands. Well, hearing the system say that did make sense, and the title was also very graphic. The characteristics that the title possessed, Shenlan's hands also possessed all of them. That is, flexible, powerful, and durable. Moreover, there are too many places in life that require the use of both hands. Having such a pair of hands can indeed bring great convenience. Shenlong opened the system page in his mind, and in addition to super skin, there was another talent in the talent column that added T eagle's hands, and the display behind it was also primary. Shenlong was truly helpless. The two talents given by the system were the most basic, but wanting to bring out the effects of these talents required him to work on himself. At this stage may not be able to see any effect, but no matter whether it is a super skin or not, or +T eagle's hands or not, undoubtedly the Shenlong's own talent to infinite elevation. As long as it is that Shenlong is willing to, the future achievements are unlimited. Just triggered this talent reward. Shenlong can be used in too many places. He can be used to learn calligraphy, picture, carving, playing musical instruments and so on, various skills, and he can be more relaxed and easier to learn. Right now, Shenlong already possessed this talent. Although if he wanted to have all sorts of skills that he could pretend to have, he would still need to learn them from scratch. If it was possible, who would want to be a handicapped person? Both hands could only be used to wipe one's ass in addition to dressing and eating. But Shenlong was different. He had directly opened up and loaded his hands with talents out of nothing. Although he didn't necessarily need to learn all the skills to a proficient level, but how could he also have several skills that could improve his own literacy, right? Although he can be a salted fish comfortably swinging, but he is also a socialist successor with ideals and pursuits. A person with more wealth and more skills should definitely be respected more than a bumpkin with only wealth. What's more, these things learned are themselves, the so-called is more skill. In case one day if the system suddenly disappeared, at least there will still be a skill to fall back on. But this talent seems to be only elementary, so Shenlong asked in his mind, System, how do I upgrade this talent? System, the host usually does more hands-on work and learns more about other skills, and it will be upgraded at a certain level. Ugh, can't you just pull the talent value full? How come every time it's a reward for being half-baked? Unfortunately, Shenlong was directly ignored by the system. Although Shenlong was overjoyed that he had another talent, he also felt distracted. Right now, walking and sunbathing had already taken up most of the day except for sleep, and if he still had to learn other skills, then he would have to reorganize his time. Shenlong stood frozen for a moment before taking another step, ready to continue working to earn money. Ding! The host triggered the skill bonus Japanese proficiency, which is currently advanced. Then there was a slight swelling in Shenlong's mind, and then he felt that there was a lot more knowledge in his mind that he didn't know before. Triggering a reward again? Could it be that today is his lucky day? This was the first time he had triggered a reward in terms of skills. It was just that Japanese language proficiency was not something he could use right now, right? That's not right. I just triggered Gat Eagle's hands, and now Japanese proficiency? These two seem to be related, right? Thinking of this, Shenlong's face couldn't help but darken. This dog system was really too considerate. After triggering the +T Eagle's hands talent, he was worried that he didn't have a place to use it, and also gifted a Japanese language proficiency as a complimentary gift. Was this hinting at something? He felt that this is a set of combination skills. He is considered to have another set of skills that can support the family? Forget it, more skills won't come in handy. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Shenlong began to walk around again, enjoying the beauty of the bund. Unfortunately, there was no one to enjoy such a beautiful and charming night view. Chapter 23, Triggering the Talent Reward Again. Ding! Triggering the talent reward of never forgetting after seeing it twice. Shenlong had just walked less than 100 meters when another double obedience system tone came from his mind. He stumbled and almost ran headlong into the arms of a large man who was over 200 pounds in sight. Fortunately, Shenlong's hands were blessed with a talent, and with a quick eye in hand, he pressed one hand on the big man's chest that made countless women feel inferior. Big-chested brother, sorry for the disturbance. Bye. After Chenlan stood firmly, he apologized to the big man and hurriedly skipped off. This system is not right. Could it be that today is Black Friday? A big reward giveaway? But how does this talent sound like a disability? It's an incomplete talent, right? Just how bored was the creator of the system to create such a shoddy product? But this imperfect talent was too useful for him to say. As long as he could remember what he saw after just 2 glances, he could completely rely on this talent to mold himself into a knowledgeable scholar. The ability to remember things over and over again existed in the present, but it was a painfully rare disease called hyperamnesia. People suffering from this disease have an automatic memory function, which is not an abstract memory, but an image memory like a photo video. In other words, the patient is able to memorize all the information observed by the 5 senses without any difference. While this condition can bring benefits to the patient, it also seriously disturbs her life. The patient is able to recall every detail of her life experiences, whether they are good, bad, happy, painful, or embarrassing. Moreover, whenever these experiences are recalled, both pain and pleasure will be replayed all over again, and this emotion will even directly affect the patient's current state, and it is difficult to extricate herself from being caught up in all the memories. It is important to know that the human brain's own forgetting function is actually a kind of self-protection. If you lose this protection, it is like a computer that loses the function of automatically cleaning cache data. The computer becomes congested after a long time, and even directly scrapped, and his talent of not forgetting after 2 passes obviously ruled out this possibility. And the useful ones were memorized after reading them one more time, and the useless ones were directly skipped over. Come on, let the storm come harder. Chenlan settled down and started walking again. The opportunity was rare. Who knew what the system was pumping today? And missing today wouldn't necessarily result in such a good thing. It was better to hurry up and take a few more steps. More good things like this would be better. Chenlan has only gotten the system for a week now, and in such a short period of time, it has already turned Chenlan's life upside down. According to the system, it was omnipotent, so who knew what other rewards would be triggered in the future? Would it cultivate Chenlan into a Superman? Chenlan felt that it was possible. After all, even the skin that could be impervious to knives and spears from sunbathing had come out, and the changes in his hands were something he could relate to. Japanese he originally would only be able to extinguish butterflies in such a few words. Suddenly the Japanese language proficient. This is undoubtedly like turning a stone into gold magically. Then what else is impossible? Chenlan walked a few more times back and forth in the 1.5-kilometer-long pedestrian street, but unfortunately no other rewards were triggered. But he was already satisfied. There was still a long time to go in the future. Along the way, when he saw some beautiful shots, he directly picked up his cell phone to shoot them brightly. At this moment, Chenlan transformed into a street photography expert, capturing countless beautiful moments, ready to save them for when no one was around to slowly enjoy them. Finally, he also leaned on the guardrail of the river and took a big headshot of himself. The background is the Pearl Tower and the kitchen 3-piece suit. Then began to shamelessly picture, whitening, thin face after sent to duo, and then beautifully sent a circle of friends, and typed a line. I gave myself handsome. How to do? Not a moment later, under the WeChat message was a flood of curses. Chenlan also does not mind. In the WeChat message there's some refutation, but in the end, can only face black closed WeChat. The anger of the crowd is difficult to offend. Not to see the heart is not annoying. After strolling through the riverside pedestrian street, Chenlan and through Dongshan all the way, began to visit the Universal Building Complex. The 52 classical Renaissance buildings of different styles standing on the bund have the title of the Universal Architecture Complex, which is an important historical site and representative building of China's modern history, and also one of the landmarks of Shanghai, and was listed in the 4th batch of National Key Cultural Relics Protection Units by the State Council in 1996. Chenlan's earliest understanding of Shanghai came from the new Shanghai Bund movie. When she was in her teens, she watched the legendary story of Su Wenxiang and Ding Li in the Shanghai Bund on DVD, and then she had a strong yearning for the Magic City. When Chen Blue, after tired of shopping back to the hotel, has nearly 11 o'clock, rushed to open the system page to look at the income. Good. Walked 30,000 steps to earn 75,000. Hanging is really no reason to speak. And then the beauty of the shower to sleep. Chapter 24, Car Lifting. The next morning, Chenlan woke up early as usual. Just raised the salary of Chenlan, also excited to work an hour shift, to 10:30 before returning to the hotel exhausted. Sitting on the sofa to rest for a while, wait for the body does not sweat before going to the bathroom to rinse a cool, and then again naked in the window in the sun. The car and other things are not important. Chenlan more salivating to the skin of the sword. Since there is no way to get there overnight, it can only be made up by hard work. While basking in the sun, Chenlan picked up his cell phone and searched for rental properties in the neighborhood. Today, the car will have to return to Minhang to check out. always live in the hotel is not a solution, although now cannot afford to buy a house, but rent a set of always no problem, right? Duo living place Chenlan these days also feel clear. Living in a district near the Porsche Center, with a small sister of the company to live together. Chenlan went to see the environment of the neighborhood after the idea of renting a room there is dispelled, because it is said to be a neighborhood but in fact it is a few alleys. Not only is the neighborhood old and shabby, and the floors are not high, and Chenlan expected too big a difference. Looked around and did not find a suitable housing. Chenlan helplessly put down the phone. It seems that these professional things were to find professional people to do. Have time to find a real estate agent to help find. The main thing is that he does not have a direction now. Although there are many online rental properties, but there is no way to start. By 1 o'clock Chenlan let the driver send him to the Force store after eating at the hotel. Chenlan just got off the bus. The sales manager welcomed him from afar, and brought him all the way to the Force store. Then all the way with Chenlan came to the delivery area. Chenlan that matte grey Panamera has been like a cheetah ready to go parked in the middle of the brand new paint and the light flashes a charming luster. The body lines elegant and handsome. The car was also surrounded by a lot of balloons and flowers. Chenlan also did not carefully check the car, casually walked around the body, then went to the cashier to brush the cost of the purchase tax. The license plate is also handed over to the Force store to help do it. Then in the store sales, congratulations Mr. Chen, happy to bring a new car, cheers. Holding flowers stood next to the Panamera to take a few pictures. This was the first luxury car in Chenlan's life, but definitely not the last, so Chenlan didn't show anything too exciting. It was just a tool for him to brush up on his spending points. Chenlan did not see Duo in the store, so he asked manager Meow Phone, "Where is Duo? How come I haven't seen that girl?" Duo, she's on vacation today. You've come at a bad time today. On vacation? How come I didn't hear her say that? Chenlan sat into the Panamera. Meow Phone also sat on the passenger side. To help, Chenlan briefly introduced the function of each button before getting off. Chenlan waited for Meow Phone to get out of the car. Open the navigation to enter the address of the rental room, and then start the car. In the strong roar of the engine, slowly left the Force store showroom. Chenlan clutched the steering wheel tightly with both hands, looked ahead with a serious expression, and crawled along the road at turtle speed. Although he took the driver's license 2 years before, but the opportunity to really drive on the road is few and far between. In the system just get the evaluation of the primary, so now it is inevitable that a little nervous. All the way is careful to lightly step on the gas pedal. The owner of the car behind looked at the slow Panamera, and from time to time also a beat, hanging or provisional license plate, are decisively pulled away from the distance, mainly for fear of being touched by porcelain. New hands on the road with a female driver is horrible. All the way to Chenlan with fear and trepidation. In the rental house downstairs, Crooked parked the car, before finally relieved. Nima, feel more tired than running 100 kilometers. No, this experience is too bad. It seems to have to practice more, or else this driving skills, with a girl on the road, will give the male compatriots lose face. Chenlan took the elevator up to the 3rd floor, opened the rental house that has not returned for many days, looked at the familiar furnishings inside, and could not help but have the feeling that things are not what they used to be. But Chenlan does not have any nostalgia. After all, is not his own home. He is always just a passerby here. Chenlan sat on the bed in silence for a long time, before getting up and starting to pack up his things. In no time, a small backpack was not even full. Things were packed. In addition to packing up some documents and some things with commemorative significance, he only took away a laptop that he had used for a few years. Hey, hello little Chen. Auntie you. Hello, are you busy right now? There's a matter to tell you. One. Not busy right now. Go ahead. I'm going to move out today. Tell you about it. I don't want anything in the house. You don't have to return the deposit or anything to me. You'll hire someone to pack one up when the time comes. Before leaving, Chenlan landlord aunt made a phone call. Chenlan's character is like this. Start and finish. Other people respect him a foot. He will return a foot. The landlord is still very humane. Is a Shanghai local middle-aged woman. Earlier years demolition divided into several suites. She transformed the house into a single room for rent. Usually nothing to collect rent to play a small mahjong. A small life is not comfortable. Rent in the neighborhood goes up every year, but her rent hasn't gone up in a few years. In her words, Allah is not bad for this money. Why raise the rent? He felt that there were still more good people than bad in this society. Chenlan went downstairs, threw his backpack casually in the back seat, and got into his car to leave the neighborhood. Turning on the music, he aimlessly walked through the traffic on the road. Perhaps it was the addition of the gift of hands. When the evening approached 6 o'clock, Chenlan returned to the hotel with ease and familiarity. It was true that it was still the old drivers who could realize the thrill of driving. Chenlan did not rush up in the parking lot, but sat in the car quietly reflecting on the experience of this period of time. The company he worked for 3 years resigned. and now the rental house he lived in for more than 3 years has also retired. Suddenly all the familiar people and things have left him. Chenlon feels a little overwhelmed. From a 3-no working class, to now have a luxury car, in and out of high-grade consumer places. How instead of feeling empty and lonely? Isn't it a bit too harsh on yourself? The daily ascetic lifestyle, how long can he insist on it? Chapter 25 Dating. Thinking about his own ideal when he just got the system. Isn't it the mansion, luxury car, clubhouse and young model? Now although there is no mansion, but the luxury car already have it is not said that the passenger seat of every luxury car is a beautiful woman? My passenger seat is still empty. Am I just waiting for the state to assign it to me? There's no progress in the relationship with Duo. Shouldn't I be more proactive? Thinking of her just today on vacation. So he took out his cell phone and clicked on Duo's avatar to enter. Girl, what are you doing? How come I can't see you when I go to pick up my car today? Within seconds, he received Duo's reply. At home. It's my turn to rest today. Chenlon, what do you want to do tonight? I'll treat you to dinner to thank you for your help these few days. Duo, no need. That's all within my scope of work. It's only right to help you out. Although Chenlon thought of this outcome, he still couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. But what could he do? Although he was a hangman, the system didn't give him the kind of skills that would get him once he hooked up. It's not like he's RM coins and everyone loves him. What's more, if Duo is someone who can use money to get her to open up to you, Chenlan's small amount of money really doesn't have any power to compete. There are too many rich people in this society. Chenlon is just a rising star. Although the potential is unlimited, but now he really does not have much strength. The system is really not useful at all. This weak chicken system is really no use at all. The critical moment a little help cannot help. The system that was lying down for no reason was probably already full of black lines in his head, and a sentence of MMP didn't know whether to say it or not. I also about your Meowfeng manager. If you have a little sister around also bring together. Just simply eat a meal. Also not go far, just in your company neighborhood. Chenlon called Meowfeng after sending the message, asking her to help assist a little. When Meowfeng heard that it was just a meal and that she was asked to come along, she didn't refuse. Duo's message never returned, so he opened the car window, lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly, his mood slowly becoming calmer. Mr. Chen, live up to my mission. I said goodbye to Duo. In a moment I'll go pick her up and go over with her. Which restaurant do you think it's to? It was hard to wait for manager Meowfeng's message. Chenlon clicked on it and couldn't help but feel happy. Did it work? If not, he was ready to give up. Not even a dinner date. What's the point? There are so many beautiful women, and not just have to hang on to her alone. Chenlon searched the 4-store around the upscale restaurant. After looking around, Chenlon picked a good evaluation in the review network of Japanese cuisine. After making a reservation, Chenlon sent the restaurant's location to Meowfeng and arranged to meet at the restaurant at 7 o'clock. He saw the time is still early, so he was ready to go to the room to take a shower before going over. Entering the hotel, the front desk duty is precisely Lu Fei. I do not know if it is an illusion. Chenlon feels that in the past 2 days she is not as enthusiastic as before. Greetings also seem a bit formulaic. Chenlon is a bit embarrassed. The front foot just finished flirting with people, turned around and moved on. Coupled with the fact that time has been fully scheduled these past few days, he interrupted his message chat with Lu Fei. If he hadn't been interested in Duo before, he might have put some effort into Lu Fei, but now that Duo was alone he was a bit at a loss. Compared to the two, Duo was undoubtedly the one that moved him more. And Lu Fei is also obviously not the kind of person who can be casually dispatched by giving some money. She is a little materialistic, looking at Chenlon with a certain amount of economic strength and then looking the other way. But she also grasped a very good degree. She has her own principles, and will not look at you have money to pounce on. She immediately withdrew after feeling Chenlan's attitude turned cold. With Chenlan's current position, he really didn't have the confidence to maneuver between the two women. He could only press down on his heart that had become a bit restless. 1,000 birds in the forest is better than one bird in the hand. Chenlon still understands the truth. Chenlon returned to the room rinsed cool, changed a white polo shirt and a black 9-minute pants. Feet wear a black casual shoes. Open a little hair wax on the head, scratched with the hand. The hair becomes more glossy and with a little messy, looking more youthful. Putting his watch on as well, he then walked over to the mirror and looked around, striking a pose. Nice, that's handsome. Spraying a little more cologne on his body, Chenlon left early. Asking a girl to dinner can't make the girl wait, right? This point of demeanor Chenlon still had. Arriving near the restaurant, Chenlon had a hard time parking his car. There is no way. Now is the peak time to eat. The surrounding is a variety of medium and high-grade restaurants. Want to find a parking space is really not easy. Chapter 26, One Drags 3. Chenlon had just walked to the entrance of the restaurant when Meowfeng also sent a timely message. saying that they had just parked their car and were on their way over, and would be there soon. So he beckoned for a waiter, and after checking the reservation information, he let the waiter open the table first. Then Shenlong waited at the door. Want to chase girl's body to be willing to put down, or you have to be willing to spend money. For Duo this kind of just stepped out of society, is still very simple girl, since the money does not work, he naturally is the first to put the sincerity of the full, at least not to leave a bad impression on people. Not a moment later, Shenlong saw 3 gorgeous figures that looked like flowers walking far away, a few poised figures in the crowd like cranes, each excelling in their looks to dazzle people, but one of the most outstanding or Duo. Waist-length hair casually fell on the shoulders, a simple white t-shirt and black slim jeans more appear to her out of the ordinary. Walking closer, Shenlong found that in addition to Miaofeng and Duo, there is also a girl he looked a little familiar with. Should be with Duo live with the girl, is also their company colleagues. Looked with Duo age similar, although looks slightly less than Duo, but definitely is the school flower level beauty. Half-length hair valiant, not only bright eyes and teeth beautiful, bumpy body is also sexy. Especially the chest of a pair of 36D God thing is letting people God for the take. Miaofeng needless to say, the colorful appearance, voluptuous body, coupled with the mature and intellectual temperament, is also heartwarming. Alas, Shenlong sighed in his heart. It's too much. It turns out that it's these high-end consumption places that have taken in all the pretty girls. This society is so realistic. Looks are also a kind of capital. The more high-end consumption places have higher requirements for the looks of their employees, and many have the advantage of looks to choose them, in addition to the high salary and treatment factors, but also hope to have the opportunity to fly on the branch to become a phoenix, because in these places inside the consumer is either rich or noble. Shenlong's previous income, in and out of some low-end venues, how could he come across really beautiful girls? That is, occasionally there is a fish in the net. That also requires you to be possessed by the emperor to have the opportunity to come across, mentally reciting that color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Shenlong fixed his mind and greeted him, saying, "Thank you for a few big beautiful women to come out to eat. I do not know how much incense I burned in my previous life to seek the blessing." Good words who all love to hear. A few women heard is also smiling. Duo and Shenlong chat for a few days. WeChat more familiar, surrounded by girlfriends, and Miaofeng in tonight also seems to be generous, not so shy. Miaofeng, as the eldest sister of the 3 women, spoke first. Mr. Chen is really good at talking. How many ignorant girls did he deceive before he practiced this good eloquence? Shenlong silently nodded in his heart. No wonder he can be a senior salesman. He can talk. This is a good point. So he revealed a sad face and said, "Single for many years. This is waiting for the government to assign me." Put. Several women laughed out loud. Duo is more shy. After laughing she felt embarrassed, so she slightly lowered her head. Duo, you know, there's no need for me to introduce more. This beauty is Chu Ting, a colleague of our company and Duo's bosom friend. Miaofeng finished speaking and then introduced Shenlong to Chu Ting. Chu Ting was also generous and gently shook Shenlong's hand. "I also don't know what you guys like to eat. Looking at the reviews on the internet, this Japanese restaurant has a good rating, so I chose this place. The table is already open inside. A few of you inside please?" Shenlong finished raising his hand to signal and then led the way in front, into the restaurant. There have been waiters waiting at the door, all the way to guide Shenlong and his entourage to stay good card seat. A toe 3, are also big beautiful. Shenlong, this highlight moment also attracted him countless envious and jealous gazes. If gazes could kill, Shenlong would probably be broken into pieces in a matter of moments. Shenlong would have liked to book a box, but this restaurant is located in the busy commercial district of Huangpu, where every inch of land is gold, so there is no box, but within each card seat are straight to the ceiling of the screen partition, painted with a variety of Japanese characteristics of the colorful paintings, giving people a quiet and elegant feeling. Eaters in the restaurant also speak quietly, or in a quiet taste of food, so the restaurant is not noisy. Because of the 2 opposite card seat, Shenlong did not grab to sit next to Duo. Wait for the 3 girls are seated. He sat to the empty seat next to Miaofeng. After first distributing the menu to a few women, Shenlong also took a book and started ordering. He had eaten Japanese food before, but other than feeling expensive, he didn't feel that it was particularly delicious, so he had never been there again. He also didn't know which dishes were delicious, so it was always right to order against the expensive ones anyway. After handing the menu to the waiter, the atmosphere of a few people could not help but be a little awkward. They did not know what to say. In fact, to say it seriously, a few people are really not very familiar with, purely because Shenlong to Duo have bad intentions to have this meal tonight. Chu Ting, needless to say, tonight is the first time to meet, maybe by a car on the day have seen, but also just far from the glimpse. With Duo is more WeChat chat. Serious face-to-face conversation is only one sentence. With Miaofeng more is also to see the car on the day of the very formulaic communication. Fortunately, Miaofeng is also a social person. See, the atmosphere is not right on the first opening. Looking for Chenlan talked about the car follow-up maintenance and other topics. Then Duo and Chu Ting girlfriends also whispered, and from time to time issued a clear and pleasant laughter. After a few minutes, a variety of dishes were served one after another, and several people slowly ate, probably because of the company of a beautiful woman. Chenlan had a huge appetite tonight and felt that the flavor of each dish was very good. While eating and chatting, the atmosphere slowly became relaxed and happy. Chenlan took the time to say a few words to Duo. Originally eloquent Chenlan, tonight is also a super level of play. The name of the kind of funny little paragraph amusing a few women, flowers and twigs. The sound of laughter is endless, together with Chenlan's own good looks. Originally a bit pale and unhealthy looking skin, after being transformed by the system has also become smooth and fair, although now also a little fat, but instead of letting him look mature and stable, people easy to have a good feeling. So a meal down, a few women on his impression is more and more good. Even easy to shy Duo talk to him is not so constrained. Began to chat like WeChat. Old Chen Laochen called up. More than an hour later, when a few people are full, Chenlan talked to Miaofeng about the main thing. He now needed 10 million consumption points to upgrade his system, and it would take nearly 3 months to gather enough consumption points if he followed the steps. Chenlan, who had already discovered the wealth code, was certainly not willing to wait that long. Chapter 27, continuing to buy a car. He now had a car, and the next step in his original plan was to buy a house in Shanghai. Chenlan didn't have any other properties, so he didn't have a mortgage record, so the down payment for the first suite was only 3.5%, and he could take out a loan of 6.5%. With his current average daily income of 125,000, it only takes a month to get enough for the down payment to buy a house of about 10 million, and then the system can be upgraded when the loan is approved. But Shanghai to buy a house is a limited purchase policy, not the Shanghai account to buy a house in Shanghai. Not only need to have Shanghai 5 years of social security or tax bill, but also married. The social security or tax bill is no problem. He has long been enough. But Chenlan, he is a single dog. He does not even have a girlfriend. So unmarried has become an obstacle for him to buy a house. Although it is possible to play ball, legal compliance to circumvent this problem, but Chenlan is not very willing to do, because he first had to find a woman to agree to marry, and then buy a house and then divorce to remove the name. This is not only the house transaction process will be delayed, he as a single dog will also become a second marriage, which makes him a bit diaphragmatic in the heart. So Chenlan comprehensive consideration, instead of continuing to buy a car, is the most convenient and fast way. Although there is also the problem of proof of income, and he still has a small loan not yet paid, there is also a car loan. These will affect the approval of the loan, but this is not without a solution. There is a professional term called packaging. As long as the money in place, there are problems can be packaged for you as no problem. But what car to buy is another problem. He knew Miaofeng car sales. There is a problem of course to find her advice. After Chenlan deliberated for a while, he lowered his voice and said to Miaofeng, I want to buy a car around 10 million. Do you have any recommendations on your side? 10 million? Miaofeng could not help but smell a happy. This is a big single ah. But then her heart sank. This price budget is very high. But they don't have any cars at this price in the store? Porsche, this price is only 918. But this car is only limited to 918 units worldwide. More than 100 domestic quota has long been allocated. Although their company can find a way, but also do not guarantee that a moment can be found. Is to find it is not 10 million can be taken. Miaofeng said this situation. Chenlan also cannot help but headache. Cannot rely on the number to come together, right? By so many cars cannot drive over ah. It is better to understand first. Then your store now the most expensive which several cars. There is a 911 GT2 RS. The price is around 3.8 million, but it will only be available for pre-sale next month, and it's a limited edition. So it's not necessarily guaranteed that you'll be able to order it, and the delivery time will be in January next year. The others around 2.5 million do have several models available. Why don't you come to the store tomorrow and take a look? Aha! Tomorrow afternoon, Chenlan answered after thinking for a while. A few people chatted a bit more in the cooking store, and then broke up. Everyone had a good dinner tonight and left a good impression on each other. Chenlan sent the girls to where Miaofeng had parked her car and watched them drive away before heading to where he had parked his own car. In Miaofeng's car, the three women were chatting. After a meal tonight, the girls had become closer. Their ages weren't that many years apart, and since they were the only girls in the car, they had no qualms about talking. Chu Ting flirted with Duo. This old Chen looks pretty good ah. Elegant, quite handsome, and rich, or Duo you take him down? Duo blushed and pinched Chu Ting, roll. Why don't you take him down? Chu Ting backhanded Duo's itch, while saying, "It's a pity that your family's old Chen is in love with you. Don't you see that his eyes are almost stuck on you?" After saying that, Chu Ting sat up straight and held up her proud headlights. "How come old Chen can't see this one of mine? You see how big this bear I am? You're skinny, not a few to meat, what good? After having a child, if not enough to eat, but also have to help me breastfeeding." Chu Ting's tiger and wolf words, not to mention Duo couldn't take it. Even Miao Feng almost hit the rear of the car in front of her with one foot of the gas. "You shut up." Duo hurriedly turned sideways and covered Chu Ting's mouth to prevent her from speaking. This crazy woman. She didn't know how to speak without any shame at all. And all day long she was just gloating about being proud of her big bear. But hers wasn't small either, alright. Again, it was hard to grasp with one hand. Miao Feng also had a great harvest tonight. Not only did she have a delicious meal, but she also gained a new understanding of Chen Lan's strength. Not many can afford a $10 million luxury car after all. Even if you have to take out a loan, you wouldn't dare to buy it without a certain amount of strength. Chen Lan has been performing very mature and stable, and does not look like a swollen face, and people are generous. It seems to be a good relationship with him. Along with her to Duo also more a few points of closeness. Originally she quite liked this girl, not to mention now can also bring her good luck. Miao Feng then also opened her mouth to tease Duo. "Chen brother is quite good. Duo, you really do not consider it?" After all, Miao Feng still had to rely on Chen Lan for performance, so she didn't address Chen Lan as recklessly as Duo and Chu Ting did. So it wasn't called old Chen like them. Although Chen Lan said it was fine, she still called up brother Chen. When Duo heard Miao Feng's words, she blushed and didn't know what to say. After this meeting, she could tell that Chen Lan liked her. But unlike other men, Chen Lan had always acted courteously. Unlike other men, who looked at her like they were dying to strip her naked. So her impression of Chen Lan was actually quite good. Although not to the extent of liking him, but she had already categorized him as a friend who could come and go. She had never eaten with another man before, but nothing happened at tonight's meal that turned her off. Instead, Chen Lan's witticisms and wry humor left a deep impression on her. Miao Feng dropped them off at their place of residence and exchanged a few words before driving off in a hurry. She had to rush home to do her homework. Although she knew all the parameters of the company's various models like the back of her hand, it was never wrong to prepare more. The saying that opportunity is reserved for the prepared is a maxim. Although with Duo in the room, she wasn't worried about Chen Lan buying from someone else. She still had to prepare a few more packages. Chapter 28 911 Sports Car. Chen Lan drove the car to the hotel's parking lot and went upstairs to change into his sports gear before going back to the hotel to rest after a few small skips around the neighborhood. Today has been busy, and did not nap in the afternoon, feeling a little mentally unsupportable. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Lan, who was woken up by the alarm clock, stayed in bed for a few more minutes before stretching his back and getting up slowly. The bed is really too comfortable, although there is no beauty in the arms but still let a person a lot of love. But Chen Lan didn't dare to overly covet that tenderness. It was hard to develop the habit of waking up early, and he couldn't give it up easily. People are inert, but he cannot indulge in this inertia to manipulate their own bodies. He feels that he is not yet developed, not yet qualified to enjoy a comfortable life. Chen Lan's sleepy eyes hit the floor after running the water in the restroom before he felt fully awake. After washing up and putting on his sports equipment, Chen Lan went out of the hotel and casually did a few warm-up exercises before starting to run. The vehicles in the early morning had just begun to slowly increase, and the air was still filled with a fresh flavor. Along the way, from time to time, they could also encounter sports enthusiasts who also woke up early. After a week of intensified exercise, he now felt his steps were even lighter and stronger. He used to be a basketball player in school, when he was full of energy and vigor. The time when he ran with his classmates on the court, waving his youthful sweat, was the happiest time for him. Now he feels that the physical state he once possessed is slowly returning to him, a feeling that intoxicates him, and only when you have lost it do you realize how rare and precious it is. If his physical state could be restored to the level of a normal person, he could consume a lot less time on the road. The marathon is 195 kilometers long, and the current world record holder is Kenyan star Rudy Kipchoge, who ran the whole race. Kipchoge, who ran the whole course in 2 hours, 1 minute and 9 seconds. Chen Lan now travels about 25 kilometers a day, but it takes him more than 5 hours. If his physical condition could be restored to the average level of a normal person, he would only need an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening every day to finish his current trip. That would give him more time to do other things, instead of waddling around like a street skater now. But Chen Lan had started to kind of like this feeling of freedom now. Not only did it allow him to see more of the world, but he also saw more beautiful scenery. The world was so big, he wanted to go out and walk around. The plan to travel around the country was not urgent for the time being. It was too unsafe, at least until after he had a certain amount of self-preservation. but the plan to travel around the country was already slowly forming in his mind. He was waiting to trigger a reward that could change his physical quality. With his current weak chicken physique, in case he encountered any unexpected events, he didn't want to die before the revolution. At 5 p.m., Chen Lan, who had napped for 2 hours, woke up in high spirits, feeling that the stamina he had consumed in the morning had almost recovered. So the equipment on the body, sports backpack, Chen Lan leisurely walking away from the hotel. When Chen Lan came to the Force store when it was already close to 6 o'clock, looking forward to a day of Miao Feng saw Chen Lan from afar, walked quickly over and said, "Brother Chen, I have prepared all the information for you, please come inside." Entering the showroom, Duo and Shu Ting were on duty at the front desk, and saw Chen Lan come in and greeted him. Maybe the showroom no more people. Duo and thin skin, and Chen Lan greetings, and become before that shy and timid look. He also saw that Shu Ting did not know what to say in Duo's ear. Duo red-faced reached out and pinched her, and then shyly glanced at Chen Lan after slightly lowering his head. This look of shyness, let Chen Lan cannot help but think of that poem. There is a beautiful woman in the north. The world is independent. Chen Lan and Miao Feng in the showroom after a circle selected a 911 Turbo S3 7T sports car. This sports car's maximum power is 478 kW/650 PS, 100 km acceleration time of as little as 2.9 seconds, the maximum speed of up to 330 km per hour. The price of 2,363,000 from. Although the appearance is a bit similar to his Panamera, but the low body looks more beautiful and powerful. After looking at it, the two went back to the reception room, where Chen Lan ticked off some more on the configuration page of the touchscreen hanging on the wall. In fact, he really does not have any research on sports cars. Anyway, the landlord Chen now buy things do not look at the price, only buy expensive not buy the right. Then take the card brush 300,000 deposit. The car was finalized, and agreed to come over a week later to 30% down payment. The loan will be handed over to Miao Feng to operate. Miao Feng smiled from ear to ear. This Chen brother to buy a luxury car is really fast. The whole process is not half a clock to buy. If Chen Lan knew what she was thinking, he could only laugh. He does not understand the level of bull ***** is to give him more time he still does not understand. Wasting that time is not as good as going out for a walk. And in a few days there will be another car of small money back. Chapter 29 Renting an apartment. Chen Lan was also considering the matter of renting an apartment recently, and now there was just nothing to do. So it was just the right time to put this matter into practice. So Chen Lan greeted a few women and left the Force store. Walking on the sidewalk, Chen Lan looked all the way to the left and right, wanting to see if there is a housing agent on the side of the road. Forward 400 or 500 meters, Chen Lan see next to a real estate company is brightly lit. The door put 2 display signs, covered with a variety of housing information. So pushed the door and walked in. The person on duty at the front desk saw the incoming guests and hurriedly got up to greet them. Welcome to Yuzhou Real Estate. Yuzhou Real Estate? This was poisoned by the new Dragon Inn, right? Chen Lan was dumbfounded. When entering the door, Chen Lan didn't look at the signboard. He just looked at the doorway display board with all kinds of real estate information and came straight in. A petite and delicate girl with a clear brow enthusiastically came up to inquire. Hello sir, may I ask what can I help you with? Are you looking to buy or rent an apartment? Renting an apartment. Is there a neighborhood with a better environment and higher floors nearby? After hearing this, the girl handed over a business card with both hands. Sir, what's your name? I'm Huang Yasi from Yuzhou Real Estate. Nice to meet you. Free, your name is Chen. Chen Lan took the business card and looked at it before putting it into his backpack. Huang Yasi, Mr. Chen, you have a good environment with a high floor. Are there any other requirements? How much is your budget? There is no budget. The house decoration must be new, and to be able to carry a bag to move in. The neighborhood should be close to here. The environment cannot be too bad. The main thing is that the floor must be high. The best is the south side of the whole unobstructed. Huang Yasi listened while taking notes on Chen Lan's requirements. Although it is only a customer who rents a room, but she is just as serious about it. And look at the tone of the customer who is not poor. If she can rent a set of high rent house income is also good. Mr. Chen, your quality of life requirements are still relatively high. I just happen to have a set of Lido on this side of the housing feel quite suitable for you. The landlord renovated did not live a few times. Because it has been empty, the landlord feels quite wasteful, is ready to find a high quality of customers to rent. It is a little bit expensive rent, every month to 32,000. Huang Yasi thought for a moment after hearing Chen Lan's request. Chen Lan is not familiar with the neighborhood, so he said, rent is acceptable. No problem. How far is it from your store? Huang Yasi, it's about a 10-minute walk, and the distance is around 1 kilometer. Chen Lan, that's okay. When can I see the apartment? Huang Yasi, Mr. Chen, if you want to see the room we can go there anytime. the landlord put the key in our store. Chen-lan, well, then go take a look. What floor is the house on? On the 17th floor? The floor is very good. The light from the south is fantastic. You wait a moment, I'll get the key and take you there. Huang Yasi finished speaking and went to the key cabinet on the hanging wall to get the key, then lifted up a small bag and led Chen-lan out the door. Huang Yasi saw that Chen-lan was walking over, so she proposed, Mr. Chen, why don't we walk over? It's only about 10 minutes, and I can also introduce you to the surrounding living facilities. Yes, Huang Yasi was still more professional and dutiful, and on the way, she introduced Chen-lan to the various transportation and supermarkets in the surrounding area, and Chen-lan listened with great interest. International Lido City was located at Lane 758, West Beijing Road in the Jing'an district of the Magic City. This lot is located in the West Nanjing Road Gold Business Circle, surrounded by Plaza 66, CITIC Pacific, Mylons and Isiton. There are also 5-star hotels such as Portman Ritz-Carlton and JC Mandarin. There are also a lot of international brand name stores, such as Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Versace, Cartier, etc. There are stores in the neighborhood. At this stage, if Chen-lan rents a room, he will not move out for a while, so he should know more about the surrounding environment, which will be more convenient for his future life. The surrounding housing prices of good neighborhoods are more than 100,000 to start. These months he will not consider buying a house. Now small houses he has not seen. He is ready to wait to accumulate to a certain amount of money after a step. By the time the purchase limit problem, if there is still no other way to solve, then have to buy the auction house without purchase limit. After 10 minutes, the two arrived at the entrance of International Lido City. Chen-lan looked at the dozens of 20-something story high-rise buildings scattered in front of them. At this time, it was already the beginning of the lights, and each building was dotted with starry lights. They did not rush into the neighborhood. The two of them strolled along the streets outside the neighborhood again. Both sides of the street retained a number of old houses, now transformed into a variety of cafes and famous stores, but still filled with the historical and cultural heritage. After strolling through the streets outside, Huang Yasi brought Chen-lan to the neighborhood access control and swiped her card to enter the neighborhood, and explained, because the property management of this neighborhood is relatively strict, outsiders have to be notified by the owners to enter and exit, so some owners are too troublesome to lend us their access control cards. Two people walking in the small area of the road. In the street lamps irradiation, rockery, green trees and red flowers with some water features pavilions, looks particularly elegant, because the district is a human vehicle segregation design. Along the way and did not see the car in motion. The road there are a lot of people who came out after dinner to walk the dog, walk the child. Chen-lan likes this flavor with a strong sense of life. Came to the center of the district location of a building downstairs. The two swiped the card to take the elevator to the 17th floor. This building is a 2-staircase, 2-family design. Up and down the elevator have to swipe the card. Very good to protect the privacy and security of the residents. Pressing the password lock and entering the door. Huang Yasi went inside first and turned on all the lights in the living room before inviting Chen-lan into the house, introducing him as she did so. Mr. Chen. This house was handed over at the time the developer delivered it with decoration. The floor height of the house is 3 meters. Each household is equipped with Tempstar indoor central air conditioning, and the landlord has redecorated the house on top of the original foundation. This house is a 3+1 type. The area is 177 square feet, which is also the largest type in the neighborhood. I'll take you inside to take a look. The two strolled around the house. From the condition of the house, this house really has not been lived in a few times. All kinds of furniture and appliances are brand new, and even some of the packaging outer film has not been removed. The house's warm-colored simple European decorative style is exquisite and elegant, giving people a very warm feeling. Chen-lan, after looking at the overall feeling of the house, is very satisfied, which compared to the previous Chen-lan live in a dozen square feet of rental housing, is a day than a completely incomparable. Chapter 30 Renting a Room 2. Chen-lan came to the living room facing south, pulled open the curtains, but found an unexpected surprise. There is a large balcony outside the curtains, the balcony outside the full shade, which undoubtedly facilitates him to sunbathe in the future. The main thing is that there is an artificial river in the south of this building, and the opposite side of the river just happens to be the landscape green belt in the center of the district. So the distance between this building and the buildings to the south is at least nearly 100 meters. The opposite side of the building want to see this side of the situation unless with binoculars. The naked eye is certainly not see clearly. Chen-lan is now based on the 17th floor of the floor, and the highest in this neighborhood is the 22nd floor. Chen-lan does not believe that he will be so unlucky. Just a few families who happen to have perverts in their homes with binoculars to this side to see. Just it. I did not expect such good luck. Just look at a suite to meet his various requirements. It seems that professional things really need to find professionals to do. Rent was of course even less of a problem. If it was before he got the system he would never have been able to afford to rent a house like this. But now, Hanging Chen said that as long as he traveled 2 hours, he could rent it for a month and more. After Chen Lan made a decision in his heart, he said to Huang Yasi beside him, "I've rented this house. When can I sign the contract?" Huang Yasi hurriedly replied, "This I have to contact the landlord. I have to determine the time with him before I can answer you." "That's fine. You contact now. It's best if you can sign tonight." Huang Yasi is certainly willing to make a quick decision. If this suite is rented out the commission can be quite a lot. The commission for half a month's rent for each of the upper and lower homes together would be 32,000. And in her hands there is a small 10,000. So she hurriedly walked to the balcony to call the landlord. Chen Lan looked around the house again, planning the use of several rooms. South-facing master bedroom of course, needless to say, is definitely where he lives, and nearly 3 meters high floor-to-ceiling windows lighting is also very good. By a chaise lawn can be very comfortable sunbathing, although the balcony can also sun, but after all, is not closed. No air conditioning cooling, cannot stand the time period of noon. The south-facing guest room can be used as a backup room for friends and relatives who come over. The north-facing guest room can be used as a gym. Buy a good treadmill and put it in there, so you can use it when you don't want to go out. He prefers outdoor activities, and the hotel he lives in now has a gym, but he's never been to it since he went there once. It feels like time passes very slowly in a small space, and it's easier to get tired. The rest of that room was so small that it would just be used for storage. When Chen Lan returned to the living room, Huang Yasi had just finished her phone call and happily said, "Mr. Chen, the landlord just happens to be free in the evening. Come over for about half an hour or so. Why don't we go back to the store now and wait?" "Well, let's go then." So the two of them returned to the store the same way again, and on the way, they chatted with Huang Yasi about the matter of the qualification for purchasing a house, asking her if there was any other way, and the result was still unsatisfactory. Want to go through the normal channels to buy a house? Now there are also a few ways to go. Either have a Magic City account, or find someone to get married, or buy in the name of the company. But the Magic City account is not so easy to get on. He worked in Shanghai over the years or small and medium-sized companies. That is, there is a household quota will not be his turn. Although in the eyes of many powerful people, these things are dispensable. But Chen Lan, a person who has no connections and does not matter want to deal with it is not so easy. He didn't want to get married, and 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 he didn't want to get married. At least a few years, right? He still has too many things have not enjoyed it. The club tender model of he also wants to go to understand a little. Of course, he just wanted to increase his knowledge. There is no house actually he does not matter now. The main thing is to buy a house can be a large loan to brush spending points. Back to the store in the reception room waited for 10 minutes. Huang Yasi took a phone call and went out. Not a moment to push the door in, followed by a middle-aged couple. The signing of the contract went smoothly, without any accidents. Chen Lan was very satisfied with the house. The house's decoration and the building's location all met his requirements. The landlord and his wife were also very satisfied with the tenant. Originally this house was intended to be decorated for their son to use as a wedding room, but now that their son has settled abroad, the house has been left vacant, and the family is not short of money, so they do not intend to sell it. It's a waste of money to keep it empty, and they have to hire someone to clean and ventilate it. That's why they want to rent it out. But they have high requirements for tenants. There are children and the elderly do not consider. Too many people do not consider. Do not consider the people who look messy. After listing a few tenants are not satisfied with the unhappy parting. Now Chen Lan is very suitable for their eyes. Polite and courteous look is more quality people, and still live alone. So the two groups of people who talk to each other happily signed the contract under the guidance of Huang Yasi. Of course there are also regrets. That is, there is only one parking space. When Chen Lan's 911 raised the car there is no place to put it, and then you have to find a way to rent another one in the property. Chen Lan transferred 4 months of rent to the landlord on site, and then got the access card for the house and the code for the house. When Chen Lan took the contract to the property to register the information will be able to move in. Chen Lan did not go back to the hotel after leaving the agency, found a restaurant and ate dinner before trying to earn money. There was no way. After paying the rent and agency fee, he had already entered the destitute class, and his savings had dropped to 4 digits, so if he didn't work hard to earn money, he would have to go eat dirt. System, do you think it's possible for me to be the most miserable host in the universe? Data unknown, unable to determine. Okay, this dog system still doesn't know anything, so it seems like it's possible, but it didn't matter. It wasn't like Chen Lan was going to wave out of the earth. As long as he lived a better life than everyone else on earth he would be satisfied. Just as Chen Lan was casting aspersions on the system, Suddenly the system's voice rang out in his head again. Ding! The host triggered a 10x reward for storming. Storming for 6 hours. Ha! So lucky? Still blitz 10 times? Chen-lan, who was worried about not having any money, smiled so much that his 32 teeth were exposed. 10 times that's 250,000 per hour. No, how come there are 6 hours? Wasn't it 3 hours before? Go 6 hours, this is not to kill him? Dog system, you come out. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? What time is it now? Do you want me to walk until midnight? System, it's now 9:30 Beijing time. The storm time is 6 hours, and it will end at 3:30 a.m. the next day. Please host cherish the time. Chapter 31, Fighting Revenge. Listening to the system's dry and emotionless voice, Chen-lan's head was filled with black lines. Wasn't it just cursing a dog system in his heart? Do you need to be so petty? Thus, Chen-lan's expression, which had just gritted his teeth, immediately became enthusiastic like a Sichuan opera face change, and softly whispered, System, why don't we discuss it, and leave for 3 hours tonight first, and leave for 3 hours tomorrow night? Unfortunately, what answered him was still the system's dry voice. Now Beijing time 9:30 whole. The storm time is 6 hours. The next day 3:30 a.m. end. Please host cherish the time. Chen-lan, no, you are retaliating. I want to protest. System, you could have stayed away. Can you not leave? Of course it can't. Chen-lan, who was already in an economic crisis, was spineless and compromised. Chen-lan is also very helpless. People are poor and short of ambition. Can't not go. The system is very Buddhist. You love to go or not. It does not matter, and will not force him to go. But Chen-lan now has no money. If he doesn't try to earn money, he won't even have money for shopping if he moves tomorrow. And it's a 10x blitz reward. Now each step is 5 yuan. 10 times is 25 yuan. Every hour is 250,000. 6 hours is 150,000, which is already more than what he had in his life until now. Thus, Chen-lan began his exciting and painful journey. When Chen-lan dragged that exhausted body back to the hotel, it was already 4 a.m. He couldn't afford to waste a single second except for a 10-minute break midway through the journey, and the high rewards had inspired his potential to go all the way to the end of the blitz time. When he heard the system prompting the end of the storm time, he himself didn't know where he had walked to. Anyway, everything around him was unfamiliar. Then he directly dropped a car back to the hotel. Back to the hotel, Chen-lan supported the body that was almost wasted to take a shower, and then lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. Woke up after a nap. Chen-lan lying on the bed lazily do not want to move. The body muscles are also a little sore, especially on the feet. Of the muscles are still twitching. It seems that yesterday is really a little too much. He opened his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was in no hurry to get up. The money he earned last night can wait for a long time. It doesn't matter if he idles fish for a day or two. In his mind, he opened the system page, and looked at the income line for a long time before reluctantly closing the page. 144,2000. Not as much as 150,000 as imagined, but he was satisfied. Originally it would take 10 days to earn the money. It seems that although this system holds the mentality of retaliation, but still did a good thing. He wouldn't dare to curse the dog system in his heart. If he were to be hit again now, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Although he cannot earn this money, but his heart will hurt. Lying in bed to 5 o'clock, really hungry, cannot stand to get up and wash, and then put on a casual dress down to the hotel on the first floor of the Western-style restaurant. After a burst of gobbling, Chen-lan contentedly burped. With the energy supplement, the body does not feel so tired. Today Chen-lan decided to take a day off. There is nothing in the rented house. Definitely need to go to the supermarket to replenish. And the hygiene of the house needs to be cleaned. Chen-lan pulled out his cell phone and found the avatar of yesterday's agent, Huang Yasi, and clicked on it. Xiao Huang, can you find a bellhop over there? If you have one, help me find 2 people to help me with the hygiene in my house. Seconds back, yes, we have a cooperative housekeeping company. Are you at home? I'll bring them up later. Chen-lan looked at the time. It was now almost 6 o'clock. If he went to the supermarket to buy daily necessities and bedding faster, it could be solved in an hour. I'll go shopping at the supermarket now and be home at 7. Okay, I'll see you later then. Chen-lan left the hotel and drove directly to the parking lot of the B2 floor of Hangji Plaza, looking for the shopping signage to look at before going up to the Old Boutique supermarket on the B1 floor. Old Supermarket is a high-brand supermarket under CR Vanguard, which has a wide range of famous kinds of commodities with complete varieties. That is, the price is not very friendly. Chen-lan pushed the shopping cart, has not turned a circle on the full, mainly bedding occupies space. Pillow and quilt 4-piece set he took his 4 sets, plus 2 air conditioning quilt. Fortunately are vacuum packed, otherwise, they cannot be put. After buying a few more daily necessities, the shopping cart cannot be loaded before Qianlan pushed to buy a single. Qianlan rushed to the Lido when it was almost 7 o'clock. Huang Yasi has taken 2 middle-aged women waiting at the door, because Qianlan's car is not registered. In the doorway was also stopped by the security guard, but Qianlan took out the contract to give him a look and did not make it difficult to let go directly. Qianlan went to the underground garage parking. Huang Yasi first took 2 bellhops to wait for him downstairs. The first time down to the garage of the Qianlan was almost bypassed dizzy only to find the garage of their own homes. Big bags picked up into the number of ladder first pressed the first floor. Pick up Huang Yasi 3 on the 17th floor. Today's main job is to clean up the corners of the house. Although the house now looks quite clean, but some corners of the dust is not cleaned up. A few people entered the house and began to busy. Huang Yasi didn't leave either, but helped Qianlan wash the quilt covers in the house. Of course, using the washing machine. Qianlan then looked around the house to see what else needed to be replenished, and then silently memorized it in his mind. The kitchen had to be utilized as well, with pots and pans and whatnot on hand, so that they could occasionally fire up the house. Qianlan cooking is not bad. After all, a person outside, always eat takeout will also get tired. Just rented house has a communal kitchen. He will occasionally buy some food to do it yourself. Improve the food. Big things he is not considering buying except for a treadmill. After all, this is not his own house, and he does not plan to live for a long time. A few people have been to almost 10 o'clock to finish busy. The house was clean spotless. Quilt covers and other things are also washed and dried up. Qianlan looked at the weather forecast for the next 2 days. There is no rain, so the house windows are open. Through the night the wind tomorrow to live in the fresh and clean. With the 2 hourly workers settled the bill. A person also gave an additional 200, and left their contact information. The future need to contact directly. After they left Qianlan, Huang Yasi stayed down. Of course, not have other ideas. Although Huang Yasi looks quite beautiful, but his mind now really did not put too much in the body of the woman. Although Qianlan had the heart to be a sea king, but he was exhausted every day. But now he had the heart but not the strength. Chapter 32 Night. Huang Yasi guessed that there was a bit of a misunderstanding as well. What's the point of keeping her at night? Could it be? Seeing Huang Yasi standing in the doorway without moving, she looked at him with a wary face. Qianlan couldn't help but be infuriated. What are you doing? Afraid that I will plot against you? You think too much. I'm not that casual. Huang Yasi was slightly relieved to hear Qianlan say this. But think about it and it's not right? What do you mean? I think too much? You're not a casual person. Am I? Say it like you're being taken advantage of by me. Huang Yasi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qianlan. Come in and sit down. I was looking for you to ask something about buying a house. Qianlan ignored her delicate and lovely blank stare. Huang Yasi was a bit embarrassed and slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down next to it after leaving the door ajar. Mr. Chen, what do you need to know? I know everything. Qianlan looked at her cautious appearance, so he got right to the point. You help me keep an eye on the surrounding auction houses, priced between $50 million to $100 million. The starting time can't be too early, but it can't be too late. It's now the end of July. As long as it's auctioned in November it's fine. Qianlan was ready to upgrade the system to level 4 this month. The total price of the 911 ordered at the 4 store yesterday was $7 million, and $300,000 had already been paid. Tomorrow he was going to pay the $600,000 final payment and then start the loan. When the loan came down he would have close to 3 million consumption points. Upgrading to level 4 requires 10 million consumption points. Minus 3 million, there is still a difference of 7 million points. With this 7 million consumption points, he is now considering whether to continue to buy a car, or buy a house. Shanghai has a purchase restriction, but many other cities do not. Although it was a bit redundant to buy a car or a house in a foreign country, there was nothing he could do about it now. Upgrading the system was the most crucial. Upgraded to level 4 his daily income and then 5 times. Every day there will be 600,000. A month is 18 million. To buy a 50 million mansion is also 2 or 3 months of things. And I heard a good news from Huang Yasi's side today. There is also a loophole to drill in the auction house. If you don't have enough money, you can get a bridge loan. What is a bridge loan? Auction house process is that you pay 10% of the deposit you can participate in the auction. The auction house is generally half a month after you pay the full amount you can go to do the license. If you don't have enough money to pay the full amount, you can find a finance company to borrow a sum of money to make up for it. And then when you get the license in your hand, go to the bank to make a commercial loan. And then when the bank's money comes down, you can pay back the money from the finance company. Although this will incur additional interest, but for Qianlan need to say that the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. He ascended 5 levels of speed is also much faster than expected. Huang Yasi heard Qianlan want to buy auction house cannot help but a little hesitation, because the auction house is too uncontrollable. Usually the auction company direct operation. They have no way to intervene in the intermediary company. It is not possible to get involved in the work for nothing. Chenlon also understands her concern. So comforted, this you rest assured. You go to help me find such a housing. There is a suitable you first go to help me look at. Give me some photos. Will not let you work for nothing. After saying that Chenlon directly in WeChat to her transferred 100,000, said, so to your activity fund, if there is a house I fancy, if I shoot I then privately give you 200,000. Do not have to enter your company account. Huang Yasi opened WeChat and saw the 100,000 transferred by Chenlon. She couldn't help but be a little stunned. Just transferring the money to her like that? Their agency's base salary is very low, only 3,000 per month. The main income is dependent on commission, but not every month can have a single. If the luck is not several months without a single is normal. 100,000 has been her income for half a year. Chenlon is just a customer she just met yesterday. It is not too much to say that it is a brief encounter. So trust her? She couldn't help but feel grateful to Chenlon, and her eyes became a little different when she looked at him again. Chenlon saw Huang Yasi looking at him dumbly without saying anything, so he teased, what, does it seem like I look more handsome? Only then did Huang Yasi come back to her senses, and with a red face, she was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Chen, aren't you afraid that I'll run away if you transfer so much money to me? Many of my peers may not be able to earn this much money in a year. Not afraid, I believe in you. Huang Yasi looked at Chenlon with even more gratitude and seriously assured, don't worry Mr. Chen, I will definitely try my best to help you find such a listing. Do you have any requirements for the house? You just help me to organize the information in this regard. I know that the auction house will generally send out announcements in advance. You do real estate on these news is also more informed. Organized you summarize to me on the line. It is best to have photos. If the house is a villa or a high-rise can be. If it is a high-rise then the floor should be high. The low floor will not be considered. Huang Yasi, okay, Mr. Chen. I will help you screen them first. I will try to go to the field to see the suitable ones first, and if I can't see them, I will also help you collect photos for your reference. This information was not difficult for them real estate agent practitioners to collect. It would just be more tedious. But Chenlon was so generous again. The money was given directly enough. Not to mention there were even bigger rewards to follow. So of course she would use her best efforts to find this information. After the two of them chatted in the house for a while longer, Huang Yasi excused herself and prepared to leave. Chenlon also intended to go back to the hotel. The bedding had just been washed, there was no way to sleep in the house. So she also followed suit and got up. I just happened to be leaving as well. Why don't you sit in my car and join me? Huang Yasi didn't refuse. After the night's events, she undoubtedly became a lot closer to Chenlon, and even gave birth to some other thoughts. Under Huang Yasi's guidance, Chenlon drove the car directly to the downstairs where she lived. After the car parked, half a long time did not see Huang Yasi open the door to get off. He could not help but be surprised to twist his head to look at her. Huang Yasi lowered her head and seemed to be hesitating about something, and finally made up her mind after noticing Chenlon's gaze, only to see her reach out and ruffle her hair, shyly whispering, Mr. Chen, do you want to go up and sit for a while? I'm the only one living at home. Ha, let me go up and sit for a while, or a lone man and woman? Chenlon was very surprised. Wasn't she quite wary of him and Lido? Why did he take the initiative to ask him out now? Immediately, he understood. It's not that he is so handsome that he can make beautiful women jump on him. Rather, it was the power of money. He transferred 100,000 to her tonight without saying a word, obviously making people misunderstand. Would Chenlon refuse? Of course not. He wasn't much of a purist. Especially after obtaining the system his mind grew grass. Now there was such an opportunity, how could he miss it? After all, Huang Yasi was as pretty as a little housewife, and her petite figure was also very pleasing to the eye. So Chenlon pretended to be reserved and said, well, then I'll go up and have a cup of tea before I leave. So he slowly started the car again, and after finding a parking space to park his car, he followed behind Huang Yasi and walked into the elevator, the two of them remaining silent all the way. After going upstairs, Chenlon realized that Huang Yasi's so-called living alone meant that he was the only person living in her room. It was a 3-room, 2-bedroom house, but now it had become a 4-bedroom, 1-bedroom house. The living room had been partitioned into rooms for rent. The room she lived in was probably just about 10 square feet, but it was clean and tidy and cozy. Huang Yasi was a bit overwhelmed after entering the room, so nervous that she forgot how to walk on the road and tripped over herself with one foot. Before Huang Yasi's shriek ended, she was picked up by Chenlon. Ha! What luck! Picking up a beautiful woman from the ground, Chenlon said as he playfully looked at the woman in his arms. Put! Huang Yasi's nervousness relaxed a little, and she was about to open her mouth to speak when her rosy lips were already blocked. Although Chenlan's oily tongue skill hadn't been used for many years, but after all, the skills were still there. Plus there were two-handed divine techniques to play along. In no time, Huang Yasi was as if she had been hit by a sweat pill, dazed and at his mercy. It was only at 8 o'clock the next day that Chenlan woke up, and his muscles, which were already sore yesterday, felt even more sore. But it was all worth it. At this moment, Huang Yasi's petite and delicate body was still sleeping soundly in his arms. For Huang Yasi he originally did not have an idea, but since he had come this far let it go with the flow. The big deal was to create more performance for her in the future. Chapter 33, Checking out of the hotel. It was nearly 11 o'clock when he left Huang Yasi's house, and he returned to the hotel to soak in a bath before soothing the sore muscles on his body. He didn't give Huang Yasi any promises, and Huang Yasi didn't make any demands on him, so we all agreed to disagree. On the front desk of the hotel on the first floor, Lu Fei was on duty, and when she saw Chenlan coming down with his luggage, she couldn't help but feel a little complicated. Is this going away? Lu Fei did not know how to describe the mood at this moment. A little lost, and a little reluctant. The guests she saw every day in the hotel were well dressed, wearing gold and silver, not rich or noble. If she were to find an ordinary person to live her life, every day for the oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar worry, her heart is not willing. Chenlan is young, handsome and gold, and is still single. To say that Lu Fei has no idea that is false, but WeChat also gave him the beginning of a good chat, and humor and manners, like to play a little joke with her but not too much, but in their own to him a little good feeling, is considering whether to take the initiative when, suddenly the message is interrupted. This left her a bit at a loss, not knowing what was going on, and in her heart, she inevitably felt a bit resentful towards Chenlan, so when checking Chenlan out of the hotel, she had been silent. Chenlan stood at the front desk was also a bit embarrassed. Had I known that I would not come to check out and directly leave? I don't seem to have done anything to you, right? Wasn't it just teasing you for a few days in WeChat? How do you make it seem like I've abandoned my wife and child as if I'm a heartless man? My name is Chen, but I'm not Chen Shimmy. Chenlan paid a total of 30,000 deposit, stayed for 9 days, after deducting other expenses also returned a small 8,000. Finished the formalities Chenlan is ready to turn around and leave, but at the sight of Lu Fei that grudging eyes, cannot help but goes to her said, my family moved to the neighborhood, if there is time to eat together, said Chenlan and a little regret, but words are said out what else can be done. Lu Fei's eyes lit up when she heard Chenlan's words, but after all, the front desk was a place of work and there were other people there, so still very reserved. Okay, Mr. Chun, you go slowly, we keep in touch, have time to make another appointment. Bye. Looking at Lu Fei's face that had become as smiling as a flower, Chenlan didn't say anything more, carried his luggage and left the hotel. Take one step and see what happens. The big deal is to take her in as well. It's not like he can't afford to keep her. Although Lu Fei's appearance is not as good as Duo, but it is also considered a rare beauty. To the former beggar Chen is absolutely unattainable. If Duo is a budding flower, Lu Fei who is a few years older than her is like a blooming rose, more mature and sexy, still very attractive to Chenlan. Putting his luggage casually into the back seat, Chenlan drove away from the hotel. Chenlan didn't choose to go home, but instead came to the Porsche 4 store. When he ordered the 911 at that time, he had only paid a deposit of 300,000, and there was still a final payment of 600,000 that he hadn't paid, so he was originally prepared to come over a week later to brush up on his money. However, the 10x blast reward from the night before had instantly multiplied his fortune, so he wasn't going to delay any longer. After the down payment is paid off, you can do the loan. After all, this car loan is no proof of income. The unconventional operation, if everything goes well, loan approval, then his other 7 million consumption amount will be able to have a landing. Chenlan finally decided to buy a car, mainly to buy a car lending speed. He now has more than 4 million in hand. After deducting the final payment of 600,000 for 911, there are still more than 800,000. As long as he earns another 10 days of money, there will be 2 million out. This is just enough for a down payment on a car of about 7 million. And then when the bank loan is released, the 10 million consumption points from the system upgrade will be enough. Chenlan, he is also a bit speechless. He found himself on the road of jerking loans further and further. The amount is getting bigger and bigger. Now level 4 has not even been raised. He has already given all the sets to rise to level 5 already thought. This way I do not know that one day he became the most indebted person in the world. He thought that if that day really came, it would be quite good. All the bankers in the world would have to be respectful in front of him. After all, the one who owes money is the master. However, he also knew that was impossible. Now the amount of small is not a problem, but as his system upgrades, the amount of money needed to be higher and higher, the more difficult to operate. Chenlan pulled back his thoughts, It was useless to think too far ahead now. After parking the car, Shenlong didn't give Duo their contact. Directly into the For's store. Duo and Chu Ting are on duty at the front desk. See, Shenlong came in also a little surprised. Usually come over will contact with Duo in advance. How to come today without saying a word? After greeting them, Shenlong smiled and came to Duo in front of him and said, "Sini is not very unexpected? Surprised?" Duo red face a little shy. "I surprise a ghost. This is a shock, right?" Good-looking big eyes pouted and gave Shenlong a glance. Shyly and timidly asked in a small voice, "How did you come over? Looking for Manager Meow for something? Missed you. Came over to see you." Humph. "I don't believe it. You miss someone else." "You said it. Then I'll really miss someone else. So don't regret it when the time comes." Shenlong smiled and teased Duo. Duo did not have the good sense to glare at Shenlong. "This dog man has no mood at all. Before I felt that he was quite good, but it seems that I still lost my eyes. Men really do not have a good thing." Shenlong stopped at the right moment, no longer teasing her, and opened his mouth to ask, "How come I didn't see Meow Feng? I'm looking for her for something." Duo huffed and turned her head to ignore him. Next to her, Chu Ting took over and said, "Manager Meow Feng is receiving customers in the reception room. Why don't you call her?" Shenlong was also fine in the afternoon, so he said, "No rush, I'll wait, you call me when she's done," then walked to the side of the sofa against the wall and sat down, picked up a car magazine and read it. After reading no more than 2 pages, he couldn't get into it. He was indifferent to these. He wasn't any car enthusiast. If it wasn't for the purpose of swiping spending points, he felt that having a Panamera would be enough. Buying more would also take up space. So he took out his cell phone and launched a message to Duo. "Girl, angry? A moment of information on the return. Duo, do not want to care about you. Shenlong, good ha, don't be angry. Angry easy to get old. Evening treat you to a big meal. Duo, don't eat. Don't eat. I don't eat. You invite others to eat." Shenlong was dumbfounded. His fingers were snapping and typing rapidly again. "That won't do. I just moved today. I'll invite you guys to dinner at home to warm up the house at night." After a while without receiving a message, Shenlong looked up at the front desk. Instead, she saw that Duo was exchanging words with Chu Ting, and should be discussing something. Chapter 34, Supermarket Shopping. After a while, Shenlong's cell phone rang. "Duo, all those people? Besides the 3 of us, are there others?" Shenlong, "Nope. Just invited you 3 VIPs. Humph. Your VIPs are all beautiful women. Big pervert. Ha, if you're willing, I'd be happier if just you came alone. You're the most beautiful VIP in my heart." The message but never returned. Meow Feng busy finished came to Shenlong's sofa next to see he is holding the phone do not know what to think. She is standing for a while did not respond. She couldn't help but cough lightly, then laughed. "Brother Chen, is this thinking about that beautiful woman? So mesmerized?" Shenlong looked up at Meow Feng. "The big beauty is right in front of me. Do I need to think about anyone else?" Meow Feng laughed happily. "You're being tongue-in-cheek. It's a pity that Brother Chen's heart belongs to someone else. I won't be able to get into your eyes." "Who said that? If you can convince Duo to be willing to serve one husband more than the other with you, I wouldn't mind accepting one more." Meow Feng sniffed and gave Shenlong a blank look. "Too lazy to tease with this LSP anymore. One you haven't even gotten done yet. Just think about the beauty of hugging left and right." After sitting down on the sofa next to Shenlong, she asked, "Brother Chen, what are you doing over here today? Why don't you tell me in advance? Can I come over to see you guys if there's nothing going on?" Shenlong has nothing to do. Flirting with the girls a little addicted, but he has not forgotten the main thing. From the bag took out the bank card to Meow Feng and said, "First of all, the car's final payment brush, and by the way, ask your loan commissioner to take the loan contract to me to sign." Meow Feng received the bank card and was a bit surprised. Didn't she say that the payment would be made a week later? But she didn't ask too many questions and stood up and wiggled her ass as she swayed and left. Shenlong stared at Meow Feng's sexy back and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This woman is on purpose, right? This woman is on purpose, isn't she? Her waist is almost broken. Don't you know that young people have a lot of anger? Meow Feng swiped the card and took the receipt to Shenlong to sign. Smiling expression seems to hide what the mystery. Shenlong feels a little bad. Is she found me in the peeping her indescribable parts? Meow Feng cannot find it? Shenlong's burning eyes are almost materialized. Do not underestimate the 6th inspiration of women. So she would be stealing joy this time. See, how dare you molest my old lady? Gluttony. Every woman is good at using their own advantages to attract men. And Meow Feng's proudest place is undoubtedly the arched sexy buttocks. Just now deliberately increase the amplitude of the swing is even more sexy and provocative. The dry mouth of Shenlong will not dare to skin again. This woman is poisonous. Just flirted with her a few sentences. Retaliation came. Shenlong hurriedly put the unhealthy thoughts in the mind to exclude. Put on a look of a gentleman, said the main thing. Today I just moved. You have something to do at night? If it's fine, you guys come to dinner from work and help me warm up the house as well. Meow Phone listened to this and agreed directly, saying that she would go over with Duo and the others after work tonight. Shenlong, she is still relatively assured. In her 2 luxury cars bought, never had any non-discriminatory requirements. To her are also very polite and equal treatment. And not because they are guests on the high and mighty. Whether it is in public or private, she is willing to deepen the connection with Shenlong. So Shenlong moving housewarming, she certainly will not miss this opportunity. Shenlong sent the location of the house to Meow Phone and then talked about another thing. Do you know any salespeople in the Lamborghini and Mercedes-Benz 4S stores? I want to buy 2 more cars. If you know any, you can also do favors. If not, I will go directly to the door. Meow Phone can't help but look at Shenlong's eyes a little bit grumpy. You in front of me, a Porsche salesman, said you want to buy a different car. You really good like this? But she was also helpless. Shenlong had already bought 2 cars from her, adding up to help her make $4 million. Now the store does not have Shenlong's favorite models, but cannot let him to buy in someone else's house? But this was not bad. She had people she knew at the 4 stores of these 2 brands. Not only could she do favors, she could also earn some kickbacks from them. Yes, there are 4 stores of these 2 brands that she knows. Which 2 cars do you want? I'll contact them for you first. When you have time to come directly to the door to see the car will be fine. Shenlong, that's fine. Lamborghinis is herbs. Mercedes-Benz says G65 best, if not on G63. Shenlong intends to buy these 2 cars after a short period of time, will no longer consider buying a car. He 4 cars covered: sedan, sports car, SUV, off-road vehicles, 4 kinds of models. Basically can meet all his needs. Driving out both face and not too high profile. You first help me contact. In a few days I'll go see the car when I'm free. You know my situation. The loan problem is left to them to deal with. Meow Phone, okay, I'll contact and tell you the situation. As he was talking, the loan specialist also came over with a stack of documents. Shenlong was going to leave once he had put a few things in place. There was nothing in the house in terms of pots and pans, oil, salt, vinegar, and the dishes hadn't been purchased yet. He still had to go on a big shopping spree. Then I'll leave first. A few of you discuss. What do you want to eat? Send me a message. I'll go shopping in a while just to buy it back. Miao Feng's eyes lit up. She was also a foodie. And now that she had mixed well with Shenlong, she had forgotten what it meant to be polite. Is it possible to eat whatever you want? Shenlong gave her a speechless look. You're overthinking it. If you want to eat heavenly dragon meat, do I still have to go and find it for you? Only those that can be bought on the market. You guys discuss faster. If you're late, you won't have this good thing anymore. After saying this, Shenlong got up and walked towards the front desk, greeted Duo and the 2 of them, and left the 4 store. Shenlong is ready to go to the old boutique supermarket that he went to yesterday. Rushed to quickly stroll around and found that the things inside are very complete. There are also a lot of high-grade ingredients. To the inside of a one-stop can buy all the things he wants. As for the price is expensive, now is no longer in the scope of his consideration. Because he had already been here once yesterday, Shenlong parked his car on the B2 floor of Hanglong Plaza in a familiar manner, and then took the escalator up to the old boutique supermarket on the B1 floor. Just as he entered the supermarket, he received a message from Meow Phone, which listed all sorts of things, and also noted that those things were what whoever wanted to eat. So Shenlong transformed into a shopping maniac, a burst of buy. Anyway, he felt the use of all into the shopping cart. Pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar will soon be filled with a shopping cart. There is no way Shenlong had to go to pay the bill first, put things in the car and then back to the supermarket. To the ingredients area, a variety of high-grade ingredients. Basically there is no cheap things. He first compared to Miao Feng's information to buy all the things, and then added a lot more. Anyway, the refrigerator at home was quite large and it was empty, so he bought a lot of steaks and other things that could be put in the freezer. Finally, he went to the liquor area to replenish some soft drinks and felt that it was almost ready to pay the bill and leave. Chapter 35 New Residence Warming Room. When Shenlong returned home, it was already almost 5 o'clock, and he hurriedly placed the pots and pans he bought, and began to prepare the ingredients he wanted to use tonight. But in fact, it does not take much effort. Beef steak defrosted can be directly fried. Freshly cut salmon and caviar is even more direct to eat can be. The need to cook a few of his usual hand-at-home cooking. 2 complex dishes he cannot do. Simply not west and not in the mix together. Anyway, how simple how to come. But there is a braised meat is essential. In the supermarket Shenlong saw a black hair pork, bought 2 tube bone and 2 pounds of pork back. He is also greedy for a period of time, waiting for the ingredients to be processed. Shenlong first put the supermarket to buy the best dried sheep's liver mushroom with the tube bone to stew on. When it was 6:30, he first panned the rice and cooked it, and then started to make braised pork, because this dish would take longer. and when a few women arrived it would just be ready for the table. Braised meat he did, although not very authentic, but because he likes, do more fire mastered well, so the flavor is also good. After washing the meat and cutting it into 2 cm cubes, Qianlan turned on the gas stove. First boil the diced meat with cold water and then fish out and set aside. The pot is hot and poured into the appropriate amount of peanut oil. Into the frozen sugar boiled into a brown syrup will be the 5 flour meat pieces stir-fried until the surface of the discoloration and meat contraction. Into the onion and ginger stir-fry for a few moments. Add anise and other spices and seasonings. Add enough hot water did not overall the meat, and then adjusted to a small fire to cover the lid of the pot, and then simmer for 20 minutes. Adjusted to a large fire to collect the soup can be out of the pot sprinkled with green onions. Do not too delicious. Qianlan looked at the cell phone. On the while there is a message just received. A few women from work on the departure, to this side of a few minutes away. So it went downstairs and walked to the entrance of the community to wait. Although Lido is not a mega community, but also covers an area of more than 70,000 square meters. The first time to come if no one to bring. A moment and a half of the building is not so easy to find Qianlan live. Not to mention the night. Just walked to the entrance of the district. I saw a BMW X1 was stopped by the security guard is consulting what? Approached to see. It is Miaofeng's car. So communicate with the security guards a few sentences on the release. Qianlan see Duo and Chu Ting are sitting in the back seat. So guide the car parked in the neighborhood entrance near the public parking space suspension. Waiting for a few women to get off the car after he was happy to take the 3 beauties to walk to their own home. Along the way, the beautiful environment of the neighborhood let a few women envy. Compared to their residence here is like a resort on earth. In this inch of land in the center of the magic city, the district can have so much greenery and landscape. The price of housing here can be imagined. For a few of them, even the highest income Miaofeng is unattainable. Into the house, a few women are even more amazed. Spacious and bright living room and dining room connected to the more open and grand, clean and tidy open kitchen is emitting a burst of fragrance. Let a person mouth-watering. Qianlan led a few women in the house to visit, and ran to the kitchen busy up, because the fear of serving a long time food cold. There are still a lot of dishes have not done it. Ready to fry steak when Qianlan only embarrassed to find that I forgot to buy a knife and fork. Cannot fry each person a large piece of holding and gnawing it? That is too ungainly. So simply M9 Australia and steak cut into 1.5 centimeters or so of meat, made a black pepper beef grain. Qianlan, who was concentrating on throwing the pot, suddenly smelled a burst of faint fragrance coming from his side, and turned his head to see that a few flowery pretty faces were probing and standing behind him. It turns out that a few women after visiting the house to see Qianlan is frying vegetables. Bursts of fragrance to the nose. Hungry a few women then coincidentally drilled into the kitchen, looking at wearing an apron seriously cooking Qianlan. A few women cannot help but have a sense of warmth and the heart surging. Feel this moment Qianlan really handsome, and then Chichi a little lost in thought. Do not know what to think. Character a little big grin Chu Ting first back to God. A slap on the shoulder of Qianlan. Surprised, old Chen. Looks like a good taste. The future duo can have the blessing of the mouth. Unfortunately, the words did not finish. Was next to the shy duo covered his mouth. Desperately dragged to the kitchen outside. Qianlan was dumbfounded. This Chu Ting is good. A moment to reward her with a few more pieces of meat. Miaofeng didn't leave beside her. Turning her head to look, Duo and Chu Ting were still fighting in the living room. So she asked, is there anything I can help with? You help put the finished dishes on the table, Qianlan said without looking back. The braised pork had already collected its juices, found a large bowl to fill it with, basked in the chopped scallions and took it to Miaofeng, and then plated the diced beef from the pot on the other stove and brought it to the table as well, calling out to the two who were still fooling around. Alright, stop playing, get ready to start dinner. Which one of you is going to take the dishes and chopsticks? After saying that, Qianlan went back into the kitchen. There were still several dishes left to cook, because the ingredients were all prepared. Qianlan opened his arms left and right. In no time, the fried eggs with crab roe, oil exploded prawns, homemade tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables and several dishes were on the table. From the freezer box out of the cut salmon and caviar, mixed with wasabi soy sauce, together on the table. Finally, he opened the stew pot, and as soon as the lid was opened, a strong smell of meat and mushrooms accompanied by a vapor came to his nose. Sure enough, it was a soup made from high-grade ingredients, completely incomparable to the feed pigs that Qianlan usually bought in the supermarket. Put a little salt, sprinkled with a little green onion. The aroma seems even more enticing. Served on the table after a few women also cannot help but nose a shrug. 8 dishes and a soup to a strong round table full. A few people each occupy a side to sit down on the ready to start. Qianlan opened a bottle of red wine. To a few women each poured half a cup and said, you guys feel free to drink. Can drink a little. Can't drink drinks. Because of more contact, but also in Chen Lan's home, so this time a few women will be less constrained. Even Duo is also completely relaxed mood to eat. At the time of eating, the most expensive caviar was instead not welcomed by everyone, and after slightly savoring it, they turned their goals to other dishes. Chen Lan's most skillful braised pork immediately won everyone's praise, and each person ate several pieces. Among them, Chu Ting and Duo, who were crying out to lose weight, ate the most. This is bad. I ate more again. I'll gain a few points tomorrow. After a few people ate, Chu Ting patted her stomach and lamented. Chen Lan said, "It's too late for you to worry about it after the fact. Afraid of getting fat just now and still eating so happily?" Chu Ting, however, said towards Duo, "Blame Duo. If it wasn't for her grabbing it from me, I wouldn't have eaten so much." Chen Lan laughed bitterly. Women really are all incomprehensible. They eat too much but still blame others. This is really unbelievable. Duo was also not happy, pouting. "You're the one who snatched it from me, snatching away several pieces from me." Chapter 36 Forced Kiss. The few people who had eaten their bellies round got off the table and collectively leaned on the sofa lazily, not wanting to talk. Chen Lan for tonight's display of culinary arts is also very satisfied. Usually 80 points of culinary arts, with the addition of good ingredients reached 90 points. And Chen Lan knows how to avoid the shortcomings and maximize the strengths. Not just choose expensive ingredients. Not sure of the dishes he resolutely do not do, especially Duo and Chu Ting's fight, but also added to everyone's appetite. So this meal everyone is eating heartily. After resting for a while, Chen Lan looked at the leftovers on the table and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Cooking is a personal hobby, but washing dishes is something he abhors. Usually when one person, the most is to do 2 dishes of dishes, can still endure. Now this pile of him feel will let him wash autism. Salivating face to a few women pitifully said. A few big beautiful women. "You see me, this cooking and frying is also quite tired. The rest of these leftover dishes and chopsticks." Chen Lan's meaning was self-evident, and the several women understood it in seconds. Chu Ting heard it but straightened her big chest. A pitiful look that this girl's burden is so heavy, and you still bear to let me wash the dishes. While Miao Feng and Duo were exasperated by these 2 shameless ones. Not just washing dishes? Do you need to pretend to be pitiful here? So the 2 of them neatly cleaned up the table. Chen Lan is like a grandfather leaning on the sofa picking teeth. Squinting despised, Chu Ting said, "You see others Duo how diligent they are. You are so lazy in the future how to marry out?" Chu Ting listened to reveal disdainful eyes, hands resting on the high into the clouds of the chest. "I just need to be able to feed my husband and children in the future. These things need me to do?" Chen Lan covered his face and retreated in defeat. This Chu Ting is a person who is crazy, familiar with what all the words dare to say. Miao Feng also covered her mouth and snickered when she heard this, and Duo almost dropped the bowl in her hand on the ground with a red face. However, she had to admit that Chu Ting had a point. With her gorgeous looks and proud figure, she completely had the capital to say these witty words. But Chu Ting also just had a little skin, and didn't really sit there and watch Duo and the girls clean up, and stood up and cleaned up the kitchen. Chen Lan crossed his legs, looking at the colorful several women in that busy, cannot help but give birth to the feeling of a great man when it is so. Duo, needless to say, is also his heart good. Pavilion jade posture, such as lotus flower-like appearance is Chu moving, and the cleanliness of the character, all do not deeply impress Chen Lan's heart. Chu Ting is also a natural beauty, cheerful and generous and sexy and charming, especially the waves are more mouth-watering, and although Miao Feng looks a few points worse, but the mature and sexy intellectual beauty also let a person's heart beat. Other people can't get one of them, but he is with the 3 big beautiful women in the same room. Chen Lan is inevitably a little bit of thinking about it, the heart of the generalization. Look at a few women cleaned up almost. Chen Lan hurriedly fixed his mind, wiped the corners of his mouth. Cannot think about it? Think about it again may be ugly. Waiting for a few women to finish their work and take their seats, Chen Lan got up and opened the several bags next to the TV cabinet, taking out a variety of snacks and imported fruits and arranging them on the coffee table. Many of them are a few of their designated to buy, but just ate a few women but want to cry. This will not be able to eat anything, okay? Chen Lan look at the time is still early, only 8 points out of the beginning. Simply proposed that we go downstairs to walk to eliminate food. So Chen Lan took a few people downstairs, strolling in the neighborhood on the road, all the way to the beautiful greenery and landscaping to make people feel relaxed and happy. Looking at the front of the laughing and joking a few women, his heart a burst of satisfaction. If you can always go on like this, it is really not worth it. Chen Lan did not have many close friends in Magic City. After getting the system he also has a sense of urgency, always feel very unreal, worried that someday asleep and wake up the system disappeared, so has been pressing their own potential. Every day is to toss himself exhausted, before returning to the hotel to rest. Today, after moving from the hotel to Lido, the house was rented. but it was also considered to be temporarily stabilized, and coupled with the company of a beautiful woman, his mood couldn't help but completely relax as well. He was now free and clear, and had also realized financial freedom, and had plenty of time. After years of social sharpening, Chenlan's thinking also tends to mature, so he is not in a hurry. This pursuit of the pleasure of the same let him enjoy it, and by one get two free, although now cannot get on, but the dream is always to have. In case of realization, couldn't help but wish that such days could be as long as possible. The good thing is that Chenlan is still awake. Know the seriousness of the incident of girlfriends, now cannot be double-minded, lest by then the chicken fly eggs. The dream can only be temporarily put aside. This matter has to pay attention to the methods and strategies. He also has to study it properly. Chenlan took advantage of the opportunity of Duo falling behind the two women to quickly take a few steps forward to walk alongside her. Although the dim street light cannot see clearly, but also can know that at this moment the Duo must be full of shy and pretty look. Smell next to the good person exudes a faint fragrance. Chenlan, a burst of heart fluttering, really is a beauty like jade fragrance. Don't know how long to walk. Slowed down the two people, but can't find the Miao Feng and Shu Ting two women. Must be deliberately far away to give the two people alone opportunity to get along. You, both want to break this silence. Coincidentally open their mouths ready to speak. But in unison, the two were dumbfounded, and there was a faint tacit understanding that permeated between the two hearts. You first. Again in unison. Fine. Both of them simply stopped talking, passing by a place with no streetlights. Chenlan's hand couldn't help but grab the gently swinging small hand next to him. Duo forcefully struggled a few times, did not break free, with nails viciously pinched a bit after letting him hold. Chenlan was delighted, holding in the hand of the catkin smooth and delicate, such as jade warm fragrance, so that he could not let go. At this time he was like a young boy in love. His heart was pounding. He could also feel Duo was equally nervous, because the small hand in his hand was gently trembling. The two of them walked quietly like this. No sound was better than sound at this time. Chenlan hoped that he could keep walking like this until the end of time. At an unoccupied corner, he suddenly wrapped Duo in his arms with the force of his hand, and before she could react, his mouth imprinted on her tantalizing red lips. Duo was caught off guard and kissed by Chenlan, stunned and dazed just in time for Chenlan to take advantage of the situation. When had Duo ever experienced this kind of situation? Accidentally, she was brought into the rhythm by Chenlan, and involuntarily responded to Chenlan's passion. A sudden burst of footsteps woke up the two who were kissing obliviously, but the two people are still tightly embraced together, did not let go. At this time the mood of the two people is very different. Chenlan to the person in his arms as a treasure, a long time cannot let go, while Duo as the eyes of confused endured the soul of the three questions of torture. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? She had yet to react from Chenlan's sudden attack. Only after a long time did she push Chenlan away with one force, her large, charming eyes seeming to rise in a layer of mist. She was so aggrieved in her heart that she was about to cry out. She came out for a walk, and her first kiss was taken away by this bad guy. For the simple character of her, this is too fast. She has not been mentally prepared. The strange thing is that the sound of footsteps, at this time, is disappeared. Such a heavenly opportunity. How could Chenlan let it go? He took another step forward, reached out and pulled Duo's small hand, and said to her with affection, "You'll be my girlfriend from now on, right?" Duo's eyes suddenly widened. Is this considered courting? Why did it sound strange? It didn't sound like she was being asked for her opinion. Rather it sounded like she was expressing a fact. But had she ever said yes? Aha! If you don't say anything, then I'll take that as your default. Chapter 37, Meeting Yo-Yo again. After a group of people converged together, they returned to Chenlan's home again, talking and laughing. But Duo always avoided Chenlan's sight along the way. When they arrived at home, as soon as several people sat down, Shu Ting slammed the table and shouted at Chenlan, "Tai, honestly, is Duo's little mouth sweet?" Back in the brightly lit living room, Duo was already flustered and a bit overwhelmed. Now Shu Ting was the pot calling the kettle black, picking this matter apart, making her even more ashamed, as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Before Chenlan could speak, Duo had already jumped onto Shu Ting's body to cover her mouth, and also screamed in shame, "Ah, Shu Ting, you shut up." Looking at the two women who were fighting and messing around, Chenlan smiled and sat steadily watching the fun. In the end, it was Miao Feng who couldn't stand to watch before pulling the two women apart, and if they continued to make a scene, the spring light would be leaked, and it would be cheaper for Chenlan to do this LSP. Duo sat back and glared at Chenlan, and then secretly poked and prodded, thinking about her heart. It's all because of this bad guy. Even if he held her hand, he also kissed her when she wasn't paying attention. It must have been seen by Shu Ting and the others. Humph, wanting me to be his girlfriend, but not a bit of sincerity. Even the courtship was so overbearing. Didn't say a single sweet word and then made the decision for her. No, I can't let him get away with it so easily. At least I have to leave him alone for a week. But wasn't a week too cruel? How about 5 days? This one is also quite cruel. Better 1 day. Must let him deeply realize his mistakes before he can forgive him. Chenlan, on the other hand, was stroking his chin with one hand at the moment, as if he was reminiscing about something, with a y-Thai smile at the corner of his mouth. He was very satisfied with tonight's dry tactics, and deserved 32 points of praise. He knew that this matter was done. Duo, this girl will follow his surname Chen from now on. However, if he wanted to completely take her down, the fire was not yet ready, so he still needed to work a little harder. However, Duo's surname is Flower Duo, obviously a very nice name. After adding Chen became Chen Flower. How did it take on a rustic flavor? Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly a small hand waved in front of his eyes, and his ears heard a calling voice. Old Chen, why are you smiling in such a y-Thai way? You're not trying to do something bad, are you? Chenlan didn't have the heart to push away the small hand in front of him and squinted at the quirky Chu Ting. Right, you ate the most tonight, and I was wondering if I should let you mop the floor before letting you go. Saying that, he picked up the TV remote and turned it on, then distributed the snacks on the table to a few women, which diverted their attention. Several women sat for a while and then proposed to leave. Chenlan did not stay. Tonight's harvest had exceeded his expectations, packing the various snacks and fruits into 2 bags. 1 bag for Miao Feng, 1 bag for Duo and Chu Ting both. Inside were all their favorite things to eat. Chenlan, you don't have to be too polite. I'm embarrassed to come as a guest without a gift. How can I still take your things? Miao Feng refused, and Chu Ting nodded in agreement from the side. How embarrassing it was to eat and take things at Chenlan's house. Chenlan glanced at Duo, who was standing aside with a red face, and said, "You guys are dipping into Duo's light. I mainly brought it for Duo. I was afraid that she would be too embarrassed to take it, so that's why I brought you guys a little bit as well, by the way. So don't be too self-centered." Miao Feng and Chu Ting heard 2 people angry. This dog man talked too angry. So 2 people, a person carrying a bag. The table. Chenlan left their own food also to sweep away, because a few people have been drinking. Miao Feng called a chauffeur. Chenlan followed all the way to several women are safe to send home. Only with the car back to the original way Lido, Duo and Chu Ting returned home. The 2 of them shared a 20-square-foot suite. In this area of land, the rent is nearly 4,000 yuan per month. Looking at the small space in the house, Chu Ting couldn't help but smile petulantly at Duo. Honey, why don't you make a sacrifice and take old Chen down, so that I can go live in a big house with you in the future? Die away. Duo glanced at her lazily. Not a bit of humanity, wanting to sell her for the sake of living in a big house. Chu Ting, however, put her arm around Duo and asked with curiosity and concern, "Are you really ready to be with old Chen? Why are you still kissing today?" Chu Ting and Duo in school is a good girlfriend. Out of society, the 2 in the same company internship, and live together. The feelings are even deeper. She also hoped that Duo can have a good home. Duo blushed and thought for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know. I just feel that he is quite good," giving a very down-to-earth feeling. She then thought of Chenlan's domineering behavior tonight and couldn't help but let her face become hot. "Then why don't I help you test him? You mustn't let him eat you up too quickly," Duo shyly shouted. Roll, you're the one letting him eat you." Saying that, Duo extended her claws to Chu Ting. This dead woman didn't know how to speak without shame all day. She dared to say anything. "Dead Duo, let go. Grab it again and it'll explode." "Humph, I won't let go. Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense." Chu Ting wasn't a vegetarian either. Seeing how Duo dared to provoke her, she started to fight back. Not a moment later Duo let out a scream. "Yeah, you let go of my pants." Evenly matched 2 people in the end who did not win. Shirtless, panting side by side, lying on the bed thinking about things on the mind. Returning home, Chenlan had nothing to do but brush up Shaky. This time period is just right. Brush jittery people. A lot of beautiful young ladies also have to open the live broadcast to seize the head of resources. The homepage is a beautiful young lady scratching her head in the video. The avatar also shows that it is live. So Chenlan excitedly clicked to enter. I go. What the hell? Female phase and male voice? Also wearing a collar. A closer look, there is actually a throat knot. Chenlan's face is black. A tickle in the throat. Quickly brush away. Really bad luck. Out of the division. No. To hurry to wash his eyes. He felt like he was going blind. Yao is also here? Since the last time Chenlan swiped a Shake Y number 1 for her, she hadn't swiped a Shake Y during the evening hours, so she hadn't seen her live. Clicking into the live room, Yao Yao was smiling like a flower sitting on a chair chatting with her water friends, and she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised to see the number with the ID Blue Sky brother enter the live room. She was quite impressed with this number. After brushing more than 1,000 gifts, she disappeared, and sent a private message without returning. She didn't even know what was going on. Now the live room of the demonic J Goods is more and more. She is also feeling the pressure, so the generous reward fans are still very concerned. Welcome Brother Blue Sky. Brother Blue Sky, you haven't come to Yao Yao's live room for a long time. How have you been lately? It was still that baby voice with super high sugar content. Qianlan felt like he couldn't listen to it more. His blood sugar was rising as he listened to it all over his body. Tap on the gift bar. See that there are still 4,000 sound waves on it. Tap on the recharge option and recharge another 10,000 into it. Aha! Shake Mom even gave me a discount? I actually paid 9,368 to get 100,000 sound waves. Is she looking down on me? When did I ever need a discount to buy something? But still can't escape the law of true fragrance. Feeling that earns several hundred Qianlan in a good mood. A shake Y number 1 decisively sent. Yao Yao was thinking about what dance to do to keep Brother Blue Sky, when the special effects of Shake Y1 filled the screen. Thank you Brother Blue Sky Shake Y1. Brother, what dance do you like? Last time you were busy and left first. Today Yao Yao will make it up to you. Yao Yao covered her face with both hands and said in a surprised and delicate voice. Qianlan also didn't know what dance he liked. Anyway, as long as it was danced by a pretty looking and sexy body young lady he liked it. Any of them, just look good. Ugh, all of Yao Yao's dances look good. Ah, Brother Lan Tian, you say it. Your favorite dance song is that one. Yao Yao will dance for you. This demon is so good at pampering. While saying that, she is also looking at the camera with big charming eyes. Qianlan feels like she is looking at herself, and feels that her bones are a few points lighter. Chapter 38 Carnival. Although Qianlan had just separated from a few big beauties tonight, he still couldn't help the sweet and sticky baby voice. After all, Duo's few girls wouldn't be pampering him like this. Let's have a random song then. Okay, Brother Blue Sky, you wait. I'll put on the music. When the music started, the lights in Yao Yao's house became slightly dim. The colorful spotlights were also turned on at the right time. The atmosphere became more ambiguous. Yao Yao pushed away the chair and stood in the middle of the camera, dancing slowly and gently with the rhythm of the music, her soft waist driving her delicate body, twisting out various dance postures from time to time. Because of Qianlan's gold master, Yao Yao danced more vigorously, a pair of charming big eyes also from time to time to the camera discharge. Qianlan was concentrating on Yao Yao's dance, especially her attractive face, which made him unable to take his eyes off. When rewarded, Qianlan tapped on the gift bar to send out a carnival. Nowadays, Qianlan's consumption concept had changed greatly. Things that could make him happier and more comfortable were worth his money to enjoy. Not to mention that he could also brush consumption points. Spending this small amount of money was completely trivial for him now. It was shameful to always whore for nothing. Yao Yao obviously saw the carnival's gift special effects as well, but she didn't stop writhing. Instead, she bounced even more seductively and charmingly. With the carnival's all-network announcement, the number of people in the live broadcast room was also skyrocketing, and with such a beautiful view, who would want to leave if they entered the live broadcast room? When he saw Yao Yao's delicate movements, Qianlan couldn't help but give his body a start. When Yao Yao finished her dance, panting and sitting in front of the screen, Qianlan sent 2 more carnivals. When 2 carnivals in a row blossomed into eye-catching light reflecting into Yao Yao's eyes, she couldn't help but be so excited that her pretty face turned red, except for the time when she had just joined the guild. The carnival that the company's operation number had rewarded in order to attract traffic didn't count. She had received at most 2 carnivals in one night. Tonight, 3 carnivals. This is considered her live nearly half a year since the highlight of the moment. With her poise and dancing expertise, and her voice is a salty and sweet baby voice, it stands to reason that there should be quite a few big brothers in the live room. And this time period Yao Yao has been live for not a short period of time, but Qianlan just entered the live room and brushed a jittery Y number 1 on the airborne list 1, which shows that she does not have a big brother to pursue, or I should say there was once, but when these big brothers pay but no return they shut down, turn their heads and continue to pursue the beautiful anchor who knows what she's doing. After Yao Yao was happy, she was a bit worried that this list 1 big brother would be a flash in the pan again, like the previous big brother who asked for a return but failed to do so and just shut down. So what was she supposed to do? She now can only be regarded as a not too small anchor. Attention also has a 500,000, but it feels like hitting the ceiling. The amount of attention can no longer go up. If there is no guild and big brother to give her money and efforts to attract traffic, then she wants to go further will be very difficult. But why? The guild was also very optimistic about her, also invested a lot of money in the early stage, but she just can't keep the big brothers, and then simply put it on the shelf. Now ran into a wild big brother. although the honor about don't hide. Tonight in her live room on the brush a shake Y1 with 3 carnival only to rise to level 32, but did not send her any private message. This is very rare. The live room already had nearly 10,000 people watching at this time. Many newcomers were kept after entering the live room. After all, there weren't many anchors like Yao Yao who stood out in every aspect. After calming her excitement for a while, Yao Yao used a sweet to outrageous voice to delicately say, "Thank you Brother Blue Sky for the 3 carnivals." Yao Yao is a bit flattered. Brother Blue Sky, did you like the dance that Yao Yao just danced? As soon as Yao Yao's voice fell, many of the newcomers were stunned. Originally a dance to see their blood boiling, this sweet and greasy voice was like injecting them with a spring of fresh water. A burst of cool through the heart of the whole body, crispy and densely cool. Then the public screen of the live broadcast room exploded. The pop-ups that came one after another densely covered the entire public screen. Anchor this voice god. With white rice I can eat several bowls. Found a treasure anchor. Resolutely followed. I drop a god. Didn't drink, but I got drunk in the anchor's live room. Who is Brother Blue Sky? If you also swipe the carnival for me, even though I'm a guy, I can dance for you. The various god bombs made people laugh and cry, and Shenlong only glanced at them for a few moments before averting his eyes, his finger quickly typing a line on his cell phone. Yao Yao, did this dance change its name? Shenlan's pop-up screen had been set to float on the screen. This line of words floated in the middle of the screen. Yao Yao saw it at a glance. What does this mean? The dance changed its name? Yao Yao froze for a moment and thought for a while. No, this dance is just called playing the flute. It's an original one by an anchor senior. Seeing this floating screen, the aquatic friends in the live room were worthy of being LSPs and immediately realized the essence of it. Then the pop-ups on the public screen bristled and became denser. Blue Sky is really a big brother. Molesting a female anchor hasn't even been pulled black by the house manager. Oh, I get it. No wonder it felt wrong just now. Anchor. The house manager of the field control kicked a few viewers whose pop-up stepped on the red line and launched a declaration of positive energy on the public screen. Shenlong saw that the live room had been accidentally brought askew by him, so he recharged his account with another 100,000 sound waves. Then the screen began to bloom with carnival special effects again. Having money was so arbitrary, and with 3 carnival appearances in a row, the pop-up topic on the public screen was reversed. Yao Yao, fueled by the carnival, changed another set of clothes and danced to 3 dance songs in a row before stopping to rest. After interacting with Shenlong for a few sentences, she then delicately said to the audience in the live broadcast room, new to the live broadcast room's treasures, if you like the anchor, give the anchor a little bit of attention. Yao Yao is a dancing anchor. Welcome to come to Yao Yao's live broadcast room to watch the dance more often. At this time the audience in the live room only reacted. Have point attention. Such a treasure anchor. Point attention next time will not get lost. Chapter 39, adding Yao Yao's WeChat. After sending nearly 20,000 gifts to Yao Yao's live stream tonight, Shenlan's account honor level had risen to level 35. Finally not a small white number anymore. He also did not intend to level up to a high level at once. Watching live broadcasts is just occasionally bored when they find some fun. Too deliberately in order to upgrade rather unattractive. Exit Yao Yao's live room. He wandered in the live room again. Seeing the wonderful on a sports car descend, he is now only a pseudo big money. On hand 1,000,000 or 800,000 he has a more important use. It is impossible to see people on the brush carnival, and Yao Yao this side to see ID Blue Sky Brothers number left her live room. Look at the time. Tonight broadcast the length of time has been overtime. Although the number of people in the live room was still nearly 10,000 people, she had no intention of continuing to broadcast, so she said goodbye to the audience in the live room and then closed the live room, opening the background to look at the gifts harvested tonight. Driven by Shenlan's carnival, the desire of other viewers to give gifts was also driven. The live room peaked at nearly 20,000 people. All kinds of small gifts did not stop when she danced, accumulating a small amount. The cumulative amount can be quite a lot. Counting Shenlan's gifts, the total amount converted into RM coins has exceeded $40,000. According to the share ratio she signed with the guild, she could net over 20,000 tonight, which was already almost as much as she usually earned in a month. Staring at her cell phone for a while, Yao Yao felt that it was too mysterious. The most rewarding day since the live broadcast was actually created by a low-level number. Moreover, tonight's carnival's all-network announcement had attracted quite a few new viewers, adding nearly 10,000 concerns to her. Although it was relying on her own strength to leave them behind, there is no doubt that Shenlong brushing gifts to attract traffic is the most important factor. And what was the point of brushing the gift and running away, without even sending her a single message until now? Is it just purely to appreciate her? Clicked on the Blue Skies homepage. The top is also blank, not even a video. There is no way to know what kind of person this is. Forget it, it's useless to think about it anymore. and after contributing a concern to Chenlan, he sent his own micro-signal in a private message. After Chenlan had strolled around, he was about to exit Shake Y, and saw that there were quite a few unread messages, so he clicked on them and flipped through them. He didn't block private messages. Everyone can send him messages. In the past, in addition to advertisements, there would be no one to send messages to him, a small white number. Now there are dozens of hundreds of unread messages inside, and also inexplicably more than hundreds of concerns. Nothing to do. Chenlan looked up one by one. The first to open is, brother, free to take me out to play? Hotel, home can be, my private queue asterisk 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 asterisk. Chenlan skimmed his mouth. So old-fashioned trick, who will believe? You want to get my waist, right? Decisively pull black. Blue sky brother, little sister body petite body soft y push down. Time to come to my live room to see me dance. Okay, this is to grab the big brother. Chen Blue point into her home page to see the eye. There is a not small anchor. Attention has more than 1 million. Looked at a few videos, the feeling is not bad. Skin white and beautiful. Front and back. This stay. Click on another one. How come there are so many photos? Also all different girls' photos. What is the situation? Only at the end did Chenlan realize that it was an advertisement for a dating site, and the girls in the photos were all members of the site. Didn't they say that there are more than 70 million men in China who can't find a date? Why are there so many women who can't get married and have to turn to dating sites? What the hell is this? Making friends? Or a man? Chenlan is powerless to spit out. How come there are all kinds of demons and monsters? Did not see a few. Chenlan is not interested in watching, leaving the anchor woman's number, the other one down to delete. Yao Yao sent a private message? Microsignal or sent over? Chenlan decisively added. This woman is a special thing. He looked at is also very greedy. Worth letting her account for a WeChat friends bit. As for after leaving the filter, whether the real person is also so beautiful? He was actually muttering in his heart. It didn't take long to pass the verification, and then a message was sent over. Brother Blue Sky? Aha! You're off the air? Yes brother, I went off the air after you left. Brother, are you in Magic City? Ha! I didn't say that. How did she know I was in Magic City? Chenlan was a bit surprised. After thinking about it, he understood. His WeChat friends circle showed the content of the last month, and the background of the selfie taken at the Bund a few days ago was the kitchen 3-piece set in Lujiazui. Right. Where are you? Although there was information on this in the live broadcast room, Chenlan was so focused on the beautiful scenery that he hadn't paid attention to this information at all. Yao Yao is in Hangzhou. Brother, are you free to come over to Hangzhou to play? Little sister treats you to dinner. Okay, talk about it when you are free. It's late. Rest early. I'm going to sleep. Yao Yao received the message a bit dumbfounded, reached out and touched her delicate and pretty face, muttering with a face full of incomprehension. Am I not pretty enough? Even WeChat doesn't want to chat with me more. Looking at the time, it's only 11 o'clock. This is sleeping? Are you so pampered? You don't want to see me? I've made it so clear. And this is the result? Yao Yao flipped through the messages with a confused face and couldn't help but doubt her own charm, sighing after a long while. This is good. She won't be in a dilemma left and right. Originally, she was also inwardly apprehensive, not knowing how to treat this wild big brother who had inexplicably appeared, worrying that it would be like the previous big brother who swiped a gift and started asking to meet offline. However, she waited and waited, but not even a private message, or she herself took the initiative to send the microsignal all the way over, before adding a friend. The real name is called Chenlan? Is this where the ID Blue Sky brother comes from? Yao Yao looked at the newly added microsignal. In her heart, she was also quite curious about this wild big brother, and now that she was about to unveil his mysterious veil, she couldn't help but be a little nervous. The avatar was a cartoon avatar, couldn't see much. She clicked into Chenlan's circle of friends. There is only a recent situation. Yao Yao clicked to take a look and then she was happy. Blue Sky brother is so funny, and being handsome by himself? Too stinky. She muttered softly with a smile on her lips. She enlarged the photo and looked at it carefully. His age looked around 27 or 88 years old. He looked okay with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but it wasn't as exaggerated as what Chenlan said that even he himself was being handsome too. But this also let Yao Yao's apprehensive heart relaxed. Not crooked, not bad old man, then a dinner date or something is not so repulsive. Just feel a little bit stuffed. Such a big beautiful girl about dinner. Other people begged for something. This wild big brother is lack of interest. Sleeping? Do not find a good excuse. Nowadays young people have so early to bed? Chapter 40 Superfluous. However, Chenlan is really sleeping. Tonight did not business. Feel missed a lot of small money. Early to sleep. Nourish the spirit tomorrow in order to get up early to earn more. After the move, Chenlan's life began to become regular and full again. As usual, every day at 6 o'clock in the morning to get up and start sports. to 9 o'clock to go to the neighborhood clubhouse to swim for half an hour, and then go home to sunbathe, and then continue to go to the major prosperous neighborhoods or attractions slipping in the evening. Because he had previously triggered the talent bonus of not forgetting twice over, he of course had to put it to use. So he went to the Xinhua bookstore and bought dozens of books that he found useful. Like the 4 books and 5 classics of China's Tao Te Ching was definitely essential. Who cares if he could read it or not? He memorized it first. There are other world-famous books he also bought a lot, ready to have time to slowly read. Because the balcony of the living room of the family is southwest facing, so the sunshine time is longer. Until the evening sun goes down all have sunlight irradiation. So he found someone to remodel the balcony. The southwest side of the parapet are added curtains. The ground put a thick mat, lied down on it. The opposite building is holding a telescope cannot see the balcony sleeping someone. Then turn on the air conditioner in the living room to the coldest, and then open the sliding door by the balcony, so that the cold air can go to the balcony and hot air against. It didn't work very well, but it was better than nothing, and the heat wasn't so unbearable in the middle of the day. The first day he tried it, the sun was hot on his body. Unlike in a hotel where there is a layer of glass insulation, he felt like a piece of meat on an iron plate, frying one side and then turning over and frying the other. He wanted to give up this kind of self-mutilation, but thinking of the magical effect of being invulnerable to knives and spears, and the hidden attribute of recovering the physical energy consumed by exercise, he held on hard, and the remodeled skin wasn't even afraid of being sunburned or getting a tan. So what else did he have to be afraid of? The first 2 days were still a little hard to bear, and he couldn't even read a book if he wanted to, and he went back to the house to eat and take a nap after 1 o'clock at noon. To the third day, sunbathing in the sun, he even magically fell asleep, and slept until the evening when the sun is going down. When he woke up, he felt like soaking in a hot spring just out of the body penetrating. The whole body fatigue is gone. The skin on his body also became more oily, moisturized and elastic. This makes Chen Lan both happy and troubled. Obviously he despises the white boy, but now he is getting the tendency to become a white boy. Time passed, and a week passed in this undulating life. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Lan naked and very ungainly lying on the balcony floor sleeping, cell phone and alarm ringing to wake him up. Pick up the cell phone to close the alarm clock. Pick up the side of the bath towel to cover the waist. Turn over and then lie down for a while before lazily sitting up. At this time of day, there were usually not many people at home in the surrounding neighborhoods, and if it was later and everyone was off work, there would be more people at home. Although the parapet had a curtain blocking it, but naked on the balcony he still felt a bit unsettled. He couldn't help but spit at the system in his head. System, is there any way to speed up the skin transformation? It's not a solution for me to lie naked in the balcony like a hooligan all day, in case I'm discovered one day. Then I'll be disgraced to the core. System, then you can put on pants. Chen Lan, nonsense. Of course I know that I can put on pants. The main reason is that I'm worried that there are places that don't get sunlight, and when the transformation is not effective, then how can I stand up to my brother? The system's voice became surprised. Why would it be ineffective? What determines the effect of the transformation is the amount of sun energy absorbed, not whether or not it can be tanned. Chen Lan stiffened for a moment and asked in disbelief. That means it's the same whether I wear pants or not. As long as I absorb enough energy, regardless of whether I can get sunlight or not, it doesn't affect the effect of the transformation, right? Right. Although not wearing pants does absorb more energy, it's actually superfluous and the effect is minimal. The system's words hit Chen Lan's head as hard as a hammer, and he felt a wave of dizziness. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been acting like a little cutie all day, like a bare ass. Do you think this is fun? He thought that his skin would only strengthen faster if he got some sun, so he deliberately stayed naked every time he sunbathed. And he had been sneaking around the balcony naked for so many days, and together, it was just redundant. Chen Lan was so angry that he was trembling. This dog system is really not a thing. So long without reminding. But you didn't ask. I thought it was your personal hobby. The system's voice was innocent. Well, it was true that he didn't ask. It was something he took for granted. But goddamn personal preference. It's not like he was an exhibitionist. Chen Lan felt like he was going autistic. He didn't want to talk. He just wanted to be quiet. Possibly sensing that Chen Lan's resentment had nearly flooded his mind, the system explained in a rare moment. The skin, as the largest organ of the body, remains a whole after being transformed by the system. And after absorbing the sun's energy it is evenly distributed to each inch of the skin for transformation. So it's the same with or without pants. After a long moment of silence, Chen Lan opened the system page in his mind. He hadn't even looked at it for a week and just silently plowed through it every day. System, Level 3. Host, Chen Lan. Age, 31 years old. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Physical fitness, 9, average 10. Physical strength, 8, average 10. Mental, 10, average 10. Skills, intermediate software programming, intermediate English, intermediate driving, advanced Japanese. Talents, super skin, beginner, plus T eagles hands, beginner, can't forget twice over. System energy, 0, 9%, 3,240 hours countdown to system shutdown. Steps, 526,000 steps. Income, 1, 065, 000. Consumption points, 3, 150, 000 points. Looking at the data on the page, Chenlan's total mood was comforted. His weight had dropped another 2 kilograms. His current weight was already in the normal range. Any thinner and he would look too thin. Unfortunately, it was the fact that no visible muscles could be seen on his body yet. After all, this half a month or so he had more just walked and hadn't done any strength exercises, although he added half an hour of swimming every day. But the intensity is not high. It is impossible to develop muscles in a short period of time. Physique and strength were both added by 1 point, which made him just exhilarated. Was he finally close to getting rid of the title of weakling? He himself could clearly feel the changes in his body. Although the length of exercise didn't increase, he felt more and more relaxed. Unlike at the beginning when he was so tired that he was left with half a life every day. The system energy increased the fastest. It was only 0.2% when he first rose to level 3, and now it went up 0.9% so quickly, mainly because his daily sunbathing time increased, and it was uncovered and directly exposed to the sun. The first 2 talents were still only beginner level and didn't feel any change. This week didn't trigger any rewards. The income on the system was all from his step-by-step diligence, together with the money he withdrew to his card before there was nearly 2 million together. Chapter 41, The Light Bulb. That meant 3 or 4 more days of earning money and then he could go and put a down payment on the 2 cars he had his eye on and then sit back and wait for the loan to come down to move up another level. This was good news. He felt like his life was finally about to take off. Chenlan put the bath towel around his waist, got up and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Laying in the sun for a few hours, sweat could not be less. After drying her body, she threw the towel into the laundry basket and put it into the washing machine together with the clothes that were already filled inside. That's the problem with living on your own. You have to do everything by yourself, and you're not used to it for the first 2 days. After staying in the hotel for nearly 10 days, the life of having to feed and clothe himself had almost ruined him. It is true that it is easy to go from simple to luxurious, and difficult to go from luxurious to simple. When he first lived in the hotel to enjoy life, there was nothing he was not accustomed to. Opening his closet, he picked a checkered short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black 9-minute casual pants to wear, and put a pair of black casual leather shoes on his feet. Sent a message to Duo. Set a moment to go to see her. Recently this week a little cold, although every now and then there are WeChat contact, but since the night of the move after the face. In passing to Meowfeng also sent a message. Set a moment to the store to pick up the car. His 911 Turbo S3 7T sports car could be picked up 2 days ago, but he never went, mainly because he himself is not the kind of very high-profile character. He was not in a hurry to bring up the car or not, and the car was presumably put in the garage to eat dust after bringing it back. Chenlan went downstairs and walked to the property management office of the neighborhood. With the staff on duty inside some negotiation, rented 3 underground parking spaces, but unfortunately not together, only 2 of them are even number. Another parking space is separate. Chenlan if the car are brought back, then his 4 cars to be parked in 3 different locations, but there is no way. After all, is not a new neighborhood. It is impossible to still have a number of garage vacant. Chenlan also does not have the so-called. At this stage here is just a transition. Out of the district walked all the way to the Porsche 4 Center, entered the door to see Duo was sitting at the front desk looking at what information. Hearing the movement into the door, Duo looked up and glanced at him and then lowered his head to continue to busy her things. Chenlan touched his nose a little embarrassed, feeling that he was not playing off. That night was very strong and forcefully kissed the other person, and then there was no other movement from himself. Luckily, Meowfeng found her and quickly came over to greet her, then stared at Chenlan's face for a long time without turning her eyes away before she asked in surprise, "Haven't seen you for a few days. Why do I feel like you're even more handsome, brother Chen? Wow, this skin is better than even mine." Saying that, he even wanted to get on his hands and touch it. Chenlan's head was full of black lines, hurriedly reached out and knocked off Meowfeng's Lushan's claws, moving his hands and feet in public. What is the behavior? He is also very speechless. Who knew that after the transformation of the skin also has this function? The more sunshine the skin is more white and delicate. Before the change is not very obvious. This a week Sunday in the sun exposure. This effect came out at once. Now his skin. Most of the women will be envious and jealous when they see it. Brother Chen, don't move. Quickly let me touch it. What kind of cosmetics did you use? Quickly recommend it to me. Seeing that Meowfeng, the female hooligan, still had a look of immortality, Chenlan got scared and hurriedly walked quickly towards the delivery area. His riotous red 911 Turbo S3 7T is lying in the middle of the delivery area. Shiny red body riotous. This car paint cost Chenlan nearly $200,000, plus other miscellaneous configurations, spent close to $3 million. If you add the purchase tax and ultra-luxury car tax, calculated more than $5 million. This price in the sports car world can only be considered entry-level, but Chenlan has no so-called Now these are tools to brush consumption points, waiting for the system to rise a few more levels. One day on the income can buy a car like this, by then have the money want to buy what car cannot buy. Another set of delivery process down. Chenlan harvested another set of photos and videos. His jittery home page was empty. Now the material has. He is now like a brocade-coated knight. Rich cannot show off to friends and family. To strangers to show off a little rich cannot. When the time comes to put the avatar a little who knows who he is. License plates and other force stores have helped to do a good job. Panamera license plate today also gave Chenlan. He went back to hang on their own on it. Miaofeng followed Chenlan on the car together. The function of each button are explained in detail. Chenlan ignited the car. A strong roar sounded. Gently tapped the gas pedal. A burst of surging sound waves make people's blood boil. After driving away from the car force store, not for a while Chenlan was not interested. Now more than 5 o'clock is the peak of the off-work period. His sports car is not more than others on the wing. All the way to the speed simply cannot go up to 40 yards. The experience is too bad. All the way back to the house slowly. Parked the car into the underground garage and went upstairs. Casually put the keys on the coffee table. How to arrange tonight. Have the intention to continue to go out to earn money. As soon as possible to buy a car down payment enough. But Duo's attitude today is obviously not good. This is to blame me for so many days did not ask her out? The last time he drilled a hole and gave a forced kiss. After the past few days really a little cold feet her. So took out his cell phone and launched a message to Duo, girl. I'll pick you up after work. We'll go eat together. Just the two of us. Humph. I'm not going. Okay, I know. I'll pick you up downstairs at your house in a while. I said I'm not going. I'm not going. No, I don't want to talk to you. Aha, I'll see you in a bit then. This time Duo didn't send any text. What she sent was a string of frantic emoticons. Chenlan was dumbfounded. Picking up girls' 3 elements of boldness, careful heart, thick skin. He has mastered the true meaning of thick skin. Looked at the time Duo has been almost to the end of the work time. She to home as long as walking 10 minutes away. Now the pastime is just right. So Chenlan washed his face and went out the door. He did not intend to drive over. After dinner can also walk together. By the way, can also earn money. 2 birds with 1 stone, how good. All the way slow wandering to the Duo home downstairs. Look at the time should be more than her first. Chenlan took out a cigarette on the point. Out of the cell phone with his head down to brush up the news. A cigarette is not yet finished. A car parked next to it. Vaguely can also hear the sound of girls laughing. Chenlan looked up. The face is black. What's the situation? Why is it Miaofeng's car? How did this woman also come? He clearly hadn't sent her a message. Then it could only be Duo telling her. Obviously pulling her over to escort her. The car door opened. A few women smiled and got out of the car. Miaofeng looked at Chenlan's dark face and couldn't help but laugh chirpily. What's wrong? Brother Chen, this is not happy to see me? Can be happy? Chenlan, who was holding bad in his heart, of course hoped that the fewer light bulbs the better. Happy? How could I not be happy? He. Chenlan reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, Chapter 42 Shopping together. Duo and Shu Ting just stood next to each other and watched straight music. Chenlan's idea is known to everyone. Want to secretly ask Duo out for dinner alone? No way. You guys go up and change clothes. I'll wait for you downstairs. Chenlan also dead heart. Looks like Miaofeng and Shu Ting is determined to be a light bulb. Duo several women are still wearing the company's uniform. Although the uniform temptation is also very good looking, but after all, it is not as comfortable as civilian clothes. Miaofeng also carried a bag to follow along. Her casual clothes in the bag. Chenlan waited downstairs for half an hour before seeing a few women who had changed into civilian clothes and descended the stairs. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Looking at the brightly colored 3 women, Chenlan could not help but lament. The beauty is beautiful, but there are too many people he cannot lower. If only Duo won, how good. Tonight and can taste her soft cherry mouth. Chenlan said breathlessly, several young ladies. What kind of clothes are you changing into? It can't be tailored on the spot. Shu Ting put one hand on Chenlan's shoulder and blinked a pair of big beautiful eyes and said, What? Getting impatient after waiting for our several great beauties for such a short while? No, absolutely not. It's just that I'm afraid that you few big beauties are starving. Chenlan's desire for survival was strong. Although he was indeed impatient waiting, how could he admit it? The lights in the alcove were dim. I didn't notice it just now, but now Chu Ting was just 20 centimeters away from Chun Lan's face, and could tell the difference at a glance. "What's going on with your face? Gosh, how come it's so smooth?" Chu Ting screamed. The hand on her shoulder had already backhandedly touched Chen Lan's face. The smooth and delicate touch couldn't help but make her scream out. Too jealous. Was this a man's face? How was it smoother than even hers? Chen Lan was attacked by Chu Ting's face without paying attention, and touching it wasn't enough. She pinched it in her hand, grabbing the salty pig hand that was still stupidly moving. Chen Lan gasped with a head full of black lines. "It can be touching a bit even if you still want to touch until when? When do you think duo doesn't exist? No, you let me touch again. Feel good. More comfortable than touching duo's body." Side by side Chu Ting still kept struggling, had to touch it again. Duo on the side was also staring at Chen Lan's face with a curious face. Only she didn't have the heart to directly get her hands on it. Hearing Chu Ting's words, Duo immediately blushed. "Can this be said casually? Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand?" Reaching out to Chu Ting's waist, she pinched fiercely, furiously saying, "Shut up, don't you drag me into everything." Chen Lan couldn't help but feel a little envious as he watched the two of them jostle together again. He could tell that the two women had a very good relationship. Two people with such extreme personalities were able to maintain their relationship for so many years. It had to be said that personalities could really complement each other. "Alright, stop messing around. Let's hurry up and go eat. The neighbors are about to be noisy from you guys," Chen Lan hurriedly said. Miao Feng on the side had also a little hand itchy, ready to take the opportunity to also touch a hand. Heard Chen Lan so said had to stop for the time being. She was ready to ask Chen Lan what the secret was. Which girl didn't want her skin to be smoother and more delicate? "Where's your car?" Miao Feng, who was about to drive, asked. Did not open it, thinking about eating nearby, driving instead of more trouble, but also looking around for a place to park. Miao Feng speechless. Bought two luxury car just put on the good looking? Come out to pick up girls even do not open out. So he said, then my car is not driving out. Just park here first. A line of 4 people out of the neighborhood, all the way to Nanjing West Road on foot. Now at 7 o'clock. It was the peak time for red men and women to come out for shopping. Chen Lan experienced the feeling of being in the limelight again, only that many gazes carried a murderous aura. Chen Lan turned a blind eye, strutting side by side with a few women. A few women were chattering on the side, still occasionally turning their heads to look at Chen Lan before continuing to mingle again. Chen Lan was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Always looking at me for what? Even though I'm handsome, it's not that bad, right? The current Chen Lan's face value was indeed a new level of handsome than before he got the system. In the past, because of the lack of exercise, his body was a bit fat, and since he hadn't seen the sun for years, his face had a kind of sickly pallor. After nearly 20 days of unremitting exercise, 3 meals and sufficient nutrition, plus the super skin, compared to before is completely different. At this time his face is like a crown of jade, imposing. The whole person exudes a kind of self-confidence and high spirit. Hey, you guys are almost ready. Ah, what are you talking about me in a sneaky manner? Snort. Who's talking about you? How shameless. Needless to say, this could only be said by Chu Ting. Chen Lan laughed and didn't argue. He was on the verge of pointing at his nose and discussing it but still had his eyes open. He leaned towards Duo's side and pulled her delicate hand. You stay away from the two of them. Don't learn from them. Duo slightly struggled for a few times but did not break free and resigned herself to her fate. Her face was like paint and she twisted her head to blankly glance at him, then pretended as if nothing had happened, and secretly put the hand she was holding behind her back. However, her actions were just a cover-up. Chu Ting and Miao Feng had noticed the movement when Chen Lan leaned over to Duo's side. How could this little movement escape their fiery eyes? But they just pretended not to know. After all, since they had been in contact with Chen Lan for so long, they also recognized that he was a high-quality single nobleman, and also had a good personality, young, golden and approachable. So since a man had a lover and a concubine, why not do the right thing? What do you guys want to eat? Walking down the pedestrian street will come to an end. Why don't you go to Plaza 66 and take a look inside? Seeing that they were almost out of the pedestrian street, Chen Lan proposed. Chen Lan recently went to Hang Lung twice or to go to the supermarket shopping. Come and go in a hurry also did not really shop. Only know that inside the luxury brands, well-known restaurants are also quite a lot. After unifying their opinions, several people headed in the direction of Plaza 66. Plaza 66 was built in 2001, 66 floors above ground, 3 floors below ground, a total height of 288 meters, was the tallest building in Puxi at that time. The 5-floor podium was used as a department store with an area of 55,000 square meters, housing more than 100 famous luxury brands from all over the world. Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Chanel, Dior, Prada, etc. could all be found inside. when a few women entered the first floor of the splendid store. Looking at the wide array of boutique clothing luxury brand name stores, they all kind of looked at their eyes, and they who had just cried out for hunger felt that eating wasn't so important anymore. Let's go up to eat first, and then come down for a stroll after eating, said Chenlan, holding Duo to the direction of the elevator. If they are now allowed to give free rein to a few of them, it is estimated that dinner will become a midnight snack. Chapter 43, Dressing Up. Going up to the 4th floor, Chenlan several people looked around and then entered a Hong Kong-style tea house called Jing Kaixian. This is a 2-star Michelin restaurant, also on China's Black Pearl list, is considered to be a relatively high-end chain restaurant in Magic City. The restaurant's environment is calm and elegant. The decoration is made of exquisite materials and pays attention to the details of craftsmanship, and the overall style has a kind of low-key luxury. Chenlan asked for a private room. In the waiter's recommendation, a few people want a braised veal, lobster mapo tofu, Alaskan king crab, Matsuzaka pig caviar, fresh mango tea guanyin pudding. There is also a white scorched vegetable heart. During the wait for the food to be served, Miao Feng finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Chen, how did this skin of yours become so good? Is there any secret? Duo and Chu Ting were also staring at Chenlan with longing faces. Everyone wanted their skin to become better. Chenlan had a secret. More sunlight every day and her skin got better. But who would believe it? So what's the secret? It's called natural beauty. Do you understand? Eat, drink, sleep and exercise every day, and your skin will naturally get better. Several women scoffed. Duo sat next to him and reached out to pinch him and pouted, Speak human. Chenlan is very innocent. What he said is more reliable human words. The result is that no one believes. If you say that set of facts of the ghost story is even more, no one believes. It's true. My skin was good. Just before the work every day on the computer, skin only worse. People also gained weight. Now nothing to do every day is fitness to eat and sleep. The body thinned down. The skin is also restored, whether they believe it or not. Chenlan still explained. A few women listen to the half-believe, want to pick thorns from it, but Chenlan's explanation is nothing. Can't help but be a little disappointed. These do not have any help for them. Old Chen, what did you do before? What are you doing now? Chu Ting began to dig Chenlan's old bottom. Now see Duo, this delicate flower will soon be picked by him. As a good girlfriend, of course she has to help Duo gatekeeper. Used to work in it company, now is a hobo. Every day just speculate on stocks and futures. If there is a good project, may also invest. Wow, you still speculate in stocks? Isn't that earning a lot of money? Chu Ting asked curiously. Chenlan had bought 2 luxury cars in Porsche, and he had heard that he would have to buy 2 more of other brands. Such a large amount of spending could not be afforded if he had less money. Originally, they were still guessing whether he was a rich second generation, but this money is his own earned, that is from nothing. Several women could not help but admire him. Business had developed for so many years. Many business models had already been traveled, although it was possible to follow someone else's model again, but it would undoubtedly be more difficult. And Chenlan was a working class man before. With no one to rely on, he was able to dig a bucket of gold in a green stock market. This was not something that could be done by luck. It's not much, enough for me to eat, drink and have fun for the rest of my life, Chenlan said ambiguously. He himself didn't know how much money the system had earned in the stock and futures market over such a long period of time. Although emotionally and legally speaking, that money should belong to him, but the system, it doesn't reason with you. Chenlan lost, protested, the reverse side of the open. Anyway, the system, as long as he can pay his salary on time, on the line. Miao Feng also speculate in stocks, but also lost a lot. Cannot help but worry, Chen brother, you still need to be cautious in stock speculation. Now the market situation is not good. A little inattention will be trapped. Duo and Chu Ting are also on the side of the non-stop nodding. After all, the stock market is changing rapidly. The risk of the idol family is still very big. Chenlan could see that several women were genuinely worried about him, so he laughed and said, Don't worry, this I understand. I have been cashing out. Will not put all the money into the stock market. This life, you just need to hold on tight to this thigh of mine. The package of your whole life are all eat and drink spicy. Really? Then why don't Duo be the big one? Sister Miao and I will be the small ones. How about the 3 of us serve you together? Chu Ting threw a wink at Chenlan and said daintily. Chenlan almost blurted out the word good, but seeing Duo's raised eyebrows next to him, he hurriedly said with a serious face, Do you think I'm that kind of person? Now Xinhua country was founded almost 100 years ago. We do not want to engage in the old society 3 wives and 4 concubines that set. I have Duo 1 is enough. Ha, brother Chen, this reaction speed of yours can be obviously I see that you are very heartfelt. How can you say the words out of your mouth? Chu Ting, this ghost fire just finished. Miao Feng, this dead woman in the side, began to fan up the yin wind. This is intentionally not let Chenlan good. Chen-lan simply also open up. This has to look at duo. You want to be a small neat duo agreed. You apply to her. Good men really don't have a good thing. Duo you see? This is the true face of this dog man. You don't want to fall for his tricks. It's better for the two of us to live together. Same sex is true love. Chu Ting ran over and hugged duo. The two of them laughed into a ball. It was all in jest. A few people didn't take it seriously, but Chen-lan wanted to take it seriously. This was the ultimate dream of how many men. While talking, various dishes were served one after another. A few people also turned their attention to the table. While eating and chatting, Chen-lan also occasionally gave duo a chopstick. Looking at Chu Ting and Miao Feng, two girls rolled their eyes. They just want to eat properly. Do not want to eat dog food. Now Chen-lan is hard to stuff. A meal ate nearly an hour. The time has almost 8:30. Chen-lan called the waiter, settled the bill, and took a few women downstairs. Since they came, they went shopping together. He was also going to buy a few sets of luxury brand clothing. Now he was wearing just more popular brands. As a result, when he heard Chen-lan say he wanted to buy clothes, he became the main character. A few women dragged him into a brand he had never even heard of, and after circling the store, the fancy styles inside directly dissuaded Chen-lan. Because every luxury brand has its own style, the style of this brand is obviously not suitable for him. Too ostentatious. Chen-lan has no research on luxury goods, dressing for comfort, but in the details of the collocation will not be as good as a few women who always pay attention to fashion trends. A few people went into Hermes again, and then it turned into a personal dress-up show for Chen-lan. Old Chen, come here and try this one please. This one doesn't work. The leg of the pants is too skinny. You look very girly in it. Change it. Wow, this one is good. Really handsome. Chen-lan was numbly directed by several women to try on various styles of clothes, and finally chose 3 sets from them. He wore these branded clothes with first-class design and materials, fashionable and unobtrusive, that kind of self-confidence and high temperament. See, a few women's eyes are flashing with a strange light. Seeing that the shoes in the store were also good, Chen-lan chose a pair of boomerang sneakers and a pair of Louboutins from them. Chapter 44, Triggering Hidden Rewards. Feeling that the purchase was almost done, Chen-lan said to the several women, "I'll pick your own. I'll pay for the ones you fancy later." Several women looked at each other in disbelief. Letting them pick by themselves? This is too luxurious, isn't it? Here, casually pick a piece is more than 10,000 yuan. They usually cannot afford to buy. Although Miao Feng had this spending power, but letting her spend a month or two of her income to buy a tens of thousands of dollars bag, she was just as reluctant to part with it. "I don't want it, just buy your own." Duo was the first to come forward and refused. Chen-lan took her hand and walked to the women's clothing area, beckoning for a salesman and said, "The latest summer models. You match her with a set." However, Duo did not appreciate his angry bulging glare at him. Too overbearing. She has said don't want it, still hard pulling to let her buy. Does it think that she is a material woman? Put. Chen-lan pressed both hands towards the airbag on her face and it leaked. Followed together over the Miao Feng, two women overjoyed. Chen-lan is too angry. Do not see people are angry? You're just adding fuel to the fire, aren't you? Duo really angry. Open teeth and claws pounced on Chen-lan to bite his arm. Chen-lan, this LSP hand on the Duo gently embrace. Feel the soft body in the arms and burst of fragrance. Chen-lan mind mesmerized. The arm, well, just bear the pain to let her bite a good. Duo bit into Chen-lan's arm is happy. Suddenly felt that there is not right. How do I run in his arms to come? This is considered to be an embrace? I didn't get my revenge, but I got myself into it? Duo's face turned red with a swish, and she pushed Chen-lan away with both hands. She was so shy and embarrassed that her toes were about to gouge out a 3-room apartment from the ground. Chen-lan knew that Duo had a thin skin, and hurriedly diverted everyone's attention to her. Just this once. I haven't sent you any gifts after knowing you for so long. It's kind of a meet and greet gift. Everyone has it. In the end, a few women were persuaded by Chen-lan to accept the gifts. Miao Feng and Chu Ting each a bag. Duo in addition to a bag also has an additional set of summer clothes. The last check out 300,000 out of the head, which a few bags accounted for the big head, which is still a few women did not pick those dead expensive, are to buy the basic models. In the shopkeeper's invitation, Chen-lan left personal information, and then a few big bags left the Hermes store. A few women obviously didn't get enough of it, pulling Chen-lan around a few more stores, but they didn't buy anything else. Chen-lan also wanted to buy a set of cosmetics for Duo, but she said nothing. After all, they have not really determined the relationship. Finally, a few people wandered into the LV specialty store, in which Chen-lan bought 2 belts and a shoulder bag, spending a total of more than 30,000. Although LV's belt all kinds of high imitations have rotten street, but Chen-lan still prefer that kind of simple and generous design. When the bag in the hand is really can't lift, a few people are not yet exhausted to leave. Chenlon big bag back home has been almost 10 o'clock. Tonight spent nearly 400,000. Finally had a shopping addiction. However, the time of the system upgrade has been delayed, but Chenlon thinks it's okay, so long have waited. Not bad for a few days. Chenlon, who washed up, changed into a set of pajamas, leaned on the sofa and brushed the jittery Y. After brushing the video pushed by the system for a while, he didn't find any highlights, so he clicked into the attention to flip through it. Flip through a few pages to see the video of Yao Yao dancing. See, the avatar display is live. Click into her live room. Yao Yao is live in the room with someone PK. The other side is also a dance anchor. But the face value of all aspects are not as good as Yao Yao. But because there is a big brother in the support, so can fight with Yao Yao a comparable. Yao Yao is dancing and canvassing, didn't realize Chenlon came in. But the room manager of the live broadcast room found it and launched a floating screen to welcome Brother Blue Sky. Time, there are still 20 seconds to the end. Chenlon to the account charged 10,000 in the last few seconds to send a carnival. And the opposite side is also in the defense to steal the tower. In the last minute to send a jittery Y1, but was directly crushed by Chenlon. While Yao Yao sat in front of the camera, before she could say thank you, Chenlon had already left the live room, leaving Yao Yao with her mouth slightly open and a confused face in the wind. Chenlon directly went offline and did prisoner fitness in his room. He felt that he couldn't control his desire to go out and make waves for the past 2 days. And after eating a lot of seafood tonight, he was feeling a little too hot right now. Satiety why desire to say is his situation. Shake why he did not dare to brush more. Otherwise the night again have to spend a lot of paper. Ding! The next day, Chenlon was wearing a pair of pants lying in the sunlight and sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the system's beep in his head. Rubbing his eyes, Chenlon felt a bit puzzled. He wasn't walking he hadn't triggered any rewards for nearly a week. How could he hear the ding sound of the system triggering a reward even when he was sleeping today? As for the latter, he couldn't really hear it and didn't know what it was about. System, did you make a ding sound just now? Chenlon asked in his mind. Yes, the system said succinctly. There really was? Chenlon thought he was dreaming. Repeat it again. I didn't hear it clearly just now. Ding. System energy 1%. Triggering the system's hidden reward. Can use half of the energy to remodel and strengthen the host's body? Is it time to start? Transform the body? What does that mean? Is it another half-baked product like Super Skin? It wouldn't transform him into a genetically modified product, would it? How to remodel? What will happen after remodeling? It won't transform me into something weird, right? Chenlon felt the need to ask clearly, in case he was transformed into something that even his parents couldn't recognize. It would be too late to regret. System, how to remodel, said the host. Also do not understand. Remodeling the body will not change the host's appearance, will only enhance the quality of the body and improve the body's flaws. Chenlon's face blackened like the bottom of a pot. Nima. The dog system despised him for being uneducated again. How do you know I don't understand if you don't say it? However, he didn't have the heart to take this out and dislike the system. He was just an ordinary polytechnic man. He really didn't know anything about biological sciences. Is it starting now? The system's voice sounded in his head again. Start. Chenlon wasn't stupid. Such a good thing, then what was he waiting for? He had fantasized about whether or not he would trigger something like the Great Restorative Pill or Gene Potion to improve his physical quality the day back when he got the system. Now this reward could be said to be what he had dreamed of. After all, a weak chicken-like physique was too shameful. As soon as Chenlon's words fell, he felt a stream of heat start to emanate from his brain to all parts of his body, and the places he passed through were crispy and comfortable. It was difficult for him to describe the overwhelming feeling, and a very soulful sound came out of his mouth involuntarily. Chapter 45, Strengthening the Body. The heat flow emanating from his mind was not very strong, but it had a strong afterburner, emanating to all parts of his body in a continuous stream. Chenlon's entire body muscles relaxed in a zigzag shape, paralyzed on the ground, his eyes seemingly open and closed, a delirious, demented look. This heat flow does not know how long it lasted. In the middle of the Chenlon fell asleep. When he woke up leisurely when it was already close to midnight, just woke up still a little confused, Chenlon opened his eyes and found himself lying on the balcony, still a little puzzled. Chenlon sat up and rubbed his eyes before remembering that he had triggered the hidden reward for remodeling his body at noon today. He could still clearly remember the taste of lust during the transformation process, but how did he fall asleep? Smacking his lips and feeling the sensation of a foreign substance in his mouth, Chenlon opened his mouth and spat to the side, and a white tooth fell out. What the hell? Chenlon was startled. Is this where he bumped into while sleeping? Chenlon hurriedly reached out to the mouth to touch, trying to find which tooth fell. Do not be incisors, otherwise it would be broken. But the strange thing is, touched 2 circles, teeth and not less, one by one arranged neatly. There is no pain. Where did this tooth on the ground come from? Chenlon held back the feeling of nausea and picked up the teeth on the ground to take a closer look. Aha! Filled? There are obvious traces of filling on it. He remembers that he had a filling 2 years ago. Could it be that one? He had passed the tooth replacement period long ago. How could he still have a new tooth now? Could this be the flaw that the system said improved his body? Shenlong stood up and stretched as a clacking sound of his body's bones colliding exploded. He could clearly feel a never-before-seen sense of power surging through his body. In his mind, he opened the system page. System, Level 3. Host, Shenlong. Age, 31, bone age 25. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Physique, 20, average 10. Physical strength, 20, average 10. Mental, 15, average 10. Skills, software programming intermediate, English intermediate, driving advanced, Japanese advanced. Talents, super skin, intermediate, plus T eagle's hands, intermediate, never forgets twice. System energy, 0, 5%, 1800 hours countdown to system shutdown. Steps, 536000, $2, 5 per step. Income, 1, 090, 000. Consumption points, 356,000. The system page had been updated and all the data had changed drastically. Shenlan's jaw dropped as he looked at the system page for a long time. Surprise! A heavenly surprise! This is considered a transformation, right? System Dad was really generous this time. System Dad, from now on, you're my real dad. The excited Shenlong fawned over the system in his mind in a very uncouth manner. The system had given too much this time, truly utilizing its omnipotent power. Even a resident tooth he had replaced. And this is still just the first transformation, but it shouldn't be the last. But how come there is an extra bone age behind this age? I don't understand. Of course I have to ask clearly. System, what is the meaning of that bone age 25? The host's body age is at 25 years old. 25 years old? But he's already 31 years old? Was this considered a return to old age? Shenlong laughed so hard that his 32 big teeth were exposed. Wasn't this an increase in lifespan? The secret of prolonging life, which had been sought by so many people in power throughout the ages, had actually been mastered by him? Shenlong, will there be a chance for transformation in the future? System, the system energy can be remodeled again when it reaches 10, but it is not repeatable and consumes 50% of the energy each time. Good, that means he still has 10 more transformation opportunities, and the energy required for each transformation is getting bigger and bigger. So I wonder what he will become when the 10 opportunities run out? But one transformation will make me a few years younger. So if I am transformed a few more times, won't it turn me into a tadpole? He felt that he had been rebuilt. His body was stronger and more powerful than when he was 20 years old, and his usual minor illnesses and pains had disappeared without a trace. He didn't expect that he would get the thing he craved for the most without realizing it, and to him, it was more important than giving him $100 million. Even the height has grown 3 centimeters, although not much, but all of a sudden too much high there is no way to explain. It is not like getting thin can still say it is weight loss. Weight did not change. The physical quality of the 3 is a sea change. Before even the average level of ordinary people cannot reach the data, now increased by a factor of 2. Don't look at it as just a doubling, where 1 plus 1 is far greater than 2. The output of an average person with a physique of 10 is 10, and his anti-magic is 20. Hitting him may just drop a little blood. His output is 20. Hitting the average person with an anti-magic of 10, the blood drops out at once. But the stats of physique and strength had both increased by a dozen points. So why had his spirit, which had the highest original stats, only increased by 5 points? In his mind, he raised this question to the system. The brain is the data center of the human body, and is also the most complex and fragile organ of the human body. Spirit power can't be seen or touched. It's a more abstract statement. The increase in spirit power involves the development of the brain, and to increase the development of the brain requires more energy, so the increase isn't as large as the other two. Shenlong felt that there was no such thing. This brain capacity was definitely enough. It's not like he was planning to develop in the direction of a scientist. As long as his IQ was online, the skills hadn't changed. They were still the same as before. Recently he had been busy earning money every day, so he didn't have the time or energy to recharge his batteries, although he now has the gift of not forgetting twice, but also need to have time to learn off. This is the performance of insufficient heritage. On the contrary, the 2 talents of super skin and plus T eagle's hands have been upgraded, and after stretching his hands, he didn't feel much, and pinched the tender skin on his arms. I go. So painful. The body strength has increased. A moment did not control the strength. A moment red piece. What's going on? Didn't super skin get upgraded? How come it feels no different from before? But he understood after thinking about it, because his strength had also increased. This was the same reasoning as a spear and a shield. Your shield was stronger, but the spear had likewise become sharper, so the damage was the same. It couldn't be more simple. It just felt a little far from being a sword or a spear. The system energy was down to 0.5%, which was more than enough to sustain life for several months, so he didn't need to worry about it anymore at all. Walked to the dressing mirror and turned around twice. The flab on his stomach had completely disappeared. Straight posture, long and slender legs, white and glowing delicate skin, a proper little fresh meat. Although the muscles on the body are not very prominent, but the outline of the muscles between the chest and abdomen has been very obvious, and press up full of elasticity and strength. Pulled open the pants and took a look. My poor brother, what's the matter with you? Been beaten up by someone? Why is it swollen in a big circle? Chapter 46 Bar. Chen-lan, who had slept all day, was full of energy and pulled out his cell phone to look at the time. 11:15. What should I do? Sleep was definitely out of the question. How about going to a bar? This idea just started. Chen-lan was a bit unable to hold down the tumultuous heart. The heart is not as good as action. This time as the bar is hot, but also a good time for red men and green women to hunt for sex. Chen-lan changed into a yesterday just bought Hermes, played a bit of hair gel, down the underground garage, drive on the 911 to the direction of Jing'an district sped away. On the way, he made a call to a salesman he knew and asked him to arrange a card seat. Magic City is a city of the night. Of course, there is no shortage of many nationally recognized bars. Bar is a veteran bar in Magic City. Reputation are good, although not ranked the top ones, but because of the reasons that have been there, Chen-lan of course preferred it, because in recent years has been single. As a man inside a little sultry, he will occasionally about 3 or 2 friends to the bar to see the beauty. The heart is not without hope that there will be a love affair, once also with a beautiful young lady to see the right eye, each other very happy to talk to each other. The wine is great, however, the money did not spend less, and finally realized that it was set up. That is simply a earn extra money drink support. After that time he woke up, even if there is a lonely girl out to find a love affair, but also to find those who have wealth and color. He is a pure beggar even if it, unless luck can pick up a drunken corpse, but also to have the courage to do so. Just after arriving at the bar's parking lot, a security guard in a suit jogged all the way over, directing the car to park in the reserved space. Many high-consumption places have this kind of reserved parking spaces, specially reserved for some VIP customers and luxury cars. The location is in a more conspicuous place. Is worried about parking in which corner there is a bump or something troublesome. Chen-lan's 911 Turbo S3, 7T in the sports car inside, although only the entry level, but here is already qualified to have special treatment. Chen-lan passed through a few girls who came over to talk to him as if he was oblivious. One by one with heavy makeup. Is brother a man you can get? With his strengthened body, his eyesight was also enhanced. Although he hadn't measured it, it was definitely more than 5.0. Under his fiery eyes, the flaws covered by cosmetics are visible. As a face dog, how can it be so casual? Chen-lan took the elevator up to the 6th floor. The salesman he had called, Xiao Yang, was looking around at the entrance to the bar, looking for someone, and saw his gaze was also a sweep. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Here it is. What are you looking for? Only then did Xiao Yang shift his sight to Chen-lan's face. Who is this? It feels a bit familiar, but I can't recall it at all. However, the visitor is a guest, so he couldn't be slow, and hurriedly asked, do you have a reservation, sir? If not, you wait a moment, let our reception take you in. Didn't I just call you? You've declined in your business skills here. Xiao Yang froze. Had he asked him for a reservation? It couldn't be. His memory was still fine. 10 minutes ago he was receiving a call from an acquaintance. That guest had come a few times, although his spending power was average, but his personality was good. He was impressed. Looking at this handsome fresh meat in front of him, he was a bit uncertain and called out, Brother Chen? ********. Seeing Chen nodding his head in response, Sales Xiaoyang, a national curse came out of his mouth. It's too mysterious. It's not that amazing to go to the cosmic country and come back with a facelift, right? Could it be that technology is so advanced now? Can go back to the furnace to rebuild? Chen-lan face are black. This guy is too no eyesight. Stupid and not rash tonight can arrange him well? Isn't it time to consider a new person? Xiao Yang cursed before reacting. I go. What did I do? I even in front of God's face very rude foul mouth. As a motivated and promising gold medal sales, this is too inexcusable. Hurrying to bend slightly, very sincerely said, sorry, Brother Chen, I'm not scolding you. It's really that you become too handsome and stun me. Chen-lan's face only then softened. This little thing was too lazy to bother about. People didn't mean it. After all, now he did look like a different person from before. Although his facial features did not change much, but after losing a circle of weight, his temperament also completely changed. Anyone who saw him would be amazed. It was too noisy on my side when you called. I didn't hear you clearly. Brother Chen, did you come alone tonight? How about I arrange a loose seat for you? Chenlon, alone. Are there still card seats? If so, let's arrange a booth. Although the card seat has a minimum consumption, but that counts for something? Xiao Yang is very surprised. There is a table of his guests have something to go early. Just Chenlon called to say card seat he reserved. Originally saw him on a person thought to listen to the wrong. So asked a mouth. Since the guests asked for a card seat, it is not the first time to come. The rules also understand. He did not ask too much, only responsible for serving the good on the line. There is a table of guests have prior departure. You happen to call. I reserved. I will take you there. Saying that, he raised his hand to signal and walked ahead to lead the way. The two of them passed through an aisle of a dozen meters, turned two corners and entered the bar's business hall. A burst of deafening music surrounded the body. One could even feel the air vibrating. The cells of Chenlan's body couldn't help but stir, wanting to dance to the rhythm of the music. Sales brought Chenlan to a card table with a booking card. It was a semi-curved center card. Sitting 7 or 8 people was no problem at all. The location wasn't very forward, but it was just what he wanted. What kind of drinks are you having tonight, Brother Chen? I'll go arrange it for you. After Chenlan sat down, Xiao Yang sat down next to him and asked loudly near his ear. Chenlan casually placed his car keys on the table and said to Xiao Yang, take the drink list and I'll take a look. Chenlan had been drinking beer before, with the occasional bottle of Chivas Regal, and now of course, he was even less likely to treat himself. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be a bit surprised when he saw the sports car keys on the table. Brother Chen was getting rich. Bird gun for a gun? Not only did he become hot and handsome, but he's also so rich? But is it getting handsome that makes you rich? Or is it the money that makes you handsome? Forget it. The cause and effect relationship between the two he could not figure out, simply do not want to. Beckoned a waiter to exchange a few words. Not a moment later a list of drinks was placed in front of him. He casually opened it and flipped through it, then put the drink list back on the table, pointing to the small divine dragon set on the single page. This is it. Keep a low profile when serving drinks. No need to hold up a lighted sign. He'd seen the fanfare of a divine dragon set at a bar, and envied it but didn't dismiss it. As long as he was happy, someone who liked to show off, then so be it. But his character wasn't, so there was no need. Chapter 47 Understanding Little Yang. Little Dragon set a set of 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, respectively gold, pink gold and violet. In the M bar price is 39,999. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. This set down his commission can be quite a lot. How did not find Chen so powerful before? The importance of Chenlan could not help but raise to an unprecedented height, and his attitude was also respectful for a few minutes. Chenlan handed him the card, let him go first to buy a single, and ordered more snacks and so on together to buy a single. He woke up tonight and it was already nearly 11 o'clock. The changes in his body had made him overly excited, not feeling hungry, and it was only now that he felt his stomach protesting. Xiao Yang put his card on the table and didn't take it with him. After a while he came over with a POS machine and swiped the card and asked Chenlan to enter the password. When Xiao Yang went to arrange the drinks, Chenlan was in deep thought. Shouldn't we get a credit card with no password? It feels low to have to enter a password every time you make a purchase. That day, if you are about to pretend to be a pussy, very elegantly hand out the bank card. Breezily said, swipe the card. The result is handed back a POS machine. Said, please enter your password. And then lowered his head a burst of input. Okay. The air of pretentiousness was gone all of a sudden, but he also just thought about it, and did not really intend to go for it. When he qualified that day, naturally a bank invited him to handle it, or the kind of door-to-door service. Brother Chen, do I need to arrange 2 for you? They're all out for part-time work. Generally speaking they don't come out, but with your wealth and appearance, I believe no girl can refuse your invitation. Xiao Yang returned to the card seat and approached Chenlan and said, this Xiao Yang is not bad, quite good at getting things done. Chenlan gave Xiao Yang an approving look, took out his cell phone and found his WeChat, transferred a red packet of 5,000, and then gestured for him to look at his cell phone. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Yang, the woke boy, understood in seconds and patted his chest hard to guarantee. I understand. Brother Chen, you can rest assured that the bad ones will definitely not appear in front of you. The average quality and messy people are, even if they come, 10,000 per person. As for the rest, say again, 10,000 per person? Brother Chen, are you price gouging? But this would be better to operate. Xiao Yang swore, no problem, package your satisfaction. If you are not satisfied with my head to see. After saying this, he left quickly, found a quiet place, and began to rummage through the resources in WeChat. Worried that it was so late to send a message did not return. The phone directly dialed the past. Hello. After a few rings the phone was picked up. Blue, is it convenient for you to talk now? Convenient, you say. There's an old customer. Nice guy, very young and handsome. Order of the Divine Dragon set. How about coming to help your brother out? It's so late. I'm ready to sleep. The client is alone. And generous. The tip is 10,000. Coming or not? Come. 15 minutes to. But brother Yang, I don't introduce you no. You have to talk to the client first. No problem. You come and help brother Yang. I won't let you guys suffer. Xiao Yang said and hung up the phone. Okay, take care of one. It's true. It's right. It's rejected just because it's not given enough. Call again. Ha, hang up? That must be inconvenient. Change it. Hello, Ping Ping? Is it convenient to talk now? Yes, brother Yang. Go ahead. An old client of mine, very young and handsome, ordered the Divine Dragon set. Are you coming? But I'm eating out with my girlfriends. It's not convenient. How many girlfriends do you have? Are they pretty? Just one. She's pretty. She's not worse than me. Why don't you ask your girlfriend to join you? The client is very generous. The tip will be 10,000. You've seen Blue. She'll be here later. 10,000? That much? But I don't go out? The client is very nice. We've known each other for a while. Whether you come out or not depends on your personal will. No one will force you. Of course, if you're willing to come out, that's definitely not the only thing. That's fine. I'll ask my girlfriends. First of all, we'll just drink and dance with our clients. Don't look for us for anything else. Okay, I promise. Xiao Yang phone also did not hang up. Vaguely can still hear the opposite side in the sound of talking. Not a moment later, Ping Ping's voice rang on the phone again. We're going over there now. It's nearby. We'll be there soon. Done. Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He contacted these two girls. Body appearance all good. In fact, even part-time are not considered. Just occasionally to play. There is a good eye on the dilly-dallying. A little good wine drink. Encountered a generous can also be mixed with a little tip. But it seems to be a little bit too hard. 3? Can Chen handle it? He understands the saying that 3 monks have no water to drink. Whatever. Let him have his own headache. He's overachieving anyway. Returning to Chen Lan's card seat, he was about to hand over the task to him. 3 sexy and beautiful girls came to the table with a bottle of colorful Ace of Spades, followed by a few waiters. The trays in their hands were a variety of snacks, and a case of height beer was also brought in. Aha! Quite nice, without a lighted sign, although the way also attracted a lot of attention. But after all, it is not like a lighted sign that attracts a lot of attention. Xiao Yang asked Chen Lan to open a bottle of gold spade ace. To Chen Lan's glass poured a 7-minute full, and then took a bottle of beer ready to pour his own glass. Generally, if the guests order the spade ace and other high-grade wine, sales they will not go to drink. Champagne is a sparkling wine. Pour champagne glass 3/4 of the appropriate, long and thin champagne glass capacity of more than 200 milliliters, 3/4 of at least 150 milliliters, according to the bar price to several thousand. Chen Lan reached out to stop Xiao Yang continue to pour wine. Put the ace of spades in front of him. This is to look down on who? I'm the one who's not that good at drinking? The guest is God. Since Chen Lan is so generous, Xiao Yang did not reject his good intentions, pouring his own cup as well. Then he stood up with his cup and toasted to Chen Lan with a more respectful attitude, although he didn't feel that he was inferior to the guests just because he was a salesman. Chen Lan respected him, so of course he had to treat him with more respect. Chen Lan clinked glasses with him and let him sit down after taking a sip. Chen Lan also drank spada for the first time. It was sour and astringent in his mouth, slightly sweet, with a fruit-wood flavor. He felt okay, no surprise or disappointment. Anyway, his purpose of coming to the bar tonight was not to drink. Brother Chen, let me report the situation to you. You gave too much. Those girls are crying out to come. There are 3 girls coming in a while. You don't mind, do you? Chen Lan didn't have a problem with it. Come as you are. One more person will have more fun. Paying a little bit of money is just a small amount of money. It's fine. What do the girls do? Know yourself and know your enemy, in order to fight 100 battles. Specifically, what do you really don't know? They are not our people. Just come over here to play to recognize. Occasionally come to guest marketing. Earn some pocket money. That's fine then. Let's say when the people arrive. Chapter 48, Wine doesn't make you drunk. After a glass of wine, Xiao Yang received a call and went out, and before long, he came to the card table with a girl wearing rimless glasses. Brother Chen, this is Lan Lan. Do you find it satisfactory? Do you want her to stay? Chen Lan took a look at the girl. Not bad. Glasses girl. Appearance is not considered to be a national color, but it is also a beautiful and moving with red lips and white teeth. Tea-yellow hair falling on the shoulders, wearing a white and beige tulle blouse on the upper part. The chest swelling and bulging career line is very deep. Below wearing a pair of denim shorts. A pair of long legs white shaking at least 1 meter or more. Feet wearing a pair of Gucci shoes. Look at the face as a sensible and gentle neighbor big sister. But the body is so hot. Two contradictory temperament mixed together but look so harmonious and attractive. Nodding, he waved to Lon Lon and asked her to sit next to him. Lon Lon was inwardly surprised. Although the sales said the guest was young and handsome, but can the sales words be fully believed? If it wasn't for the 10,000 tips she wouldn't have come. Originally did not hold too much hope. As long as it is not too ugly she is ready to stay. But see, the person is far beyond what she expected. Age looks like 25 or 26 years old. Sitting there in a straight posture. Cannot see how tall but certainly not short to that. Thick eyebrows and big eyes are not particularly handsome. But the eyes of the eyes look forward to the light. White and delicate skin in the light of the light like in the light. Wearing no obvious signs, but often pay attention to fashion information. She can see that it is the latest models of Hermes this summer. Wearing a green water ghost on his hand, Porsche car keys on the table, and the drinks on the table cost tens of thousands of dollars. So young and handsome? It's a second-generation rich guy, right? If she had known it was such a high-quality man, she would have come even if she didn't tip. After Blue Blue sat down, she stretched out her small white hand, and approached Shenlong daintily. Brother Chen, my name is Blue Blue. Nice to meet you. Shenlong stretched out his hand and gently shook it with her and then let go, signaling the waiter to help them pour the wine, and then clinked glasses with Lon Lon and drank it all. Lon Lon knew that there would be other girls coming over in a while. She definitely had to perform well now that she had the upper hand. If she could take him down that would be perfect. So leaned closer, close to Shenlong's ear said, Shen brother you are bad so a big cup you a mouthful of dry. Do you want me also a mouthful of drink? Do you want to get me drunk? Yes, there is this idea. If you don't get drunk then how can I have a chance? Shenlong had already drank 2 glasses of champagne and was slightly intoxicated, backhandedly wrapping his arm around Lan Lan's slender, thin waist. Lan Lan's body was tense but did not push him away. A hot air exhaled from Chun Lan's mouth, blowing on her ears made her body tingly. She raised the champagne glass as also ready to dry, but drank half of the hand which Shenlong grabbed, and signaled that she can. She knew that Shenlong is not reluctant to give up the wine. After all, even the sales drink is the ace of spades. She couldn't help but be impressed by Shenlong's demeanor in her heart. Then she felt that tonight's champagne is so high in precision. Only half a cup she felt a little drunk. Leaning her body softly into Shenlong's arms, Sales Xiao Chen had already disappeared into the card seat at some point, leaving the 2 dogs and men here to show off their love for each other. Shenlong reached out to remove the glasses on her face. Blue a pair of big eyes still look a little confused. At this time, a few more people came in the card seat. Look up and see. The head is exactly small Yang, followed by 2 young and beautiful young girls. Blue opened her eyes but didn't react, leaning into his arms as if declaring her ownership, raising her eyebrows at the 2 girls. Brother Chen, these 2 are Ping Ping and her best friend. Shenlong realized that his 5,000 tip hadn't been spent in vain, and these 2 girls who had just arrived were no worse than Lon Lon. The girl called Ping Ping was in her early 20s, with a head of shoulder-length hair, big eyes and long eyelashes, a high nose, and sexy lips that were unusually full. The height is estimated to be 170 centimeters. A beige and white waistless bust tightly wrapped around a pair of large headlights in front of the chest. A pair of robust and powerful long legs and buttocks to a pair of beige yoga pants taut. Feet are a pair of Nike sneakers, giving a sense of vision of the sportsman. Proper schoolgirl level goddess 1. Another wearing JK small skirt suit. Long hair casually draped over the shoulder. Face with a little baby fat. Skin like gel without any makeup, such as soup hanging like pure and unparalleled. Ping Ping and her girlfriends to see Shenlong is also the heart of joy. Not only men like to see beautiful women, women also like handsome. Shenlong is young, handsome and rich, has been able to meet most of the women's fantasies. Ping Ping saw Shenlong in the arms of the Blue and felt a burst of chagrin. Why come one slow and easy to go? Now it was actually plucked by other demonic yes. She knew Lon Lon. Look at her face full of love. Cannot help but curse in her heart. This dead woman is usually not very reserved. How is it that she is now so eager to throw her arms around her? Shenlong let them go to the side and sit down. Let the waiter open the remaining 2 bottles of wine. Ping Ping sat down right next to Shenlong, and her best friend sat next to her. What are you guys drinking? Are you drinking with us or something else? Shenlong asked as she tilted her head to Ping Ping. Shenlong never persuaded people to drink. If you can drink, you drink. If you can't, you don't force it. It's good if everyone is happy. As for getting people drunk to have a chance, that's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If the girl is willing, even if it is a cup of water can get drunk. If not willing to go to force that, what's the point? Originally there are some things that you have to be willing to have fun. Ping Ping felt an itch in her ears, looked at Lon Lon in Shenlong's arms, smiled sweetly at Shenlong and said, let's drink too. Not to spoil Chen's fun for you, but my girlfriend's alcohol consumption is relatively poor. Can't drink much. It's fine. Feel free to drink as much as you can. Don't drink too much, I still have to carry you home. It's so tiring. Brother Chen, you are so annoying, I won't let you carry me. I can drink well, Ping Ping said and picked up the champagne glass and Chen-lan clinked it and then dried it in one sip. Chapter 49 Dancing Together. Chen-lan hands gently applauded, although not persuaded to drink. But people are willing to drink that, of course the best. Drink to slightly drunk to feel more. Raise the glass and Ping Ping's best friend also clinked the glass. Look at her, a little constrained, slightly open red lips sip. Look at her appearance, should not be much to the bar on such occasions. Patted Blue Blue's arm, leaned in her ear and said, well, get up and drink. There is still more time in the evening. Blue Blue backhand wrapped around Chen-lan's neck pouted. I do not well. I'm drunk. Dizzy. Oh, drunk? A cup of wine are not finished. Still left half a cup in that fish. You tell me you are drunk? Straight man Chen hand a force to help Blue lean against the sofa. Kissed her on the cheek. Good boy, ha. Stop it. I'll eat something first. Dinner has not been eaten until now. He felt that his intestines were already protesting badly, and after drinking 2 glasses of wine down instead, he was even hungrier. Then after saying hello to Ping Ping as well, he took it upon himself to sweep up the snacks on the table. Maybe really hungry. Actually feel the taste of the snacks here is quite good. The table after the snacks swept away, only to feel eat a 6 or 7 minutes full. Almost. Leave some stomach to drink. Chen-lan comfortably leaned on the sofa and lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and slowly spit it out. Cool. A cigarette after a meal. Living like a god. At this time, Ping Ping came closer and said, Brother Chen, how to drink next? I'll listen to you. Really listen to me? Then is there any way to make you drunk once you drink? Hey, no yay. What do you want, Brother Chen? Chen-lan silently glanced at her, then leaned into her ear and said, what do you think? Understanding the essence of Chen-lan's words in seconds, Ping Ping reached out and pinched him on the waist, pouting, bad egg. On the side, Lan watched Chen-lan flirting with Ping Ping, and couldn't help but feel a little lost in his heart. Men really aren't good things. Alas, it's a bit of a pity. Chen-lan, however, did not cold shoulder her, see her leaning on the sofa dumbly, do not know what to think, so put together the past and asked, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Lan shook her head. In a moment she adjusted her emotions, revealing a bright smile and said, nothing, Brother Chen, let's drink. Saying this, she picked up the wine glass on the tabletop and took a generous sip and dried it. Chen-lan called the side of Ping Ping also over. The 3 people played dice. The atmosphere slowly became warm. A few people from time to time issued a burst of joyful laughter. And Ping Ping's girlfriend, after drinking some wine, slowly also let go, although will not play, but also interested in leaning on the side of the battle. From time to Ping Ping also blowing mouth fairy gas, want to help her kill the quadrilateral. Unfortunately, the 3 women together cannot beat Chen-lan this hangman. The benefits of strong spiritual power to get a good performance. Even if Chen-lan secretly let the water out, the girls still lost more than they won, and in no time the 3 bottles of Ace of Spades were at the bottom. These small games that required the use of brain power, Chen-lan now played like a fish out of water. Through calculations and the subtle expressions on the 2 women's faces, he could roughly guess the outcome. Lan and Ping Ping's drinking capacity was indeed good, and each of them had drank nearly a bottle but were still only slightly drunk. On the contrary, Ping Ping's best friend was watching the battle from the side, and did not drink much, but was almost drunk. Chen-lan then asked the waiter to re-up a set of Small Dragon, swiped the card and let Ping Ping and her girlfriends in the card seat to play. He pulled the Blue to go to the dance floor dancing. At the moment it is the most enthusiastic atmosphere in the bar. The dance floor is overcrowded. Chen-lan stood behind the Blue to protect her in his arms, together in the group of demons dancing on the dance floor to follow the rhythm of the music swaying. The 2 embraced together for a while dancing, body or slightly sweaty before returning to the card seat. But before Chen-lan had a chance to sit down, he was pulled onto the dance floor by Ping Ping. Chen-lan, who had returned to the card seat again, was a bit thirsty. Gulp gulp. She copied the Ace of Spades in the ice bucket and directly poured a small half bottle into her mouth. And it was only after the cold liquor went down that she felt her body temperature slowly return to normal. Blue and Ping Ping sitting on the sofa after looking at each other. They laughed a lot. They suddenly have a kind of the same enemy's sense of vision. As for what happened to each other unspoken. Alas, why do I feel like I'm spending money on a crime? Instead, I was molested by the 2 little ES? Chen-lan let out a low sigh, feeling that he was under a lot of pressure. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not collapse without alarm. All changes will remain calm, and the spirit will be happy and calm. I don't know how many times I silently recited the heart-clearing mantra. Chen-lan finally regained his composure, calm and relaxed, and squeezed into the Blue and Ping Ping in the middle. Do not care about the envy and jealousy of the other customers around the eyes. Proudly reached out with both hands and put the 2 women in the arms. Ping Ping raised her head and kissed Chen-lan on the cheek, saying, Brother Chen, are you going to take my girlfriend to dance too? It's her first time in a bar. you take her to experience it once. She was now very assured of Chenlan. This was a goon with a colorful heart but no colorful guts, and although he had his arm around her waist when he danced, he had always behaved himself. Instead, he was teased by her and escaped. It was funny to think about it, but it was also the first time she had ever teased a guy so boldly, and she couldn't help but feel a burn on her face. Still coming? Chenlan felt Ping Ping's deep malice towards him, but when he turned his head to see her best friend's soupy, innocent and pretty face, he felt like he was doing it again. At a glance, she looked like she was very easy to bully, and he felt that there was absolutely no difficulty in dealing with her. What's your BFF's name? Yang Yang. Isn't the name as cute as her? It is quite cute. Then you and Ping Ping stay here obediently. I'll bring her to dance for a while and come back, Chenlan said and stood up, sitting next to Yang Yang. Yang Yang, come clink a glass. It was nice to meet you tonight. Taking a glass of wine, he approached her and clinked it before taking a slight sip. He hadn't even said 2 words to her tonight. Chapter 50, Conflict. Yo, did you have fun tonight? Asked a little closer. Yang Yang's face was like gelatin, with a bit of baby fat on her pretty face after drinking the wine. It was red and even more adorable. Aha! Very happy. Chenlan suddenly sat next to her, causing her to feel a surge of nervousness, saying shyly and timidly, not even daring to twist her head to meet Chenlan's eyes. She had come here tonight to hit the sauce, completely forced by Ping Ping. She had never been in a bar before, and she was quite curious. After Ping Ping repeatedly assured her that she would hold her drinks and that the other party was only one person, she half-heartedly came. Although Chenlan's first glance didn't give her a bad outlook, she didn't have any ideas, and since Chenlan didn't look interested in her, she was even happier to be a little transparent. Now Chenlan was suddenly sitting next to her? What exactly did he want to do? Could it be that he was tired of eating big fish and meat and wanted to change his tastes? If Chenlan had heard her inner thoughts, he would have just laughed. Sister, you're overthinking it. I've been bullied by the diamond players, and now I'm taking you, the bronze, to get my confidence back. Let's go dancing? I don't know how. Why don't you find Ping Ping and the others to dance with you? I don't know how to either. So feel free to dance, Chenlan said and stood up, holding Yang Yang's small hand and walked towards the dance floor. Yang Yang's petite body work can resist Chenlan's strength, involuntarily was brought to the center of the dance floor by Chenlan. Yang Yang stood in the middle of the dance floor a bit at a loss, anxious, almost cried. This big bad bully, have said will not dance, still hard to pull her over. Can't help but hatefully glared at Chenlan, only to find that he was smiling and looking at her joyfully. Yang Yang was even more furious, reached out and pinched Chenlan's waist fiercely. Chenlan felt like the waist was severely clamped by the pliers. The pain of the face are a little twisted. Women really is born with the divine skills, whether it is a young girl, young woman, or middle-aged women. Pinching this skill is uneducated. Strange to say, seeing Chenlan's agonizing appearance, Yang Yang on the contrary is not so nervous, slowly finding the rhythm of the music gently bouncing. Now it is already 1 in the morning. Like to pick up the bar of red. Men and women at this time to drink wine are in place. It is the most high time. The dance floor was crowded with water. Yang Yang slowly was squeezed into the arms of Chenlan, the two face to face close together. Chenlan put his hand on her waist, obviously feel her tense and tight to move. Do not dare to move. Chenlan also did not dare to go too far for fear of scaring away this tool person that he had used to find his self-confidence. Slightly lowering his head, he whispered in Yang Yang's ear, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Yang Yang looked up and blankly glanced at him, slightly tiptoeing, and said, "I'm not afraid of others, but I'm afraid that you'll play a hooligan on me." Chenlan's head was filled with black lines. Playing tricks? Then I really did play tricks. Both hands exerted force, holding her whole person up. Her mouth then printed on Yang Yang's delicate red lips, then quickly released his hands, proudly looking at the stunned Yang Yang. "Little kind, teach you a good boy. This is called playing rogue." Yang Yang is a little silly. The first kiss is so gone, or by a new acquaintance to take away. She felt very aggrieved. The first kiss is gone even so, but she has not tasted the legendary sweet flavor. Women's brain circuits are sometimes so strange. Already half-drunk Yang Yang hands around the neck of Chenlan. Hard to pull close after not thinking mouth to mouth. Two people kissed again. And then it is gone. Theoretical knowledge she understands. A little bit of how she read the film can be quite a lot, but she also did not manipulate a nervousness to forget. If it is not drunk brain a little chaotic, she cannot be so bold. What is this situation? The attacked Chenlan froze for a moment and then looked at Yang Yang, put her lips on it and then did not move. So she took the initiative to bring up the tempo. Feeling Yang Yang's clumsy response, Chenlan was overjoyed. This time he really earned it. This is a rookie. The two kissed obliviously on the dance floor, completely disregarding the bludgeoning damage brought to those around them. Those who saw the scene on the dance floor, regardless of gender, gave birth to a strong feeling of envy. So sweet. He or she would also like to have a girlfriend, boyfriend, like this. Although there were quite a few handsome men and women on the dance floor, Chenlan Yang Yang and the two of them were undoubtedly the highest level of face value inside. After the two separated, Chenlan put the soft Yang Yang in his arms, slowly regaining her senses. She buried her head in Chenlan's chest half silent. Let's go back. Aha! With a slight nod, Yang Yang was escorted off the dance floor by Chenlan. Ha! What the hell? Did he go to the wrong place? How come there were so many people in the card table? But it was Blue and Ping Ping who were trapped inside correctly. Both ends of the card seat stood a man blocked there. The two women stood in the middle of the card seat out and cannot get out. Is full of anxiety. An oil head and powder face of young men pulling blue hand not let go. Playful and smiling do not know what to say. There are also two men sitting on the sofa, arrogantly drinking up the spade ace bought by Chenlan. This is bullying to my head? Hangman Chen had just strengthened his body tonight, and it was the time when his self-confidence was inflated. Although the other party has a lot of people, but it does not look like what cannot be messed with the big man. Now the network information is so developed. The second generation of government officials are rich, second generation have shrunk. In public places are afraid to be too open. Who is not afraid of being human flesh? My dad is Li Gang's previous experience in that. On the contrary, some of the rich or small fortune jumped very happy. But what can it do? He's not going to wimp out. Chenlan is alone in Magic City, and no industry, not afraid of being sniped. And now this is a legal society. The behavior of these bullies, as the successor of socialism, he went up to stop it is normal, right? First took out his cell phone and gave Xiaoyang a phone call, and so the other party answered a roar to my card seat and hung up, then opened the cell phone video. The card seat in the scene recorded more than 10 seconds on the stop. Let Yang Yang stood do not run. Chenlan walked to the card seat at one end, pinch blocking the card seat in and out of the head of the man's neck to push him away from the import and export. He also did not hit people. After all, in public, he first hand that has reason to become unreasonable. Nima, being choked by the neck of the man, felt little resistance to be pushed away. The face a bit unbearable. Drunk on the head, pick up the table of beer bottles on the table is ready to Chenlan head call. Xiaoyang just in time to arrive, followed by two internal security. Chenlan and the phone roar so anxious. He was worried about what happened, so he greeted the two people together over. Normal people will not make trouble in the bar. Dare to enter the industry without some strength cannot be so iron. But I'm afraid that some of the dilettantes drinking on the head do not know the importance of this kind of people now he ran into. And people also recognize just some of the small amount of money of the pseudo second generation. Chapter 51 Ace of Spades. Wash your hands. Usually these few people come to consume is also a million. Occasionally will open a god dragon set, but purely used as a card face. When you leave the existence of the bar, the next time you come and set up. When you leave an intact storage, can repeat the cycle several times. Less than close to the storage period is absolutely not open the bottle. When you open the bottle like a New Year's festival, like calling friends, just short of gongs and drums, and Chenlan a comparison. This pattern do not know where to go, so hurriedly went forward to pull the man's hand and said in a nice voice, Mr. Li, come to play with us we welcome, but if you come to make trouble you have to think clearly. The man surnamed Li's body for a while stiff, slowly put down the bottle in his hands. He knows very well, he cannot have the strength to be arrogant in the M-bar. A few of them together are not enough to qualify. Although the bar now, the security guards usually do not hit the guests, otherwise exposed who still dare to come to consume. Normal is the first coordination. Coordination failed to achieve the pluck hit demon 0, not like the ancient times. In the bar trouble on both sides, no matter you have no reason. If you do not have the strength, will certainly be the bar to see the field of the bar to hold down the first hammered sum, and then slowly come to discuss the issue of compensation. And the victim is the bar. A few of them just came over to pick up, not over to fight. If this bottle knocked down that everyone will certainly not be good. Chenlan pushed the surname Li away. Originally saw him pick up the bottle ready to defend. Si Yang arrived to stop it did not bother him. The oil head of the youth called Wang Fei is the Magic City locals. The family has a tens of millions of dollars. In the Magic City this rich people all over the place nothing, can only bully the ordinary people. He let go of Lanlan's hand when he heard the commotion, but he was nothing nervous. Their card seat is next door to Chenlan. See Chenlan and the dragon set of god and beautiful women, but asked around no one knows. Thought it is the same as them as a little money of the pseudo second generation, but his behavior of occupying three big beauties by himself is really too inviting to hate. And Blue he knew before. He has been indifferent to him. Tonight to see her has been clinging to Chenlan body has been cynical fire. Wine over 3 rounds, in a few piggy friends encouraged, while Chenlan is not in the time to bring a few people over to accost. Taking advantage of the strength of the wine also moved on the hand, want to pull Blue to their table to play, but Blue how can agree to it? I am pulling. Chenlan came back, and the attitude is so tough. See, things cannot be. He was ready to leave, but the left and right are blocked. He went in the direction of Chenlan, want to go out from the side of him, and not without demonstration. He did not believe that Chenlan dared to hit him. Get out of the way. Seeing Chenlan standing still, he snapped. Chenlan did not say let him apologize before leaving or something like that. If the apology is useful, but also the police uncle why? He smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and extended his right hand to him. Aha, this is to shake hands with him? Is this an admission of weakness? He guessed correctly. Really is not much strength of the pseudo-second generation. See them, more people are afraid. Wang Fei, who was feeling a bit ashamed, now felt that his face had a sense of honor, and generously stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Chenlan, and also stretched out his left hand in preparation for patting him on the shoulder and praising him a few times. Right hand, just hold on. Suddenly a strong force came, like being locked in a vice. A burst of intense pain so that his tears are gushing out. Struggled hard a few times, did not break free. The left hand has not yet patted on Chenlan's shoulder, and then quickly retracted. Grabbed Chenlan's right hand, fingers want a force to wrench away, but he spends all day drinking and drinking. His body is no better than Chenlan's before. After Chenlan's body was strengthened by the system, his strength was at least twice as much as his. He wrenched a few times, but it was like a mayfly shaking a tree. Chenlan's fingers just didn't move at all. Instead, the right hand that was gripped hurt even more, and now he was in so much pain that he even bent his waist, as if he was bowing to Chenlan. When did the pampered man ever suffer this kind of crime? Tears and snot together couldn't be controlled and couldn't help but cry. Almost dripping from his runny nose, Chenlan quickly let go of his hand. He was disgusted and hurriedly took a few steps back. Nima, young people do not talk about martial virtues. Strength competition cannot compete with the use of biochemical weapons attack. Blue 2 girls and the surrounding people watching were also dumbfounded. Originally saw Chenlan reach out his hand, thought he admitted defeat, was a little disappointed. But what happened after shaking hands? How the oil head and powder face of the youth is bowing in tears and snot. This is crying? Chenlan waved to Xiao Yang. The farce should end. Xiao Yang uptight, run over. This Chen is a tough guy. Shake a hand lightly to shake people cry. This force in the end, how big? And a person against 5 people are so strong. This is a performance of strength. A lot of rich people are very low key, usually do not cause trouble. But when someone messes with you, realize that you have hit the iron plate. Chen must be this kind of person. If Chenlan knew about his brainstorming, he would have laughingly told him what it meant to play the pig and eat the tiger. If he really did it, 1 on 5, he didn't think he would lose. At most it would be a lose-lose situation. But if he really made a big deal out of it, and used other means, then the one who suffered would definitely be him. So he stopped when he could. Brother Chen, what are your orders? That bottle of violets they drank, let them replace it with a new bottle and come back before they leave. Everyone else just let them disperse. There's no more fun to be had. Xiao Yang of course did not object. The situation did not expand the best, is still in a controllable range, at most added a bit of talk to the people, will not have an impact on the reputation of the bar. As for the group of people who hit the iron plate, is none of his business. It's not like they're his customers. Maintaining Chen well is what's important. If he comes a few more times in the future, he'll be rich. He's making a lot of money tonight. Chenlan brought Yang Yang back to the cart seat, wrapped his arms around her and lazily leaned on Lan Lan. That group of people, regardless of willing or not, finally swiped the card to buy a bottle of Violet's Ace of Spades, and then did not look back and left, not even back to their own card seat. Really do not have the face to stay. Tomorrow I guess tonight's events will become a joke in the circle. Not a moment later the wine was delivered. Xiao Yang and Chenlan asked for instructions and then opened the bottle. Chenlan picked up the Violet Ace of Spades, pulled Blue's hand and poured it on, to help her wash her hands. Yes, that is, to wash her hands, with the most expensive violets in the small god dragon set. The heartache of the surrounding eaters who haven't dispersed yet can't breathe. If you don't like it, you can give it to us to drink. The Ace of Spades you even used to wash your hands? Since when can they not even drink the water to wash their hands? Is society changing too fast? And Blue is even more red in the eyes. Tonight Chen Blue's performance is really great. Handsome, elegant, rich, but also domineering. The behavior of using the Ace of Spades to help her wash her hands is even more luxurious. She feels like she has fallen, and her whole heart is filled by Chenlan. Chenlan washed his own hands as well. Who knows if he had been sprayed by that stupid lack of snot foam. Xiao Yang respectfully handed over paper towels on the side, allowing the two Chenlan to wipe their hands, and Chenlan's hoity-toity impersonality was an eye-opener for him. Chapter 52, The Dilemma of Left and Right. Chenlan felt that after his body had been strengthened, his drinking capacity had also improved quite a bit. He hadn't drunk a lot of wine tonight, but by now he was only slightly drunk, although the alcohol content of the Ace of Spades was only 12.5%. His previous drinking capacity was only average, so it was impossible for him to drink more than 1 bottle of champagne and still be fine. After picking up the last bottle of wine and pouring it on the glasses of Lanlan and Xiaoyang, there was no more wine on the table. Qianlan look at the time is already 1:30 in the morning. Is not ready to serve wine. Drink the cups are ready to go. When a few people finished the wine and sat down for a while to prepare to leave, they realized that Yang Yang was already so drunk that she couldn't even walk. She danced out of the mouth dry for some reason. She had a cup of this drink in a hurry, and now on the head. Qianlan had no choice but to a princess embrace, and then took the lead with the blue. Two women left the bar, all the way through the place, and attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. Xiao Yang sent a few people all the way to the parking lot and asked, "Brother Chen, how do you go back?" Qianlan didn't respond, looked at Blue and Ping and asked, "What about you guys?" Lanlan leaned over and gently took Qianlan's arm, shyly saying, "I'll go with you, Brother Chen." Ping was looking at him without saying anything. The meaning was self-evident. Qianlan could not help but have a bit of a headache. The drought when the drought died, but now it is to die of waterlogging, and also holding a drunken corpse in his hands. Turned his head and asked Xiaoyang, "Which is the nearest 5-star hotel?" Xiaoyang looked at this cultivation field also feel interesting, but look at the situation is ready to pack a few women together. TSK, rich people are so good at playing? Xiaoyang envied Qianlan in his heart while admiring him to the core. The nearest one is in Master Hotel, just a few hundred meters away, just a few minutes walk. I'll take you over there, Brother Chen. You ask someone to drive my sports car over there as well, so that I don't have to come back tomorrow to drive it. Jean Blue gave Xiaoyang the keys to the car she had in her pocket. Xiaoyang took the keys and started calling in the intercom, and in no time at all a youth in a security uniform came down. Under the leadership of Xiaoyang a group of people walked in the direction of the hotel. Along the way was held in the arms of Qianlan. Yang is still very restless, giggling a moment to pull Qianlan's ears, a moment to pinch his nose, mouth clamoring for Qianlan to compensate for her first kiss, while coming over the mouth to want to kiss him. Qianlan head full of black lines, the head swayed from side to side to avoid her mouth, while secretly observing the face of the two women next to him. Tonight, Blue and Ping didn't know how to arrange it. She wasn't interested in this drunken chicken of Yang Yang's, although it looked very tender and delicious, but at least it had to be sober and voluntary. Lan and Ping had been silently following around Qianlan and wanted to laugh and cry at this scene, although they were very willing to have further contact with Qianlan, but that was also a one-on-one situation. Now how do they feel that they are going to have another competitor? They had followed Qianlan all the way here. It didn't mean that they were willing to let him enjoy the blessings of a man. It was just that they didn't want to miss out on Qianlan's man who made their hearts flutter. Anyway, they want to give up to fulfill another person. That's impossible. As for Qianlan, how to choose can only be each according to their own ability. Turned into the Songshan Road, did not walk a few steps. We saw a 30-story semi-curved building. The entire building by the size of the irregular rectangular bay windows stacked in a staggered manner, giving people a fashionable and grandiose outlook. Arriving at the entrance of the hotel, the bar employee who had arrived at the hotel first respectfully handed the keys of the sports car back to Qianlan, who was beside him, and took the keys and put them back into his pocket. Entering the gilded and modernized artistic hotel lobby, a line of amazing combinations made people TSK. Qianlan walked to the front desk of the hotel and asked the receptionist, "Is the presidential suite still empty? How many rooms are there inside?" "Hello sir, the presidential suite is available now. There are 3 separate rooms inside." After they registered their identity information, Xiao Yang went ahead. "Hello Mr. Chen. I'm your personal butler Peter. I'm happy to serve you." A middle-aged man in a dark gray suit walked over and greeted Qianlan in a respectful manner. "Hello," Qianlan politely responded. "This way please." Several people, Peter, the personal butler, brought them into the special elevator and sent the several people all the way to the 28th floor of the hotel. Arriving at the entrance of the presidential suite, Peter first swiped his card and entered the door, turning on all the room lights before slightly bending down and respectfully lifting his hand in a gesture to welcome Qianlan and the several people into the presidential suite. This is a set of 3 suites with different characteristics, with a total area of 740 square feet divided into 2 floors, located on the 28th and 29th floors of the hotel. The oversized living room has multiple floor-to-ceiling windows and karaoke equipment, and there is a separate dining room with a private room that can accommodate 10 people. The rooms are indeed high-end, but the price is also beautiful. 80,000 a night, counting the 16.5% service charge. It's almost 100,000 for a one-night stay. How many working-class people work hard for a year and save money may not be enough to live in this room for a night? Even Qianlan felt a flesh pain when he swiped his card. Qianlan let the housekeeper take to find a suite, put the sleeping Yang Yang gently put on the bed, afraid of accidentally woke her up and made a fuss. However, After thinking about it, he told Ping Ping, who came in after him, to take a towel to wipe her face, and by the way, the bodysuit was also taken off, and then left the room first. The butler left after consulting that nothing else was needed. Qianlan sat down on the sofa in the living room by the floor-to-ceiling windows, took a bottle of mineral water and drank a mouthful, then lit a cigarette and slowly smoked it. Blue leaning on his body looking out the window in a daze do not know what to think. The two are so quietly enjoying this moment of peace. After a while Ping Ping also came out, saw the two quietly leaning together. She also went over to lean on the other side of Qianlan. Lightly holding Qianlan's arm also fell into deep thought. Qianlan now feel a little square head. He wanted to pick up the phone to send a friend circle, ask how to deal with this situation. He has no experience. A cigarette finished. He racked his brain is still at a loss, so again took a cigarette ready to light. But before he could light it, he was taken away by Ping Ping and glared at him. Don't smoke it. It stinks. Qianlan was also helpless. I also do not want to smoke. There are more delicious waiting for him to taste it. But he was panicked. Is too much delicious point. He did not know where to start. Why don't we drink some more? At his wit's end, Qianlan finally suggested. Blue two women twisted their heads in unison to look at him, perhaps because they felt that Qian Blue's burnt-out look was wretched. They all couldn't help but both snorted with laughter. Blue stood up and walked toward the bar, and then came back with 2 more bottles of Moët and Shandong champagne in his hand, and ran to get 3 more champagne glasses. Qianlan dimmed the lights. The 3 of them leaned together looking out the window at night, while drinking and chatting rambling, and from time to time also issued a low or crisp laughter. Qianlan knew in the chat that Blue's full name is Yang Lan, and Ping Ping is called Yi Ping. As for the drunken Yang, the name is Li Yang. Chapter 53. Perhaps tonight's night was too beautiful and enchanting, or perhaps it was all because of the moon. Qianlan was suddenly awakened by a scream. His eyes did not open when he was in a deep sleep, and he continued to sleep after tightening the soft jade in his arms. A sudden sharp pain in his chest made his sleepiness disappear. What's the situation? What's going on? He opened his eyes and slightly raised his head to look at his chest, and his eyes instantly glared round. Li Yang? How could it be Li Yang? Isn't she sleeping next door? How did she run into my arms? What exactly happened last night? He was puzzled. He gently held Li Yang in his arms and said, "It hurts. The meat will fall off if I bite down again." Li Yang loosened her mouth. She felt very aggrieved. Great aggrieved. She is not just a soy sauce? How did she become a food delivery? She felt so wronged. So when she just woke up, she saw Qianlan sleeping with his arms around himself, one hand still resting on her back. She couldn't help but bite hard on his chest. This bad man. But how did she have no impression at all? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and when she thought of the sad place, she couldn't help but weep. Qianlan felt a burst of wetness in his chest, looked down at Li Yang's pearly pretty face, and could not help but have a little headache. Yang Lan, 2 women are okay, although it is through the intention of alcohol, but it is also a consensual water. He does not have any sense of guilt, but Li Yang is not the same. From last night's raw kissing no is a rookie. To say that he has no idea about Li Yang is false. Such a cute, sweet and innocent little cute who will not like, but his heart is not that big. Last night he didn't even think that he could stew the 3 girls in one pot. Otherwise, it was more likely that the chicken would end up flying off the handle. This scene this morning was something he never expected, and while it made him complacent, it also caught him off guard. After all, he wasn't a veteran fisherman. His segment was just too low. How exactly were scum made? He felt the need to look into it. It was useless to say anything now. The cheapness had already let her take advantage of it. Then in the future it would be his jagged man Chen's people. None of them could be less. Qianlan triumphantly tightened the lovely girl in his arms and softly said, "Good girl, don't cry. I will be responsible for you." As soon as the words fell, Li Yang, who was silently shedding tears, whimpered and cried even more. Alas, Qianlan sighed. When the book was in use, he hated it. Why hadn't he stocked up on more sweet words to coax girls? Otherwise, he wouldn't be dumbfounded now. Qianlan rested his jaw on top of Li Yang's head and gently patted her back like a child. I don't know how long it took. Qianlan realized that Li Yang's whimpering gradually subsided, only still choking from time to time. Turning his arm loose to look down, he realized that she had already fallen asleep again. Through the dim light of the corridor lamp, he moved to look at this happy and angry face. Without makeup so close to the distance still cannot see any flaws on the face. Tightly closed eyes are still hung with tears is even more compassionate. Qianlan carefully lie flat the body. Feel was pillowed arm a little numb. Slightly active fingers, did not dare to take the hand away. For fear of just falling asleep Li Yang woke up. Yawning, sleepy Qianlan put his heart across. No matter what, now think too much is useless. Or sleep. Sleeping on nothing to worry about. To cool that is also after waking up. The afternoon sun is bright. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows clearly see the downstairs landscape of flowers. Chapter 54 Unexplained Mysteries. Yanlan coughed before asking, honestly, what about Li Yang? You know the party's policy, confess from leniency, resist from severity. I really don't know what's going on. I didn't realize she was lying next to me until Yang bit me. Yanlan and Yiping didn't know there was this episode. Looking at Li Yang with a curious face, Li Yang stammered and couldn't tell. So embarrassing. She remembered that she was crying quite sadly at that time. But how did she fall asleep in that dog man's arms again? Could she say that Chenlan's warm embrace gave her a sense of security that she had never felt before, making her stay in love? No, absolutely can't say that. It's too embarrassing. Then how are you going to arrange the few of us? Yiping finally asked the point. After she asked the three women all nervously eyed Chenlan, wanting to see how he would solve it. Chenlan instantly sat up straight and said with a solemn oath-like face, don't worry, I will be responsible for this, and you will be my people from now on. The three women looked at each other in dismay. How did this scumbag man say such shameless words in such a righteous and refreshing way? They had heard very clearly that it was you guys, not you. Was this preparing to take the three of them together? But why don't you ask us if we agree? But they don't seem to have a better solution, do they? Who stays? Who will quit? Ask yourself. They have all been taken advantage of. No one is willing to quit at this time. No one is so generous to sacrifice themselves to fulfill others. If it did not happen, last night's events can be said to be fair competition. But the fact has happened. No one can change. In fact, a few women know in their hearts, this society is so the rich people are content to occupy most of the quality resources of society. And Chenlan spends hundreds of thousands of dollars a night without batting an eyelid. Obviously has this kind of strength, but without a name and without a title just like this with him, they are very reluctant. And Chenlan from all aspects of their hearts, is undoubtedly the most excellent choice of spouse. If you miss today may be missed for life. Chenlan looked at them all. Do not say anything. Obviously is difficult to choose. So Chenlan shamelessly went forward and squeezed into the middle of Yanlan and Yiping. As for Li Yang, he felt that it was better to bully, and after that he would just appease them. First take care of these two difficult characters. He felt that this matter is stable. This is how many men dream of. He felt hopeful because he was too much with three. Duo and the girls were also a three-girl combination every time. If he could take it down as well, then it would really not be a vain life, but also can only think about it. Want to encounter such a beautiful thing again is probably only in the dream. Yanlan, two girls face full of disgust to push away Chenlan, but how can he let them as they wish? The old man like to them tightly embrace in the arms said, since everyone has no objection, then so happily decided. I have objections. The three women opened their mouths and wanted to say yes, but did not know where to start. Unable to help but all sighed in their hearts. It seems that they can only take one step at a time and temporarily cheapen this dogman. Subsequently Chenlan promised a series of unequal treaties. This matter is so settled. As for those treaties, if you believe all of a man's words, then you can only say that you are too simple. Ding dong. The doorbell in the room suddenly rang. Chenlan got up and opened the door. The butler led the way, followed by a few restaurant waiters pushing food carts. Chenlan was famished when he was woken up, and didn't care that a few women were gawking at him. He first called the front desk and asked the butler to arrange the food first. Various kinds of exquisite snacks and delicacies filled the table. A few people have not eaten anything all day today, and after a high-intensity exercise, each of them are all starving their chests to their backs. After all the things were served, the butler and the restaurant waiter who were ready to stay behind were dismissed, and a few people sat around the table and started to devour the food. It was only after a long time that a few people slowed down and slowly savored the food. What happened to Yang last night? We all signed up to follow you. Can we talk now? After eating almost all of the food, Yiping brought up the old topic again. This was something that everyone was actually curious about. What exactly had happened between Chenlan and Li Yang was still an unknown. I am really not sure. No impression at all. Anyway, as soon as I opened my eyes, Yang was in my arms. Chenlan was also helpless. What he said was the truth, alright. How come no one believed it? A few people did not continue to discuss this topic, and then talk about it. Li Yang on the face cannot hang. Did not see her head is lowered to the bottom of the table to go. In fact, Li Yang a little impression in her mind. In the middle of the night, she seems to be half awake, half dreaming up to drink a water, but not very sure. As for how to run to Chen Yang's bed, she really do not know. In this way, this matter became an unsolved mystery, waiting for Chenlan himself to reveal. When the few people finished eating, after the housekeeper brought someone up to clean up the table, he took the few people on a tour of the presidential suite. It was already 2 in the morning when they came to the hotel last night, and they had been drinking, so they weren't even interested in finding out about the room. In fact, that time period to open the room is the most loss. may not be awake to receive a reminder to check out of the phone. So last night Chenlon directly is to pay 2 days of the room fee. A few in the downstairs turned around after going up to the second floor. The biggest feature here is that there is a sky garden, which is equipped with sun loungers, a heat pool, and a mini bar. Chenlon is salivating over the sky garden. Too convenient for him to sunbathe. Poverty limits his imagination. The original rich people are so play. Upstairs there is also a spa specialty suite, equipped with 2 spa massage beds and a modern bathroom. If guests need to have the hotel's physical therapist up to the room service, the bathroom was equipped with underfloor heating, computer-controlled toilets, shower facilities, a steam room, and an oversized bathtub. Chenlon saw that can accommodate 4 or 5 people in the oversized bathtub on the road a little bit, frequently looking at a few women floating. He played what idea a few women, how can not know it? But there are still hotel housekeepers in it. You do not want to face them, still want ah. Yanglon glared at Chenlon, this LSP in a bad mood, pulling his arm and pulling him out. Chapter 55, Lies and Ghost Stories. After visiting the room, a few people fell back into doing nothing. Chenlon simply took a few women to Xintiandi shopping plaza to go shopping. The high color combination of 1 man and 3 women was a beautiful sight wherever they went, attracting the attention of millions. Coming out of one luxury store after another, Chenlon carried more and more shopping bags, and in the end even had a few bags hanging around his neck before a few women returned to their full enjoyment. Chenlon was not trying to be a licking dog, but the emotions of the 3 women needed to be appeased, and the bag cures all diseases was not just a casual remark. He is also considered to be a hemorrhage today. All the way to spend more than 60 tens of thousands. Chenlan's behavior of throwing money like dirt also gained the praise of several women. At least he is very willing to spend money for them. If even the money are not willing to spend for them, net rhetoric that will be good for them, that is purely a hooligan. Back to the hotel. Excited, a few women began to try on today's harvest, while Chenlon watched a unique fashion show special. For such a pleasing scenery he felt hundreds see never tired. More appreciate a few eyes can also cultivate sentiment. The next morning, Chenlonji walked out of his room with complacency. Yanglon and the others had already waited in the dining room, which was filled with various kinds of breakfast, and after eating a delicious and nutritious breakfast, Chenlon felt that he had recovered a bit of energy. Entering the sage mode, he felt that he could no longer indulge in women's colors, and women would really affect the speed of sword drawing. The system upgrade would have to be delayed for many days at least, and now the money in his card was left at 1 million points. Fortunately, the physical quality has improved a lot, and raising the intensity of the exercise will soon make up for the expenses of these 2 days. Several people got up so early today, because today is Monday. Yang Lan still have to work. Yi Peng and Li Yangyang are still in school juniors, but can only go to one. Li Yangyang mobility can only skip class. As for leave, that does not exist. There is no escape from the class of the university. Career is incomplete. In a few people's encouragement, just after the summer vacation, school has not been 2 days of the good girl Li Yangyang decided to skip a day. In WeChat to Yang Lan and Yi Ping, 2 women each turned 100,000. Li Yangyang he did not give. WeChat limit, can only turn 200,000 per day. Chenlan looked at the 2 women's faces changed slightly, so he explained, I have no other ideas, just hope you can live in some, usually want to buy what to buy. You with me has been very aggravating, I should always do what I can for you. Right. Hearing him say this, the 2 women's faces only softened. After calling the housekeeper to arrange for the driver to send the 2 women away, Chenlan was idle again. Today he was not going anywhere, just in the room with Li Yangyang. Li Yangyang is very happy. Finally no one with her to steal Chenlan. Hang the whole person on his body is not willing to come down, even to go to pour a glass of water to Chenlan to hold the past. She was originally a small woman character of the house attributes, and is the first taste of personnel, so it is even more obsessive. Chenlan is also happy in it, sighing life is impermanent. An empty window for 3 years of single dog. God finally cannot look down, all of a sudden to send him 3 big beautiful women. This is to compensate him? The 2 of them were in the room all morning. After eating lunch and putting Li Yangyang to bed, Chenlan went to the sky garden to bask in the sun. Chenlan was wearing a pair of Gucci sunglasses that he had just bought yesterday on his face, and was wearing a pair of pants lying on a sun chair in the middle of the garden, and he fell asleep in no time. After being strengthened by the system's energy, his super skin had risen to the intermediate level, and the blazing sun at high noon directly irradiated his body, only feeling slightly hot. Ah chirp. Chenlan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed to wake up, open his eyes to see. In front of his eyes is Li Yangyang, that innocent pretty face, is pursing her lips in that sneer. It turns out to be her holding his hair and the pounding his nose. Reach out and put her arms over the 2 crowded in the sun lounger. In her small PG slap on the intimate said, naughty, how did you get up? What time is it? Almost 5 o'clock. Big liar. You said to accompany me to sleep. While I was asleep you ran away. Do you not like me? Li Yangyang questioned with a watering cry. Qianlan kissed her on the cheek and said with a face full of affection. I was wrong, but that's your fault. Who made you so tantalizing? I'm afraid I couldn't withstand the temptation and had to run away. He immediately admitted his mistake sincerely. The real reason was impossible to say. No one would believe it if he said it. If a woman listens to your reasoning, is she still a woman? You just need to coax her and you're done. Sure enough, just after the words fell, Li Yangyang broke into tears. That pear blossom with the rain of the delicate appearance, I see pity. Qianlan cannot help but hold her more tightly. Let's go inside. It's hot outside. Look at you sweating. The temperature at 5 o'clock was still a bit hot. Li Yangyang didn't know how long she had been in the sun, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Speaking on the topic of sweating, Li Yangyang sat up, reached out and poked at Qianlan's chest, and said with a face full of surprise, it's strange, yeah. You've been under the sun for so long. How come there's no sweat on your body at all? I don't know. It may be a physique problem. From childhood I am not afraid of the sun. The more sun the whiter the skin. Qianlan was full of ghost words when he opened his mouth. If his skin hadn't been remodeled, would you see if he dared to sunbathe like this? Without 2 days, he would have to take off a layer of skin. Chapter 56, Physical Recovery. Whoa, really? So envious. The simple Li Yangyang obviously believed his bull **** and was envious. If only she also had such a physique. Even cosmetics were saved. Unlike now, when the weather is hot to go out a door. All hate to wrap the head and face like an Indian ajumma. Just afraid of being tanned. Envy is useless. Pull me up. The chair is almost crushed by us. Li Yangyang was very good and obedient. Really got up and reached out to pull him hard. Qianlan stood up with a slight force and stretched. Feeling the explosive strength return to his body, he felt that another battle would be no problem at all. His physique had grown, his recovery power had followed suit. When he got up in the morning he was still weak in the hands and feet, but now he had fully recovered. However, he felt that the main credit was still the hidden efficacy of his skin working. Before he had recovered almost as much as his physical strength after exercising and sunbathing. It was just that the skin had been upgraded and the effect was more obvious now. So he asked in his mind, System, is sunbathing able to recover my physical fatigue? System, it can. Qianlan, then what is the principle? System, the sun shining on the host's skin will be synthesized into an energy that is higher than all the energies that have been exploited on Earth. When the skin transports this energy to the host's mind through the nerves in all parts of the body, a small portion of it will overflow to the host's body name. And this overflowed portion of energy will not only replenish the host's physical energy, but also improve the host's physical quality. This was great. He felt like he could add the title of Son of the Sun again. Qianlan went to the oversized bathtub in the bathroom to take a soak. Li Yangyang couldn't escape. Just as he filled the bathtub with water he was hugged in by this LSP with his clothes on. Li Yangyang still did not have time to scream out with Qianlan to kiss the mouth. A long time, he only put the weak body of the people released. Qianlan looked at the arms of the blushing and delicate red face, soaked clothes tightly attached to her delicate and small body, sexy and incomparable, so that he was burning with desire and almost turned into a vicious wolf. Li Yangyang silently recited a dozen times to kill this evil thought. Incarnation of Lu Xiaohui Sid less than in the chaos. Li Yangyang cherished this rare afternoon, the coat removed after clinging to Qianlan's arms. After a while, the other two women came back. There is no longer such an opportunity, holding her man to share a large part of them. Although she was homely but not unworldly, she knew that the unbelievable relationship between them and Qianlan was not socially acceptable, but she really didn't mind. A weak little woman like her always had to find a man to rely on, and Qianlan's courage in taking on 5 young adults single-handedly in a bar without flinching left an indelible deep impression on her. Every woman has a hero complex, the hero to save the beauty of the end to hold the beauty of the bad bridge abound. Although Qianlan was not the one who saved her at that time, he was also with her, so the sense of substitution was even stronger. In the hotel and inexplicably lay in his arms and slept all night. The kind of security she had never felt before made her unable to forget it for a long time. She felt that this was destiny, and although she had to share it with other women, it didn't affect her deep infatuation with Qianlan. She's the type of person who falls in love and doesn't think twice about it. She doesn't know how long this relationship will last, but every day she can spend together she lives as if it's the last day of her life. She was born into a single-parent family. Her father moved on to another family when she was very young, and growing up with her mother, she lacked a sense of security, which Qianlan just happened to be able to give her. So in the 3 women, the soy sauce, but she has more deep love for Qianlan. The 2 of them soaked for 10 or 20 minutes before coming out, and rinsed again in the shower before leaving the bathroom. Fully dressed 2 people to the downstairs did not stay a while. Yang Lan and Yiping returned to the hotel one after another. Yiping came back and grabbed Li Yangyang's hand. colorful to tell her how to fool the teacher's check in class. The two women from time to time issued a burst of laughter like silver bells, and Yang Lan leaned on her shoulder without saying anything, smilingly looking at Yi Ping's two daughters laughing and joking there. Are you guys hungry yet? What do you want to eat tonight? Chen Lan asked to the several women. As expected, it was difficult to go from luxury to simplicity. After eating a few meals of high-grade exquisite food in the hotel, Yang Lan and Yi Ping had said that the meal at noon was too difficult to eat, and they simply couldn't swallow. Then a few women came together to chatter and discuss, and Chen Lan did not have the right to speak, was squeezed to the side of the dry eyes. The result is out of his expectation. Originally thought that the three women discussed so intensely, will choose that high-end atmosphere of the restaurant. A few women mysteriously did not tell him, said to no, and then a line of several people on the hotel's Bentley limousine. Yi Ping reported an address, the driver all the way to the destination of a few people smoothly. This is a corner of an old dilapidated alley. I really don't know how they found this place, and it seems that they all know this place. Could it be that famous private restaurant? Chen Lan got out of the car. Into his eyes is a dozen or 20 small tables placed in the open air. At this time it is the meal time. 3 to 5 groups of people sitting at 8 or 9% full, and the table is placed on the surprisingly kebabs and beer. The scene atmosphere is warm. The sound of talking, laughing, and persuading to drink sound into the ear, creating a lively scene of human fireworks. Chen Lan was dumbfounded. He was familiar with this scene. Not just jerking off? What's the point of being so mysterious? Like who has not jerked like? Bentley car stopped after the attention of all present. A few people get off the car is to let the scene a burst of quiet. This is which son of a young lady to experience life? 4 people, male handsome, female pretty, body dress looks as the price is not expensive. Travel is also a few million luxury car. How to also come to this kind of mass consumption place? Chen Lan and the driver exchanged a few words. The concierge car went first, but will not go far. Tonight this car is their exclusive use. A few people ignored the strange gazes of the bystanders, and found themselves a table by the corner and sat down, then took a single page and ticked it off. Honey, do you want to order a few raw oysters with cashews for you to make up for it? Yang Lan approached Chen Lan and asked in a promisingly soft voice. After saying that, she couldn't help but let out a giggle as she lay on Li Yangyang's shoulder. Yi Ping also chimed in next to her. My dear, you worked hard last night. It's time to make up for it. Holding up the wall at a young age. Alas, the last sigh was 1,000 intestines and meaningful. Although Li Yangyang did not say anything, but that point with the chickens eat rice like head, the meaning is self-evident. Obviously she also recognized Chen Lan should make up for it. Chen Lan's head was full of black lines. This is provoking him, but he had replenished his energy in the afternoon. Okay? It seems like he has to give them a hard lesson tonight to let them know what it means for the Horse King to have 3 eyes. Chapter 57, Grievance. Chen Lan righteously refused. No need. My body is strong. I don't need to supplement. Chen Lan grabbed the menu. Look at the point almost. Then stood up and ready to take it over to the barbecue chef. On the way to see a few women did not pay attention to. Secretly put the waste raw oysters are selected. Speak well. But the same did not help him point. Too inconsiderate. This is a lane in the barbecue restaurant. Indoor area is not large. There are 50 or 60 square feet. Inside the people have been filled. Chen Lan handed over the list to the barbecue master is ready to go back. Ha! Chen Lan turned around and let out a sound of surprise. That table in the corner is not exactly the ones who clashed with him in the bar. It seems that this barbecue restaurant has a good reputation. Even these few rich kids came here to jerk off. Those people on the table obviously also recognized Chen Lan. Especially that oily young man Wang Fei's eyes seemed to be on fire, like seeing the wife of the enemy. His right hand was wrapped in white gauze to form a brown, while his left hand was tightly gripping a skewered kebab fork, trembling slightly, which was completely furious. After leaving from the bar that night, his hand that had been shaken by Chen Lan was in pain and swollen like a pig's hoof. Rushed to the hospital for a checkup. Luckily nothing serious, just a muscle contusion. After applying medicine, the doctor said it would be fine after a few days of recuperation, but it caused indelible damage to his heart. Too shameful. Shaking hands with someone in public and being shaken and cried. In the past 2 days in his circle has been spread. He has become a joke. At that time, because he did not know the root of the matter, and in the bar, did not dare to make a big deal, but today it is a narrow road. Even in such a remote alley jerking a skewer can be encountered. This is not exactly a godsend, is not it? And there is not even a camera around the alley. They are many people. To the alley import and export a block he cannot fly. Should we get him a wave? Without evidence, what can they do? Even if there is evidence, at most is a brawl. Spend some money on the solution. He felt that if this breath is not out he will be suffocated out of internal injuries. Chen Lan also did not expect to come out to eat a barbecue can also run into a few playboys. Look at the appearance of the oil-headed youths, know that he hated him. It is estimated that there will be something to happen, but he did not want to avoid the meaning of. He is a hangman. Do not want to admit that it is not? Not to mention the 3 women. Just came to the gray escape. Then how can he raise his head in front of the 3 girls in the future? Back to the chair and sat down. He did not say anything to a few women. He is just a guess. Now set out to affect everyone's appetite for dinner. It didn't take long for the kebabs to be served one after another. Chenlon picked up a bunch of cashews and took a bite. Aha! The outside of the charred and tender, salty and light. The taste is really good. Business is so good is justified. Must have their own secret recipe. A few women, however, looked at the cashews in his hands and thought, they had never eaten this, but they had seen it. Know what it is, but just now they clearly did not order. At this time the waiter served a large plate of oysters. Enough 2 dozen 24. How can several women not understand what is going on? This dog man's mouth said don't, but the body is very honest. This is their own point on? Several women looked at each other. Too shameless. This is ready to eat as a meal? Think of last night's madness. Cannot help the pretty face slightly red is lovely. However, they did not say anything. This dog man want face, then they will give him well. See through, also not say break. Last night he is indeed quite laborious. A few people kebabs on the beer to eat and drink up. A few women eat while also occasionally feed Chenlon a mouthful of dog food to support a few tables around the guests, such as a thorn in the throat. Food cannot swallow. Then cannot help but in the heart of the rich man cursed Chenlon, this rich man, for the unkindness, bullying men and women. Chenlon has slowly become accustomed to this kind of envious and jealous eyes, who led him recently with a rare beauty. It, wherever he goes, is so compelling. He had been paying attention to those few people. Halfway through, he watched them dodge and leave. He was even more skeptical now. These few people must have wanted to give him a surprise. After eating his fill, Chenlon paid the bill, called the driver, and left the barbecue restaurant with the 3 women. Here kebab flavor is good, but it is not suitable for couples to stay more. There is absolutely no bit of privacy. He does not have the hobby of showing love for people to watch, although it is very cool, but it attracts too much hate. He is worried that he will be knocked on the head of a brick. Chenlon walked while paying attention to observing the surroundings, safe and sound along the way. When he was still about 20 meters away from the exit of the alley, he stood still. If a few people really wanted to attack him, the exit would be the best place to set up an ambush. He took out the cell phone in his pocket, turned on the video function, and then took it to Yang Lan to let her point the camera at the exit. Preparedness is not an option. You can't be a wimp, but the evidence that should be left should still be left, and his cell phone is set to automatically upload the cloud disk function for filming. A few people looked at him solemnly, but also could not help but be apprehensive, not knowing what had happened. Yi Ping took his hand and asked nervously, "Honey, what's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that I ran into an enemy. In a moment you guys stand here and don't move. I'll be fine, and it's just my guess. It doesn't have to be really something." Yang Lan was also anxious and said, "Why don't we call the police? It's really fine. I've practiced. 3 or 5 small thieves or nothing. In a while you guys will just watch me make a big splash from the side. Don't ever go over there, lest I have to protect you." Chenlon smiled and comforted. Li Yangyang was even more anxious and pulled Chenlan's clothes not to let go. Chenlon patted her hand and broke free. For his own strength, he also has no bottom in his heart. Now there is a rare opportunity to test how he will let go of it. Persimmon, of course, to pick the soft pinch. These few people at a glance is not much fighting ability, not to mention that there is a disabled patient. Chenlon has not gone out far. The exit next to the emergence of a head. See Chenlon and then shrink back. Followed by a line of 5 people came out to block the exit. The barbecue restaurant was crowded with people and witnesses. Not a place to make trouble. They deliberately chose the exit here. Although there were also people coming in and out of this place, there wasn't much foot traffic. This group of people, worried that Chenlon found them, would not dare to come out or alarm, has been hiding on both sides of the exit, and now Chenlon has gone. Here is to be found does not matter. And there are 3 girls in. Could he be so wimpy to leave the girls behind and run? Even if he ran, it doesn't matter. They can also save a little face. Chenlon was oblivious to them and walked slowly in front of them. A few women behind Chenlon knew what was going on when they saw these people. Speaking of these people, are Yang Lan invited over. At the bar, they all witnessed it. In the bar time, they all witnessed the oil-head and powder-face youth Wang Fei's woeful appearance. And now these several people to block Chenlon is obviously to take revenge. Chapter 58 Fighting. Several women leaned together, not knowing what to do. They were a few weak women who couldn't help. Chenlon was alone, while the other party had 5 people. Could they fight? They didn't understand why Chenlon didn't let them call the police, since he already knew that a few people were going to pick a fight. Chenlon walked to the front of a few people, looked at the oil-head and powder-face youth Wang Fei, surprised voice, "Huh? Isn't this that whoever? What happened at the bar that night? I was kind enough to shake hands with you. and you even attack me with a biochemical weapon like snot. It's too much. Wang Fei was so angry that his face turned green. What happened? How dare you ask him what's wrong? Don't you mother asterisk 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 have any pussy? That night's scandal was Qianlan naked and mercilessly revealed. He was furious. No longer able to control the anger of the emotions, rushed forward a few steps. Uninjured hand clenched fist on the face of Qianlan call. Qianlan, who had been prepared, stood still and took his punch, then screamed as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer and staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Behind, a few women also scared a burst of screams. Are worried? Not you, don't try to be strong, but also do not let them call the police. And now a wounded you cannot beat. What is this called, Wang Fei also froze. When did he fight so strong? One punch could knock someone back 5 or 6 steps. Of course he knew that his punch had actually hit Qianlan in the face, but he knew his own strength. It was not too much to say that he was a 3-second real man. His combat power was crummy. How come the killing power of this punch was so strong? Is it possible that his left hand is the legendary unicorn arm, finally awakened today? Qianlan stood steadily after showing teeth a smile. The purpose has finally reached. Now he fights back, although it is also regarded as a brawl. But he was forced to fight back, more or less accounted for a little bit of reason. Touching the place where he was hit, it hurt. It's been years since he was hit like this. Thinking back then, he was also a bully when he was in elementary school, and had beaten and been beaten and cried by many children. Wang Fei's hatred towards Qianlan was like a torrential river. Of course, it was impossible to punch Qianlan to relieve his hatred. On the strength of the crowd greeting the crowd, he surrounded them, ready to beat Qianlan in a group. Qianlan waited for this moment. He screamed and greeted. Chen family ancestral boxing method Mad Dog Fist instantly launched. Wang Fei, who had just punched him, was the first to be hit, and was punched in the nose, and he collected 5 points of force at the moment of hitting, not daring to hit all of them. Being hit in the vitals of Wang Fei, screamed miserably and covered his nose and then snot in tears, weak and collapsed, and then cried again. Young people do not talk about martial arts. The nose is to be hit indiscriminately? Only those who have suffered this pain will know. Qianlan, who took the initiative to rush into the circle of several people, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. After punching a disabled patient, he hurt each other with several other people. Qianlan every shot left a few points of force, and did not dare to hit to the fatal vitals, for fear of hitting a person's life is not a good end. But after all, he has not really practiced, although he relied on the advantage of good physical quality and fast reaction speed, to avoid a lot of punches and kicks to his vitals, but also a lot of real hit. Although it hurt him, it had no adverse effect on him. The people who were hit by him were as painful as being hit by a hammer, and their movements slowly became slow, and one of them was hit in the stomach by Qianlan, kneeling on the ground and almost spitting out even his overnight meal. Qianlan, a burst of chaotic punching down a group of bullies, but found that far away there are several people standing there, onlookers, everyone holding a cell phone in the hands of filming. It is estimated that this wonderful all martial arts will give them a lot of increased attention and praise. Qianlan rushed to cover his face with both hands. Now he is not fully clothed, but also swollen nose and face is not very photogenic. He walked to the ground groaning several people. In one of the buttocks kicked a foot, and then squatted down to a few people. I'm self-defense. You do not have a different argument, right? I've also captured the video. If you don't mind, you can choose to call the police. Of course, you can also find someone to retaliate. But, again, provoke me, don't blame me for the heavy hand. Then certainly even your family is not good. Qianlan was bluffing. Being able to bluff for a moment was a moment. If these few people really got into it with him, it would more or less bring him a certain amount of trouble. After saying that, he beckoned for a few women to come over, and also signaled for a few of them to cover their faces. If they were photographed by the onlookers' faces, it would bring them trouble. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. A few people converged together and hurriedly fled the scene of the crime. He studied when young and vigorous, also did a lot of fights. Know that those places can fight, those places cannot fight. The few people hurt for a while on nothing serious. He believed that the few will not choose to call the police. Really cannot afford to lose that person. That is, he is not afraid of the police. Why did he have to take that punch before fighting back? It is in the name of self-defense. Walked out of a few hundred meters after a few people stopped. Looking at Qianlan, face red and swollen, place a few women are heartbroken bad. Li Yangyang is lying in his arms crying. Crying what? This big old master in nothing. This is crying and mourning? Qianlan bared his teeth and grinned there. Although his body was quite painful, but it was really quite refreshing. Finally know why the African Ping Tu brother is either in a dry fight, or on the way to a dry fight. Dry fight is really addictive. Yanglan, two women pouted and gave him a glance. What kind of person is this? What kind of person is this? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall of reasoning, do not understand? If there is really a good or bad, let them do. Qianlan gave the limousine driver a call and switched locations to pick them up. Yang Lan saw a drugstore on the side of the road and ran in to buy a bottle of vitalizing oil. The ones on his body were minor injuries, not even broken skin, and he would probably be fine tomorrow in the sun. But he saw Yang Lan medicine are bought, also did not say anything, cannot make himself too alien. Not a moment concierge car appeared in front of a few of them. A few on the car found Chen Lan's condition but did not ask more. He is just a driver responsible for transporting good guests on the line. A few people back to the hotel, along the way and harvested a lot of different eyes, but this time the focus of concern is Chen Lan. Butler Peter has been waiting to receive them at the elevator entrance. See, Chen Lan clothes are not neat, face in a few places red and swollen, full of concern to ask what happened. Li Yang this time will be pleased, gesturing Chen Lan's battle results described in colorful. The housekeeper bluffed. 5 in one battle, and knocked several people to the ground unable to get up? Why did it sound like a scene from a movie? However, he knew that Li Yang wasn't lying by observing his face and seeing that Chen Lan several people were calm, and he couldn't help but respect Chen Lan. That male hasn't had a martial arts stream yet? Sword fighting in the world. Fast and furious, what a beautiful thing that is. Look at Chen Lan's body is not strong, but has such fighting strength, really worthy of admiration. No wonder the girlfriend is looking for 3, deserves to enjoy this Yanfu. Chapter 59. On the hot seat. There was a loud bang. Yi Ping, who was helping Chen Lan to rub the medicine, fiercely slapped him on his buttocks and scolded. You also know that it hurts. Weren't you very brave just now? Chen warrior, you are very powerful. Single-handedly fight the group of heroes. How majestic. I admire you. Clip Gun with a stick of sarcasm heard Chen Lan's heart chilled, hurriedly turned his head to Fawn. My dear, I was wrong. I guarantee there will be no next time. Something must find the police uncle. Chen Lan body has 7 or 8 red and swollen places, but not serious, not to press even not feel anything. Is the corner of the face with the right cheek and 2 punches a little bit affect the image? Other love injury places are in the back, his back and abdomen love enemy. Punches and kicks to his chest and abdomen were either blocked or dodged by him, but the back is not so lucky. Bear all the pain. Chen Lan is also very fortunate. If the body has not been strengthened by the system before encountering such things, it must be as far as possible to run far away. Otherwise by 5 people tonight such a group beating is sure to be pressed hard on the ground rubbing. Is it necessary to practice a few moves? Although there are less fights and brawls in this harmonious society nowadays, but a person as good as him is too easy to attract hatred wherever he goes. Chen Lan slumped down and contemplated. He attributed it all very stinkingly to his excellence now. He also didn't think about it. If it wasn't for the red face, he was a big man who would have nothing to do to deliberately provoke him. The next day, when Chen Lan woke up leisurely, it was already sunny, and the 2-meter-wide luxurious bed was empty of him. Reach out to the left and right to touch but did not touch the familiar soft jade warm fragrance. Cannot help but feel disappointed. Chen Lan opened the bedside lamp, sat up and leaned against the bed on a cigarette, sighing long sigh. This kind of life is too addictive, but unfortunately it is going to come to an end for the time being. These days spending money like water. He should go to move bricks to earn money to support the family again. The expenses of living in a large family like his were not low, and the family members might expand in the future. So there was no way to maintain it without working hard to earn money. So deserve rich people enjoy more quality resources. If you do not have money to give, you also not blessed to enjoy. Picked up the cell phone and looked at the time. Has nearly 11 o'clock, almost to the checkout time. Chen Lan came to the window and pulled open the curtains, and the blinding sunlight coming through the window made his eyes squint slightly. Naked to the dressing mirror in front of the photo, face and back of the red and swollen places become slightly green. This is a capillary breakage, has a slight bruise. Gently press a few times only to feel a slight sense of soreness, and to the waist on both sides of the press. Eek, the waist was also hit? How so sore? Alas, this body is really not strong enough. If it can be strengthened a few more times will be good. Greedy Chen Lan got the better of him, and couldn't wait to immediately strengthen it once, twice, 3 or 4 times again. There was no way. This strengthened body was really too good. It was just that there were too many enemies, and they were a bit outmatched and outnumbered. Wash up. Chen Lan plucked the front of the phone, left the restaurant to prepare a 1-person lunch. After eating this meal he was ready to check out. Last night he had already talked to a few women about leaving for a few days. As for bringing them to the Lido home, doesn't exist. That side is Duo's base for them. He definitely won't bring Yang Lan several women over there. If they accidentally bumped into each other that day, so many people's cultivation ground is really not easy to clean up. The cunning rabbit still has 3 holes. After a while, he was going to rent a house in the neighborhood, so that it would be convenient to house Yan Lan's girls. This time he will not go back until the system is upgraded. With the current income has been a bit unable to make ends meet. After having a sumptuous lunch at the restaurant in the suite, Chen-lan went to the front desk to do the checkout formalities, and drove the sports car that had been parked for a few days from the parking lot back to the rented house in Lidu City. The house is still the house, but Chen-lan is starting to nitpick the bones up, feeling that this does not work, and that 100,000 a night in the presidential suite a comparison. The difference is too big. Money to the use of the party hated less. Originally felt that the money enough to use, he realized that he is too poor. He needs to go a long way. When Chen-lan woke up from the balcony when the sun had already set in the west, full of blood resurrection, he stood up with a carp. He did a set of stretching exercises in the living room. The movements were smooth and natural, as he wished, and his body had completely returned to normal. Go to the dressing mirror and take a look. The bruised places on his face and body have also become white and smooth again. Chen-lan breathed a sigh of relief. His body has indeed been superhuman. On this speed of recovery, he felt that as long as he did not die on the spot, there is the sun, he has no danger of life. Opening the refrigerator and looking around, he took a tomato and a few eggs, and took a piece of Australian Wagyu beef from the emergency freezer, and prepared dinner. Meals for one person were simple. After the rice was steamed, Chen-lan spent 10 minutes scrambling a tomato, scrambled egg and onion fried beef and then started eating. Chen-lan sat alone in the dining room eating his dinner, and with one hand, he also swiped up a small Shake Y video. Suddenly, his hand that clamped the food gave a start, and his face was dark as he held his cell phone, not knowing what unpleasant things he saw. Sure enough, what is afraid of what comes? The onlookers of the melon masses really uploaded the video to the Shake Y, and also on the popular. The likes are on the million. Fortunately, at that time, the street lights at the entrance of the alley were not very bright, so the faces were not very clearly photographed, and it was unlikely that they would be recognized. The video is edited. The cause and effect of the incident are clear. The beginning of the video footage is 5 youths hiding in the corner of the entrance to the alley, constantly looking into the alley, then see a figure from the dark alley out. A few people swarmed in front of him, and then heard a loud scream. The alley out of the man was punched out 5 or 6 steps. It seems that the person filming was also startled by the scream. The video shook for a while, immediately followed by both sides unanimously rushed towards each other. Just a single person but threw a sad, so that people cannot help but sweat for him. However, the result is out of the crowd's expectation. The valor of a single person is outnumbered, but in the end, it is outnumbered. The person who edited the video was also a master, and many wonderful moments were also slowed down. From the video can also be seen, the victor is also not good, received a lot of punches and kicks, just like standing in the rapids of the reef has been insisted on not fall. The video is accompanied by a supercharged music score that makes the blood of those watching it boil. In the end, there is a reversal. The victory over the enemy of the lone courageous man found someone to film. Then hurriedly hands cover their faces, and then with a few also cover the face of the girls panicked fleeing the scene, but the scene is laughable. Chapter 60, Income Increase. Chen-lan finished watching the 2-minute-long video and clicked on the publisher's homepage. He was going to draw a circle to curse this mother ***** her for daring to give him a hard time. The person who sent the video was a street shooter. The space name kind of street shooting interesting things. The amount of attention is more than 500,000. It is estimated that this video will create a lot of attention for him. At that time, things were so coincidental. He was ready to go to the alley to jerk skewers. Saw a few youth sneaky hiding in the mouth of the alley, do not know what. As a new media person, he had a feeling that there would be good material. So he secretly ambushed the side of a car parked by the roadside, and only then captured this wonderful scene. Chen-lan clicked on the comments and read them again, and the more he read, the darker his face became. The first comment on the top was the official account of the Magic City's powerful government agency, calling on both sides of the brawl to take the initiative to surrender. This comment was also liked more than 100,000 times. Chen-lan laughed. He didn't break the law. Turning himself in was impossible. It was impossible to turn himself in this lifetime, although he has a video as evidence that nothing will happen. How to see how he belongs to self-defense. But one more thing is better than one less thing. He is too much trouble. He guessed that those people on the other side wouldn't be so stupid to turn themselves in. They were the ones who provoked trouble and disturbed the social order. Moreover, he didn't hit hard when he fought back, so he would be fine after a few days of recuperation at most. He didn't believe that powerful government agencies would be so idle that they would open a case to investigate a fight with no major casualties when no one had reported it. The comments below were even more varied. This is copywritten, purely a scene directed by a video master. Shooting footage from a new movie? Is the movie's promotion starting now? Aha! So handsome. Old lady up. Love it. Give $100. Who sends him to my bed tonight? 1 2 3 ah, Warrior Bull B. There was also a comment that said he would help him have a monkey that was also like tens of thousands of times. Shenlong clicked on the avatar but realized it was a man. What's more, the melon eaters didn't think it was a big enough deal and purposely at the official account of the powerful organization, which led them to comment. Shenlan's biggest worry is also this point. If the public opinion really exploded, if the powerful organization does not act as expected to be sprayed, at that time we'll have to subpoena the two sides of the brawl. If they are serious, to find out they are still very easy. Shenlong put down his cell phone, not in the mood to read on, although the video made him look like a lone hero to be admired. If he was fleshed out at this time to shake Y number, it would certainly attract a large wave of attention, but he really didn't like to be in the limelight. Hastily ate his dinner. He was worried about Duo and the others seeing the video, although the human face was not very clear to see, but those who were more familiar with him would still be able to recognize it, if asked. The scene at the end where he left with the three girls would not be easy to explain. When Shenlong changed the sports equipment, Shenlong went out when it was already more than 8 o'clock. He is ready to challenge the full marathon tonight, to see where his limit is. The phone opened the sports app, and from Lido to the sculpture park, he ran around the peripheral sidewalks of these two projects all the time at a constant speed. These two projects cover a relatively large area. The distance around a circle is not short. Strengthened body is really extraordinary. A professional athlete's physical quality may not have a normal person's physical quality twice as strong. When Shenlong was exhausted and stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood, it was already close to 12 o'clock, and he had been running for more than 3 hours without stopping. The mileage of the sports app on his cell phone reached 53 kilometers, and the number of steps was close to 100,000 steps, which was already his deliberate narrowing of the stride span. Otherwise the number of steps would be even less. Calculated average speed is not as fast as the marathon world champion speed, but the trip has increased by 10 kilometers. This trip many people can do, but that is after years and years of professional exercise, and he a few days ago or a run 5 kilometers have to gasp half a day half disability. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This system's strengthening function is really horrible. Just 0.5% of the system energy will strengthen his body so much. The next day he woke up Shenlong but his muscles were sore, and he did a sunbath to fully recover. He replanned his itinerary again, running the whole way in the morning, basically running a full marathon every morning. The time is about 2 more than 3 hours. The time is half a clock slower than the world champion. Then go home to sunbathe to recover the body. To the evening after eating and start walking around the running route. To his current physical fitness, continuous walking for 5 hours gently and easily atmosphere are not gasping for a breath. His current amount of exercise, and repeated every day, normal people certainly cannot stand. It is estimated that not long before the muscle dissolution or kneecap damage, but for him a hangman for this is not a thing at all. Every morning after running to consume the physical energy and damage, he basked in the sun for a few hours on the complete recovery. Other people can have such a condition. Last night ran 53 kilometers, only more than 90,000 steps, earned 230,000, ran 45 kilometers in the morning and earned 200,000, and walked 25 kilometers at night and earned 125,000, a total of more than 550,000. Shenlong was shocked when he returned home at night after calculating it. The income of a day and a half is comparable to 4 or 5 days before. However, the itinerary of such a compact day cannot be long. Money is only a tool to improve the quality of their lives. Cannot earn money for the sake of earning money, then become a slave of money. Money to a certain extent is a number. After raising the system to the 5th level he can really enjoy life. Now the 3rd level of 2.5 yuan per step. The 4th level of 12.5 yuan per step. To the 5th level of 62.5 yuan per step. Every day to draw more than 2 hours of running time to run a marathon. A day to earn a few $1 million. What kind of luxury life can be consumed to finish? Although it is said that there are many large luxury goods prices calculated in billions, but he is not in a hurry. Always need a process, right? He felt that the mysterious person who created the system, this arrangement is very good. More work, more pay. This is very fair. It was shameful to get something for nothing. Although common sense, walking a step to give money, this kind of thing is unthinkable. Pay and gain is too unequal. The system gives too much. Walking who will not. However, we must realize that the needs are different. Money is worthless for the system. Energy is the most important to him. Take the money, he does not need to change the energy that is useful to him. Give more than the system is not a loss. And Shenlong by walking to the system to charge energy in exchange for the money he needs. This is in fact just take what you need. But this kind of treatment is useless for others to envy. Because you're one system short. It's not for nothing that Hangman Shen has self-appointed himself as the son of destiny. Chapter 61 Li Xiuzhen. Chanlan's life returned to the mundane. The daily cycle was just like this, fulfilling and boring. At dusk on this day, the sun's afterglow was about to end, and the city's lights were lit up with stars, creating a bustling scene. A youth with 2 silver dragons hovering in his palms was leisurely walking on the pedestrian street of West Nanjing Road. This youth is Chanlan. The down payment for the subsequent purchase of the car he has been enough, so he deliberately came to the forest store to find Duo them to eat, and in the meantime to discuss the matters of tomorrow's purchase of the car. And the silver dragon hovering on his palm is just 2 coins. One day when he was brushing the shake he saw the video of instruction. He took one look at it and he knew it. From the animated movie Conan, the monster thief kiddo playing handsome clip, he was on a whim. As long as there is an instructional video, all kinds of fun little maneuvers are learned all over. What finger spinning coins, finger center standing coins, lighter tricks, butterfly knife trick. He played the clouds and flow. The blue is better than the blue. After all, his hands were blessed with talent, and his control over the muscles of his palms and fingers was already subtle, so it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted. The props of these small games did not take up much space, nor did they take up any of his other time, and they could also exercise the control of his hands, so he played them while he was walking around. Do not say, these small games played up or very handsome. A Nanjing Road are not finished. Met 3 bold girls up to WeChat. Of course, you have to be handsome to have this power. If you look like the Hong Kong star A2 Gold, action again, handsome girls will also avoid you. When I arrived at the door of the Guarantee GF4 store, I saw that there were employees leaving one after another, and the time came just when the Force store was off duty. Hi, this beautiful woman. You are so beautiful. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for dinner? Chanlan saw Duo and Chu Ting, who came out from the store, quickly stepped forward and made a very gentlemanly gesture to Duo. The gesture seems to be very gentlemanly, but don't be playful. A look is not a good person. Don't eat, you find someone else. Duo glanced at Chanlan and coldly said, lazy to care about him. This dog man is always out of sight. A moment to disappear, a moment to appear. Do not know what he is doing. But how does it seem to become handsome again? Forced calm. Duo's heart dear in turmoil. A few days do not see the heart quite miss him. Chu Ting is on the side of a delicate laugh. This handsome. Our family Duo will not casually eat alone with a man. Or you reorganize the language and try again? Chanlan was helpless. This Chu Ting had to be a light bulb every time. Was this really good? But he had to reorganize his language and invite again. This time it was 2 people together, and then happily got the qualification to have dinner with the 2 beauties. But he didn't have any so-called Tonight he was originally prepared to call up the 3 girls to dine together. Now he was not at all exclusive to girl group combinations. If he could successfully launch another girl group, TSK, just thinking about it made his mouth water. After waiting for a while, Meowfoam also came out. The group of several people followed her through the streets and alleys to a barbecue restaurant. Today, she strongly requested for her to treat her, so Chanlan didn't refuse. Having a back and forth is the way to get along in the long run. Halfway, Chanlan and Duo's hand held. Maybe a long time no see. Mood-jumping Duo chattering with Chanlan about the interesting things that happened in the past few days. No longer before the shy and timid have a ride. This is a Cosmic Country people open barbecue restaurant. Look at the decoration, grade is not bad. Now is the meal time. The first floor of the card seat is basically full. A few people followed the waiter up to the second floor of a small box, which was specially reserved by the owner for Meowfoam. Meowfoam introduced that the owner of this barbecue restaurant was a divorced Cosmic Nation woman in her early 30s. After studying in China, she married a classmate in Mordor, and then opened this barbecue restaurant after she got divorced, and has been a widow in Mordor for several years now. It was a coincidence that Meowfoam came to this restaurant with her friends to eat barbecue meat, and the owner was in the restaurant that day, and saw that the waiters were busy, so she received them personally. Because of the age difference is not big, and are beautiful. More chat after a few sentences actually found quite kindred spirits, so the 2 left contact information. Recognize soon bought a Kayan here in the Meowfoam. And Meowfoam also often bring people to her to eat barbecue. 1 to 2 go-to people will be a good friend. A few people ordered a meal, not yet served. The door of the box came knocking, and then came in a beautiful woman who could not tell her age. The woman had a thick head of champagne blonde wavy hair, and a set of pink and purple dress was worn on her body, outlining beautiful lines, sexy and charming. Her face looked 26 or 27. Her oval googly-eyed face smooth and delicate without a single wrinkle, but with her right pear-shaped body and eyes that looked as if they had been through a lot. She looked like she was in her 30s. As soon as she came in, she greeted everyone in Mandarin with a Shanghainese accent, and then embraced with Meowfoam and screamed happily. The beauty of the 4 cues colliding with each other was so beautiful that Chanlan couldn't take his eyes off of it and secretly swallowed his saliva. before he had time to look at it a few more times. A stabbing pain came from the soft flesh of his waist. Bad. Watching the ball too fascinated and forgot that there is duo in the girls beside him. Shenlong hurriedly returned to his senses and after feigning a dry cough, he curtly shifted his gaze to duo next to him, only to find that her angry eyes were issuing a stern warning to him. After Miao Feng and Li Xiuzhen chatted for a while like no one else was around, she remembered that she hadn't introduced them to each other yet, so she took the owner's hand and introduced Shenlong to the others in a delicate voice. This is Li Xiuzhen, the owner of this barbecue restaurant, and a good friend of mine. Then he introduced Shenlong and the others to Li Xiuzhen one by one. Li Xiuzhen happened to not have eaten either. She went out for a while and then re-entered the private room, holding a bottle of beautifully packaged red wine in her hand. Then with a magnetic voice said, "Today it is rare to know a few new friends. This is my collection of red wine. If Feng Feng comes alone I cannot afford to open the bottle. Today we try to taste how." Miao Feng reached out and grabbed the red wine in Li Xiuzhen's hand, and after a few glances, her mouth said in surprise, "Good 96 years of Lafite you are willing to give up? He. If someone else comes, of course, do not want to give up." Li Sujin smiled sweetly and said, "She also looks at people. Tonight Shenlong several people looks are first class. Good-looking are more likely to let people feel good." In particular, although Shenlong was wearing a set of ordinary sportswear, he was sitting there with a calm and steady demeanor. When Miao Feng introduced him, he also said that he had bought 2 cars from her, one of which was a nearly $3 million sports car, indicating that his wealth was at least not worse than hers. Moreover, if the people Miao Feng brought with her had average connections, they wouldn't have called her solemnly like tonight, saying that they would introduce a few friends to her. So of course, she also treated a few people as friends, and naturally, she had to take a bottle of good wine to entertain them. Chapter 62, A Friend at First Sight. Li Xiuzhen gestured and sat down beside Miao Feng, and it didn't take long for the waiter to push a multi-story food cart into the box, quickly distributing the ingredients on the cart on the table. Originally, Li Xiuzhen wanted to call a barbecue chef to serve in the box, but was rejected by Miao Feng. Shenlong does not care. It is certainly best to eat ready-made. Do-it-yourself is fine. It's really inconvenient to talk with an extra stranger. A few women met as if they were friends, leaving Shenlong on the sidelines to get together and whisper. Shenlong has become a grill master, hands and feet busy himself but not able to eat a few bites. Whenever he finished grilling the meat and prepared to take a bite himself, there would be a small white hand holding a leaf of lettuce or perilla leaf in front of him, and then Shenlong could only watch the grilled meat go into someone else's mouth with a face full of reluctance. Even Li Xiuzhen looked amused and followed suit, and just like that, Shenlong was forced to helplessly start business. Shenlong hate to gnash his teeth. These several women purely owe to clean up. To the heart of the small book to write down a sum, eat and drink. Li Xiuzhen brought a few people to her office, and then opened a bottle of red wine. A few people talk about the good, quite a hate to see each other. From the barbecue restaurant left when already nearly 11 o'clock. A few women drink really very average. 5 people drank 2 bottles of red wine. They have been like Peach Blossom Face, the barbecue store from Nanjing West Road and not far. To Duo their home distance is the nearest, also less than a kilometer point, so a few people will go in that direction. Duo holding Shenlong's arm walking in front. She is now more and more accustomed to some intimate action with Shenlong. When she arrived at Duo's neighborhood, looking at the old and dilapidated alley, Shenlong couldn't help but have some ideas, and said to Duo, "Why don't you 2 move to my place? You also know that I have 2 empty rooms there, one for each of you, otherwise it would be a waste if I can't live here alone." Duo twisted her head and gave Shenlong a strange look, reached out and pinched him in the waist angrily. "Big pervert, what bad idea are you playing? You're preparing to hide a double daughters in your house?" Shenlong laughed softly, eager to tell her yes, "You're right, that's what I'm thinking," but the nastiness in his heart wasn't enough for outsiders. What came out of his mouth was, "You're overthinking it. I'm just trying to let you guys live a little more comfortably, mainly because I'm worried that it's not safe for you 2 girls to live here." Calling over Chu Ting, he told her what he had just said as well. Chu Ting, however, was overjoyed. Who would want to be crammed into a dirty and messy small house when they could live in a comfortable and spacious big house? However, she did not immediately agree. Although she is usually big-headed but not brainless, she can think of what I let them move over mainly because of, so she said to go back to discuss it. She did want to communicate with Duo. If she has identified Shenlong that move over can. If there is still hesitation then it is best not to move over, so as not to time not together everyone embarrassed. Shenlong also did not force them to make a decision now, said, "After a period of time I may often not at home, you can come over to help look at the home." He saves for a rainy day. There are some things he wants to prevent in advance. Lido will only be one of his dens in the future. Yang Lan a few women that he is not ready to give up. He is a scum yes, but he does not have the problem of liking the old and hating the new. You want to go there again? Duo asked with a face full of displeasure. It was so hard to see Chenlan. She didn't want Chenlan to disappear again for a long time all of a sudden. Chenlan raised his hand and stroked her silky hair and said, I'm going to walk around for a long time, and by the way, see if there are any projects to invest in. Shopping around is indeed Chenlan's idea. The world is so big, how can he just keep shrinking in Magic City and not move? What he was pursuing now was no longer entirely money. He wanted to see the great mountains and rivers of his country and taste the food from all over the world. As for investment projects, doesn't exist. As a hangman, what does he need that for? Eating, drinking, playing and picking up girls doesn't smell good? Why should he bother to find a crime? Moreover, he had no connections and no experience, and the system didn't give him any skills that could be used to earn money. With his current business knowledge, it was estimated that even if he was allowed to open a kiosk, he wouldn't be able to figure out the way. If in the future Duo they have any ideas, he can give them to invest in some business, earn money or not so-called, mainly for them to find something to do. As for himself, what he seeks is the ultimate freedom. What do you want to do? Do not want to do, no one can force him to do. In the future may acquire a securities investment company or something. After all, he will enter his account more and more money, and can be traced to the source as the stock market and futures market. There is a company as a cover will be much more convenient. He secretly hide behind the enjoyment on the line. As for the status of what? He felt that there is no use. Just like the old horse, those familiar business tycoon. You think they really want to be so high profile? Absolutely not. That is entirely a business behavior. Is a disguised kind of business promotion. The more widely known they are, the greater their business fame, business development and growth, and push them higher. Can play a complementary effect, except for celebrities. Most people don't want to put their lives in front of the public, but even the stars, that is also the need for privacy. Why are more stars divorced? It's not that their every move is monitored by society, and they have a greater chance of making mistakes and being found out. He didn't want to be a business tycoon or something like that. Money, there is a system to help him earn on the line. What he wants more is to raise the energy of the system to strengthen himself a few more times. A good body is the most important thing. Seeing Duo and Shu Ting up the stairs, Chenlan said to Miao Feng, call a car and I'll send you home. Your car will be put in the company, that's good. It was 3 or 4 kilometers to where she lived. Walking there was fine with him, but Miao Feng wearing high heels on her feet was obviously not suitable for walking that far. So Chenlan dropped a car. He would have liked to sit in the passenger seat, but was Miao Feng pulled to sit in the back seat. He thought Miao Feng had something to say to him, but after the car started she leaned her head on his shoulder and stayed silent. What's wrong? Why does it look like you have something on your mind? Chenlan asked with some surprise. Miao Feng moved a bit, wrapped her hand around Chenlan's arm, and softly said, nothing, just a bit tired, borrowing brother Chen's shoulder for me to lean on. Although the soft touch that came from his arm caused him to go ape ********, he did not have any evil thoughts at this time. He had been in Magic City for so many years, and was deeply aware that it was really not easy to live in a big city, especially for a single girl like Miao Feng. He didn't know how much effort she had put in to get her footing, and couldn't help but feel pity for her. Chapter 63, Every family has its own difficult sutra. Magic City, a cosmopolitan city, is a very friendly city to the rich. As long as you have money, all kinds of luxury life enjoyment, have everything. The highly developed economy also attracts world-class brands from all over the world, where you can buy anything, provided you have the money. Hundreds of thousands of a meal, 200,000 a night hotel, tens of millions of luxury cars and hundreds of millions of luxury homes are abound. Of course, more is living in the bottom of the ordinary people. Take years of the same salary, renting a house and eat a variety of fast food, but the day is more and more limited. Escape from the north to Guangzhou is such a social background caused by the pressure of life in the big city is getting bigger and bigger. Without a certain ability to resist pressure, you simply cannot resist. Chenlan did not know why she was in a low mood, do not know how to comfort her, reached out to hold her delicate hand, also fell into a deep thought. If he can, he is certainly willing to give his friends around him some help as much as he can, so that they can live a better life. People are not grass and trees. Who can be merciless? He bonded with Miao Feng when he bought the car, and had more contact with her because of Duo. For her, or quite appreciated, not delicate and not pretentious. Do things seriously responsible. A few times together is also very pleasant. So it is to her as a good friend to see. But how to help? He did not have a clue for a moment. He is now also in the developmental stage, and does not have much ability to create a utopia for their friends and family. After arriving downstairs at Miao Feng's house, Chenlan helped her out of the car and asked, can you walk? Do you need me to help you upstairs? Miao Feng didn't say anything, just looked straight at him. Chenlan was looked at a moment of weakness, hurried to explain, I have no other ideas, really, just see you seem to drink too much. Send you upstairs, I will go. In good conscience, Chen-lan really didn't have any other ideas. He was a scumbag, yes, but not a teddy who wanted to get on everything he saw. Although he had thought about the possibility of reorganizing a 3-member girl group, he was only thinking about it. Yet he was not so inflated as to think that he was really the son of heaven's destiny and could have his heart's desire come true. Yang Lan's success was due to a number of factors, and he didn't think it could be replicated for Miao Feng Duo's 3 girls. He could guarantee that as long as he showed the slightest hint of this idea, what was waiting for him could be a chicken and egg fight, and he would not be able to be friends. But, looking at Chen Lan's nervous appearance, Miao Feng laughed with a fluttering smile. She knew that Chen Lan had a heart of color, and as a woman, her sixth sense of inspiration told her that Chen Lan had more than once stared closely at his arse and not let go. However, she did not resent it. Instead, in front of him intentionally or unintentionally highlight her most satisfactory advantages. Just want to see him greedy and cannot get a very helpless look. She think this is very funny. Chen Lan was puzzled by her laugh. He did not say anything wrong, opened his mouth and was about to say something, but saw Miao Feng lying on the car window and said something to the driver, and then the car drove away. Hey, you don't go, I haven't gotten on the car yet. Chen Lan hand raised up ready to stop the car, but the move was not enough. Powerless to put down the hand. This is crazy? What does this woman want? Forget it, send her up first. He is a big man afraid of what? Helping Miao Feng into the elevator straight up to the 12th floor, waiting for her to take the key and open the door after he said, "You will rest early, I'll leave first." Miao Feng smiled and said, "Brother Chen does not want to come in for a glass of water? Want to? How could I not want to?" His mouth was dry. However, he knew that this step would not end well if he took it, and he did not know exactly what Miao Feng was playing at, so he was slow to make a decision. Do not say that there is any pure friendship between men and women. Anyway, Chen Lan does not believe, if his girlfriend has any male best friend, that no matter how, the two can only choose one. The two were silent at the door. Chen Lan licked his dry lips and said with difficulty, "No water, it's too late." Suddenly his hand was gripped by a small warm hand. A force came and he was torn into the house. Then the door closed with a bang. With a clatter, a little fire lit up in the dimly lit room. Chen Lan lit a cigarette and then leaned against the backrest of the bed. His face was a little strange, seemingly helpless and seemingly pleased. Miao Feng pulled the quilt cover between the chest and abdomen, moved his body upward and pillowed on Chen Lan's stomach. His fingers drew circles on his chest, not knowing what he was thinking about. "Why?" Chen Lan asked. Miao Feng's behavior tonight was a bit out of the ordinary. Having known her for such a long time, she had never shown any emotions in this regard. Chen Lan didn't think that Miao Feng was attracted by his charm, and she was even the first time. This is rare, to know that she is not small anymore. 28 years old and Chen Lan is only 3 years younger. Miao Feng was silent for a while before softly said to come. It is her family to give her pressure. Her age unmarried in the magic city such as Metropolis is very normal, but in her hometown and the town is considered an old girl. She has been working in the forest store for several years. The annual income is not bad. Last year when the New Year's home to give the family 500,000, ready to build a 2-story small house to the parents' old age. The bad thing is bad in this matter. A beautiful young girl in the big city to earn a lot of money, and 27 or 88 years old is still unmarried. After the house was built in June this year, there were rumors that some bad words came out, saying that she was working as a mistress for a rich man in Mordor, and that the money to build the house for her family was given by that man. Her family parents and more traditional. Heard some rumors, worried about sleepless nights, and finally came up with a way. They thought it was very simple. Didn't you say that my daughter was working as a mistress? Then I'll let her get married, right? It's impossible to be a mistress after getting married. Then the too old for her marriage worries, and even gave her an ultimatum, either go back to her hometown matchmaking, or else bring a boyfriend back, or else come to the magic city to find her. Miao Feng home on her a daughter. She is filial piety. Parents of the difficulties she can understand, but how she explains is useless. The town rumors of a pass according to pass, so she broke the pot before. In order to parents can live peace of mind, ready to go home to a marriage to get married. Parents are also aging. She went back to take care of parents, but she was not willing to do so. Married to a stranger. She thought about it all, feel horrible. Outside to find it. For a while there is no suitable object. She treats the relationship as very serious, not willing to go to settle. Then the matter has been delayed, and then in the middle of the acquaintance of Chen Lan, after many contacts, her impression of Chen Lan is getting better and better. Even sometimes think, if Chen Lan is his boyfriend is good, she will not need to be so difficult. Chapter 64, Who will go to hell if I don't? Unfortunately, Chen Lan was in love with Duo, and even asked her to help as an assistant. At first, she did not think much of Chen Lan, but with more and more contact, Chen Lan in her heart is like a root that cannot be waved. She didn't want to steal from Duo or anything, she just blamed herself for not being born at the right time. Chenlan obviously loves the younger and prettier ones just like the other LSPs, although she is also very young and beautiful, but compared to Duo she has to admit that she is inferior in all aspects. This afternoon she received a phone call from home, with a few people together. Seemingly smiling like a flower is actually a forced smile. Only to do years of sales she hides very well. Tonight who did not find her different. However, the wine into the sadness of sadness more sad. From the barbecue restaurant after leaving, see Chenlan and Duo's intimate behavior after the more gloomy sadness. So in the car, she was a bit unable to control her emotions and exposed her vulnerable side. Originally, she left Chenlan behind because she wanted to let accompany herself to chat for a while, but who knew that Chenlan had misunderstood, and before she had time to open her mouth to speak, as soon as the door was closed, she was embraced by his steel-like arms and her lips were blocked. She looked at Chenlan wrongly, thinking that he was a man of color, not much danger, but who knew that it was a master of a high master. Miao Feng lay on Chenlan's belly, stroking his crisscrossed 8-pack abs, and her face couldn't help but turn red. This dog man is usually gentle, did not expect to have the legendary 8-pack abs? She is really blind to think that a big sex wolf is a harmless little puppy. The two were silent for a long time. Chenlan finished his 2 cigarettes and asked, "So what are your plans for the future?" Miao Feng shook her head. She didn't know what to do right. "You arrange a time for me to accompany you back." This point of Chenlan was still more praiseworthy. He couldn't do the thing of lifting up his pants and then denying it. Really? Miao Feng's heart was so happy that she was about to straighten up, but her body went soft and got down again. "What are you excited about? You are my woman. Of course I won't let you suffer. What about Duo? Chenlan was silent for a long time before stewing. She will also be my woman. After all, the two women would often meet, so he simply picked the relationship directly. Miao Feng sniffed with a burst of anger and bitterness. Was this a man? Could it be that Chenlan's joke of once saying that he would let her and Duo stay together as one husband was prophetic? But who was to blame for this? She was more to blame than anyone else. What was the point of pulling Chenlan in when she had nothing better to do? Now she's lost herself. Or let Chenlan give up Duo? Not to say Chenlan willing or not. First of all, she herself is not good. She feels that she has become a bad woman who robbed her best friend's man, although she had already robbed it now, and even let her take the lead, but at least leave her half of it, right? Miao Feng comforted herself. Unfortunately, she didn't see the true face of Si King Chen. What half for one person does not exist, is two people together are less than half. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chenlan, who was automatically woken up by the biological clock, opened his sleepy eyes and saw Miao Feng snuggled in his arms sleeping soundly. Ugh, he sighed sadly. The family members had expanded again. What would he take to feed them if he didn't get up early to move bricks? A sheep is also to raise. A group of sheep is also to raise. As long as their own efforts to create a favorable life for them, their own pasture grass is prosperous enough. They will not run to other people's pastures to find grass. Gently take out the hand that was pillowed by Miao Feng, and then roll over to get up. Cannot stay in bed. Women will really affect his earning speed. In the bathroom simply wash up. Find a piece of paper and pen. Write a few words on the bedside table. Then from Miao Feng bag took out the house key and went out the door. After running outside for nearly 2 hours, Chenlan returned to Miao Feng's house when she was already fully dressed. Seeing Chenlan come in, she jumped on him, her eyes red and almost crying out. Even the strongest woman has vulnerable moments. In front of Chenlan she did not hide her vulnerability because this was her man and her dependence. What's wrong? What's going on here? Why are you still crying? Chenlan is very surprised. Miao Feng has always been full of energy and very strong. How he went out for a while, how to still cry on it? Woke up, you disappeared. I thought you were gone. Miao Feng said with a sob. When she woke up in the morning, she saw that the side was empty. She called a few times and no one answered, which made her sad and disappointed. Was this the man she had her eye on? He was like that last night, but he just left without even saying hello. She plopped down on the place where Chenlan had been lying. The faint smell of his body still remained on it, but the person was already gone. She inhaled greedily, as if to firmly remember this flavor, after all, does not belong to her good man. She even gave birth to the idea of fleeing the city. She lay there and shed tears for a while before pulling herself together, silently gave herself a little cheer, and then bitter and difficult all the way over. She is not so fragile. No man, she as well as living well. She got up and opened the curtains. The bright sun shines on her body to dispel her inner haze. When she was ready to go to wash up but found a note on the bedside table, she read the contents of the above and was ashamed and happy, hoping that the tears she had just shed were in vain. People were just going out for a run to buy breakfast, but she had brainstormed so much. Women are always emotional. She felt that this was a distrust of Chenlan. She kind of couldn't wait to see Chenlan. That's why she was so excited after Chenlan returned. I brought you breakfast. There's soy milk, donuts and buns, see if there's anything you like. Meow phone, well, I like them all. Honey, thank you. Chenlon, it's good if you like it. Do you still have to go to work today? Take a day off if you're not feeling well? Meow phone blushed and said in a voice like a mosquito fly, I'll be fine if I walk slower. You sent me home last night. I'm afraid that Duo will have some misunderstanding if I take a day off. Chenlan's heart felt guilty. This woman is like this is still thinking about him. Can't help but pity her even more. He seems to be a little too undeserved. He always once or twice made the same mistakes that men all over the world would make, and he still never changed. Is this appropriate? It doesn't matter if it's appropriate or not. He's not ready to change anyway. Beautiful women are so cute, aren't they? At least he's a responsible person. You won't suffer if you follow him. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As an enlightened good youth, he thinks he has the obligation and responsibility to reduce the burden for the majority of male compatriots. Who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? Chapter 65, Dallo 4's store. Miaofeng's car is still in the company parking lot. Chenlon helped Miaofeng call a car. Watching her carefully sit in the back seat, he also made a point of repeatedly confiding that if she was uncomfortable, she should go home and rest as soon as possible. No need to worry about the sky. Got it. Why are you so nagging? Hurry up and go about your business. In the end it was Miaofeng who got impatient, waved her hand and hurriedly asked the driver to drive. With a swoosh the car disappeared, leaving Chenlon in the wind. Chenlon, who returned home, gave the Rolls-Royce sales a call to make an appointment, then changed his clothes and drove on the 911 and set off. This sales is also recommended by Miaofeng. Used to be a Porsche sales. After leaving the company, he moved to this Rolls-Royce 4 store. He originally intended to buy Lamborghini Urus and Mercedes-Benz G63, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind. There are too many cars to drive and they take up space. His current spending point had already exceeded 5 million, and he would have only had to spend another 5 million. But after looking around, there were no cars that met his eye at this budget. In the end, he chose Rolls-Royce. Phantom is too businesslike he did not like, but instead of Cullinan he was instantly attracted to. Miaofeng helped him to contact the 4 store just have the car. Today he is ready to go to the finalization of this. When he arrived at the Rolls-Royce flagship store in Suwei, Chenlon parked his car and gave a call to the salesman, saying he was in the parking lot. Not long after, a young man wearing black pants and a white shirt came to his car with quick steps. Just now, Chenlan's car drove into the parking lot and attracted the attention of the store. The person who can drive a $3 million sports car is of course their high-quality customers. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Chen? The youth respectfully inquired to Chenlon. Yes, are you Xiao Wan? Yes, I'm Rolls-Royce's sales Wang Fei Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you Mr. Chen. Miaofeng told you about my situation, right? If there's no problem I'll make the payment directly today. Chenlon got right to the point. Wang Fei Yan was happy. He liked this kind of customer too much. Refreshing. Although he had to share a part of the commission to the introducer Miaofeng, he didn't need to worry about anything. The client's goal was clear. He could pay for the order directly. Why wouldn't he be happy? She has already told me. No problem at all. Mr. Chen, you come with me. I'll show you the car first. Then you can consider what configuration you want. Wang Fei Yang raised his hand to signal before leading the way on the side, bringing Chenlon all the way to a black Cullinan. He introduced the various parameters of this ultra-luxury SUV. What full-time four-wheel drive? 100 kilometers of acceleration. How much horsepower? How much power? All explained to Chenlon in detail. Chenlon sat in the cab and felt it. The interior decoration is very luxurious, with a lot of rare wood and high-grade leather decoration. Aha! Quite good. Luxurious, comfortable and spacious. Vision is also good. Feel better than the experience of driving a sports car is too strong. At least on the road do not have to be overlooked. Okay, that's it. With Wang Feiyang into the reception room, he directly chose the top model. Bare car price of 7.45 million. After signing the purchase contract and making a down payment of 2.23 million, he signed the loan contract and insurance contract. Anyway, today can be done through arrangements. License plates and other things are also left to them to deal with. There was still more than $1 million of purchase tax and super luxury car tax to be paid later, but that was after the car was picked up. Chenlon did not know how many names to sign. Finally finished the process, a total of less than an hour. Only in order to brush the consumption points. Chenlon car purchase will be so casual. Who is not to buy a car before all kinds of check, and then have to compare three? Chenlon finally breathed a sigh of relief. The closure has finally come to an end, and is now waiting for the loan lending system to be upgraded, and can finally relax a little bit for a few days. Li Yang also called yesterday to say that she missed him. Shouldn't she go over to accompany them? In fact, Chenlon has a number in his heart. Yang Lan Yiping and Li Yangyang, 3 women, really put the heart on him. Only Li Yangyang won. The other 2 want to completely submissive, still need to work. Pick up the cell phone to open the bank information just received. There are nearly 1 million. Not to go on a spending spree, enough for him to wait for a long time. Before the system upgrade he is ready to rest for a few days. He is not satisfied with the current income. Everyday hard work and exhaustion is only enough to live in the presidential suite of Masterin for a day. He left from their side last Tuesday. Today just happens to be Sunday. The 3 women are free, and tomorrow are each busy with their own things. But having just taken Miaofeng's first blood last night, wasn't it a bit immoral to accompany someone else at this time? Chenlan fell into self-condemnation. The plot was moving too fast, catching him a bit off guard. He was already a bit distracted right now. He thought that there was once a leader who had more than 100 lovers, and also specialized in having a secretary to coordinate the arrangements. For such a bull he was admired to the core, and he, a hanged man, did not dare to make such a wave. Unfortunately, this expert is singing Tears of the Iron Window. He wants to ask for advice but no door. Sent a message to Miaofeng. Told her that the car has been looking for her friends to buy a good. Tonight he has something to be busy. Tomorrow night to go to her home to accompany her. This dog man still didn't resist the temptation of teamwork and decisively chose to go to Li Yangyang and the girls. The main reason was that Miaofeng also needed a good rest tonight. To Yang Lan several people sent a message. The result is really coincidental. A few women, because today's Sunday, are on vacation, are gathered together ready to eat it. See, Chen Lan's message is also overjoyed. Sent a positioning to Chen Lan. Let him quickly go over. What are you waiting for? Chen Lan heart hot. If not too many cars on the road, he can step on the gas to the gas tank. But he also want to go back to change the car. There are too many people. His 2-seater sports car cannot sit. Back home he took the backpack and packed a few changes of clothes, took the Paramira's car keys and went down to the underground garage, all the way walking and stopping to follow the navigation to a Western restaurant door. After parking the car, Chen Lan stepped lightly into the restaurant, looked around and saw the target he was looking for. It couldn't be helped that the 3 big beauties like flowers sitting together were just too conspicuous. Yiping was facing the entrance of the restaurant, and when she saw Chen Lan she hurriedly stood up and waved to him. The waiter of the restaurant who was preparing to be coming over to receive him saw that, so he directly brought Chen Lan to that table, and when he sat down, he politely and respectfully inquired if he was ordering now. What are you guys eating to order yourselves? What are all looking at me for? Yiping sat next to him and reached out to pinch his arm. Shameless, who's looking at you? You're just the one who came to pay the bill. Yang Lan and Li Yangyang nodded their heads in unison, agreeing with Yiping's words. Yangyang, have you learned from them too? Do you not love me anymore? Chen Lan reached out and covered her chest like she had been hit by a sniper rifle, grabbing Yang Yang's hand with one hand and trembling as she asked. Chapter 66, Talented Fire Eyes. Li Yangyang was he grabbed Catkin. Face could not help but slightly red. Before he had time to speak, Yang Lan then hit a palm on his hand, snapped. Don't stink poor. Quick meal. So hungry. Waited for you for almost an hour. Okay. Chen Lan, who had a high desire to perform, had to let go of Yang Yang's small hand and picked up the menu on the dining table and looked at it. Chen Lan ordered a steak, baked lobster with cheese, and a seafood gumbo before passing the menu to a few girls. After finishing the meal, Chen Lan held Yang Yang in one hand, followed by Yang Lan Yiping and the 2 girls, strutting out of the restaurant under the envious gazes of many male compatriots. Ha! Why did you change your car, brother Chen? Chen Lan brought a few people to the side of his Paramera, and Yang Lan asked in surprise. The last time Chen Lan drove a multi-million-dollar Thai red sports car she had seen. This one was obviously not the one he drove out before. There are a lot of people. It's not convenient to travel, so I changed to a 4-seater. Yiping listened next to her and raised her eyebrow. Then may I ask if Mr. Chen is going to change to a 6-seater, 8-seater in the future? Chen Lan silently gave her a nod in his heart, saying that it was too right. Now the 4-seater was already too big to sit in. Alas, this woman is too smart, so I guess it's really not good to fool her. Admit that he definitely will not admit. Confess to leniency, the bottom of the prison to sit through the reasoning he understands. So he smiled and kept silent. Yiping hate in his arm pinched. She really did not guess wrong. This dog man outside do not know how many women it. In the car she fell into silence. She is not as simple-minded as Li Yangyang, and she is not willing to follow Chen Lan in such an unorthodox manner. It's just that Chen Lan has the guts, the knowledge, and the style, and he's strong and handsome. He is also willing to spend money for her. Everything is the template of the perfect boyfriend. She was very satisfied with Chen Lan. Only, he was too flowery. It was clearly not a man she could master. Alas, it can only be like this. Everyone is still young. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Hopefully in the future, Chen Lan can collect his heart for them. She reassured herself in her heart. How do we arrange for the afternoon? Chen Lan asked after waiting for several women to get on the car. Now that it was noon, one couldn't just stay at the hotel. There was always something to find to kill time. A few women chattered in disgust for a long time without coming to a good conclusion. Chenlan simply picked up the phone to when Master's Hotel's housekeeper made a phone call and asked him if the presidential suite was still there. After getting confirmation, he turned around and drove in the direction of the hotel. Yang Lan, who was sitting next to him, gave him a blank look. This big pervert, wanting to daydream in the middle of the day. But Chenlan really do not have this idea. Suite can play a lot of things. Eat, drink and play everything. Better than the top of the noon temperature of almost 40 degrees and the outside skating it? Arrived at the hotel parked. A few people just walked to the lobby. They saw the previously recognized butler Peter has been waiting. After doing the formalities at the front desk, several people followed Peter back to the 28th floor of the penthouse garden suite. Looking at the familiar furnishings in the room, a few people also have a lot of feelings. This is considered their love place. Gave a few words to the housekeeper. Let a few women play by themselves in the living room. Singing and drinking and playing cards are all fine. He ran to the top floor sky garden to sunbathe. System, ask you something. Can system energy be obtained through other means? Not enough data. Alas. Sighing in his heart, the speed of replenishing system energy was still a bit too slow. The last time after strengthening the body the system capacity dropped to 0.5%. Today is already the 8th day before the energy is replenished to 1%. In these 8 days, there were 2 days when he was with Yang Lan's girls and didn't replenish much energy. The next few days are full of time. The average day can only replenish 0.1 or so, to replenish to 10% at least 3 months' time. But he couldn't possibly schedule his time that full every day. A short sprint was fine, but to make it a norm, then what was the point of his life? But having strengthened his body once, he really wanted that reward too much. If there were other shortcuts he could take, then he would definitely think of something. But the problem was that there was nothing he could do about the system without asking. Tao can be Tao, very Tao, each can be named. Very name. No name the beginning of heaven and earth. Name the mother of all things. Back home Chenlan, holding a book leaning on the balcony of the lounge chair while basking in the sun, while reciting words. Last night was quite consuming, and it was necessary to replenish the physical energy. The full text of the Tao Te Ching he had already read through once without asking for anything, and he could memorize it after reading it once more. After having the talent of not forgetting it twice, he didn't forget to read it in his spare time. Sometimes he also felt quite regretful. If this has such a talent when reading, why not even a book did not pass the exam? Hey, brother Chen, what are you busy with these days? Why did you disappear after you left the company? You do not want me at all? Speak up if you have something to say, and let go if you have a fart. You're not some flower girl. What's there to think about? Calling his bald guy Ludong. About the evening dinner together. Since the company left, the two have not seen more than a month. So simply let Ludong to the usual good relationship with those people together to ask over. The place is in his own home. Buy him to the chef. Then he gave Lao Huan also went to a phone call. Asked him to come to the house with his colleagues for dinner in the evening. Old Huang gladly accepted. He was also quite curious about how Chenlan was doing. Chenlan, who had gotten the system, had always kept his beginnings, and didn't feel much superior. He didn't want to become a loner one day. It's just that he did almost lose contact with everyone in this month or so. He didn't even make a few phone calls to his home, and most of the time was spent in busy earning money. After the phone call, Chenlan hurriedly drove the Primera to Plaza 66 to go shopping. On the way, he called a merchant that specialized in aquatic sales to send 2 king crabs and a few Boston lobsters to his home. This merchant had previously sent a leaflet in the neighborhood. Reaching a certain amount of merchants will be delivered to the door, targeting some high-end customers. He had memorized the number at that time, and now he just happened to use it. Ding! Triggered the reward talent Fire Eye, currently primary, with the ability to see through a distance of 10 centimeters. Can be upgraded. Chenlan, who was pushing a cart and shopping for goods, froze, triggering the talent reward again? This came as a bit of a surprise. He hadn't triggered any rewards in the past few days even after running away for hundreds of kilometers. So how did he trigger it without taking a few steps out shopping today? Surprises are really everywhere. Fire Eye? What a familiar and friendly name. Is it related to the Fire Eyes of the great sage of Chi-Tian? Isn't it possible to upgrade it to Fire Eyes in the future? Shouldn't the system be a technological product? Why does it have a tendency to turn in the direction of mythology? Perspective of 10 centimeters? This talent is awesome. Chenlan indisputably swallowed his saliva. Chenlan was excited to test it out in the supermarket. What the hell? How come it's a skeleton? Exerted too much force. Wanted to see through the clothes. The result was not controlled. Directly through the flesh. Has been jumping over a few people are like this. Either to see a skeleton or see blood-red muscles. Completely without the beauty of what he wanted to see. There is no way Chenlan can only give up. This control is still not good. he tested it again on the goods placed in the supermarket. Chapter 67, Old Colleagues Visiting. After testing, the results came out quickly. The effective range was only 10 meters. There was no perspective effect beyond 10 meters. And within this range, as long as the items that did not exceed 10 centimeters, they were transparent to him. But instead of being able to penetrate all items within 10 meters that were no more than 10 centimeters, he could only see through items that added up to no more than 10 centimeters. For example, there are two obscuring items in front of him. If the two add up to no more than 10 centimeters, then he can see through the two obscuring items to the opposite side. If it exceeds 10 centimeters, then he can't see through the two coverings. Look at the time is not early. He temporarily put down the test. He first pushed the shopping cart all the way to buy, and then slowly tested it after entertaining Lu Dong and his party in the evening. He felt that this gift of perspective could help him a lot, but he just didn't have a clue for a while. When Shenlong went home and passed by the guards of the neighborhood, he exchanged a few words with the security guards and told them to let them go directly when they had visitors. When he got home, it was already close to 6 o'clock, and the seafood delivery boy had already been waiting downstairs for a while. After putting things away, he began to deal with all kinds of ingredients, especially seafood, which he had not dealt with before. And seeing that it was about time, he first steamed the king crab and lobster. For tonight's seafood, he also specially bought a large 50 centimeters double-decker steamer. Like this kind of large shell seafood, steaming is the simplest and most original. Steamed underwater for about half a bell and then served. Another stove on the beginning of the braised pork. Fat but not greasy braised pork is his specialty. Now do just with the seafood out of the pot. Then the soup pot bone broth also stewed on. Then Shenlong was a bit speechless. He suddenly realized that, in addition to seafood, other dishes with the last time Miaofeng several people came exactly the same, is to increase the amount of just, but he can't do anything about it. After all, he's not a professional chef, and he only knows a few good home cooking dishes, so he can only follow the book. Tonight to determine to come over there are 8 people, the old yellow and her secretary, team leader Lao Feng, Lu Dong, and 4 are his former colleagues in the group. Relationships in general he did not call. There are too many people at home table cannot sit. Several other groups have the task of working overtime to catch up with the progress. There are a few play better cannot come. Home round table squeeze a 9 people just sat full. Shenlong received a call from Lu Dong at 7:20, saying that they have almost arrived in the neighborhood, so that he rushed out to kneel to meet. Lu Dong, this dog thing, want to let him speak properly too difficult. Shenlong walked to the entrance of the neighborhood. A group of people have already parked their cars in the temporary parking space and waiting. Lu Dong is looking around looking for someone. The line of sight swept past Shenlong when he paused for a moment and swept past. When Shenlong approached, everyone just thought he was coming over to drive, and they all moved to the side. Shenlong is very speechless. To me, as if this is really good? Can't help but ask out loud, what are you guys doing? Looking around to find what? A group of people only then reacted, looking at Chen Blue as if it were a wooden chicken. Then they looked at each other in disbelief. The imposing and handsome son in front of them was Shenlong? This is too mysterious, isn't it? More than a month has not seen Shenlong. This change is too big. In addition to the vaguely visible outline of the face, there is no similarity at all. Shenlong held his forehead inside. He has changed quite a bit, but it doesn't have to be so exaggerated, right? In fact, it's no wonder. They are not like duo several people. From time to time with him have a meeting, although each time there is a change. There is still a concept in the heart, but since he left the company, he hadn't seen them for more than a month. For them this change would be a world of difference. There is not a little bit of psychological preparation. A long time ago, a group of people came back to God. 7 mouths talk about it. Lu Dong, this guy is even a sound. Kneeling down in front of Shenlong holding his thighs wailed, Chen brother where did you get a facelift? Please take me with you. Shenlong's forehead nerves throbbed and he couldn't wait to kick this psycho to the west. Get lost. How can a halibut be fixed? Aren't you making things difficult for people? Plastic surgery? Doesn't exist. He could only move out the same set of rhetoric that had fooled duo's several women, and gave another burst of fooling to a group of them, before everyone finally reluctantly accepted it. In fact, his facial features had not changed much, and he could still be recognized as Shenlong if he looked closely. The biggest change is the temperament and body shape. People who don't meet often don't dare to recognize him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with a group of people, Shenlong led them towards his home. Returning to the house, he told them to make themselves at home. Shenlong entered the kitchen and continued his work as a chef. First, he brought the already steamed seafood to the table with a pot, and the braised pork followed suit. Then the two stove left and right. Not long after, the colorful and beautiful dishes followed on the table. A group of people, as if they just recognized Shenlong today, did not expect him to have this hand of cooking. He was impressed, especially old Huang's secretary. His eyes became heart-shaped. hating himself for not realizing this potential stock before. Is it too late now? But when she saw Chen Lan's figure that looked like it was flooded with light, she couldn't help but lose her mind for a while. It was too dazzling, obviously not something that an ordinary girl like her could get. After all the dishes were served, Chen Lan had everyone take their seats. He arranged old Huang in the main guest seat on the right-hand side, while the others sat casually. Only after everyone was seated did he open the steamer. A rich fresh fragrance emanating into the air along with the water vapor. 2 large king crabs filled the upper layer of the steamer side by side. Their legs were cut off by Chen Lan and placed on both sides. After removing the top layer, there were 5 more large lobsters underneath, and Chen Lan in order to facilitate. Each lobster are sliced into 2 pieces. Reddish shrimp shell, white tender shrimp meat. Let a person mouth-watering. Chen Lan opened a bottle of Flying Sky and a bottle of Moat. A group of people eating and chatting. A meal eaten by guests and hosts are happy. After the meal everyone sat around the living room. Tea table full of all kinds of fruits and snacks. The people talked about the recent situation after the farewell. The company is still the same. Nothing has changed. There is no product of its own, although there is no lack of business, but it is difficult to make it bigger. But Chen Lan's recent situation, everyone is very curious. This month in the end, what happened? Let Chen Lan change so much? Being stared at by a group of people, Chen Lan was helpless. His hands spread out and said, "I'll show my cards. In fact, I'm the spokesperson of the hidden mansion in Magic City." Looking at the crowd who put on a look of sudden realization, Chen Lan directly gave a bad review. The acting was too pompous. Seeing that Chen Lan did not want to say more, the crowd stopped short of asking more questions. Chen Lan now developed also did not be angry with everyone. Everyone is also very happy. After all, this is the recognition of them. Chapter 68, the end of the song. Old Huang sat next to Chen Lan and asked, "Last time you said you wanted to buy a car. What kind of car did you buy later?" Last time, he even helped Chen Lan open an income certificate, and then he hadn't been in contact. Today, Chen Lan purposely called him and invited to come to his home for dinner, and he was quite happy. Although his help was just a show of hands, Chen Lan still remembered it. Buy a Panamera and a 911. Also bought a sports car? This Chen Lan hadn't told him about it, but he was also quite curious about how much money Chen Lan actually had. Don't look at his current annual income of millions. He is still driving an Audi A6. The main thing is that last year just replaced a set of large 3 rooms. Money out of pocket not to mention. Every month still have to pay several million mortgage. The pressure of life cannot be small. Lu Dong was beside him when he heard that Chen Lan had bought a sports car, and said with gusto, "Brother Chen, take me to experience it. I haven't sat in a sports car yet. Drinking doesn't drive. Driving doesn't drink, do you understand?" Oh, sorry, talking about this with you who doesn't even have a driver's license, I guess you don't understand. Chen Lan made fun of Lu Dong. The crowd was laughing on the side. Lu Dong, however, did not care, pestered Chen Lan and insisted that he take him to the sports car to sit for a while. At least let him take a few photos to send a friend circle. There is no way. He let the old yellow they first sit, ready to take this tease to the underground garage to see the car. Old yellow, a few people also know so-called, said together down. They also see a little. No one here has really driven a sports car. Now there is an opportunity. Of course, will not miss. So Chen Lan took the keys to the car, and led a group of people to take the elevator down to the garage. Bring the crowd to the place where he parked his car. His red 911 Turbo S3 7T is just like a beast that is ready to go and parked there. The shiny car paint flashes with a charming light. Chen Lan has not yet taken the key to open the car door. Lu Dong has been like seeing a beautiful woman pounced on the past, carefully in the car body gently caressing. Saliva almost from the corner of the mouth out. Chen Lan a burst of chills. This guy cannot pay attention to the image? So many people watching it. He took the key and opened the door, sat up and lit the fire and stepped on the gas a few times. A burst of strong and pleasant roar finally let Lu Dong from YY back to God. After all, Lao Huang has seen a lot of knowledge. Can see that this is not the basic model of the 911. Asked on the side, this car is not cheap, right? Not much, plus purchase tax 3 million out. Old Huang was a little surprised. Before he said he wanted to buy a Cayenne but also to find him to help open the income certificate. Now not only changed to a more expensive Panamera, but also bought a sports car of more than $3 million. How did this trick change? The crowd is even more envious. With their income, do not eat or drink 15 years to buy one. Everyone had been drinking, so there was no way to drive the car on the road. After taking turns to feel the taste of riding in a sports car, people went back upstairs. The group chatted until 11 o'clock before dispersing. Chen Lan looked at a table of leftovers and couldn't help but get a headache. Cleaning up was impossible. Taking out her phone, she sent a message to the housekeeper who cleaned the house last time, asking her to come over tomorrow at noon to clean it. He also called Meow Foam. Yesterday he said that he would go over to accompany her tonight. so he couldn't miss his appointment. If it wasn't for old Huang and the others coming over tonight, he probably would have gone over to accompany her. Call the car to Miaofeng's home downstairs. Press the doorbell, rang twice and rang Miaofeng's voice. That one? It's me. Open the door. Chenlan's words had just fallen, and the security door opened automatically with a clatter. Just after coming out of the elevator, she saw the door of Miaofeng's house open, and then a figure rushed into her arms. Miaofeng has been waiting for a long time. If not for Chenlan sent her a message saying that there are friends visiting at night, it is estimated that she would have been sat on. The first taste of forbidden fruit is the time when she is sentimental, longing for her man to be by her side. Before even entering the house, the two kissed in the aisle as if heavenly thunder had stirred up earthly fire. Chenlan slept until she woke up naturally, and when she opened her eyes, Miaofeng was sleeping soundly in her arms. Sure enough, it was the one-on-one combat that highlighted his strong fighting ability. Moving his hand reluctantly away from the arched buttocks that haunted him, he rolled over and got up to wash up. In the bathroom, Miaofeng had already prepared a new toothbrush and towel for him. After washing up, he didn't go for a run. He went to the street and bought breakfast and returned to Miaofeng's house. After eating breakfast, Chenlan sat in the living room quietly pondering. Yesterday at the supermarket he triggered the rewarded talent Fire Eyes, which could see through objects no larger than 10 centimeters within 10 meters. He felt that if utilized well, it could greatly increase the speed of his system upgrades. But how to utilize it? The fastest way to get money was of course gambling, but a casino was not a hall of goodness, not a place where you could earn money at will. Occasionally it was okay, but want to use it as an unlimited cash machine was obviously impossible. Can open gambling there is that is good? With his current combat power, he was not confident that he could guarantee his own safety, so this can only be an alternative. Scratching lottery tickets was also impossible. The rewards were too small and too scattered. This one was directly excluded. Then it could only be gambling stones. Gambling, although also with the word gambling, but he is reasonable and legal. A lot of big cities in the country can be found in the place of gambling. Large stones he is not sure to win, but the diameter of 20 centimeters or less, that is like a fire. A bet on an accurate, and low-key a little bit not in the scene cut stone. Who knows, he won the bet. This will undoubtedly be much safer, and as long as you have good goods in hand, the major jewelry companies will take you as a guest. Do not worry about the hand. Chenlan is ready to go and take a look today. He knew that these antique markets like City God Temple and Jing'an Temple would definitely have places to gamble on stones, and although they were not large, they were enough for him. He was lost in thought. A soft and delicate body drilled into his arms, his neck tightened, and his lips were already gently bitten by the sweet shell lips. For a long time, the two talents reluctantly separated. Miaofeng's panting face was like coated Dan, so delicate that Chenlan almost couldn't hold it again. Breakfast has been bought back, so eat quickly, it'll get cold in a while. Chenlan touched her head favorably and said. Miaofeng's face was full of happiness as she leaned into his arms. Unable to part for a moment, the feeling of being taken care of gave her a sense of security that she had never had before. After so many years of living alone in the Magic City with no one to turn to, she felt tired. This is also one of the reasons why she gave birth to the idea of leaving the city and going home to marry a blind date. But now, Chenlan's appearance had allowed her floating heart to find a harbor to anchor in, giving her peace of mind. If it could last forever, that would be what she dreamed of. Unfortunately, this man's heart was too restless, seemingly gentle and modest, but in reality, he has a fierce tiger in his heart. Chapter 69, Jadeite Rawstone. After Miaofeng finished breakfast, the two of them went downstairs together. Miaofeng drove off in her car. Chenlan didn't drive over last night, so she could only take a taxi home in front of the neighborhood. Back home, Chenlan took the Paramra's car keys and drove out of the neighborhood in the direction of the City God Temple. The City God Temple of Magic City is one of the three major temples on the Yangtze River. Legend has it that it was built by Sun Hao, the Lord of Wu, during the Three Kingdoms period, and then converted into the City God Temple during the reign of Ming Yangla. The temple building of City God Temple is a big southern-style building with red walls and mud tiles, and the main building of the temple consists of the square in front of the temple, the main hall, the Yuanshan Hall, the God of Fortune Hall, the Zihong Hall, the City Hall, and the Hall of the Nyang, which is a 4A-level national tourist attraction. Nowadays, the surrounding area of City God Temple has been developed into the oldest commercial street area in Magic City, with all kinds of snacks and restaurants, antique stores and small commodity stores lined up. Chenlan found a parking lot nearby and parked his car, then wandered around in the City God Temple. It was hard to find a stone workshop in the middle of Fangbang Road. Inside, the crowd is sparse. Just a few people are concentrating on the selection of stones, completely unimaginably lively. But today is not a holiday. The daytime temperature is high. Few people is normal. Chenlan stepped into the door of the store as if he was walking leisurely. The area of the store is about 100 square feet, and there are sturdy shelves placed against the wall all around. The shelves were filled with raw stones of different sizes, and it was estimated that there were several hundred of them. But the shelves of raw stone are not big. The largest will not exceed 30 centimeters. The larger ones are randomly placed on the ground. Prices range from hundreds of thousands to millions. The most expensive piece is placed in the center of a half-a-person high raw stone. Price tag 5.88 million. Is the treasure of the store? Chanlon on the knowledge of gambling stone know nothing. You let him say what 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. He cannot say 1, but he has fire eyes. As long as he doesn't go picking large stones, he can bet on anything around 20 centimeters. No, for him is not even called gambling, is completely 10 to 10 to earn money. As for the good and bad emerald, he more or less a little understanding. The main thing is to look at the seed water and color root. Seed water refers to the size and transparency of the internal particles of jadeite. The best is the old pit glass seed, and color root refers to the color of emerald. Emerald color there are many kinds of, which in turn to the emperor green for the best. Gambling is also divided into half gambling and full gambling. Semi-gambling is the original stone has opened the window, and there is a good performance of the original stone. Often players are not allowed to eat jade, eat into how much meat, and then take out to sell. Semi-gambling material to be less risky than the full gambling. After all, has opened the emerald, so the price is higher. Full gambling is the shell complete raw stone, did not open any window. With today's technology there is still no way to detect the situation inside. What can be opened all depends on experience and luck. But even if you are more experienced, there will be the possibility of hitting the eye. Chenlon came to a piece of semi-gambling material in front of the size of a melon. A corner has been opened the size of a dollar coin window. You can see the inside of the emerald meat. The price of 280,000 yuan. In his fire eyes but a glance. Open the window of this person is also estimated to be a master. He opened the window of the place is exactly where the emerald growth, but only a thin slice, and then inside is all white fog. Don't say pull-out bracelet, is a small jade plate can't do. Whoever buys this stone will definitely lose their pants. He casually strolled around inside the stone workshop. The diameter of about 20 centimeters he got his hands on to see once, but unfortunately, there are very few jadeite inside. Finally picked 9 pieces of raw stone of different sizes to find the boss to settle the bill. There are emeralds inside, and the seed water seems to be relatively good. He chose the shell performance of these stones are good and bad. The cheapest piece of more than 8,000 looks like the stone with no difference, and inside does have jade, and the block is not small. The most expensive piece of nearly 300,000, probably a 15 kilograms or so, in the center of the position of a piece of jadeite the size of 2 fists, under his fire eyes watery and transparent. The color is also green fluorescent. Even Chenlon, who knows little about jadeite, knows that the quality of this jadeite is extraordinary. The final checkout cost more than $600,000. The store has a decalcification tool, in which the jadeite raw stone can be bought on-site decalcification, but Chenlon did not intend to unravel here. 100% betting win rate is too scary, even if he can mix a few pieces of raw stone without emerald into it. But how much can he mix into it? 70% or 50% win rate? It wasn't in his interest for others to honor you as if you were heavenly beings just the same. After all, he is not relying on this wave of fat. The amount of money needed to upgrade the system is increasing. It is not easy to have a reliable channel to money. He is prepared to operate for a long time. Doesn't it smell good to him to earn money secretly? If he behaves too demonic, if he can't be used by some jewelry predators, then he will become a thorn in their side. This 100 pounds of his wasn't so headstrong now that he could fight them off. A store clerk loaded the raw stones purchased by Chenlon in a cart and was ready to push them to the deciphering area for the master to decipher them, but was stopped by Chenlon. Boss, I'd like to buy a set of tools for unraveling stones. Do you have any on your side? Chenlon asked the boss. The boss of the gambling workshop felt surprised. This guest picked the raw stone like a watermelon, picking it up and spinning it around before looking at it. Now that he bought a raw stone but didn't decode it in the store, instead he wanted to buy a decoding tool. This hobby is quite strange. I'm sorry, I don't sell stone deciphering tools here, but if you want to buy I can give you a phone number. You say I introduced you, give an address and he'll send it over to you. The boss flipped out a number from his cell phone and wrote it on a blank card and handed it to Chenlon. Chenlon took the card and said thank you, casually pocketing it. Boss, add a WeChat. When the new goods say, I'll come back to see if there is a good match. Chenlon has already picked out all the good color ones in the store today, and of course he won't come back without the new ones. The owner of the stone workshop gladly added Chenlon's WeChat. He was happy to develop one more quality customer. There aren't many customers who are as quick as Chenlon, picking out a good stone in 3 tries, and there's even less of a procedure for deciphering the stone. The owner had a clerk help Chenlon take the stones to the parking lot with a cart. Although these 9 pieces of raw stone are not big, but together there are more than 100 kilograms. It was almost 12 o'clock when I returned home, and I had just moved the raw stones to the small room and put them away when the doorbell rang. From the visual doorbell, I saw that it was the housekeeper who came to clean the house, so Chen Lan opened the door. The two cleaning ants came up and cleaned the whole house inside and out again. Chen Lan sat on the sofa and thought about how to deal with these raw stones. The original stone is now bought back, but the noise of decomposition is quite loud. Cannot be decomposed at home, right? It is estimated that the property will receive a complaint and knock on the door before it is unraveled. Chapter 70, The Old House. He couldn't help but think of Huang Yasi. The two of them hadn't contacted each other since they spent the night at her house. And now that he had business, of course he still had to take care of her. Picking up the phone, he dialed Huang Yasi. Hello, Brother Chen. After 2 rings came Huang Yasi's clear and pleasant voice. There's something I need to trouble you with. Help me see if there are any detached villas for rent in the vicinity of Middle Huaihai Road. They need to be better decorated, preferably with a basement or with a separate garage. Huang Yasi had recently been helping Chen Lan collect information on auction listings, and now that the information was almost found, she was happy to receive Chen Lan's call. Originally, she thought Chen Lan was calling for advice, but she didn't expect to get another business. Middle Huaihai Road rent is not cheap. Just a villa are 50,000 or 60,000 to start. According to Chen Lan's requirements, no more than 100,000 cannot be rented. Brother Chen, do you have any other requirements? I'll help you look for it later. Luxurious decoration and good soundproofing will do. He rented this house in addition to wanting to find a place to open jadeite. The other thing was to find a place for Yang Lan's several girls to settle down. Always going to a hotel was never that convenient. Okay, I'll help you find it now. When is it convenient for you to see the house? You first help me find a room. There is a suitable one you arrange. Just these 2 days I will arrange a time to go over to take a look. He also wanted to go now, but he really didn't have any money. After buying a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the 1 million left on him was basically spent in the past 2 days. It was incredible to be short of money as a hungover person, wasn't it? But just this 1 or 2 days the car loan can be released, after the system rises to the 4th level. As long as you are a little bit tough on yourself, $1 million of income every day is not a dream. And he now has a batch of emeralds that he doesn't know how much they are worth waiting to go out. 2 days later, Beijing time 17:30. Chen Lan Tawny Red 911 Turbo S3. 70 docked in front of the door of an old house on Gaolan Road, and Chen Lan is wandering with Huang Yasi in front of a single house that seems to have gone through vicissitudes but is exquisite and elegant. The bank car loan was finally released yesterday morning, and the moment Chen Lan heard the system beep, he couldn't wait to upgrade the system to level 4. Now his reward for each step was 12.5 yuan. And after more than a day of even walking, he had nearly won $5 million back in his hand. So he contacted Huang Yasi to bring him out to look at properties. This is already the 4th set of houses he looked at. Before a few sets are not quite in line with his requirements, Chen Lan casually looked at it and left. Originally heard that it was an old house on Gaolan Road, he did not hold much hope. Gaolan Road is a quiet little road in Old Luan, east to west, east to Fuxing Park, west to Ruijin Road, only 278 meters long. From the head of a glance can see the end. Although it is only about 200 meters away, it is a street with history, boasting several buildings that have been rated as protected cultural relics. Living in such a famous neighborhood might be classy and quiet, but it was very detrimental to his purpose of unlocking the stone. However, Huang Yasi strongly recommended it, hence the scene before him. Huang Yasi took Chen Lan on a round trip through Gaolan Street, while introducing the buildings on both sides of the street that had a sense of age. One of the most well-known was Zhang Xueliang's former residence. Finally the two came to a stop in front of an old grey-walled and black-tiled house. This old house was built in 1938 and consists of a main building and a secondary building, covering an area of 488 square meters. The main building has an above-ground floor area of 333 square meters and comes with a 50 square meter basement, and the secondary building is 42 square meters. The current owner purchased this old house in 2005, and in 2010 the owner renovated and remodeled both the main building and the annex building. The materials and furniture and appliances used in the main building are very high grade, while the annex building was converted into a garage where 2 cars can be parked. The owner is now settling abroad for a long time. This house has been shuttered empty for 5 years, and every month we have to ask the cleaning ones to come over to take care of the secondary hygiene and ventilation. And the landlord also has other properties in Mordor, so we're considering renting him out. Huang Yasi had also done her homework and knew this house like the back of her hand. Can you look inside? Chen Lan felt that this house was good. He just didn't know if the garage or the basement was suitable to be used for stone solving. Yes, you can. Wait a moment, Huang Yasi said and made a call. After a while the door opened from inside. A middle-aged woman politely greeted Chenlan before raising her hand to signal Chenlan to enter. This was the housekeeper of the landlord's other set of properties, and she was also the one who was arranging the cleaning of this set of old houses twice a month, and specially came over to open the door for Chenlan to see the house today. After entering the door is a 70-80 square feet of the front yard. The ground is neatly tended lawn, a paved cobblestone path about 1 meter wide straight to the main building door. Led by the middle-aged woman, the two visited the house. The interior of the house was beautifully decorated, with a style that favored the classical, revealing a kind of low-key luxury. On the first floor were the living room, dining room, kitchen, guest room and a nanny's room. On the second floor were 2 suites, and on the third floor was a large master bedroom suite with a living room. After visiting the ground floor of the main building, at Chenlan's request the middle-aged woman took the two down to the basement. The basement level was about 3 meters high, and should have been a safe house created by the earliest owners of the house. Incidentally, when they built the house in those times of war and chaos, from the thick and stout load-bearing pillars in the center, one could tell how solidly the basement had been built. The current owners have remodeled the basement again, opening up a small 4 or 5 square foot sunken patio against the garden, so the basement is well lit. The sliding door leading to the lighted patio in the basement is a very thick triple-pane soundproof glass. After visiting the basement, Chenlan was overjoyed. Hidden, soundproof, and there was a bathroom of about 10 square feet with water and sewer, with a little bit of remodeling. Isn't this the best place to decompose stones? Nowadays, as long as the stone decomposition machine is operated properly, and will not produce too much dust, directly with the stone powder water, a flush is gone. After leaving the basement, several people walked around the house again. In the south of the house there was also a garden of more than 200 square feet. The garden could tell that it had been carefully created and was very delicate and beautiful. When can we sign the contract? What are the landlord's requirements? Chenlan looked satisfied and was ready to rent the old house. The landlord has an agent in Shanghai and can sign at any time. The rent is 130,000 per month, 3 deposits and 6 payments. Huang Yasi hurriedly said from the side. You make an appointment with the agent. I'm ready anytime. Huang Yasi smiled like a flower. Chen was truly her god of wealth. She had earned at least another 50,000 to 60,000 dollars from this single. Having only known each other for less than a month, she had earned nearly $200,000 from Chenlan's hands. She had only earned this much in a whole year in previous years. Her efforts really paid off. Chapter 71. The Motorcycle Girl. Chenlan had just rented a large flat in Lido from her, and now he wanted to rent this old house. Although Huang Yasi was quite curious, she didn't ask too many questions. Completing the client's commission was the most important thing, so she said, "Okay, the agent is the niece of the landlord. I have contacted her today. She can arrange a time to come over at any time. Brother Chen, you will wait a bit. I will give her another call to confirm the time." If she has time now, you let her come directly over to the house side to sign the contract. It's best to finalize it directly today. He was already a bit impatient. Those raw stones were just a pile of rocks without unraveling them, and couldn't create any benefits at all. In the past 2 days, he has been reading about jadeite in his spare time, and has a better understanding of the value of jadeite. If everything goes well, solve out of the jade if as he expected. Then he swept a few more gambling stone workshop. The system ascending 5 level 6 level of funds will be solved. If he can't, he can also go to Ruili and Tengchong in Yunnan. The raw stones there are even more selective. Only after ascending to the 6th level, he is considered to be the real realization of financial freedom. As for ascending to the 7th level, Chenlan does not dare to think for the time being. 10 billion spending points? The deposits in his card up until now hadn't exceeded 10 million at most. Please forgive him for poverty limiting his imagination. Huang Yasi walked to the side and started dialing the phone. After a while she came back and said to Chenlan, "Brother Chen, the agent will be over here in about an hour. Do you think it's okay?" No problem for me. Chenlan was just a street sneak with nothing to do and plenty of time on his hands. The more he looked at the single-family old house, the more satisfied he was. Although the house was on the street, there weren't many cars passing by, so it was a good place to get peace and quiet in the middle of the neighborhood. Not only did it come with a garage for easy parking, but it also had a basement that was very convenient for him to decode stones. Geographic location is also very superior. The surrounding 2 kilometers within the range of Xintiandi Shopping Plaza, Parkson Shopping Plaza, Paris Spring, Ring Trade IAP Mall and other large stores. The main thing was that it was very close to Yang Lan's girls. Yang Lan's place of work was near Xintiandi, less than 1.5 kilometers to this side, and Yiping and Li Yang were only 1 kilometer from the medical school. So living here, no matter if they are going to work or going to school, it is very convenient. In this way, his goal of hiding a golden house has been achieved. Thinking of this, Chenlan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. TSK, TSK, TSK. That kind of life made him feel so sexually blessed just thinking about it. After Huang Yasi explained the situation to the housekeeper invited the two of them to sit in the living room. Renting out this house also relieved her of her burden, so why wouldn't she be happy about it? Near 7 o'clock, a motorcycle's roar sounded at the door of the house. Just when Chen Lanju was still a bit surprised, the housekeeper had already quickly walked out and opened the door. Not long after she entered the living room with a girl with dyed blonde hair and heavy makeup that made it impossible to tell her age. Chen Lan's first impression when he saw her was that she was tall, taller than even him. This girl's height was visually estimated to be over 1 meter 8, wearing a small navel-exposing undershirt on top, a pair of denim 7-minute pants on the bottom, and carrying a motorcycle helmet in her hand. The hot and powerful body attracts reverie, but see her super thick smoky makeup but let Chen Lan desire is all gone. The girl's features are still very good. It is the popular cone face, thick and thin eyebrows slightly upward is very heroic. Big eyes, long eyelashes, high nose, plump lips sexy, just the super heavy makeup on her face. He said he really did not love. 2 big black circles under the eyes painted with national treasures have a match. Chen Lan admitted that his aesthetics cannot keep up with the times. Huang Yasi hurriedly stepped forward and said, Miss Ouyang, hello, this is Mr. Chen, the customer who wants to rent the apartment. Chen Lan also stood up and greeted. Hello. The girl lightly glanced at Chen Lan, then extended her delicate hand to Chen Lan and introduced herself. Ouyang Qi, nice to meet you. Her voice was a smoky voice with a magnetic quality, like a woman with a story. Chen Lan, nice to meet you too. Chen Lan gently held her slender palm for less than 2 seconds before releasing it, and also briefly introduced her. Chen Lan originally came to see her dress, thought it was a difficult arrogant rich second generation. However, after some conversation Down is surprisingly knowledgeable and courteous. It is true that now the second generation really cannot be underestimated by a few. After all, their starting point is much higher than ordinary people. The education and insights are also higher than ordinary people. This makes them naturally more competitive than ordinary people in society. Of course, there are also uneducated playboys, but that is also individual parents spoiled. This kind of person is now less and less. There are more second-generation people who have received higher education and have more resources and connections. These people want to succeed more likely. Often ordinary people can't achieve things with their best efforts, but they can do it with a little effort. Some people may say that the second generation of rich people seldom produce schoolmasters, which is also true, but that's because they don't need a diploma to show off their status, and they have to learn more than what they learned in school. And the shortcut for ordinary people to leap over the dragon door is to have a high education. So often the schoolmasters are more from the middle class and the humble family. And Chen Lan also left a very good impression on Ouyang Qi. A very clean and handsome face with gentle eyes and a warm smile. There is a pride that comes out from the bones but is contained but not revealed, giving a confident and exuberant temperament. Stranger gentleman is like jade, fluttering gentleman is unmatched in the world. If a poem was used to describe Chen Lan, this was the first thing that came to Ouyang Qi's mind. Indeed, with the system, Chen Lan was already on the unpredictable path of evolution, so he was above anyone else in terms of mentality. It was just that his character was calm and low-key, and he did not reveal this mentality on the surface. However, he was able to treat anyone with a normal mindset, even if you were the richest man in the world, or even the head of a country. Huang Yasi had the lease contract in her backpack, and after confirming some questions to the two of them, she filled out the contract. Chen Lan and Ouyang Qi were sitting opposite each other, but they were talking happily. During the conversation, he realized that Ouyang Qi's knowledge was very broad, and it was very difficult for him to keep up with the pace. Fortunately, he had the talent of not forgetting twice, and recently read a number of books unexpectedly, and the spiritual power has been strengthened by his agile thinking, so he did not show timidity in the conversation, but it also made him realize his own shortcomings. For so many years he has been exposed to the circle is still too small, no matter whether it is insight or the level of education he has received. His knowledge reserves, compared to Ouyang Qi, who was born in a rich family, is dwarfed, but knowledge of these things cannot be achieved overnight. The need for time to accumulate, urgent cannot be rushed. Chapter 72, No Coincidence. After Huang Yasi filled out the contract, Chen Lan briefly looked at it and handed it to Ouyang Qi. Ouyang Qi didn't look at the contract after receiving it, but said to Chen Lan, Mr. Chen, there are some things I'd like to say in advance, lest there be any unpleasantness when the time comes. It's okay, go ahead and say it. As long as we communicate well in advance, I believe there won't be any unpleasantness. This house is my eldest uncle's. He is now developing abroad. He has the idea of selling this house. He just hasn't made a decision yet. If he decides to sell it during your tenancy period, it may cause you inconvenience. I hope that you will understand when the time comes. To sell? Chen Lan was a bit surprised. Old houses like this single-family house are a scarce resource, and not many of them are put up for sale in the market. It doesn't matter, just tell me in advance when the time comes. If the price is right, it's okay for me to buy it. I remember the tenants have the right of first refusal. Ouyang-chi looked at Chen-lan in surprise, a bit unable to see through Chen-lan. The price of such an old house is not cheap. The market price is at least 150 million or more. Chen-lan is lightly said he can buy. She momentarily cannot figure out whether he is swollen face, or really have this strength. However, looking at Chen-lan's calm and relaxed face, she felt that the latter was more likely. Just whose son was this? How come she didn't have any impression at all? Don't look at the Magic City has a lot of rich people, but the annual transaction of hundreds of millions of residential properties will not exceed 100 sets. Chen-lan looked like he was 25 or 6 years old, so young to be able to use such a large sum of money to buy real estate. In her mind, it could only be the son of that family. After thinking for a long time, she was also confused and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't you need to discuss this with your family?" "Why do I need to discuss with my family?" Chen-lan was surprised and asked back, "Then do you know how much this house can be worth if you sell it?" Chen-lan looked at Ouyang-chi like a retard. This woman was thinking that he didn't know the value of the house in the blind. Although his eyes were not very damaging, they were extremely insulting, and Ouyang-chi was a bit annoyed by the look, couldn't help but clench her showy fists, itching to give Chen-lan's eyes a few clunks. A murderous aura? Chen-lan hurriedly retracted his contemptuous eyes and leaned towards the back of the sofa. This woman has long hands and feet. It is better to stay away. It should be at more than $100 million. What? You think I can't afford it? Ouyang-chi was a little embarrassed by the question. Casually doubting Chen-lan really wasn't very polite, but it was a very honest and big nod of his head. Nima, was this being belittled? After Chen-lan threw her a blank stare, he said in a powerful coaxing manner, "You don't understand the strength of my brother. When your uncle wants to sell it, you tell me. See if I can afford it." It was true that he couldn't afford it now, but as a hangdog could he admit defeat? Impossible. Not to mention the fact that it was still a no-show, and the landlord wasn't necessarily going to sell it. It's not like he can't get this money now or later. Even if he is just running to earn money, he can earn enough money to buy this house in a few months. What's more, now that he had the gift of the fire eye, the speed of money came even faster. What else did he have to worry about? If this house was to be sold, Chen-lan was really planning to buy it. Although he didn't have the qualifications to buy a house, he remembered that Liang Yang was a Shanghai household registration and had the qualifications to buy a suite of rooms, and he didn't mind putting the property under his woman's name. With his relationship with a few women, to say that he is the most assured person that preferred Liang Yang, she is now dead center of the heart on the Chen-lan. Every time the phone call her that leaping mood, across the phone he can feel, not that the other women will betray him. After all, with a short period of time, to say how deep feelings that is false. To continue their complex relationship is a variety of factors. Money is also a large part of the factors. As Yang Lan once said, if Chen-lan didn't have any money, they wouldn't be able to accept this dysfunctional relationship, even if he was excellent. Chen-lan could understand her thoughts. In this money-oriented society, laughing at the poor was not a good idea. If you don't have money, what are you going to do to sustain so many people? You can't let women earn money to support the family, right? If they couldn't even provide the basics of a privileged life, why should they condescend to share a man with other women? On the basis of the fact that Chen Lanzhou is big? It's not like it's food, so the conditions are ripe. He is happy to create more favorable living conditions for his women. To them to purchase real estate is to give them a taste of the pill. 1,000 words are not as persuasive as a set of expensive house. After making things clear, Ouyang-chi saw that Chen-lan had no objections, and then carefully read the contract, confirming that there is no error, signed the above and handed it back to Chen-lan. Huang Yasi waited for Chen-lan also signed on it, then gave a triplicate contract to each person. The first link she put away. Chen-lan used internet banking to transfer 17 million in 2 installments to the bank account number provided by Ouyang-chi, and the lease contract came into effect, because Ouyang-chi provided the same bank account number. It didn't take long for her cell phone to ring with a text message reminder. She picked up her cell phone and looked at the amount and then smiled like a flower, raised her eyebrows mischievously and said to Chen-lan, "Thanks boss Chen, this is enough for me to spend for a few months." Pocket money? Chen-lan had a heart attack, feeling that he had been hit by 10,000 points. Was this the daily life of a rich family's child? He had been working in Magic City for nearly 10 years before he had saved $20,000 to $30,000, which was not as much as other people's children's pocket money for a month. It is true that casting a tire is a technical work. Casting a good tire is better than the achievement of your hard work for a lifetime. Taking 2 deep breaths before suppressing this resentment, he opened his mouth and asked Ouyang-chi, "Do you know any jewelry company executives?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" Ouyang-chi was very surprised. Qianlan, this is pig-headed, did not carry. Found the temple door? Her family was an old family in Magic City, and there were shares inside the old Fengxiang Jewelry Company, although only a dozen points, but has been considered shareholders and the shares are more. In the company can also say, and she is the old Wincheng Jewelry Company of a jewelry designer, said the company's executives is not excessive. Qianlan was delighted to hear, although he has a high-quality jadeite, not worry about hand, but there are acquaintances more convenient. I have a batch of jadeite in my hand that I want to sell. Can you help me introduce it? Qianlan also did not cover up, directly opened the door to Ouyang Qi said, Emerald? You have jadeite in your hands? Is it a raw stone or unraveled? Ouyang Qi asked in surprise. There are some that have been unraveled. How many? What quality is it? Qianlan looked at Ouyang Qi strangely. What does it matter to her if he has emeralds? Why so excited? Chapter 73. To see the true face of Mount Lushan. Ouyang Qi also noticed that he was a bit out of shape, and corrected his non-existent collar. Ouyang Qi, jewelry designer of the old Fengxiang Jewelry Company, please teach me more. Jewelry designer? Really? Doesn't look like it. Qianlan looked Ouyang Qi up and down. This non-mainstream makeup in front of him. The aesthetics of a jewelry designer is like this? To say that she is a social mixer, he is 100% convinced. Looking at Qianlan's eyes full of skepticism, Ouyang Qi exasperatedly said, What kind of eyes are you looking at? Don't I look like a jewelry designer? Qianlan didn't say anything, but shook her head into a rattle. Ouyang Qi opened her mouth but was speechless. Today, she had given herself a rare day off, and in a moment of childishness, she had put on a non-mainstream, super heavy makeup on herself, which did inevitably make people suspicious of her designer status. After all, as a nationally renowned jewelry brand, Lao Fengxiang does mass products rather than niche products. The designer must be at the forefront of fashion, and her aesthetics must first and foremost be in line with the public's aesthetics. Her super heavy makeup today was really not something normal people could accept. Ouyang Qi thought about it and stood up, familiarly ran into the restroom on the first floor and closed the door with a clang. Qianlan was a bit puzzled. What's going on here? He did not do anything. Couldn't have run into the restroom and cried? After a few minutes, the door of the restroom opened, and from inside came out a heavenly beauty, only to see her almond eyes and peach cheeks, lips like a bit of zhang, beautiful beyond compare. Qianlan stared blankly at the heavenly beauty Ouyang Qi in front of him. Even though he had always been around beautiful women lately, he was stunned. How did this charade change? Other women put on makeup like plastic surgery, but this makeup is disfiguring. Ouyang Qi arrogantly squinted at Qianlan. Small sample. This is my sister's true face. Mortals, worship. For a long time, Qianlan came back to his senses, smacked his lips and said, It's not bad looking. Why did you put on that ugly and thick makeup? People who don't know still think that your face is unseemly. Ouyang Qi, who was waiting to receive a compliment, almost died from gasping for breath. What is not bad looking? What is unattractive? Is this a word of praise? Ouyang Qi, who had spent her childhood in various compliments, felt her head spinning. This isn't right. It must be that the way she opened the door just now was wrong and didn't put her best foot forward. Should I go back and open the door again? Her remaining sanity prevented her from committing the foolish act. Hunching over with her chest, she sat back down on the sofa again, feeling that today was a bad day. Encountering Qianlan, a strange person who did not follow the usual path. Wasn't she beautiful? But she had just looked in the mirror after washing off her makeup. She was so beautiful that her own heart moved when she looked at it. Why is Qianlan indifferent? Just a salty sentence. Looks can be considered good words. Is Qianlan really indifferent? It really is. Since he got the system, I don't know if it is really the European emperor possessed. This more than a month to contact the woman are unattainable extreme. Ouyang Qi is indeed very beautiful, but Duo is not worse than her at all. Can only be said to have their own unique characteristics. The Chu Ting and Li Yang women were also only slightly inferior to her. Although she was indeed stunned at first, she regained her composure after getting over it. Qianlan actually didn't disbelieve Ouyang Qi's words. It's normal for these artistic people to have some strange fetishes. It's just that he didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Today just think Ouyang Qi is the children of the rich. Contacts will be a little wider. Casually asked to find the right person. Can you say anything about the acquisition of jadeite raw materials? Qianlan asked Ouyang Qi. Ouyang Qi sat upright and said, Not to hide it from you. Now on the market high-quality emerald is getting less and less. As long as your emerald is good, our company can be higher than the market price of 5% to 10% acquisition. Of course, the quality of poor emerald we do not accept. Don't worry, I don't have any with poor quality. The least are above ice glutinous seed. Really? How much is the quantity? Can I take a look first? Ouyang Qi was overjoyed. Ice glutinous seed jadeite is already considered to be a medium to high-grade grade of jadeite, and listening to Qianlan's tone, the quantity is quite a lot. As a jewelry designer, the most lack of good materials for her design. If there is no material, it is like a clever woman cannot cook without rice. I can't look at it now. Let's do it in a few days. I'll contact you when the stuff is delivered. It's not unraveled yet. What is he going to show her? Now that the shipping channel was also available, he also had to seize the time to unravel the original stone for cash. As an open man, always renting a house to live in, he himself felt ashamed. Yang-chi was greatly disappointed. How many more days do we have to wait? She was itching now. She felt like she would wait for autism, but she couldn't do anything about it. After all, things were in other people's hands. It wasn't her place to make decisions. Then you need to hurry up. As long as the stuff is right, I'm sure you won't lose out. The right stuff? These words had a meaning. Chen-lan was dumbfounded. He understood Yang-chi's meaning. It was for him not to show his eyes with fake goods, or else he would definitely be the one to suffer. Don't worry, whether the stuff is right or not will naturally be seen at that time. It won't let you down, right? Chen-lan picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. He hadn't eaten yet, so he called up Yang-chi to eat with Huang Yasi. Just now outside he saw that a few houses away, there is a French restaurant that looks quite high-end. He also called the butler who came over to help open the door, but they refused, so he didn't force them. After the meal, he agreed with Yang-chi that he would hand over the house tomorrow, and that some small valuables would have to be moved over to her eldest uncle's other house. Chen-lan returned to the Lido home when it was already 10 o'clock. He found out the card given by the boss of the gambling outside the card. According to the phone number on it dialed over. After the phone call, according to the information he searched on the internet, and the opposite side of the communication for 10 minutes before the model of the stone machine was finalized. He did not buy a large machine. On the one hand is not used, he is not open large raw stone, because on the one hand is too large for the old house basement in and out of inconvenience. His requirements are intelligent, environmentally friendly. The volume should be as small as possible. As for the price has long been out of his consideration. Like what water saws, angle grinders, hand grinders and whatnot he bought all over. Regrettably, we have to wait 2 days before delivery. Chen-lan is not in a hurry for a while. Just take advantage of this time to earn some pocket money. Right, he has no money again, but he is already used to it. Money, no walk will have hanging is just so unreasonable. To be honest, his desire for money was rather not that strong now. If he could, he would prefer to exchange his consumption points for system energy. Wouldn't strengthening his body smell better? How could one enjoy life without a good body? Chapter 74, The Birdie Chen-lan. The next day, Chen-lan, who was basking in the sun, received a call from Yang-chi saying that things had been moved and asking him to go over to collect the house. Chen-lan drove his sports car and picked up Huang Yasi before heading to Gaolan Road. When he arrived at the door of the old house, the car had not yet been turned off, and Yang-chi, who had heard the sound, had already opened the door from the inside and walked out, and the housekeeper that he had met yesterday was also following her. Today's her again gave Chen-lan a feeling of amazement. It was mainly because Yang-chi's aura was too powerful. Although it was invisible and untouchable, Chen-lan clearly felt it. A passerby passing by the doorway didn't even dare to look more into her face, lowering his head and leaving with hurried footsteps and quick steps. At this time, her face was wearing light makeup. Her face was expressionless. Her willow eyebrows were slightly raised. A noble and inviolable temperament overflowed. A bohemian-style dress, worn on her tall body, ladylike and intellectual, set off her pretty face of natural beauty more beautiful and touching. 1 meter 8 height feet also wore nearly 10 centimeters high heels. Out of the 2 meters of momentum, Chen-lan got out of the car and stood far away from Yang-chi. Chen-lan is wearing a pair of casual shoes. Full count is only 1 meter 8. This time walked to Yang-chi in front of not looking for abuse. Originally he felt that his height of 1 meter 78 was already enough, but now he was struck by this woman. Yang-chi looked at Chen-lan's dark face and stood far away, and at first felt quite strange. What's going on here? I've come out to greet you with such sincerity. What are you setting me up for? However, she was also a person with a sharp mind, and after thinking about it for a while, she knew what the problem was. Yang-chi immediately smiled like a fox that stole a chicken. Her long legs took a few steps forward and she stood in front of Chen-lan. With a joyful smile, she said to Chen-lan, Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? Are you very unhappy to see me? Why are you standing so far away? Go away and stay away from me. Chen-lan wanted to say this out loud, but it would instead look like he was even more vain. So he opened his mouth or swallowed the words back. Being crushed by a woman in height is indeed a sense of shame, especially after Yang-chi put on her high heels and was half a head taller than him. Chen-lan had to half tilt his head to look at her. Yang-chi is not pay attention to Chen-lan's mood. See him not speak again is a step forward and half turn, and Chen-lan side by side, put his hand on Chen-lan's shoulder smilingly said, don't stand at the door, we go into the house to talk. Yang-chi's body is long and tall, put her hand on the shoulder of Chen-lan, who was half a head shorter, without any sense of contradiction. Chen-lan's face is even darker. I'm not very familiar with you. What do you mean by putting your hand on my shoulder? Chen-lan shook his shoulder hard, trying to shake the hand above him away. This slender and beautiful slender jade hand is not very harmful to him, but the insult is extremely strong. Yang-chi, however, laughed even more happily, her right hand slightly forcefully wrapped around Chen-lan's neck, her body leaning even closer. Chen-lan was half embraced in her arms like a birdie, and the touch of soft jade and warm fragrance shook his body like an electric shock. Nose came a burst of refreshing fragrance, but also make his mind swing. The body cannot help but be. Yang-chi led to the old foreign house. Only after entering the living room of the house did Chen-lan come back to his senses. What's the situation? This woman is poisonous, right? Am I falling under her mesmerizing spell? How is it that I've been brought up to speed by her? Yang-chi was also not selfish. After entering the hall, she put her hand down and sat on the sofa majestically like a victorious general, avenged by a arrow of her heart flowers happy. Yesterday but by Chen-lan hit not light, although Chen-lan did not do anything, only was not by her appearance. Not salty said that looks okay, was her in a small notebook. That's right, women are so unbelievable. Chen-lan was actually not that glassy-eyed, his heart was still very strong. He also didn't expect Yang-chi, who had a strong aura like a queen, to have such a quirky side. Yesterday, when she was wearing a pair of sneakers and non-mainstream makeup, she really hadn't realized that she had such a strong aura. Chen-lan asked Huang Yasi to go with the housekeeper to inventory the list of items and just leave him a copy when the time came, believing that she wouldn't be so bad as to screw him over in this regard. He took a seat next to Yang-chi, looking at her joyful smiling face, and said helplessly, "Is it fun? Being high is terrific. Ha, aha, aha. Tall is always more terrific than short." Yang-chi nodded her head greatly. Chen-lan's head was filled with black lines. This woman was deliberately targeting him today, right? Everything she said was about him being short. He didn't remember when he had offended her, right? Forget it, don't bother with her. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. Only women and small people are hard to raise also. If Chen-lan knew that just because he hadn't complimented her into place, he was being remembered, he didn't know how wrong he would be in his heart. Why are you free today? Are designers that idle? I thought the housekeeper was handing over to me today. Yang-chi, what? Aren't you happy to see me? Happy? It's my honor to have the company of a great beauty. How could I not be happy? Chen-lan honestly said, if regardless of her bad taste, it was indeed pleasing to the eyes. Yang-chi seemed to be in a good mood, smilingly saying, the house is given to you la. You have to take care of it. Maybe it will be your house in the future. Don't worry. I promise to take care of it like my own child without fail. What about the jade? When can you send it over? This is the most important purpose of Yang-chi to come over today. Once born twice familiar. We are so familiar. You are always embarrassed to take the general things out to bluff people, right? In a few days. Is it so urgent? You so big company is not so poor source of goods, right? Chen-lan was surprised and asked. Yang-chi was silent for a moment and said, there's no shortage of low-end and middle-end ones, but every company is short of high-end materials right now. Didn't you say you have something good? Otherwise, I wouldn't be staring at you. Chen-lan thought about it and said, I'll call you after 3 days. I'll take part of the emerald to give you a quote first, and if the price is right, I'll provide you with all the supplies later. Yang-chi was satisfied with Chen-lan's reply and stretched out her right hand to put her palm up in front of Chen-lan. Chen-lan squinted at her and hopelessly also stretched out her right hand to give her a high five. This woman was unattainable at one moment, quirky at another, and so childish at another. He couldn't figure out which one was the real her, but this kind of her was what made her even more charming. However, Chen-lan really did not have any illusions about her. A person's time and energy is limited. Too many women is also a burden. There are so many beautiful women in the world. One can't just see one and accept one, right? His position on Yang-chi is a partner. What kind of future can be dealt with is still unknown. Hopefully, the first time will be a good cooperation. Chapter 75 The New Real Estate Policy. The two of them sat on the sofa and casually chatted. There was no deliberate topic. They just chatted about whatever came to mind. Yang-chi also popped up every now and then to probe Chen-lan's old background, while Chen-lan also saw the moves and defended them without a drop of water. Chen-lan, however, was not interested in Yang-chi's background and just passively defended. I don't know how long it took, but Huang Yasi and the housekeeper came over to interrupt their hooking up. They had already made a list of furniture and appliances, and were now waiting for Chen-lan and Yang-chi to sign to confirm that the handover was complete. Yang-chi had no choice but to interrupt the test. At the same time Chen-lan also made a conclusion. This is a 1,000-years-old fox. After half a day of probing what gained nothing, she had to give up. Anyway, she is just curious about Chen-lan. Since Chen-lan was not willing to say, probing to this extent would be enough. Any more would be annoying. There was no conflict of interest between them. Instead, there was the possibility of win-win cooperation. There was no need to really go after the root of the matter. Both sides signed the list of furniture and then each person kept a copy. In fact, this was just a formality. The two signed it without even looking at it. After all, as long as it was not to collapse the house, no one would care about any other damages. Ouyang Chi handed the list to the housekeeper and then said to Chenlon, "I'll leave first then. I'm waiting for you to bring me a surprise." "Good point. Whether it's a surprise or not I don't know. At least it won't disappoint you is all." Chenlon was also full of confidence. He was prepared to sweep through the Magic City's gambling halls and stock up on a little more raw stones while the tools for deciphering the stones had yet to arrive. However, he really had no confidence in being able to find the top-notch emerald. After all, gambling stones were only relatively niche, and the number of raw stones on this side of Mordor wasn't much. After earning a wave of money first, he was ready to go to the Yunnan side of the sweep once again. The system can quickly rise 5 level 6 hopefully depends on his operation smooth or not. The housekeeper handed over a large set of keys to Chenlon before following Ouyang Chi out. Chenlon sent the two of them all the way to the door and watched the two of them get into a Bentley and leave before turning around and returning to the old ocean house. Huang Yasi had been quietly following him. Now that the handover was over, she still had more important work to report to Chenlon. Chenlon sat down on the sofa and asked Huang Yasi to sit down as well. Huang Yasi, however, did not take a seat, but stood next to him and said apprehensively, "Brother Chen, there is something I need to tell you. This is my mistake. I hope you'll forgive me." Chenlon was surprised. Things had gone smoothly in the past 2 days. What was it that made her so solemn? "Just sit down and talk. I'm not a tiger. What are you afraid of?" Huang Yasi sat down next to Chenlon before telling the story in detail. It turns out that this year, Magic City has come out with a new policy on real estate. Now the auction house is also limited to purchase. Without the qualification of Magic City to buy real estate, also cannot buy the auction house. That is to say, Chenlon now cannot even buy the auction house. Huang Yasi is also today to know, to say that this is really her mistake, because this policy was already in place in January this year. Now is already the beginning of September. This kind of real estate news half a year past she did not know. How can this be said not to go? Chenlon was also a bit caught off guard when she heard this news. What borrowing bridge funds from a financial company to upgrade the system turned out to be non-existent. Just wishful thinking on his part. Chenlon sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. Since the previous plan didn't work, it was time to replan the direction of spending. Huang Yasi saw that Chenlon didn't say anything, thought he was angry, couldn't help but be more apprehensive. So she took out her cell phone and transferred the 100,000 she had received before back to him. After all, this was a major mistake in his work, and it would be inappropriate to receive this money. Chenlon heard the sound of cell phone messages before coming back to God. Clicked to see Huang Yasi transferred 100,000 cannot help but dumbfounded. It seems that this Huang Yasi is still quite principled, and not because of a special relationship with him. She felt that this money she received as a matter of course, which is very good. At that time when he consulted her about the auction house matters, not conveying the correct information to himself was indeed her problem. But the main reason was that auction-type properties were too uncontrollable, and general agencies were reluctant to operate these types of houses. So it was considered normal that she didn't pay attention to the information in this regard. But now this matter didn't affect him much. Was he afraid of having no place to spend his money? He just wanted to use his money on a knife edge, and spend in the direction of things he could use. The big deal is that he will buy commercial and residential, or continue to buy a car, or even to buy a house in a city that does not restrict the purchase of goods. These few directions of consumption could just as easily pry the bank's funds to upgrade the system. Chenlon clicked return. Huang Yasi saw that the money was returned to her account again and was surprised, so she looked at Chenlon and said, "Brother Chen, why did you return it again? I wasn't able to help much. I can't accept this money. Just take it if it's given to you. You can help me look for commercial and residential houses again, or office buildings with investment value can also be done. The budget is $100 million. She was still a bit uneasy and said to Chenlon, "Brother Chen, I won't accept this 100,000. I'm just helping you to collect some information. It's not difficult. As long as you have the heart to find it casually, it's okay. You can keep the money. You know I'm not bad with this money. Just help me do a good job with your heart." Chenlon waved his hand and said, "Give out the meaning of confiscated back." Huang Yasi do things seriously hard work, is also considered to know the roots of the people. He felt that it is possible to cultivate a little. Perhaps in the future there will be a day of use. After the two chatted for a while, Huang Yasi said goodbye and left, while Chenlon stayed behind. He has sent the location of the house to Yanlon several women. Evening they will come over, then go together to the daily necessities and bedding to buy. All can people live. Looked at the time, now only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Nothing to do. Chenlon simply continue his sunbathing business. This thing to be persistent. If one day to fish 3 days of sunshine net one can again strengthen the body it? Besides, there was a major battle waiting tonight. He went to his room and moved a chaise longue and placed it in the middle of the south garden, took off his shirt and played with his cell phone naked under the sun. The house was surrounded by low-rise townhouses, so the garden was full of sunlight, and it was more convenient for sunbathing than the Lido's balcony. He searched on it for the location of Magic City's gambling stone stores, something that the average person really didn't know where it was. Entering the keywords of gambling stones and searching around didn't find any particularly useful information. Navigation found 2 in Pudong, but there is a comment below often not open, and the other look at the facade is not large. Chapter 76, Fellow Gamblers or Foes. So Chenlon tapped on the WeChat of the owner of that gambling stone workshop in City Temple and made a voice call over. Hello, Mr. Chun. The call connected after 3 rings, and the greeting voice of the owner of the gambling stone workshop rang out from the opposite side. Boss Joe. Hello, did your store get any new supplies in the past 2 days? Chenlon opened his mouth and asked. No, has the raw stone you bought, Mr. Chen, already been unlocked? The owner of the gambling shop was surprised and asked. No, the tools for unraveling the stones haven't been delivered yet. I just want to buy some more to put at home and play slowly when I'm bored. The owner of the stone workshop was powerless to spit out. This is the family has a mine, right? Young tens of millions of dollars to play casually, but he likes this kind of customer. He opened his door to do business relying on tourists for hundreds and thousands of how much turnover could he have in a day? At the end of the month we'll enter a batch of goods. At that time Mr. Chen come over to help out. No problem. Notify me when the goods arrive. Boss Joe, there is something I want to ask you. Are there any other gambling houses in Magic City? Is it convenient to tell me about them? What? Looking for me to ask for information on other gambling houses? The owner of the gambling house was dumbfounded. Are you serious? Don't you know that peers are enemies? You're trying to get me to introduce the big clients in my hands to my enemies. He was so shocked by Chen Lan's operation that he couldn't speak for a long time, and it wasn't right to introduce or not to introduce. Chen Lan looked opposite a long time did not make a sound. So out of the voice, I'm this person to buy things to see whether how to gamble on the stone I do not know. Purely just want to play. Your side of the goods I've seen. The rest of them do not have my favorite. The next time there is a new goods I will go over. As for the information to find you to ask for other stone workshop is also a figure of convenience. If I really have a heart to know, not to find if I really want to know. It's not something I can't find. Boss Joe, do you think that makes sense? Gambling stone workshop boss heard Chen Lan words also want to open up. Indeed there is no need to keep secrets, and is not what confidential information. Why not do a favor? So he smiled and said, that's no problem. I was just thinking about which ones I know. I'll send you the address in a moment. Then thanks a lot Boss Joe. When the new goods you notify, I will definitely go over. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and hung up. After a while Chanlan's cell phone received a message. The owner of the gambling workshop did not go back on his word and sent him the addresses of several gambling workshops. Chanlan was like a treasure. His fortune depended on them, but he didn't intend to go there now. He would go there after a few days when he had enough money. Chanlan played a cell phone on the sleepy. 38 degrees under the sun in the heat of the body of his crisp. He did not feel hot at all but feel very comfortable, like soaking in a hot pool like. And the sunlight is too big, is to brush a small video to see the beauty cannot see. Might as well sleep to raise the spirit. Woke up already almost 6 o'clock. Full of spirit Chenlan stretched a lazy waist and jumped up. This old house he is more and more like. Live here not only has the style and is very convenient. In the Magic City to find a like this in the center of the bustling, and no high-rise blocking the old detached house is really not easy. Chenlan moved the chair back into the house, and after a simple rinse in the first floor restroom, he wandered around the house. The house was clean and spotless from top to bottom. It seemed that Ouyang Chi was still a man of honor, and definitely had the housekeeper arrange for someone to clean up the house after moving things. This saved him a lot of work. He was thinking that he would have to find someone to do the sanitation tomorrow, but now it can be dispensed with. There are a lot of things to organize in a 300 square feet house. The original large furniture and appliances he was not prepared to replace. Too much trouble. In case the landlord does not sell the house in the future is not to replace the old things back. However, the washing machine should be replaced. This thing is not replaced. The main room bedding. A main 3-4 rooms need 8 sets, plus toiletries, pots and pans and whatnot. There was no way his sports car would fit. He regretted a little bit how he drove a sports car out today, but look at the time, it is too late to go back to change the car. Yi Ping and Li Yangyang, 2 people have been out of class, is ready to come over. And Yan Lan today the company just have something to get off work at 7 o'clock, to arrive a little later. Chen Lan wandered around, just returned to the first floor. The phone rang. A look as Li Yangyang called and answered. It turned out that she and Yi Ping have arrived at Gaolan Road. and now it is next to his sports car at the entrance of the house. The privacy of the house is very good. Around the garden there is a circle of more than 2 meters high fence. They do not know to find the right place, did not dare to knock on the door. Qianlan hung up the phone and opened the door to the courtyard, and saw Yiping and Li Yangyang looking around with their backs to the door. Here, where are you looking? Yiping and Li Yangyang turned around when they heard Qianlan's call, and were surprised to see Qianlan coming out of a door next to them. What is he doing here? What is he doing here? This doesn't look like a restaurant. Qianlan afternoon to them sent positioning. Let them come over after class. Did not say what is the matter. Thought it is to call them out to eat. The two girls also did not think too much. As long as Qianlan is there, it is fine. It will not sell them, right? The two walked over to Qianlan's side and took his arm left and right. Yiping asked with a face full of curiosity. What are you doing here? I remember it's a private residence, right? Their college is just 1 kilometer away from this straight line distance. They have also walked to this road before, and have a little impression of the situation here. Don't look at this place, looks not very eye-catching, but the price is absolutely sky-high. Qianlan did not speak, smilingly led the two women to the house, ready to give them a surprise. The two women look at him mysterious, is also very curious, but did not ask more. Both come to peace. Just a few steps, into the door will naturally know. After the two women followed Qianlan into the door, appeared in front of their eyes is an ancient colorful small house. There is a very beautifully tended small garden. There is an estimate of 70 to 80 square feet. A cobblestone paved path from the fence through the garden straight through the door of the small house. It was near dusk, and the yellowish sunset set off the scenery in front of us, making people feel as if they had traveled to the Republican period. The beautiful scene in front of them deeply touched their hearts. It was only after a few moments that the two of them turned their eyes to Qianlan in unison, their faces full of questions, wondering what Qianlan was doing by bringing them here. Do you like it? Qianlan asked the two girls. Aha, aha. The two women nodded in unison. What is this place? This garden is so beautiful. Li Yangyang asked as she tightened her arms around her jade hands. Where you will live in the future. I will bring you to the house to see. Qianlan did not play dumb riddles anymore, directly picking it out. What? The two girls looked at each other in disbelief. In the future they lived here? Chapter 77 Criticism. Qianlan ignored the two women's surprise. With the two women who can't tell east from west and south from the clouds, he started from the living room of the small house and walked around from bottom to top before returning to the first floor living room. Then the left embrace right embraced the two women. Big old man like leaning sitting on the sofa. The two women had just been listening to Qianlan introduce the house's bits and pieces, and only now did they have the chance to ask Qianlan what this was all about. The two girls were very fond of this house, especially since there was a bigger and more beautiful garden in the south, and girls are always irresistible to beautiful things. Just let them live here? Could this be Qianlan's house? Honey, what is this place? How come no one lives in such a nice house? Yiping opened her mouth to ask, and Li Yangyang leaned on Qianlan's body and also raised her head to look at Qianlan. She was also quite curious. I rented this place. I might buy it later. It's also close to your school. You guys can live here if you don't want to live in school later. Then will you also live here in the future? Li Yangyang looked at Qianlan with a face full of expectation and asked. It didn't matter where she lived, as long as she could see Qianlan more. She was satisfied. Her heart was tied to Qianlan's body. Aha! I will also come over often, but it's mainly convenient for the few of you. Living together we can also take care of each other. Yiping gave Qianlan a blank look. Humph. Speaking nicely, she still didn't want to hide a golden house, and she didn't know that there were a few more golden houses. Couldn't help but reach out and pinch the tender flesh on Qianlan's arm and not let go. Qianlan grimaced. Why does this woman like to pinch people? Pain, pain, pain. Girl, you lighten up. Qianlan pitifully begged Yiping for mercy. Li Yangyang did not know what was happening and sat up straight before seeing Yiping's fingers pinching Qianlan's arm. Li Yangyang looked at Qianlan's painful appearance heartbroken, and hurriedly reached out to pull Yiping's hand. What's going on with these two people? What's wrong with these two people? How to pinch up? Yiping also did not really use much force. Was Li Yangyang hand a pull on the release? Cannot help but to her angry. You in the end is that side? This guy is not good intentioned. Do you think she is really thinking about us? People are trying to hide a woman in a golden house. Who knows how many women he has used this trope on? Li Yangyang sniffed and also raised her head to look at Qianlan with skeptical eyes. Qianlan felt a little weak at her look, but how could he admit it? So it was only after gambling and swearing that the two women were pacified. Qianlan secretly wiped the cold sweat. Yiping is too smart. This is a prick. Now even Li Yangyang was also brought down by her. The future days are not easy. Alas, I really am not the life of the protagonist in the novel. Just a few women are almost impossible to handle. But this is challenging, isn't it? This also proves that Yiping has him in her heart. If it was purely for money, she wouldn't be angry because of these speculations. Yiping did not make a scene after she threw a little tantrum. leaning in Chen Lan's arms and not speaking, slightly closing her eyes, enjoying this cozy time. If she was the only one in Chen Lan's arms, then she would definitely be happier. At 7:15, Chen Lan, who received a call from Yang Lan, reluctantly let go of the two women and stood up. He opened the door, and saw a bright green dress of Yang Lan, such as a gentle and virtuous neighboring big sister, stood demurely under the eaves of the road. A pair of rimless glasses rested on the bridge of her high nose, adding a sensible air to her. Glasses lady. Yang Lan, who had heard the sound of the door opening and turned her head, saw Chen Lan and revealed a charming smile before walking slowly over. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go. Show you the place where you'll be living in the future. Chen Lan held Yang Lan's hand and walked towards the house. The place where we live? Yang Lan was surprised. Chen Lan didn't tell her anything, just gave an address and told her to come over from work. Yang Lan was a bit puzzled by Chen Lan led into the old house. Because it was already dark, the view of the garden could not be really seen. Directly brought to the living room, Yi Ping and Li Yang also welcomed her. Yi Ping and Li Yang also welcomed her. They now have a very deep relationship. They also privately pulled a small group in WeChat. Contact is very close. They were all in the same trench, and the three women had long ago joined forces with the intention of being united. Before Chen Lan could speak, Yang Lan was pulled away by the two women. Yi Ping added fuel to the fire and told Chen Lan's sinister intentions. Anyway, all sorts of distortions of the facts. Yang Lan also matched her accusations with a look of righteous indignation. In the end, Chen Lan was portrayed as a bully, an unscrupulous, brazen, shameless, despicable and insatiable villain. Chen Lan was listening to the black lines on the side. Was he the one who was so bad that he had sores on the top of his head and pus on the soles of his feet in Yi Ping's mouth? It's not that bad, is it? In addition to being a womanizer, he doesn't have any other obvious flaws, right? Besides, he is listening right next to me. This is not appropriate, is it? Finally, Chen Lan really cannot help it. If this goes on, the status of the family is not guaranteed. The rage on the charge up to refute, but cannot beat the three women's tongue, had to shiver and shrink in the corner of the sofa. Oomph, there are times when you regret. Chen Lan now can't wait to sunbathe for 36 hours a day, and strengthen his body to become invulnerable before taking revenge. The three women did not take it personally, and after venting a bit, they wandered around the rooms contentedly, discussing what items to purchase. Chen Lan followed them like a scribe, silently using his cell phone to note down every single thing they wanted to buy. It was best to buy everything at once and have the superstore deliver it directly to their homes. Several people were busy for nearly half an hour before they hurriedly left for the supermarket. Chen Lan's sports car cannot sit 4 people, had to take a car to Xintiandi Plaza, and then a few people directly down to the -2nd floor of the supermarket to start shopping. Several women went to pick bedding and daily necessities. Chen Lan went to buy washing machines and pots and pans. When a few people converge together when it is already more than 9 o'clock, after buying a single by the supermarket employees to take the things to load the car, such as this bulk shopping, the supermarket directly to help you send home. After returning home and the supermarket staff help, the things are moved into the house. They also left before the 2 washing machines into the water are installed. Chapter 78, A World of Two. Several people worked together to wash and dry the bedding. Today is certainly no way to live, and Yi Ping and Li Yang have to go back to the dormitory to live. Their school control is still relatively strict. The night dormitory will often check. Chen Lan also did not strongly require them to move out to live. After all, they are still students, but also have their own life circle, mainly depends on their own will. But on weekends they will definitely come over to live. According to Yi Ping's words, is to come out to improve their lives. And Yang Lan was fine with it, ready to go back at night and pack up her things, and move over tomorrow. While Chen Lan is here, there is a laborer who can help move things. Chen Lan seemed to have thought of something after locking the door, suddenly paused for a moment, then asked the 2 women, Yi Ping and Li Yang, which one of you 2 can drive? How about driving my sports car back? I can. Yi Ping was eager to try. Her driver's license had been tested long ago. Her family was also considered a middle-class family with a car and a house, and she often had the opportunity to drive when she was at home, but she hadn't driven a sports car yet. Li Yang did not say anything, just nodded gently. She also has driving. Chen Lan then took the car keys he had with him to Yi Ping, whose car was parked on the side of the road. After Yi Ping sat in the driver's seat, Chen Lan got into the passenger seat and carefully explained the functions of each button. Yi Ping repeated it again to make sure it was correct, before starting the car, and then slowly drove the car out of the parking space. Chen Lan was relieved. This is an old driver. As long as the car does not race, be careful to drive will not be a problem. He was uneasy and urged, you be careful driving. The car broke down so-called. People must not have anything. No? Yi Ping looked at him to say sincere, also very moved. Directly put the car off the fire. embracing over Chenlan's neck to offer a kiss. The two who kissed obliviously only separated when they heard the sound of knocking on the car window. Chenlan turned his head to see Li Yangyang was angry and glaring at him. She waited to get on the car, but saw the two just focus on making out. Half a day did not open the door. In the end, she really couldn't look at them anymore, so she knocked on the car window to remind them. It's on the road. Although there aren't many cars at this time, you guys should pay attention to the occasion. Li Yangyang pouted to Chenlan. She also barked a few more words to Yi Ping before Chenlan got out of the car. Li Yangyang kissed Chenlan goodbye before reluctantly getting into the car. Yi Ping smiled daintily and gave Chenlan a flying kiss, lightly stepped on the gas pedal and the car slowly drove away. Silent Gaolan Road is left with Chenlan and Yanglan too. To say, in addition to the M-bar just met that moment, the two have not been alone together. Have to say that fate, this thing is so magical. Two people holding hands strolling in the road on the sidewalk. Cannot help but sigh at the impermanence of life. More than a week ago the two were strangers who didn't know each other, but now they were a close couple. Do you think I should buy some fruits to visit the guys I fought with? If it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't have gotten together. After walking quietly for a while, Chenlan suddenly spoke out. Put. Yanglan sniffed happily. Are you this bad? Those few people must have hated you. Who cares if you go to see them? Yanglan delicately responded. If you're not afraid of being swept away you can go. Then forget it. Chenlan was just running out of words. How could he really visit them? Silently thanking them in his heart for just sending their faces to him to fight. Did you really practice? There were 5 of them, yeah. You just charged up like that and won the fight. Speaking of this, Yanglan asked curiously, do you need to practice? I'm gifted. A few more scum like that wouldn't be enough for me to beat. Speaking of his highlights, Chenlan boasted proudly. Yanglan gave him a blank look, bragging as much as he could. 5 of them all beat you up. If there were a few more of them you'd be wasted. However, she did not say this out. Her own dog man good face. There is no need to tear down. But this also proves that he does have a lot of courage. Twice facing a crowded villain, he stood in front of them several weak women without flinching. Chenlan saw that she didn't say anything, knew that she was skeptical, and mouthed, don't you believe it? Aren't you gifted? You tried it? You shut up. Yanglan hurriedly reached out to cover Chenlan's mouth. This dog man is too shameless. Can these boudoir secrets be taken out and set outside? If she was accidentally overheard by someone else, then she would not have the face to see others. But this guy may be really gifted. I do not know where so much energy, if not for their people, really cannot subdue him. Thinking that she would be the only one tonight, she couldn't help but feel a little weak in her feet. When the two of them slowly returned to Yang Lan's place, it was already close to 12 o'clock. Yang Lan was sharing a 3-bedroom apartment with someone, and the other 2 rooms were also occupied by girls, but not her company's co-workers, which she had reported in advance before bringing Chenlan back. When we shared a room, we agreed to not bring people back as much as possible, and if we had friends over, we had to report them in advance. We have been all together to abide by this rule, so we can always get along well, and share a room for more than a year. The 3 have been treated as girlfriends. In the Magic City like this, platter rent house is too much. After all, high prices lead to the rent is bound to be high. Not many normal working people can afford to rent a whole set of room cost of living. It has even given rise to a large number of second landlords who rely on earning the difference in price. Yan Lan opened the door to the living room. Lights have been turned off. The house is quiet. This time the other 2 girls have gone to bed. Yang Lan entered the door and turned on the light before letting Chenlan enter the room, and also whispered to remind Chenlan not to speak loudly. Chenlan entered the house and looked at the house that Yang Lan rented. The decoration of the house is already very old. It seems to be the decoration style of more than 10 years ago, but it can be seen that a few girls are very clean. The living room is cleaned up spotlessly, and the things are also very neatly organized. Yang Lan relaxed footsteps to bring Chenlan to her room. Only 3 square feet of the room is small, but all the organs, arranged very warm, but also exudes a charming fragrance. Chenlan sat on the bed with one butt, reached out to Yan Lan and buried his head into her towering bosom. Tonight has been busy here and there. Did not have the opportunity to properly coexist with a few women. Chenlan are almost suffocating internal injuries. Yang Lan was softly held in his arms, reached out and wrapped her arms around Chenlan's neck, whispering in his ear, don't make a scene. You haven't even taken a shower yet. You smell like smoke. It stinks. Chenlan used to be addicted to cigarettes, but after his body was strengthened the addiction disappeared. He now only smoked 1 or 2 cigarettes occasionally out of habit, and the smell of cigarettes on his body wasn't great. However, Chenlan still obediently let go of Yan Lan. He still had a lot of respect for his own woman. Chapter 79 Disturbing the People. Chenlan took the toiletries Yan Lan handed over and went to take a shower. The towels were her own, neatly folded and smelling good, and the toothbrush was unopened. After taking a shower at the fastest speed in his life, He went back to the house and saw Yang Lan packing up her things, so he urged Yang Lan to hurry up and take a shower. The moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. How can we do these meaningless things at this important moment? Yang Lan blankly glanced at him with a shy face. Is there such a hurry? We just met a few days ago. Why do you look like a hungry wolf who hasn't eaten meat for a long time? However, she was also secretly happy. She was still very confident in her own charm. And Chen Lan's performance was just what she wanted. Lying on Yang Lan's bed with a refreshing aroma, Chen Lan's heart was burning with anxiety. It's been 20 minutes. Why hasn't she washed up yet? If it wasn't for the neighbors, Chen Lan hated to go to the bathroom and break in. It was hard to hear the sound of the bathroom door opening. Chen Lan breathed a sigh of relief. This woman is too dilly-dallying. Why did you take so long to wash? I'm almost falling asleep. Yang Lan had just entered the room with a bath towel around her when she heard Chen Lan's resentful words. She snorted and laughed out loud. In order to put her best face forward, she had washed herself from head to toe. Of course it wasn't that fast. Chen Lan lay on the bed with green eyes. The freshly bathed Yang Lan's face was like peach blossoms, as delicate as a hibiscus out of water. The graceful body is hidden under the cover of the bath towel, which makes people want to explore it right away. Yang Lan ignored Chen Lan and sat down in the dressing chair by the bed, holding a small towel to wipe the water on her hair. Chen Lan probed and carried her to the bed with a single push, and before he could make his next move, Yang Lan slapped him on the arm. Stop it, your hair is still wet, wait for me to blow dry it. Chen Lan had no choice but to let go of his hands, got up and took a bath towel and wrapped it around his waist and asked Yang Lan, where's the hair dryer? I'll help you blow dry your hair. Yang Lan looked at Chen Lan with surprise, and after receiving confirmation she happily took out the hairdryer from the drawer and handed it to him, then sat in front of the dresser with her back to him. He stood behind Yang Lan and turned on the hairdryer, gently helping her blow out her hair. Yang Lan looked at the two overlapping handsome men and women in the mirror. Her inner love seemed to overflow from her charming eyes. Women are emotional. When she loves a man, often a small action, small details can make her touched inexplicably. Of course, if she does not love you, then you even breathe is wrong. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Lan cozily leaned against the bed, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. After a moment of silence, Chen Lan rolled over and got up, and he was full of energy and vigor after a good night's sleep. He wrapped a bath towel around his waist and opened the door to his room and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up, but he opened the door and just poked out half of his body and then shrunk back before closing the door again. There were two girls sitting on the couch in the living room, staring at him intently. It was only then that he remembered that there were other people living in the house, and that this was the time of day when everyone was getting up and getting ready for work, so going out in a towel would be unseemly. Why do these two people look like they haven't woken up, and they also have two dark circles under their eyes? It's really not easy to live in the big city. Life is so stressful that these two girls started to lose sleep at a young age, and the smell of coffee is all over the room. How much coffee has been put in? Are they drinking coffee paste? Not sleep well at night and rely on coffee during the day to refresh. This is not a good habit. Chen Lan went back to the house to put his clothes on before reopening the door to his room, greeting the two people in the living room with a bright smile. She said, "Hello, sorry for disturbing you guys." However, he only got a few big blank stares, and he was puzzled. What's going on? I don't seem to know them, right? Didn't offend them? Hello. Perhaps also realizing that this was very rude, the older one reluctantly smiled and also said hello to Chen Lan, then fell silent. Chen Lan smiled and turned into the bathroom to wash up. There is no need to mind when we meet each other. A stranger intruding into their own place is not very welcome. The older one is called Wen Wan, and the younger one is called Wen Yuqing. The two look good, a full-bodied as a blooming flower, a youthful and lovely. However, for some reason, both of them were haggard, with bloodshot eyes. After seeing the restroom door close, the two leaned in and whispered together. When Yuqing's eyes were forming two red hearts, covering her chest and leaning softly on the sofa. So handsome ah. When Wan also heaved a thick breath, her bloated chest undulating for a while, reaching out and hitting her thighs hard, saying, "Little wave hoof, you don't want to think, that's Lan Lan's boyfriend. If you want a man, find one outside yourself." Alas, if my ex-boyfriend was like him, I wouldn't have kicked him out. Obviously not capable of anything, but still dare to go out. When Yuqing sighed before lamenting. At this time, the sound of the door opening came from the restroom, and the two hurriedly sat upright. Only the peach blossom face hinted that the two were in an unsettled mood. After Chen Lan came out of the restroom, he smiled at the two women and went into Yang Lan's room. It was estimated that he would not be able to move today. He had the foresight to take a day off yesterday, and looking at Yang Lan's appearance he didn't know how long he would have to sleep. He is not prepared to spend here. Today is already Friday. Last Sunday bought Rolls-Royce Cullinan 2 days ago to pick up the car, because the matter of renting a house is delayed. Today he is ready to pick up the car. But the car also have to pay the purchase tax and super luxury car tax. The two add up to nearly 1.5 million. The money he now has on him is just over 1 million. Now there is nothing to do. He is ready to go back to change clothes to earn some pocket money. After this wave he basically will not be so short of money.